Here we
Hey, hello world.
Wow.
So
What
it's
a
come
week.
as you are.
What a week it's been getting to here, everybody. I'm Thom Hazaert, David Ellefson, Lee Whitmore from the Grammy Music Education Coalition joining us to kick this thing off. Our first ever David Ellefson Youth Music Foundation Oh Say Can You Stream fundraiser. So thank you. First off, I just want to say huge thank you to the Grammy Music Education Coalition for everything you guys have done for us, for this initiative for everybody. And I know David echoes those sentiments.
Lee, it's been absolutely wonderful. And Lee is the one who heads up the Grammy Music Education Coalition. We partnered together, I think 2018, I guess, is when you brought us inside the coalition.
Yeah, you joined.
Yeah.
It's great to have the David Ellefson Youth Music Foundation as an affiliate, somebody who's doing the work and in the mission with us.
Yeah, well, I appreciate, I was just telling somebody on an interview yesterday, I proudly display my Grammy right behind me.
I see it back there.
Because normally I face that way when I'm actually working. And so now that's my actually make music part of the room. And now this is like, I think, until indefinitely, this is my studio video channel right here. But I was just telling somebody yesterday, we had been nominated for 12 Grammys with Megadeth since as far back as I think 1991.
It's amazing.
I think Hangar 18 or something. And, it's interesting how, nobody really knows that feeling when you get nominated. Of course, it's amazing. It's just this, oh my gosh, the Grammys are the gold standard. It is the equivalent of winning an Oscar in film. I mean, it is the top level. And there's this moment where you're like, wow, we've been invited into the club, Then, of course, the next final victory lap is to hopefully take one of those home. And, but it's funny, you realize there's a couple of emotions that happen. One is when you're there at the televised portion of the Grammys. And Lee, you were kind enough to fill us in on the pillars. So there's the television show, there's the Grammy Museum, there's Music Cares, there's all these different parts of the Recording Academy. And probably the most famous, of course, is the TV show because it rivals the Super Bowl or the World Cup or anything else for viewership, But, to be in the room with all the biggest, brightest stars of our industry and to know that you're on the ballot, if you will, to take one of those home. And obviously there's a disappointment when they say, and the Grammy goes to not you. And Mike Klink and I, of course, Mike Klink produced the Rust in Peace album, and has been a dear friend of ours, and obviously works, with the Grammys on a number of levels. But he and I had many discussions about that, and then that one moment when and it's like, holy cow, like this one's going home with us, and it's just such an amazing moment. And I really appreciate, as does Thom, of course, what you've done to bring us in further into all of the arsenal that the Grammys is, and the Recording Academy. And
we wrote all about it in our book.
Yeah.
Life with Death.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, look, give the viewers a little bit of an insight as to exactly what all you do, because it is more than just a TV show.
Yeah, so we're one of the organizations, like Dave, you mentioned, Music Cares, the Grammy Museum, and of course, Music Cares is super busy and doing great work right now for COVID relief. Our organization is, of all those that you mentioned, the newest. We've been working for about 2.5 years, and we have one goal. Only one goal, and this is why everybody, when I met Thom and Dave and I talked about his Youth Music Foundation, it just fits together so really well. We were founded in the vision of the Recording Academy to do one thing, and that's to make sure every young person in public school in the United States gets to make music in school. And it doesn't happen everywhere. There's an equity gap, and we're all about, and we're a coalition of like 70 organizations now. When you think about it, in just 2 years to have that many organizations like Little Kids Rock, the Save the Music Foundation, Long Long's Keys of Inspiration program and his foundation, so many artists and service organizations that are just making it happen. And it's to make sure that kids get to do, Dave, I'm sure you're going to talk about what music meant to you when you were a kid. I know for me, it changed my life. I was out moving from place to place. My father was a career Army civilian employee, and we lived in Yuma, Arizona. We lived in New Jersey. We lived in Pennsylvania. I was a shy kid. Like, I had to learn how to talk with you guys and do this in public. And it was music that gave me an anchor in everything I did. And I know, Dave, your story is different, but we've talked about it. It's similar. So, the Academy, the Recording Academy, said years ago, it's part of their 10-year plan, like, what are we going to do? And I've heard this from many, many members like you, Dave. What are we going to do to make sure that young people from now and on get to make music, get to create music? And there's all kinds of research that you'd think would make it a very simple case, right? But things are so complicated. Like, do you know, it's especially important for middle and high school kids, right? About 13 and up. There's brain research that says if those students, those kids, those young people make music and create music, not just listen, for 5 hours a week for 2 years or more, it permanently changes our brains for the better. So I know, Thom, you got that. Dave, you got that. I got it. I didn't know I got it. Makes social and emotional outcomes, the way that you communicate, everything you do gets better. And in this country, sad to say, there's 51 million public school students. 4 million of the 51 today don't have access to music in school, but 3 of the 4 million are underserved kids in neighborhoods and schools that need more support. So that could be in an urban center. Dave and Thom know everybody that we're, as the coalition, working right now in Philadelphia schools, Nashville schools, and we're about to expand to many other communities. Eventually, we'll get into every, Recording Academy chapter region. There are 12 of them. And everybody, one of the things that I loved about Dave and Thom when we started talking about his foundation, Dave's foundation, is you'll tell everybody your background, but the focus on rural communities is super important. We'll get there, but we're brand new. So it made so much sense to come together on this and do work together.
Well, and when people ask about in interviews, I always talk about the fact that, that we are I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's where I am. David's from Jackson, Minnesota. So we're both, we're the Midwest Metal Mafia. So we're kind of from the Midwest and from kind of rural areas. And you guys have the great focus on the urban areas and the inner cities. And I think it's a really good kind of cross, collateralization there with our two organizations,
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Lee, as you had mentioned, I think that was our initial conversation. I was, back in, I think, what was it? Early 2017, I think we launched a big Ellefson coffee initiative back in my little town of Jackson, Minnesota. We actually helped influx some cash into an existing business, and we laid our Ellefson Coffee Company brand over top so we could have a nice footprint in downtown Jackson, Minnesota. Brought a lot of great international awareness, not only to our brand, but also to the little town I grew up in. As a result, the Iowa Rock and Roll Hall of Fame had reached out and wanted to induct me into the Iowa Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which is cool because where they're based in Lake Okoboji and Spirit Lake is about 30 minutes from where I grew up, just over the border from Minnesota into Iowa. And I spent a lot of my teenage years playing the ballrooms in the area, in particular, around Iowa, Bancroft, Iowa, and things like that. They played over in Sioux City when I was growing up. But, then from there, Thom and one of our board members, Donnie Schoenrock, who sits on the board of our foundation, Thom and Donnie had conspired a scheme to have the official David Ellefson Day on October 9th. Which was especially special for me because as a kid growing up, I remember Kiss got handed the keys to the city of like Pontiac, Michigan or something. And ironically, that was on October 9th. So I guess all good days happen on October 9th in rock and roll. But as we started that, the mayor proclaimed that day now officially forever and for always, I guess, David Ellefson Day. In Jackson, Minnesota.
Yay!
Yay! So thank you for that, Thom. But one of the things that hit me, and obviously that's a huge honor, having your name on a library or something, I guess. But my initial thought was, this area, as much as I, graduated Jackson, Minnesota high school, was raised in their public school system. I graduated in May 1983. 5 days later, I made the trek out to Hollywood. A few days later, I met Dave Mustaine. We started Megadeth. And, of course, that's where that story started there. So I look back all these years later to, little town of Jackson, Minnesota, and a lot of things have changed there. As much as the farming community has had its ups and downs, much like the music business, it can be feast or famine, literally. We noticed that, with Donnie being one of our board members in that area, he was able to give us some real statistics. And what I found is that, the music program that I grew up in, I am a product of the public school system music program, starting with tenor saxophone and 5th grade band. I played in orchestra band, marching band as a horn player. As I became a bass player, I played in jazz band in middle school and high school. So this conversation is happening because I was a product of that. And we didn't seem to have the cuts or any real setbacks. When I was there, it seemed like the music, I know there was always booster clubs and things to help support that. That is not necessarily the case now. And even in the little communities where I grew up, and Thom and I, being the Midwest kids, kind of small town kids, it really hit us that with our youth foundation, that was something that we could do. And you're right, Lee, it's really been an amazing partnership, where you're working on some inner city programs and we're working on rural programs. And like you said, in Philadelphia, Nashville, we're looking to now integrate our Schools Out initiative into that.
Absolutely.
A lot of the Megadeth operation is based in Nashville now. It's where we make our records. It's where we hub all of our equipment storage, and a lot of, we utilize a lot of the services and facilities of that city for our Megadeth operation. So we're happy to help out in any way that we can with that now.
That's so cool. There's about between 80 and 85,000, I think, students in the Nashville schools, and they need support. One of the cool things about, like we talked about, our being a part of a coalition, there's so many of the 60 to 70 affiliates that are in the coalition, like Dave's foundation, that are working there, and it's making a big difference. So the fact that you're there, Megadeth's operation is based there, that we can start working in Schools Out and connecting all of you and all the, like, a lot of the great folks that are going to be on the webathon today, to help those kids and to do it other places. It makes such a huge difference. Dave, one of the things that you mentioned about, like, when you were in school, by the way, I think I forgot this, but we graduated from high school in the same year. So who knew?
1983, class of 83.
Yeah, baby.
We unite.
I was in Bangor, Pennsylvania, like very rural, farming community. And went from there. But one of the things that we've learned, like, we came in to do this work. I remember we were at the Nashville Recording Academy chapter office in their boardroom, and like 20 to 30 people got together and talked about, like, what's the challenge? And everybody that's listening and watching, you've probably heard this, like, oh, arts programs and music programs are being cut all the time in schools. It happens sometimes, but it's not quite true. And this is why our goal is around access and equity in the work we do. Because when you look at the American public schools and budgets, it's not necessarily that things are getting cut all the time. There's not enough. They're teachers. There are more than 100,000 music teachers in this country. It's about focus. It's about, we need to plug the gaps where there aren't any, but then where kids are being taught, like, making sure that things are relevant. We're working on a program with the Philadelphia schools right now. This is so cool. And we just got the stats in, because when we do our work, we go to the school districts and we say, like, okay, will you share the participation information? Like, we have hard data around what kids are doing and what teachers are doing. In Philadelphia, we learned that in just a year, check this out, there's a lot of modern music programming, right? Modern band with Little Kids Rock. There's Dash is an organization that Ivan Barry, it's one of the national trustees for the Recording Academy, is in, where we've helped them, invested in them to update their commercial music curriculum. In just year over year, last year to 2 school years ago to this year, there was a 70% increase in high school students, right? Because what happens? Most school districts, kids are in an elementary school. Federal law requires that. Then they have to make a choice when they get to middle school, and some of them opt out. And then they have to make another choice when they get to high school. And the high school enrollment in a lot of inner city urban school districts drops precipitously. But I mean, to have a 70% year over year increase, why? Because the programming, the curriculum is connected to stuff that kids are really into, which is why, like, Schools Out is going to be a big hit in the Philadelphia schools, I'm sure, along with many others.
Good. Now, is there anything else before we move on in our program here? Anything that you need from us, from the people watching? Is there anything we can do to further help you and your cause and with the coalition?
The one thing I ask everybody is, if what we're talking about resonates with you, the most important thing you can do is tell other people about it and get them engaged. You can do that at GrammyMusicEd.org. You can do it with Dave's Foundation, but come to us. Many of the organizations in the coalition accept volunteers. We work with the Recording Academy around engaging their members in schools. So let us know, like go to GrammyMusicEd.org, go to Dave's site and check out what's happening, stay engaged. And if you can help, offer. And then of course, we're all here raising support for youth music education. You know, if the cities that I talked about resonate with you, you can go to GrammyMusicEd.org/donate, or you can text Music Ed to 50155. That money will go to programs with kids in underserved schools. And of course, Dave's raising money for the work he's doing too. So get engaged, follow us on Twitter, Grammy Music Ed, follow us on Facebook, same thing. We're streaming there right now. And we're also, by the way, streaming all of this to Twitch, which is kind of cool. We'll see how many fans we get over there checking out what's going on. But stay engaged, be committed, be active in your community, and we'll all make a difference together.
Cool. Man, Lee, thank you so much. And to everybody, I know Lenore, there's a whole strew of people that we chat with in our conference calls. And just Surefire, everybody who helped push out press releases and was just such a huge help with everything this week, and everything that the team just keeps growing and growing and growing. So, well, Lee, thank you so much, man. What a great way to kick off.
Super grateful, Thom and Dave. I consider you very close friends, and we'll keep doing this work together to make it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lee.
Good luck with everything. Have a blast. I'll be watching all night.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
We'll be here all night.
Cool. Thanks,
guys.
All right, everybody. Thank you. So we've been posting some links in the chat. You can donate at our fundraiser, which is Fundraiser, RAZR.com/DEYMF. School's out. You can also go to EllefsonYouthMusicFoundation.org and buy raffle tickets, win David's bass and signed copies of our book right here.
We have this bass right here. This is the one, actually. So, so that's it. Ready to go. And books, right?
Yeah, I was just holding up the book.
Me and Thom wrote. And it was cool because the Grammys actually got to be part of that story, winning the Grammy. Wasn't the case in the one before that. So it's nice how things move on. And let's see. We doing some Ellefson, the Sleeping Giants albums.
Yes.
I forgot.
Sleeping Giants CDs, books, vinyl. Again, we're giving over 100 prizes away. So again, buy the raffle tickets. We're gonna post the link right in the comments on everything. You can grab it. They're $5 a piece. You know, if you want one of David's basses, well, hey, here's your chance to get one for $5, maybe.
Not just anyone, that exact one, right? Sitting right there. So,
yes,
nice.
It will be stream played. It's not quite stage used, but stream used. Dave, that's a new thing. A David Ellefson stream used,
because this might be the new norm now for hosting concerts, right? I mean, we actually have a little clip that we're going to be playing here in a little bit. Of our new song, Simple Truth. And, you know, it just seems to be the way. I think we're kind of figuring it out, right? It's sort of, I likened it to like years ago when Napster was ahead of, they were the first ones just sort of giving music away. And obviously that caused a huge ruckus. And in a large way, Steve Jobs at Apple came in with, because he had his little device called the iPod and he needed to get content. So he created the iTunes store, and in a way really went around and legalized and harnessed the whole downloading frenzy that was happening, and allowed people like myself and my friends that we can actually get paid for our music that we create, and all the people that work hard to put that music out. I think this is kind of a similar situation. It's we don't know, obviously, the long term of this and sort of the outcome in the live concert sector. I've been watching a bunch of stuff online. Our friends in Anthrax, Charlie's joining us here in a little while, but I know he and Scott have been putting some stuff up online. I call it the Jimmy Fallon style, right? Where it's like everybody kind of puts their squares together of stuff that they do.
Every TV show in the world is like this now. So this is it.
It is. We're all working from home. So we appreciate everybody jumping in. Like I said, we're going to be online here for probably 8, 9, 10 hours, something like that. So, hey, there's someone we know.
Look who that is.
Hey, Rockstar, how are you?
How's it going, guys?
Hey, introduce yourself to us. Who are you?
So my name is Shani. I'm in Las Vegas right now. I'm doing MJ1 by Cirque du Soleil.
Kenny is a shredding guitar player.
Yes,
like,
amazing.
Unbelievably so.
We've become friends through the just mutual friends, and it's funny. There's a lot of young women like yourself over in Las Vegas who are in bands, guitar players and musicians who are making a living. It's nice to see. It's tough, as you know, to get a band started and something started and to get something going. But you have a very interesting story, because not only do you play in this Michael Jackson Cirque du Soleil show, which is massive. It's at Mandalay Bay. It's incredible. I mean, it's huge. You're all made up, and obviously you're playing a lot of kind of Jennifer Batten parts, I guess, right? A lot of things from the Michael Jackson catalog, which are incredibly proficient. But you got a cool story because you're actually from Israel, correct?
Right, it's true.
Yeah.
And I moved 5 years ago to the States because all my favorite music, favorite musicians, everything I've been listening to was here. Like, it comes from here. So
yeah,
I want to be in that place for that team. So I figured gotta get to LA somehow.
Yeah.
And I needed a visa, like, to stay longer than the tourist visa. So I signed up for Berkeley in Boston, and got started with some student visa, then moved to LA. I had awesome times gigging with the Iron Maidens for a
nice.
little bit.
Yeah. So did you actually go to Berkeley then? Did you study at Berkeley College?
Yeah. I graduated in I did music production and engineering there.
Nice.
Yes.
Well, so no wonder you can play so good. Now, where do you put your stuff up? You put stuff up on Instagram. Do you have other social media, or if you maybe let everybody know what your handles are, your channels, so that they can check out your playing?
Okay, so you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. It's Shani.Kimmelman on Facebook and on Instagram. And on YouTube, it's youtube.com/Shanibanez. That's a nickname I made up.
That's a good one, Shani. So Shani is Shani, correct? Yeah. Shanibanez. That's right.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I kind of made it up when I opened my YouTube account around 15 or 16, and you can't change that. So
nice.
I have that nickname, and it's cool.
So you were kind enough to send some content over that we have up on our Ellefson Youth Music Foundation YouTube, and you are actually going to be one of our instructors to help with the Schools Out initiative, to be teaching, which we really, really appreciate. As I think when all this was going down, we thought maybe this might be for a few weeks, but I think it's becoming more apparent now that this could be going on for a while. And like Las Vegas got hit incredibly hard, and your show, of course, because when everything started locking down with social distancing, of course, casinos were closing, and your show, just like a lot of us professional musicians, right? You have a show that has been affected by this, at least in the short term, correct?
Yeah. All of Vegas is dark, and with MGM, and not only Cirque, but all of the shows are probably going to stay closed throughout May, because I think it's still too early with everything. I mean, the benefit of everyone's health is more important, and I also think it's way too early to go back to shows in May. But I can't wait to play again.
Yeah, right. I know, to get on stage and perform. So let me ask you something. So if I was a student, right, I sign up through Schools Out, which you can do at EllefsonYouthMusicFoundation.org. That's sort of our home base for this. And 18 and under, sign up, and you realize Shani is an instructor. And, you know, I've seen your stuff play, and obviously, look, I could take lessons from you. I mean, you're an amazing guitar player, and you've got real, you know, college education through Berkeley, one of the finest music schools there is. And signing up, obviously you kind of have to assess where everybody's at, like what their skill levels are, maybe their age, how long they've been playing. But what are some of the things that are important to you that you think would be a good foundation for young, in this case, high school and middle school students to have as kind of their foundation as not a guitar player and also a musician?
So what I always try to put emphasis on is when I teach is, you know, first of all, make it fun, like have the student feel like they're playing, because when I started playing, all I wanted to do is like shred and play Pantera and Paul Gilbert. But I had a classical guitar and a real book with a bunch of chords with 9s and 7s. So I was very far. But I think it's important to be able to play what you want to play, what makes you want to pick up the guitar.
Yeah.
It's also important to give some basic theory and some knowledge and understanding that the student can later develop on their own and take it where they want to take it, you know?
Yeah.
So
when I was in jazz band, he knew obviously I was a rocker guy, you know, and he'd always scream at me, he goes, "Stop making everything sound like Led Zeppelin. Learn how to swing," you know, and learning how to you know, swing. And I didn't play upright, I played electric, but of course that was a really great era for me. Jaco Pastorius was the guy, you know, he was the new Eddie Van Halen of the bass, if you will. And of course, Eddie Van Halen was doing his thing on guitar. So I kind of grew up in this 80s shredder world. And you would think you did too, as people go to, you know, Shani.Kimmelman. Is that your Instagram?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's interesting, you know, to watch you play Van Halen. You even played a bunch of Megadeth stuff. You played stuff of Euthanasia.
Right.
Which is, you know, and obviously the Marty Friedman stuff is incredibly, it's diverse, but it's also very kind of eclectic, right? And I just watching you play this stuff to a T, it was like, my gosh, it's like, you know, incredible. So you are a perfect example, and exactly why we were thrilled to have you come on board as part of our Schools Out initiative, because you're an educated students of the guitar, you're a student of music, and you've gone through some challenges, you know, to live in another country, to have a visa to come here. Like you had told me, you said, look, I'm here to work on that visa. And so it's important that you adhere to the rules of the visa. You know, in Megadeth, we've got some international guys that play in our band, Kiko and Dirk, and they're going to be joining us here shortly as well. So there's a lot of these different dynamics that, you know, me growing up in America, forming an American band, if you will, that I don't really have to think about. And as I talk to people like you and a lot of other musicians around the world, to move to America, if you will, and land a gig, there's a lot of other things that goes into the profession of being a musician than just playing the notes, you know? Right. So well, that's awesome. You know, thank you for sharing your story. That's really cool. And we're very glad to have you here as part of the foundation. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Look who else we got here. Andy Martingelli, our guitar player from Italy.
It's an Italian logging in. Nice. We got someone from Israel. It's Italy. Hey. Andy, meet Shani. Shani, meet Andy.
Hey,
nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Oh, yeah.
You guys should play together sometime. You guys would be a good fit. Yeah.
We are friends on Facebook.
Oh, good. Nice. Well, hey, hopefully that happens as a part of this, you know, as you both know, as all of us on this link, and probably a lot of our viewers, you know, being a professional player, or even like you said, Shani, playing for fun, that's why I think they call it playing music, not working music. is about connections. So if people are here, and by all means connect, get each other's info, trade digits, whatever.
Amazing.
And connect. Great. Yeah, because look, I think we're going to be locked down for a while. We may as well all be making records, so.
Exactly. And make crazy stuff, like it's playing together and make that,
Yeah. So Andy, and Andrea Martingelli is actually your name. You go by Andy. You were introduced to me from Kiko. And I remember we played in Bologna. And hey, is that Kiko? Hey. There he is. What's happening?
Think of the devil and he shall appear.
So wait, we got a singer, a bass player, and 3 guitar players. All we need is a drummer, and we can form a band right now.
We'll be Iron Maiden.
What you doing, Kiko? How are you, buddy? Oh,
hey,
I can't hear you. Is your audio on? There you go.
Okay.
So Kiko introduced me to Andy backstage in Bologna when we played a Megadeth show there, and then I think because Cobra Page, I'm friends with Cobra, and she was needing a guitar player, so I think we hooked that up. So you played with her for a while, and then me and Frank Bello hired Andy to play with us when we did Ellefson Attitude last year. We did a tour with Slash across Europe.
Yeah.
And now we're writing a bunch of tunes. The new Simple Truth song is something that Andy played on. And so, Kiko, you're up in Helsinki, right? Up in Helsinki, Finland?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm in Finland now. It's
like
pretty late now here. Yeah.
You're like really settled in.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's like 11:30 there, right? Or midnight or something?
11:30.
11:30.
Yeah.
Nice.
You gotta stand up late to hang out with us.
Of course.
So one of the things that I've found is the guitar player connection these days. I mean, Kiko, like everybody, and a whole bunch of people of a whole different world, obviously being from Brazil, a whole network of people there. And Andy, same thing. A whole crew of people. Shani, you probably know a whole bunch of people as well. And it's give a little history on kind of your background with Andy, Kiko, if you will.
Back in the days.
Actually, I don't remember when Power Quest.
We were touring together Europe in 2007.
2007, yes. Okay, Power Quest, right? That tour.
Yeah.
And it was a band from London.
Nice.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
So it's funny, when I met Kiko, well, you and I had met before. I think we'd done a signing at NAMM show for Diodario, and you and Dave were on a cover of Burn magazine, I think, right, years ago. So we've all been kind of friends in the neighborhood. But I remember I went down to South America, to Bolivia and Sao Paulo on that, what the hell was that thing called? It was
Metal All Stars?
Metal All Stars, Metal All Stars, yeah. And Angra was on the bill, and then I remember Gus G was going to come over, and there were some problems, I remember, with the promoter on that whole thing. And so you ended up, Jeff Tate, we were supposed to play some song with Jeff Tate, and just didn't show up. So Kiko got tapped, like, hey, can you learn these Queensryche songs, which are not easy, a lot of very detail. And I remember you were up, you were like learning songs with Jeff Tate like the night before the show, and and I remember we got on stage, I was like, dude, this guy can play. And he's like a freaking animal on stage. I better get his number, And there's a change going down in Megadeth. And literally, I think, 2 months later, Dave calls me and he goes, hey, I found a new guitar player. And I said, yeah, who's that? He goes, Kiko. And I said, I know Kiko. I just played with him. He goes, you know him? You got his number? I said, I do. You want me to hit him up? He said, yeah, hit him up right now. So I literally, I think I emailed you or something, right?
Yeah, you emailed me like a Megadeth ?
Yeah, Megadeth question mark.
That, like a very.
What I should have said is, dude, you're in Megadeth. Like, the ticket will be coming to you, because it was one of those things where it's like, once Dave makes up his mind, it's made up, and you were already in the band. You didn't even have to audition. It's like, just get over it, let's go,
Yeah.
So
you know what? I posted. 3 days ago, I found the videos that I sent to you guys back.
Yeah.
In
What was it? Was it Tornado and?
I did. I found. No, it was not Tornado. It was Hanger, Trust, Symphony, and Holy Wars.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. 4 songs.
Should we play him right now? Should we play him right now?
Yeah, you know how to.
What key? What tuning are you in? Sinead?
No,
you guys got guitars?
Standard.
Okay, everybody's.
I got a half step down.
What's that?
I got a half step down.
Got a capo? There you go. Andy, pick up a guitar.
Any standard?
Yeah, we could play Symphony of Destruction, I'm sure, right? All right. You're in standard, Kiko?
I'm in standard, yeah.
Me too, yeah.
Are you? Okay, cool.
My thing is kind of messy here. It's like
I don't know if it's gonna have some.
We're gonna find out. We're
here.
gonna find out.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
Let's see.
My bass is. I got. All right.
Ah.
All right. Where'd Thom go? We need a singer.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Where'd our singer go? He took off. All right. Well, you plugged in there, Andy?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
All right, there we go. All right. Our singer's gone. Where did Sheryl go?
Oh, I'm having some technical issues to plug it in with because I'm gonna have to switch.
Just grab it. You can sit and jam acoustic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. We all look better with our hands. All right, should we try it? We'll try it, and I'll sing along as best I can since Thom left the room. Where's Thom? Thom, we need a singer.
I'm here.
All right.
Sorry, you know what? I didn't have time to eat before we did this thing. My food's been sitting there since like 2:30, so I had to sneak out while you guys were engaged.
All right, count it off. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
You take it more than a man. Grab and put him in control.
It's hard the tempo, impossible.
Watch him become a god.
All right, so we got halfway through the first verse.
Yeah.
A for effort.
At least the first note, the very first note was right. Yeah, but then
everything after that is bad. So.
Yeah.
So Kiko, so what's going on up there, man? I mean, it's funny. We were going to play in Mexico City, and everything was shutting down. Airport, like Kiko, like literally the ban. You know, Trump put the ban on any flights from America. I mean, you actually have your citizenship now, though, right? Don't you have U.S. citizenship?
Yeah. But the thing was, no, I could go back.
Yeah.
It was not a problem. Actually, I was one of the guys because the news in Europe, you know, we were because of Italy, Spain, and I think the news in Italy, it was just a couple of days, but we were ahead. Like, this is serious. And then before Trump started, you know, realizing that was a serious thing, and then I sent an email to Megadeth management saying, like, look, things here are serious, you know. It's not only the fact that I can go back, but it might be that we go to Mexico and then we are stuck there in Mexico. I was kind of afraid also to be there and then suddenly they close the border or something, or the airlines here, they stopped working like the day after.
The air was shut down, right? You couldn't even get out.
Exactly. So they were just receiving the flights with the citizens from Finland, coming from Italy and Spain, which in the end was a problem because that's how you get the virus.
Yeah,
and
you know, funny,
bringing people.
Right after Mexico City, Dirk and I were going to go to Nashville to start cutting bass and drum tracks.
Exactly, yeah.
Record, and suddenly everything was just shutting down left and right. Yeah. So Andy, how is it for you? You're in basically Verona, Italy, right?
Yeah, Italy. We were, you know, you were in London recording.
Yeah, you know, we're supposed to be flying to London on Monday. We're actually going to go to Monday to go cut some more tracks just for our own stuff for the. I know.
Yeah, and you on Monday. You guys are Monday. Yeah. Vocals and bass and everything. But hey, you know, the same thing, when we came back from London, I flew from London to Bologna.
Yeah.
And that night, I could see was already something happened. There was already something kind of strange happening at the airport. Like checking fever or whatever. What's happening? And it was just in time, because from the following day was already like
lockdown.
Something. It started like getting serious, and going to the news and just getting proper. Like everybody knows.
And our friend Alessio, who's up in Wembley at Rogue Studios, he got sick, and again, he didn't go get checked, but he doesn't know if he had the coronavirus or not.
On a really sad note, I actually found out last night that Coke from Virus, ironically, one of our bands on Combat, has COVID-19. He told me last night he got diagnosed. And the shitty thing is, he has asthma, so he's unfortunately in the high risk category of where it's fucking of bad.
Shani, how is your family over in Israel? Is there any stuff going on over there, or how are they doing?
Well, you're not allowed to go out of more than I think it's 300 feet. It's like 100 meters. So you really can't go out of your house, or everything is closed. I was actually supposed to be there now. I was supposed to fly there to meet my family. I haven't been there for 2 years, and I had a little hole with the shows after like a while, so I was supposed to go there, and they canceled. The flight company just canceled the flights. They said the only way to make it is if you want to be in quarantine for like totally like isolated for 14 days.
Well, me and David had our Australia and Japan tours that we were doing with Chris Poland. They're supposed to be going on in May. And originally it was the same thing, like that we couldn't have done it because they had anybody going into Australia had to quarantine for 14 days. And then they suspended visas completely. So we pushed it back to late February 2021.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Kiko, so what are you doing over there? Basically, the new solo album's done, I guess, right? Because you're making a lot of
Three albums. People CD.
Sorry?
No, like there's so many songs you can write now. Like
right.
Do a double album.
Double album in the last week.
Exactly.
Hey, look at that pretty boy. It's our drummer, Paolo.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's happening? Another Italian joins us. Hey.
So look, we're actually we did a live. So me and David, we all recorded we were going to try and do it live, and you saw what happened before when we tried playing Symphony of Destruction. So we realized we're going to have to record this. So we did a live recording of it, and we're going to show that here in a couple minutes of our new single, Simple Truth. Me and David and Paulo and Andy there. We were in Italy last year on tour. We went in the studio. We wrote this song, and we just released it on Bandcamp. It's coming out on all other digital outlets on the 17th. You can pick it up on Bandcamp. All the proceeds are going to the Italian Red Cross and their COVID-19 relief efforts. They're kind of over there on the front lines of. So what's it like over there in Italy with everything going on?
Well, Paul knows, we know, like, it started like very bad. It's still in some of the cities are very bad still,
Yeah.
Like some other, no, but of course we always have to, stay safe at home. We've been locked at home like for 1 month, Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Paulo, what city are you in, Paulo?
Modena.
And we're and Andy, you're basically Verona-ish, right? Yeah, right. And then Kiko and I were just there. Well, you came over as well. You guys came over as well to Milan. It's so funny, Kiko, because remember that was like the smallest show. It was almost like a club, right? It's like 3,000 seat club and hot and sweaty, and you're right in everybody's faces.
Yeah, exactly. I think about that. We did a meet and greet for 60 or 70 people, like shaking hands and like kissing everybody, and I
don't recommend that now.
I mean, was it like mid-February? So
dude, literally 2 weeks before, like a week or so. Like we played there. I know, and the Italians, you guys like to kiss. Hey, both sides of the cheek.
Buongiorno.
Miss Scusi.
I have to do like the things they do, they keep the distance anyways, like, hey.
Right. Yeah, the Finns, I know, they're very like, hey, yeah. I know my Norwegian people are like, yes, keep your distance.
I love to feel like that all the time like that.
It'll be interesting to see the social distancing in the VIPs. I mean, fortunately, we started doing this thing now in the Megadeth ones where we do a Q&A, which is actually very cool. It kind of warms everybody up. So it makes it a little more personal. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you got a room full of 100 some people, and
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that's the whole point, is to come up and be close to you. The whole concert business is how do we put as many people as possible into as big of a room as possible. And now we're living in times when that is just forbidden, so.
Oh, I know.
Well, this is the VIP meeting.
Now, how many people can we put into a streaming chat room from remote locations around the world?
Yeah.
In Brazil, I saw like some artists, they're like breaking records and YouTube records. They put like 2.5 million people in a live streaming.
Wow. Yeah. Hey,
so
by the way,
this would never happen.
Kiko, what is your YouTube, man? Kiko's got it going on, man. His YouTube channel and his whole social media thing is amazing.
It's my name official, like Kiko Loureiro official, the YouTube.
On YouTube,
put Kiko Guitar YouTube, you find me.
We should have streamed this on Kiko's YouTube, then people would really see it.
I know, exactly. We'll link it up later today. Suddenly there'll be Brazilian comments coming down the spine left and right.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of people from Brazil here. I'm seeing all the comments. Yeah, Brazil.
Oh, yeah. Thiago.
Yeah, I've been seeing it. It's cool.
Your friend,
So look, I think I'm going to play Simple Truth now. I think we were supposed to do it at 3:30. So Kiko, you want to hang out and hear our new single?
Yeah, of course.
All right, good. Well, here we go. Give me a second. We're gonna get this on now.
Remember, there's like some audio click you had to do on it too, right? Remember, it was like,
oh yeah. No, I got this.
So we whipped this together.
So somebody just asked if there's going to be any music played. Well, your prayers have been answered.
Well, and we just demonstrated why it doesn't really work to do it. 8 locations around the world.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah.
Beyond crazy if you play like.
So we had to Jimmy Fallon this one. We had to like kind of piece this together. Andy's buddy helped us.
A song called Simple Truth.
There you go.
Tell you all something that is long overdue. Save the short story, cause I already knew. Your enemies close, keep your friends at bay. Don't listen to a fucking what they say. Don't ever let them tell you who you are. The hits keep coming, now it's gone too far. Don't ever let them get in your way. And don't listen to anything they say. And if you give it away, they never die with him. If you can dig your grave, the fucking you're fucking perfect, but let's talk about you. Tell me all the things that you're gonna do. You said you were gonna go so far. Tell me why you're still sitting where you are. Life in your back, there'll be no shame. Don't let the blood doesn't leave a stain. I'll never ever be what you are. So stupid, sickle fake. Take it. Friend, if you give it away, they'll never die with it. If you can take your breath.
Oh, it locked up on us.
Whoa, we locked. Oh no! Boo!
Yeah, that's what happens in the real world of digital technology.
Right? Wait for it.
Is it gonna go?
It will eventually.
I was gonna change my shirt. My shirt stinks. Jesus.
Oh, it's just getting to the good part too.
Right up to the guitar solo.
Yeah. I know, right? Come on, hang on. Let's see. Maybe I can get this going. There we go. Pray for me as you slowly kill yourself. You still don't wanna believe that me, but you can't lie to yourself. It's just a simple get it away. Let him die with him. If you can dig your grave, ready to get it away. Let him die with him. If you can dig your grave,
Hey! There you go.
So I had to do some on the fly censorship there because we're live streaming and we're also simulcasting to some killer TV networks and radio stations. So we got to keep it PG. So I'm like, oh yeah, there's some F-bombs in here. I didn't know that when we recorded this.
Is that what you were doing? I thought you were like getting all David Lee Roth on us, like ad-libbing some wow.
Wow. Diddy bop.
That was cool.
Awesome. Oh, we Jimmy Fallon that one. There you go. Good job, Paulo.
Cool.
Andy.
Very good.
Nice.
Very good.
Yeah, right. Thanks.
There was our music segment. So Kiko, man, it's late over there, dude. Thanks for joining us.
Anything thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. You know, you guys are going to do this like for hours, right?
Yeah,
9 hours.
When you wake up, just hop back on again. We'll be finishing up.
Yeah, get back in here. You'll be good.
Say hey to the family.
Okay. All right. Take care, guys. Thanks a lot.
Everybody. See ya.
Bye, Kiko.
Bye, Kiko. Bye-bye.
Nice. Yeah, we literally kept Kiko up till like midnight over there. You know, he showed a real, you know, we started the tour over there back in January, right, with Five Finger Death Punch and Bad Wolves. Actually, Bad Wolves wasn't on that show, but I remember Kiko about a month ago, he did a walk through that arena and they had it all set up as basically a COVID-19 relief center. Yeah, and it got amazing to think a month ago this place was full of heavy metal headbangers and thrashing, and now it's this. You know what I mean?
It's it's basically.
Yeah, the Finns are an interesting bunch, though, man. They've really got things together. You know what I mean? They've got they're such a great country and great people, and you know it's
doers. You know, they
do.
They've just.
I remember the first time we played there in 1988. You know, it kind of felt a little like, I guess I couldn't compare it to Russia because I hadn't been to Russia at that point, but it was definitely felt very Eastern, you know, Eastern Bloc. And I remember we walked up after we played a festival, we were out in the middle. It was like, you know, the sun was out at like midnight, you know, and I remember walking up to a bar and they saw us coming. They just slammed the door in our face. Like, get out of here, you stinking Americans.
Oh, we've heard that one before.
Yes, that happens a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Does anybody got any comments about Simple Truth or for David or Andy or me or anybody? Thank you. Do you guys like it?
So cool, Italy. I agree. I should look over here on the comments.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Yeah.
So far, they like Italy, which is great. So as well, they should.
We love Italy.
You know, it's funny. When we were over there, we were doing our tour. Have you ever toured there, Shani? Have you toured? Have you ever been over?
No, I've never there. Although it's pretty close to Israel, like a couple hours.
Yes, very close. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
No, I've never been there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I only toured here in the US and in Australia, just a tiny bit.
Australia, wow.
Yeah.
That's not an easy place to get to. What were you down there doing?
I was playing in a Guns N' Roses cover band.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Just making up coins, and it brought me to Australia, so
yeah.
Which is awesome place.
Well, it's funny how you're mentioning the Iron Maidens earlier, and of course they're good friends of ours, and Bagnita Strauss will be joining us a little bit later. Her alma mater. She's an alumni of the Iron Maidens, and it's funny how these female tribute bands of these like really tough male metal bands. I think it's cool.
And they play very good. That's
great.
Very better than the original.
And there's a whole, Federica, who joined us and sang with us, Andy and Paolo over in that was Bologna. Yeah, it was my birthday. It was in Bologna, I think, right?
Yeah.
She's got a great single she just put up online with her band, and there's all these other kind of female power metal, symphonic metal bands. There's like a ton of them across Europe that that are
very good ones as well. Like
very good.
And but actually, that tour we did, it was just your birthday and Tom's birthday in a week.
It was the birthday tour.
We just ate
the birthday tour.
So I just want to tell you. Guys, so I just got yelled at. So I just got a text from an angry TV station. So again, sorry. Unfortunately, we recorded that before we knew it was meant for broadcast. So we didn't really have time to make an edit or anything. So sorry if anybody heard any sensitive material on that song. Exactly. I did my best to kind of talk over it and edit it on the fly, but unfortunately, we're not prepared for that in that particular performance. So apologies to anyone with delicate sensibilities.
We pause now for a word from our sponsor, Vocal Zone. With all this talking, I tell you, Vocal Zone is the deal, right? It's like these.
I'm going to be on. I have 30 boxes of this right here.
I know, it's great. It helps for when we're talking and doing all this stuff. So,
singers, by the way, this is your best friend. This saved my butt on the Mega Cruise. I want to talk about the Mega Cruise when Kiko is here. Bummer, I forgot.
Well, let's talk about it.
So we played with our other guys from America, Opus and Dave and Clayton from Hatchet. We played on the Mega Cruise, and it was awesome. We did a cool Megadeth set. Kiko and Dirk joined us for a song. I mean, it was you talk about it, David. No,
well,
I'm just going to sound like a fanboy.
It was a cruise, and it was called Mega Cruise, and it was about a band called Megadeth. And then they lived happily ever after. It was a 3-hour tour. 3-hour tour. No, it was great. It was really, I've done quite a few of the cruises between the Motorhead motorboats. I guess that was the first one, and then Shipwreck a few times, and then now Larry Morand is a wonderful supporter of us. In fact, he just put me and Frank Bella with Altitudes and Attitude just put us on the Monsters of Rock cruise in 2021 in February. So looking forward to doing that. But yeah, the Mega Cruise, Larry was a promoter of the Mega Cruise, and they know what they're doing. They really theme them well. Dave was not able to be there. He was just finishing up his cancer treatments at that time. So we went out and did it. But it was kind of nice because Thom, like you said, we were pretty well rehearsed. We'd been out doing some Ellefson solo stuff, and we're able to throw some Megadeth tunes in. And I think people were just happy that me and Kiko and Dirk were there to help represent and play some Megadeth stuff. Jose Mangan is amazing. He's such a fan, Jose is. And he was a good host to have there, hosting like the trivia nights and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, the cruise, it was excellent, man. I thought it was really good. Hopefully there'll be another one, at some point when it's safe to cruise again, which hopefully will be 2021. So.
Somebody's early. Look at that. It's Rob Caggiano.
Hey, Rob, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, man?
Man, are you in New York?
What's that? I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm in New York.
You're in New York? Yeah.
I'm in the hot spot here.
Yeah, without a mask even. Where are you at?
I'm in the backyard of my parents' house.
In the backyard.
Hanging out.
Yeah.
So you don't need a mask in the backyard of your parents' house, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Nice, nice.
So I just saw Rob working in the production green room back here, and I'm like, hey, I'll throw him in for a second. So,
Man, what are you doing these days? Where'd he go?
oh well.
Did he go backstage?
I think he disappeared, but we'll talk to him later.
Yeah.
See, isn't this fun? Like, you don't know who's going to just show up, pop into this link. It's like, hey, look, it's Rob Caggiano from Volbeat and formerly of Anthrax.
It is. I know, it's great. You know, he's a wonderful producer too. I mean, man, talk about producing chops. You know, Rob has got a pretty cool discography.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can. We were talking about you. Dave was talking about how awesome you are.
Where'd he go?
Oh,
He's lost
you guys
in
hear
the
me?
bowels of New York.
We can, kind of, sometimes.
Yeah, kind of.
We can't see him.
You got me now? Yeah, this thing is not working right for some reason. It keeps cutting out.
Okay.
Oh,
We can hear you. We can hear you just fine.
there you go.
Got a video camera by any chance or not?
Yeah. How do I do that?
Oh,
It looks like down below there's a little thing where you can hit
Yeah,
camera.
I mean, I see myself, so it looks like
yeah, we can see you. Kind of.
I can't see him. Is he there?
I can. It's not the best on the phone, unfortunately. Well, I'll shoot him a text and we'll get him. He's scheduled for later, actually, so he's not even supposed to be. He's not supposed to be here yet.
Yeah. Hey, so real quick, speaking of music school, so Andy, you are part of a fantastic music school over in Verona, right? In fact, we performed a solo show over there at the campus. Fill us in a little bit because you've got a whole, you brought in Loureiro to play guitar with us. Obviously, Paul, you guys all work together. Shani, she's a graduate of Berkeley College in Boston. So it's like we've got real music education right here. So let's
like a big family, you know. Like a big
well, let's talk about it because obviously that's what the Schools Out initiative is, and you probably heard Lee from the Grammys from the coalition speaking earlier. So speak a little bit, Andy, about what you do over there with your college.
Well, I mean, me and Paulo, we've been with this school called Modern Music Institute, MMI, Modern Music Institute, which has is owned by the president, who is Alex Tornello, who was my teacher as well. He plays like that kind of like Alan Allsworth, like kind of style, and the school has got like a 54 schools in Italy, and then schools in Portugal and China. It's a big deal, and it's good for us. We have tons of students. Paul, Paulo and me. We have many students, and it's good to to share our experience, and to give what our background, to those people that really want to, we can see like there's a lot of enthusiastic like students.
Yeah.
They really want to be hungry for not just the notes, not just the chops. You know what I mean? Like
now, do you teach during the day? Because I know obviously we exchange a lot of WhatsApp and email texts and messages back and forth because we're collaborating on music. But you and Paulo, you guys both teach during the day as well?
Yes.
Yeah,
we have like I got like the first 3 days of the week like super full, like from 9 to 9, 9
wow. So you're doing it just like this though, right? Over a digital platform like this. Is that how you teach now?
Yeah. But I've been teaching and also Paulo, for 10 years, also digital, like not only like face to face, but just also, like through Skype or whatever, whatever the platform we can use.
Right. Paulo, you do the same thing. Teaching.
Sorry?
To teach the same type of teaching like that, or you
exactly the same, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Can you do that as well, Shani, from over in Las Vegas, or you teach? Do you have like a a curriculum of students at all that you teach in your downtime, or is that something you do?
Not since I moved to the US. I haven't been teaching here because I want to focus more on performing.
Right.
But in Israel, I would teach like 6 days a week. So I did mostly probably only teaching, and I didn't perform much there. Yes, but like Andy, I would do like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Straight.
No breaks, straight, because if I take a little break, I snap out of it, and it's hard to get back. But here, not in the US, because I really wanted to focus on performing and touring. But I mean, I can do that with the visa and work, like it is, part of being a guitar player.
Yeah. You tell me, isn't that exciting? I mean, for us, it's exciting, like to teach. I don't feel the weight of I don't feel like we start and then it's time to finish, because it's good, like to share, we're playing guitars the whole day anyway, and we are sharing things with students that sometimes they have like they play different kind of music. So all the time you got different, it's all, every time is exciting and it's a new start every day. So it's fun and it's good to see your students touring at some point, like Valeria.
Well, I'll say this much, that some of the best musicians I've ever played with are those who also have a bit of a teaching curriculum, or at least have done it, because it seems like your head is so into music at all times from an academic level. And like you say, Andy, you've got guitars in your hand all day long, playing and playing with purpose.
Yeah.
Sometimes when like we all play when we've got a show, or maybe we're rehearsing stuff to take into the studio to record, or maybe we're going into a writing mindset for a period. And of course that kind of especially writing requires that kind of a commitment to just sort of free your mind from other logistical obligations. But it's true. I mean, I can speak to the three of you here, just watching you play, and Andy and Paulo playing with you guys as we record and tour and do stuff together. It's like your level of just acute musicianship is incredible, because you're just always into the educational aspect. It's like in order to explain it, you have to know how to play it, and in order to play it, you got to be able to explain it, right?
Awesome. So great to have you guys on. Thanks for coming on. We got to move on to some other stuff. So we got another cool little remote performance from another awesome band. Give it up for Andy, Paulo.
Take care.
And Shiny, thank you guys so much. Thank you for
our
stopping
Ellefson
in.
band.
Be safe out there.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
So now we got another killer remote live performance from our friends, the Loyal Order from Portland, who did this are streaming us this killer live video of their new track, Ready for Dead. And I'm pretty sure this one has no F-bombs in it. They were smart, and I noticed yesterday he was smart and he left them out. Oh, geez. We had hang on. Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Yeah. Well, while Tom's working on that, I'll just kind of go over a couple things. Again, thank you to our partners with the Grammy Music Education Coalition. Lee Whitmore was on at the beginning of the webcast here, explaining some of the things that they do in our partnership together. Also, a bunch of our sponsors. We have Cisco, Jackson Guitars. Samson was kind enough to partner with us on a handful of things for the Schools Out initiative. All of our information is at EllefsonYouthMusicFoundation.org, is where if you're a student 18 and under looking to sign up for the education lessons, you can sign up there. Also, the donation There's a little donate button up in the upper right-hand corner where if you're inspired or inclined to make a donation to the foundation. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, so there is a tax advantage to your giving, and we appreciate anything that you might be able to do. We also put up a raffle last night. Thom pushed that out, so we're raffling off everything from coffee to CDs to books and this Jackson bass. So one of my signature basses. So anyway, and it will be actually that exact one right there. So all of that is, you can probably see it on the facebook.com/David Ellefson. But EllefsonYouthMusicFoundation.org, that is the homepage where everything is at. And also we also have a PayPal. You can do the same donations there, which is what is that one? There it is, right?
Ellefson Youth Foundation at gmail.com.
Yeah. And so those funds are being used to help support the Schools Out initiative, to keep the lessons going from many of our rock star instructors that you have just seen, that are, and also more that are coming on here throughout the webcast today. So we're going to add one more person in here, our friend Rachel Ryan, the drummer from Paradise Kitty, who's also, she works for Monster, and she's awesome, and she agreed to jump in and help co-host a couple of these little segments today. Come on.
Hey guys,
Hello.
how you doing?
Hey,
How are
what's
you?
going on? What's happening? How are you?
Good. You guys gave me an excuse to put on some makeup.
I know. I saw you post on Facebook. You hadn't been.
No, I hadn't. I'm right smack dab in the middle of Hollywood.
Nice. Okay, good. How are things in California right now?
Honestly, I couldn't really tell you because I have barely left the house. I've been honoring all the stay-at-home orders. I've been trying to do my grocery shopping very selectively every 10 days. Yeah. I just think it's all of our responsibility to really try to nip this in the bud. So I think it's, we all just got to do our best to stay home and let this thing die out. So
cool. Thank you.
I've been really honoring that. So
cool. Well, you joined us just in time for a special live performance from our friends, the Loyal Order from Portland. And I think I got it to work this time. So we'll see.
I love it. Let's get rocking.
Two. Oh, hang on. Oh, almost.
Right.
One more time, though. I got to. All right. Sorry.
It's interesting. The video stuff is a little tricky, It
is.
Yeah, we actually tried to play with Kiko and Andy and everybody. We actually tried to play, and you saw with the latency issues and the time delay, it's almost impossible to actually do anything in real time. So we'll try it one more time.
We got this pretty dialed in. So here we go. Wait for it.
Welcome to the first day of the last year of this messed up life. I wish I could say nice to know you, want to show you anything. You were the knife on my throat, rock in my shoe, dawn and my pride. The battles on the road never change. I know now, 'cause I have been here before. You're watching the lights move with us out today. Feeling the night hurt. Me, I was feeling in a circle, stuck to the middle. And didn't I show you the damage you do? Woke up in a cemetery, blood was still fresh on the ground. I looked up and I saw you laughing. Go ahead and kick me while I'm down. You were the knife on my throat, rock in my shoe, dawn in my pride. Yeah, the patterns on the road never change. I know now, 'cause I have been here before. You're watching the lights move with us out today. Feeling Didn't I show you the damage you'll do? Spinning in a circle, stuck to the middle. And didn't I show you the damage you'll do? Ready for dead, I'm moving on, I'm going home to stay. Standing around it won't be long till I get thrown away. You're watching the lights move with a center down, feeling the night turn me around. Was feeling in a circle, stuck to the middle. And didn't I show you the damage you'll do? Was feeling in a circle, stuck to the middle. It did not show you the damage you'll do. Ready for dead, I'm moving on, I'm going home to stay. Spinning around, it won't be long till I get thrown away.
Woo!
Nice. Yeah.
Killer
Oh,
guys.
great. So they were all in the same room, right? Like everybody was in this.
No, I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe they were. I don't know if they practiced proper social distancing. That's all I know.
That was good.
It's been a real issue lately for everyone trying to figure out how to jam with latency issues.
I know.
Yeah, we just tried it with Kiko in Finland, and
I was listening.
Yeah,
was
so
listening.
it's and we knew that. You know, we rehearsed this a little bit earlier this week to try it, and that's why we did our little Foursquare of our thing too, where we filmed it and had it cut up right, because we just knew that it wasn't really going to work. But there's some cool stuff. There's some really creative things out there. We're gonna have Alex Skolnick on later, and I saw he just jammed with Brian May of Queen.
That was a really cool one. And Charlie Benante has been doing his whole Watch the Beat series where he's jamming with different people, and it's been coming out killer.
It's cool.
Charlie will be here later too, actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is really great, isn't it? I mean, so you're a big proponent of the sponsorship with Monster, right? I mean, with getting
there's
music.
I work with the music department, and there's I have my own little niche that I've carved out of what I do there, which is I do like all the women in entertainment initiatives, and I also look for like different unique ways for us to activate within music. So I look for the different stuff, which is cool.
What are a few of those that maybe some of the viewers of this would know of? Like, are there a couple of artists in particular, or a couple of festivals, or certain things that you've gotten involved in?
Well, like the Girls Bones UK. I don't know if you're familiar with that band. I brought them into our roster before they had a record deal.
I just saw them open for Korn a couple times last month, actually.
Yeah, they're killer. They're really
great.
They're really cool. A lot of people don't know, but those two girls they started Bones UK, did like 2 or 3 shows, and Jeff Beck saw them play in Camden and asked them to come write an album with him. So they had done his a whole album with him and toured with him for 2 years. That was really a great album. But yeah, they're really talented, and it's just kind of different and unique. So that's cool. There's like a lot of different women's groups I sponsor. I've focused a lot of this in Nashville because I feel like the ladies there kind of need a little more support and love. And so I've been working with a lot of like the women in the business and stuff. And then like, on the music end, on the more forward facing music end, I've been, I'll look for like a cool Andy Warhol art opening, because to me that's pretty damn punk rock right there. So yeah, I just look for things that are different and outside the box, and I look for unique ways for us to, it's just like another way for me to be creative doing my day job. I get to be creative on stage playing drums, and then this is just another aspect of my creativity. So it's fun for me. Nice. I really enjoy it.
And how long have you been a drummer?
If I say that, I'm going to tell people how old I am.
But I'm saying like since you were a kid, I mean like I get it.
No, I didn't start playing drums until I was 19.
Okay.
And, and that actually is an interesting story.
So like 6 years.
Yeah, like 6 years ago. But it really fits into with what you're doing and with your charity aspect to this. And, you know, I grew up in little towns in New Mexico. And when I say little town, it's not like a suburb of a city in Connecticut. This was like, you know, the gas station was 40 miles away. So like it was middle of nowhere. Yeah. And music was my everything. That was the air in my lungs, but there was no resources to learn. There was no music store. You know, the nearest place to buy a CD was 70 miles away. Yeah. You know, so it's like it was really isolated. We didn't get radio stations. We were too far from the big city to get radio.
That was the same kind of situation I grew up in Jackson, Minnesota. I mean, we finally did get a music store, and they had everything from stereos to a couple of guitars and some stuff. In fact, it's funny. It's where our Ellefson Coffee Company is located now.
That's cool.
In Jackson, cool. Yeah. We went in there and I went down in the basement. I went, wait a minute, I know this basement. There used to be a studio here. And I went, wow, how funny, the return, you know. But yeah, I get you. I used to have to go to Sioux Falls over to Music Land, which is 70 miles away, just to buy you know, buy albums and CDs and stuff. And so, wow. Yeah. So like the three of us are all like the small town kids, you know?
Yeah. I mean, one of those little towns I lived in during like the formative, like early teen years. I mean, it was a town of 400 people. There wasn't the grocery store was 40 miles, you know? Wow. So there was nothing. I'd sit at home reading liner notes in my tapes over and over again and reading the one magazine I got at the grocery store that week, you know? Yeah. So it just, you know, and, you know, wasn't internet. There wasn't that access back then. So it was just really, you know, I just dove into my own music world, and I wished back then I wanted to take music lessons so bad, but there wasn't anywhere to take them. There wasn't anywhere to buy an instrument. And so it wasn't until I got a little older that, you know, I dropped out of college to buy a drum kit and just went for it, and, you know, started playing drums when I lived in Santa Fe. So.
Well, you know, what's interesting about that too is, you know, you live in Hollywood. I moved to Hollywood 5 days after graduation. Thom moved from the Midwest. He lived in Hollywood. And it's funny how when I got there, I went, oh my gosh, it's like, I thought everybody there would be, I love that skit on Saturday Night Live, the Californians, right? I thought they'd all be like that, right? But it was funny how many people, especially right where I had moved to Sycamore and Hollywood, kind of like by La Brea and
that's I'm very close to that right now.
Yeah, 1736 North Sycamore. It's where me and Dave met. We started Megadeth right there. So, but it's funny, that whole street was, of course, most of those people went to what's now known as Musicians Institute. You know, there was a lot of people that came, but they were people from all over, just like the three of us on this chat right now.
Yeah.
You know, people from everywhere moving to Hollywood because, and it's an interesting thing when small town kids like us, if you will, move into the big city, and there's a passion, and it's like there's just we want so much more than to just touch it. We want to be it and be in it, and it's like I think there's a sacrifice that's made because we know what the other side looks like. I remember walking down Hollywood Boulevard in June of 1983 going, this town sucks. This is horrible. I can't believe I'm going to have to be this. But I just looked at it and went, I know what the option is. I'm not going to go home and run my family's farm. Like, that's not an option. Like, there is no option. There is no plan B. This is it.
There is no plan B. I still sometimes when I'm like pulling off of the Highland exit off the 101 and the palm trees and the Hollywood Bowl is there. Yeah. I've lived here for over 20 years, and I still sometimes pull off that exit and go, I can't believe I live in LA. You know, it's just I try to still always keep that perspective of being a 12-year-old kid that was so enamored by it. And I never want to lose that wonder and that excitement.
You know, that is a really good point. And I talk about that too, you know, about playing music, first of all, rather than working music, you know. And I always, you know, that mindset of like, wake up every day and get to do what we love so we don't have to go to work, you know, even though this is our profession and I guess it's considered work. But I am with you, keeping that same perspective of just, you know, just like what you talk about, wake up, reading the liner notes of my favorite cassettes or albums as a kid, and just being in love with all of that, because that is all of it. And even when we make Megadeth records, you know, or even me and Thom making our own records, you know, we got the liner notes, and I'll even read it now and just go, oh my God, that's right. I remember that guy. Oh yeah, I remember when we were working with that person, you know. And it's funny how they're historical. They kind of take you back in time. I look at my Cheap Trick or my Kiss records or Pat Travers or whoever it was I was growing up, and And it's like, wow, I actually worked with them. Wow, well, that booking agent actually booked us, you know, and it's kind of that moment of like, wow, I've kind of arrived, you know, and it's, so I know that feeling.
And here we are.
Cool.
So what? Wanted to throw in Jeff Buhner from the Loyal Order here for a second, just as we got a huge green room full of people waiting.
Yep.
So, but
hey, Jeff, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going? How's it going?
So
guys?
we just
Great job.
Ready for Dead.
Nice job.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, great singing. Good. You guys sounded good too. Somehow you didn't have the latency that the rest of us had.
I was concerned about, I wanted to make sure you had the whole, like, everybody involved, and I was worried about technology, and so I just thought, let's just, let's do it this way. And it was cool though, as all the guys came together and we did the social distancing, one take at a time. It was cool. It was great. Yeah, it worked out good. What a great thing we're doing here right now too. You guys are amazing, and
thank you.
It's just awesome. Yeah.
So tell everybody where they can find the band. We got to jump out here quick, but tell everybody where they can find the band on social media and on the web.
Just on theloyalorder.com, and also on Facebook, The Loyal Order, and you can check out stuff there. We got a single out to radio now, and it's going really good thanks to you guys. And it seems we got a bunch of ads this week, and it's looking really good. And so anyway, just find us on theloyalorder.com, and also Facebook, The Loyal Order. So it's really cool. And thanks for having me, guys. It's really awesome.
Nice.
Perfect. Thanks, Jeff.
You guys sounded great.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thom, we're getting a comment from a fan about where do I get the chair like you have?
Yeah, I know. I showed it. Yeah, I know.
Exactly. She's going, shh. I know a guy. No, wait. I know a girl.
You got to get one of these. You got to get one of those too.
You're so
That's
fired.
how I'm gonna go. That's how I'm gonna last for 9 hours right there.
You're so fired for sending Thom enough monster to keep him awake through the show.
Right. All right, Jeff.
What's
take
a girl
care,
to
buddy.
do? Nice.
All right. So now we got to welcome in our next guest. We got a couple people jumping in, man. We got our buddy Deason McDaniels, awesome hip hop artist. Also the Prince of Rock. Also, you might recognize him from our Sleeping Giants video, the son of the King DMC. Give it up. What's up?
There you
Nice. Nice.
Deason, how are you, buddy?
I am good. I am really good. I'm excited.
Where are you at?
I'm in New Jersey.
New Jersey. How are things there in New Jersey?
Well, from my perspective, pretty calm, I would say. It's not too hectic out here.
Yeah.
It seems like a long Sunday.
Yeah, it does feel like a Sunday today. It's Saturday here. It's sunny blue skies in Arizona, fortunately, but yeah, it does feel like a Sunday. We've got family. My wife and her family are from New Jersey. We have a place back there, kind of by LBI. So we have a lot of friends. We're in touch with a lot of people, and obviously we see a lot on the news about New Jersey right now. So we're glad you're safe and sound, man.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned before, Deason made a cameo appearance in our Sleeping Giants video behind me and his dad.
Yes, I was the demon.
He was the hype man. He was the demon hype man.
Thank you for doing that. That was fun, man. That was cool.
So tell us about your music projects, what you're doing, man. I followed D on Instagram, and he does a lot of really cool hip hop stuff. Tell us about what you're working on and what you're doing.
Well, as of now, I'm basically trying to get professional with it. I'm pretty freelance and go with the flow, but as I'm getting more seasoned, I'm realizing I have to actually put stuff together, and I can't just drop it and go on to the next thing. But I dropped a project probably 6 months ago called Earning My Stripes, because I'm still in the beginning phases. And that's actually, I have a song on there, Heat, with my dad and Bumblefoot, which is fire. So I think, look, no pun intended with that one. But guess more so I'm trying to find my sound per se, because I can do hip hop, but it's just not really me. I really think I'm really sensitive and intuitive with my lyrics. So I like to be more lovey-dovey. So now I think this is a good time, since I'm not really able to focus on the hype of what I put my attention to, because my Instagram feed is all hip hop stuff. Well, I don't even say hip hop, like all these new rappers, and you know how that is today. So I would get caught up in the glitz and the glamour of it and not really the art. So now that everything's basically shut down, I have more time to just focus on the actual music itself and be like you guys, like actual musicians and artists, and not just somebody that can, you know, perform and just go up there and entertain people.
Nice. And it's a good time right now too, with obviously all this exploration of these different digital platforms and video things to collaborate. And part of what we're doing here for our professional friends is hey, hook it up, man. You know, exchange digits, your emails, whatever. This is a good chance. And what is your Instagram or your main social media handle for the viewers to?
It's Deson McDaniels for everything, even DesonMcDaniels.com. You know, that has the one-stop shop. Everything is right there. Keep it trying to keep it simple as possible.
I was just stoked to ask Deson to get on here as his dad, man. I texted D and he said he'd do it, and I texted D2 and he said he'd do it. I'm like, we'll get them all on.
I'm not as good as he is. You know, he has.
Nobody is.
I'm new to the media.
He's the king for a reason.
Dad's got a little experience, you know. Experience it is, you know, you can only get that by doing it for a while. You know, so. You gonna jam something for us, or
you know, spit some bars? Come on.
Oh, I was not ready for that.
You don't have to.
I didn't know if you're set up for it. Yeah. We're inviting everybody. If you got a guitar, put it on. You got a turntable, you got some beats, do it, you know. So
speaking of a guitar, we got our friend Andre Como here.
Hey, buddy.
He has the guitar. I think he wants to play a little something for us. So Andre is our good friend. You know him from the first season of The Real World in New York City. He's also an amazing musician, was in a band called Rain Dance. And hi, Andre.
How's it going, Tom? Thanks for doing this. Hi, everyone. Hi, David.
What's going on, man?
Really thrilled to be a part of this. It's a great cause, and super excited about it.
Nice. Where are you at, by the way?
I'm in LA. I'm in LA on the east side.
Nice.
The Mount Washington area.
Nice. Now, how's everything there? We've got reports from Hollywood. How's everything out where you're at?
You know, things are holding up. You know, you wait in line to go to the grocery store, and you know, we're fortunate. Both my wife and I are working from home, and things are okay. So, you know, we're healthy, and that's the important thing, and we're well.
Nice. You want to jam? You look like you're ready to go.
Rock us a song quick.
Let's do it. Let's get some music going.
Of Andre's new EP, Wrong With Him, that's coming out soon.
Totally live. This is a song off of my new EP that's coming out on the EMP label group on the 24th of this month. This is called Son of a Gun.
Nice.
Not had enough, want some more. Turn it up, I'm not loud enough. I'm getting good just when the getting gets rough. I got a problem with the alcohol. I have a lot, want it all. Stone cold wired, I'm as high as the sun. Like I'm on fire, I'm a straight shooting son of a gun, 1,000,000-1. I beat the odds and I won. No comparison, no, I won't be outdone. If the phenomenon, I'll take on anyone. You see me coming and you better run. Yeah, getting better every minute am I. Spastic, fantastic, and electrified. Hay is for horses, I got a name. Half cocked and loaded, I'm feeling no pain. I can't contain myself, a story to tell. An acoustic whisper and electric yell. Burning you liars, I'm hot as the sun. Like I'm on fire, I'm a straight shooting son of a gun, 1,000,000-1. I beat the odds.
Andre Como.
That's killer. That's
Give it up
awesome,
for,
man. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
That was killer. Great energy.
Give it up, Andre Deason. Thank you guys. We got some more guests for bringing now. Thank you guys for stopping by.
Everybody.
Thank you for having me on.
Yep, TD.
Right, take care.
Do you have me bouncing out now too, and I'll see you guys later?
Yeah.
You want me to hang? I'll hang. Whatever you want.
Yeah, hang for a minute. We'll say hi to. We're gonna say hi to Kyle Sanders right now, our buddy from Hell Yeah.
There's a rock star. What's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, how are you?
Where are you at?
I am just outside of Atlanta in my home.
That's cool. Looks like you're inside of like a
bunker, a dungeon. That's
pedal.
dope.
Exactly. It actually is my rum dungeon.
Instead of a distortion pedal or something. It's awesome.
Exactly.
Hey, so how are things? How are things in Atlanta, man? What's the forecast there?
You know, it's slowly, like it kind of started in the city, how people were, started to take it seriously, and then until it really happens to you, or somebody it happens to, people didn't seem to be taking it too seriously. So it's been like a trickle effect, which I guess it's been that way around the country. But as far as us personally and my family, we just locked down. I mean, this is kind of like my way of life anyway when I'm off the tour. So do what we got to do and stay away from people and just take care of our own and get through it and get back to life.
Hey, so tell us here, you started at your own youth music school there, right? I think it's like a campus. Fill us in on that.
It's actually I started it. The grand opening was St. Patrick's Day of last year, so we just crossed our 1 year anniversary, and thankfully we got our 1 year anniversary show in. Like it was right before all this hit, it was like right when it started. So really thankful we got our bands to play that. But yeah, it's called Let There Be Rock School, and it's basically like I wouldn't even say youth. It's like a rock and roll community center, and it's all ages. Like we have an adult program, and actually right now it's pretty cool that we have our age range is 6 to 66. Like literally, that's the youngest to oldest students.
That's awesome.
Cool. Very cool.
That's very rock. That's cool, man. It's
When I first started, I kind of thought it would be more like teenagers. Like when I started getting into music, I kind of created something that I wish I had, but. It's going from, like I said, 6 to 7 year olds, like drummers and guitar players and bass players, all the way to like, teenage and then into older ones. So it's awesome. It's doing one-on-one lessons, and then we're putting bands together as well. And then once the band, we're trying to play shows, every like three and a half months or something like that, every like 12 weeks up until everything got shut down. But, yes, it's been going great, man. And obviously when everything happened, it's probably been 3 weeks now. We just got finished with we're doing all like Zoom, like another, meeting lesson platform, but we're doing all our lessons.
We don't talk about Zoom here. We just talk about WebEx.
Oh yeah.
I was good. That's what I was going to ask you is what your transition has been. If you've been able to use the online platforms.
Thankfully we were kind of nervous, because when you lose that face-to-face, that's what we really were, kind of thriving on, is getting together in a room with just one-on-one and doing lessons and then bringing the bands together and really, feeling like you're a part of something. So I was a little concerned when we had to kind of close the doors and do it online. But man, people were so thankful that at least there was some kind of normalcy that could keep on going and keep on taking their lessons and at least having some sort of interaction with your instructor or your bandmates. And like from the students to parents alike, everyone's like, thank you so much for finding a way to make this happen and have some sense of routine, because days are just, it's all the same day.
And that's exactly why we started the Schools Out initiative, for just that reason, to give kids a sense of normalcy. And that's kind of what this whole fundraiser is, supporting that initiative, giving basically our rock star friends are giving lessons to kids. We're giving them instruments, gear. And really, it's just about giving people something to do. And again, I've said that before, just a sense of normalcy in this really unprecedented, crazy time.
It is, because there's so much time in the day where people, I'm sure, are just going nuts, and they're looking. They always look forward to coming to the school, for that 1 hour, whatever it is, and we take that away from them. It's like you're just ripping the rug out from under them. So thankfully, we got the lessons going. Our hours are much more flexible now. We're like, whatever time we'll do a lesson now.
Right.
So we just
and also, it's another thing is. What you obviously got Hell Yeah, you've had a great career with that. There's also these times where, like, you're probably seeing too, a lot of our friends. I mean, look, there's big tours that people were on that they had to come home, they were canceled, things coming up in the future that are being pushed back. And I know for Thom and I, we literally just right as we rolled into the new year, we were just talking about really ramping up efforts for the foundation. And then all of a sudden this moment happened, and there was our call to action. You know what I mean? So you probably feel pretty good about having something other than just, oh my gosh, my tour got canceled. What am I going to do with my life? Right. There's something I think musicians our age, that we've had experience, we've built careers. It's nice to have some other things that we can, give back, of course, to students, but even help you probably have some staff and some people that you can continue to give a little bit of a sense of purpose to in a time when live touring is really in a state of flux right now.
Exactly, because all my instructors are active musicians, and some of them have day jobs, and some of them don't. Some of them rely on the school, So it's not only, for these lessons, not only for the students, it's for my guys too, and girls, because you take that away from them, and they have nothing. They have no income, So we're super thankful that we can still work. I mean, we've lost, I've lost a few students just for the time being because of financial reasons or age or, for a couple different things. But for the most part, we're still trucking along, and people are showing up and doing their lessons, and thankful for it. So we're super grateful that we still do this.
What are your web links that we can put out to people so that they can tune into what you're doing as well?
Yeah, the name of the school is Let There Be Rock School Georgia. There's actually a couple of them around the country. So letthereberockschools.com will take you to the main hub, and then you can branch off from there. But it's Let There Be Rock GA, on Facebook, Instagram, and website, and everything is on there. So yeah, check it out. And now with these online lessons, we can kind of spread our wings a little bit more and invite other people that aren't just in the community, and people want to just do online lessons with whether it be a rock star instructor or just an awesome musician to work with and kind of relate to.
Yeah, well, we might send some of our friends your way. If we need some instructors as well,
Absolutely.
So you've got several locations now that you've opened up with.
Yeah, the original one was my buddy Scott Marcerone. He started in St. Frederick, Maryland, just outside of Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe there's 5 now. It's like Frederick, right outside of Philly, West Virginia. My buddy Pepe, who plays drums with King, he has one in El Paso.
Nice.
And then a fairly new one that's in Fountain Valley, California, is the newest one. And like I said, I've been going for just over a year now. So it's pretty awesome, man.
Good for you, man. That's super, super cool. Great.
May I ask how many students do you have altogether? Do you know?
I have just over, right before this started, I crossed over 60.
Is that just at your location or?
Mine, yeah. All
cool.
Combined, man. I don't know. I bet you there's 3, 4, 5, like maybe 700 or 800.
So cool.
With all the schools, it's pretty awesome.
That's great, man. So what's up with Hell Yeah? How you guys doing, man? Condolences on Vin, and I'm so awesome to see you guys carry on with Roy and do the things you guys have been doing.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully we did get those couple tours, and they were really, really great. It was all U.S. and Canada, and then we were kind of trying to plan out the rest of the year. And I think just today they announced the postponement of the current tour, which I was looking at the calendar. I was supposed to leave in like 4 days.
Yeah.
And, and it was kind of based around all the big festivals that are happening in the springtime. So those like one by one are either postponing or just flat out canceling. So, I mean, who knows, man? I'm just prepared for anything and everything.
Speaking of which, I want to give a huge shout out to our friend Danny Wimmer, who does a lot. So I saw yesterday, Danny Wimmer presents an Aftershock. Every single festival he does posted the link to this and posted about it. So huge up to our friend Danny Wimmer, man. Thank you,
Danny. Danny was one actually let us come into his festival when we did Chicago Open Air, when Megadeth, Kiss, Anthrax, all of us were there. I think Korn was there too. And Danny was walking around with his Ellefson coffee cup. Not to get a shameless plug, but I have one here. I just found these in storage yesterday. I said, I should probably bring these home. So when I'm like, not like I'm driving anywhere with it, but I can sit around the house and drink coffee. But Danny he had his Ellefson coffee cup with him everywhere on that festival. And then he let us come in and have our coffee. Danny's been a big supporter with artists who have activations and different, branding of Maynard's wine, the Maiden Trooper beer, Ellefson coffee stuff. So we can't thank Danny enough for all that he's done for us. And for pushing out the links for our fundraiser this week.
And you can buy Ellefson coffee at ellefsoncoffeeco.com. Not another shameless plug. So thank you so much, Kyle.
Yeah,
We're going to jump.
I appreciate it, man.
You rock, dude. Thank you for stopping in, man. Yep.
Awesome. Rachel, thanks for stopping in. We'll talk.
You're welcome.
Check in with you a little
Thanks,
later.
Rachel.
I'll see you guys later. Cheers.
All right. Take care.
See ya. Bye.
And now we are going to welcome another good friend of both of ours. So David knows this man well. Tell me about Mark Weiss and how you met Mark Weiss.
Okay, so Mark Weiss, I knew his name as one of the big celebrity rock star photographers back in the 80s. He had shot, most of the big bands, Motley Crue, Rat, and he's East Coast based. There's kind of a couple of guys. There was Niels Lozauer on the West Coast, Mark Weiss on the East Coast, Ross Halfon over in London. These guys were these guys shot everybody, the biggest of the big. And they had always the biggest photos in Circus Magazine, Rock Scene Magazine, Hit Parader, the sources where I learned about music. And Mark, I'd always notice his name in there. And I remember the day came when Megadeth got to shoot with Mark, and Mark would come to a lot of our shows in and around the New Jersey area and shoot our live shows. And we put a lot of our stuff in Rock Scene. He now owns Rock Scene Magazine. So there you go. What is that one?
That's Mark's. That's Michelle and Mark's cool
Mark's bedroom.
Right? Exactly. So
nice. And he shot a ton of the Def Leppard stuff by Neighbors with John Bon Jovi. And so kind of that whole scene that was happening especially the East Coast. I mean, he was kind of the official correspondent, if you will, photographer correspondent of the 80s and into the 90s. So.
I mean, look, if you grew up in the 80s listening to rock music, you've seen Mark's photos on album covers, magazines, posters. I had tons of them. Look, I have tons of those posters hanging up in my room now still. So Mark has a new book coming out next month called The Decade That Rocked. And it's awesome, man. I've seen it. And I think he's going to share a little bit of it with us today. So give it up for our friend and yours, Mark Wise Guy Weiss.
There he is.
How you doing, dude? Hey, good. Everything's good over here.
Good to see you. How is New Jersey, man?
It's pretty calm, except for like about 10 minutes ago, there was these fire engines going around. I'm like, oh my god, I thought something was going on. And all of a sudden, I see the Easter Bunny on the front of the fire engine, waving to, I guess, everyone in front of their houses and stuff. So it was, it was an Easter moment.
It was a feel-good moment. Yeah. By the way, happy Easter, everybody. It is Easter Saturday. So it's weird. It doesn't feel like it. I must say, it doesn't necessarily feel like it because we've all been.
And Passover to our Jewish friends and brothers and sisters.
Yep, exactly. Thank you for that. And I know that desk. We were at your house, right? Isn't that the room in your house off the main room there?
This is where it all happens. I've been working at this desk for the last 7 years on this book.
Yeah.
And I can't believe it's finally done. And this morning the FedEx came with this box, perfect timing. I'm like,
let's see it. What do you got? What can you show us?
What can you show us? The Decade That Rocked.
Dude, that's awesome. So the decade meaning the 80s, I guess, right?
It starts from the 70s when I first got my camera when I was 12 mowing lawns. And then I have some Zeppelin in there, some Aerosmith, Frampton, what got me started. And then it really hits in 1980 to 1990. So that's the decade.
So it's funny, 80s, I remember Eddie Trunk saying it's kind of the 80s that was to us what the 60s were to a previous generation, right? It's like the old saying, if you remember the 80s, you weren't there,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Of everything. We're lucky to have grown up in that era. I mean, it's because it was just such a moment. There hasn't been one since. I don't know if there ever will be one like that again.
In the 80s, it's like all the people that grew up that are our age now and younger that were kids when they listened to all this music, they're still having fun with it. It's I feel like that era never really grew up, and they're really you go to the concerts and they're not these old people, and they're in their 50s and 60s now, but they have the spirit of 20-year-olds from back in the decade. Just something about that era really kept it going, and it's great.
It's interesting. Trans-Siberian Orchestra is that audience, right? It's to a large degree. There's a lot of people that are some boomers, Gen Xers. A few young people, of course, because it's a family night out, but it's interesting how they in a large way sort of captured, the big rock show at Christmas time, family oriented, but it's every time I go there, I get this, Paul O'Neill did such a great job of capturing the spirit of everything that you and I grew up in. And he's probably about your age, right? Kind of came to the late 70s into the 80s.
Absolutely, yeah. Me and Paul O'Neill kind of like cut cloth from Lieber Krebs back in the early 80s. So we both kind of started as kids, and it was like our offices, you know, or away from home. So like we were teenagers just getting there, and Lieber Krebs really helped us. Aerosmith and Ted Nugent, AC/DC. So these are all bands that I just fell into, Joan Jett, and you know, they were there, and then I just kind of grew with them, and then I met this one, I met that one, and came to this book, The Decade That Rocked.
You know, you took a picture of me over at the Capitol Theater on the Countdown to Extinction tour, and you captured such a moment. It was almost like I was in this Richie Blackmore pose where like my one foot, I was kind of up on my back foot. I wasn't slapping my bass with a cord like Blackmore, but it was this awesome moment. And it just, dude, it's indelibly just imprinted into my mind. In fact, there's sometimes when I'm on stage and I think about that moment, you know what I mean? And it was just, you captured. There's a thing about live photography, which you were just fantastic at. I shouldn't say were, I mean, are still. You just recently shot me and Thom's show last year. But there was a moment in that big arena rock setting. It's one thing, I'm a guy who just takes a picture. You take a photo, you know, and a guy like me who just snaps the button and just sort of captures that. But man, for you to capture the sweat and the movement of the hair and just that, there's that moment. And you shot on film back in those days. You know, now today digital is cheap. You know, it's free.
No, you had 36 chances to get the moment, and you know, and it cost like $30-40 to get the film processed.
Yeah.
So you really had to like take it easy. I mean, when I started getting more successful and I had some more money, I used to go crazy with the film. It used to cost me like $400 or $500, you know, shooting 20 rolls of film. But I just loved shooting it. But you had to change the film and stop what you're doing. You had 2 or 3 cameras. But capturing that moment, I mean, to me, it really is just pushing the button. But I like when I look through the camera, I just hunt around for moments, and I just keep looking, and with the corner of my eye. And you know, when you kicked your leg up there, I was probably there, and I kind of like grabbed it, and you know.
You see things that other people don't, that you can capture in a moment, because, you know, you taking a photo is like us recording a song. You're capturing a moment in time forever, you know. And the other thing that I found interesting, because I remember seeing like your name come up. I'd be back in the production office or something, and I'd see the list of guests and the list of people that Capitol Records, in our case, would send through of who's going to be photographing the show. And your name would come up, and it was like a special night. Oh shit, man! Mark Weiss is in the house. You know what I mean? It's like there are moments that you.
I was intimidating.
Well, just like you were a guy. You know what I mean? Like you know, you were a rock star as well, and it was kind of one of those moments where, you know, when you were in the house, it mattered. You know what I mean? And not that every other show didn't, but there was something special. And you know, obviously, there were kind of a lot of the bigger plays around the New York area where you were based. But you were also hired by various people, right? You were hired by magazines to come in and shoot as well, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I started getting my first one of my first shoots was with Van Halen was a Circus magazine. It was 1979 at Convention Hall in Asbury. And then, you know, it's my first time I met Eddie, and I took a backstage photo, and it's like, I was 19 years old, you know, and it's like, I took it. And then next time they went on tour, I got another assignment. I brought the pictures back, and I just kind of like built this relationship with these people to get where I wanted to do a cover of the magazine. So then Circus magazine eventually hired me to do an Ozzy cover. And that went well. And then I wanted to do album covers. I figured like that's the ultimate, because I knew like magazine covers, like in 30 days, they're off the stands and they're forgotten about. Album covers last forever. I mean, now it's in a digital format. I'm watching, you know, I'm listening to Sirius. All of a sudden I see Slippery When Wet or Dokken or Cinderella or any of my album covers, they pop up like 40 years later. It's like, it's amazing. And that's really what I wanted to do. I wanted to do album covers. I wanted to be with the bands. I wanted to party with the bands, hang with the bands, be their buddies, you know. Those are my friends. I have so many friends from the 80s, and it's still to this day.
So what are some of the album covers that you ended up doing then as you made that transition?
Well, my first album cover was Stay Hungry, Twisted Sister.
No kidding.
Yeah, the band called me up and said, the record company wants to use like a corporate guy, you know, someone that they didn't know.
Right.
And I guess the band saw my credit like you did, and saw my covers on Circus, and they said, you know, let's try Mark Weiss out. got on the phone with Mendoza. He had this idea with the, the bone and the whole thing and the room. Came up with it. They gave me a chance. I said I can do it. I built this set, and then the rest is history, And then once that Stay Hungry album came out, then the phone's been the phone's been ringing. I did The Last Command with Wasp, Docking Under Lock and Key, Cinderella Night Songs, Anthrax, I'm the Man.
Suicidal Tendency.
Slippery When Wet, all 5 covers. You'd have to see the book for that because it's a whole story in there. But
no, really, show us the book.
Wow, nice.
Show us the book. And Mark brought a friend with him. We got to get him in. So let's see some of the book.
Okay. Well, this is. Oh, I know what I'm going to show you. I'm going to be posting this tomorrow. Like, this is a funny story. So every year, maybe like I took this photo of Ozzy in the bunny outfit. I shot that in 1984, and I kept it in the closet in the archives for like 15, 20 years. I'm like, I can't let the Prince of Darkness, be out in a bunny suit. So I forgot about it. And like one Easter, I sent it to Sharon, and she posted it. I said, all right, Ozzy's out of the closet, the bunny closet. So now every year they post it. So, and this is the gatefold. There's 3.
It's a very different look than this one right here on the new Japanese metal hammer, right? Of Ozzy.
Yeah, right. From that to this.
That's awesome.
But
we're in there too.
Gatefold. So anyway, when this whole thing happened, I told my son, and I would come visit him because I've been like nonstop 24/7 on this. And I told him I'd come visit him in Florida with his son. He's got a 4-year-old, Jackson. And I finished the book, and I said I booked a flight, and then all hell broke loose, the Corona thing. And it was just a little thing, it was like a month ago, so it was just starting. And I even thought, should I go? Should I not go? And I even thought to myself, if I don't go, I might not have a chance. I might close the door. So I went down there, visited him, had a great time with him. And one of his friends introduced me to Clayton, who you're going to be seeing next, who was playing Bike Week in Daytona. And it got canceled. And then we never even met, but then we became friendly, and he played me some of his stuff, his album that he just has called Confessions. And then he showed me this song like the next day called Quarantine. And it was a rockin' song. I really like it. So I'm using my contact just like I did with Sebastian and Zach, 3 times a charm. So I feel he's got a lot of talent. I'm going to help him out as much as I can.
That's great.
And Clayton Sturgeon also sings in an amazing Nirvana tribute band. That's so dope. It's unbelievable. Like I watched the videos, and my mind it was like I saw Nirvana in the 90s, and it was like watching them on the In Utero tours. Everybody say hi to Clayton Sturgeon.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How's it going?
How are you, man?
You guys hear me?
Joining us.
Hey, thanks.
Now, where are you at?
Nirvana thing, man. It's Nirvana, a tribute to Nirvana.
There you go.
Nirvana. Where are you at? Where are you located?
I'm in St. Augustine, Florida.
Okay, you're down in Florida still. Okay, got it.
It's cool here. It's kind of weird because like we've been having the best weather ever, and it's like we're all in quarantine, and it's like the end of the world, but it's beautiful here.
Here too. It's beautiful outside. Like look at this. I'm in Wisconsin, and it's beautiful.
Wisconsin death trip.
Right? I got the gold record right back there for that. So I heard you might play us a little bit of a track, a song or something.
Yeah, I was going to go ahead and
let's do that.
Play the second quarantine song. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm living under a rock, yeah. I'm feeling like a lunatic, tick, tick, tock, yeah. But it ain't as bad as it seems. Stuck in quarantine. Finally, some time to do what I please. Waste my day catching up on sleep. It's time we flip this old routine. Stuck in quarantine. Let's party like the world might end and live this life with no regrets. try and tell me that I'm crazy. Yeah, I'll tell you how I'll plead. Temporary insanity, stuck in quarantine. Let's party like the world might end, live this life with no regrets. Let's do it like they do in New Orleans. Don't get me wrong, don't wanna die. We're here for a good time, a long time. Just do what we please, stuck in quarantine. Stuck in quarantine.
Clayton Sturgeon.
Thank you.
Give it up to Clayton. Mark Weiss's new book, The Decade That Rocked, coming out. Take care, guys. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for joining us. Good to see you again,
Go
Mark.
to thedecadethatrocked.com, and it's on Amazon.
Nice. Thank you.
And you can
I'm going to grab a
of,
copy. That's
you
great,
get a bunch
man.
of cool videos done by Melody Myers, who does all of our stuff for us, too. So big shout out to Melody. And
I have a new Instagram it's called The Decade That Rocked, and I just posted something on Dave Mustaine, and there's a group shot of you that I don't know if you're going to be happy with it.
Uh-oh. I might have to go look. Wait a minute. What is it? I'm going to go look at it right now.
Oh, my God.
Come on. You're busted. What is it?
Today was the first day that Dave got fired from Metallica, and that was the day in rock. So I did a post of him from it's a group shot.
It's on Instagram, Decade That Rocked?
The Decade That Rocked.
The Decade.
Yeah.
I just posted the link to the book on Amazon, too, in all the chat, if anybody wants to pick it up. So thank you, Mark, for joining us. Everybody say hi to our friend Dash Cooper jumping in to join us now.
Hello, hello. How's it going?
Hey, Dash. What's happening, buddy? How
What's
are
going
you?
on with you guys?
And look, it's Shandy. She's back.
Hey, she's back. What's happening there, Rockstar? How are you? Nice. We're going to make you play next, by the way. You're going to have to play something. And if you play by yourself, it doesn't even matter whatever key you're in. It's good. All right, I'm looking at this Instagram thing that Mark Weiss was just talking about. Apparently I don't see it. Maybe it's in his story or something. He was saying it was a not flattering photo. Anyway, we'll get to that in a bit.
Anyway, so what's going on with you, Dash? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. Just here in Phoenix. Everything's good.
So how's everything in Phoenix?
Oh, same old, man. Just staying indoors and trying to get this thing flattened out.
Right. Well, thank you for joining us, man. Your mom and dad are going to be joining us a little later, too, which is awesome. So Dash, if you're not familiar, Dash is in a band called Co-op, who are on our label, EMP label group. We put out their amazing record last year, had a bunch of hit radio singles and really killer stuff. The son of Alice and Sheryl Cooper, rock and roll royalty in our midst. The real Prince of Darkness.
Hey, you know what, Dash? I got to tell you something. We just pushed out something on the Megadeth socials the other day. Where is it? So it's this one right here. It's this Monsters of Rock right here, right? And it's this is from one this was from São Paulo. So it's Ozzy, your dad, Alice, Megadeth, Faith No More. And on that tour actually after that split off, Ozzy and Faith No More, I think, did one set of shows. And then the night before it was Alice and Megadeth, right? Yeah. So we flew around. Me and your dad got to hang a lot during that tour, flying on, across South America. And he was telling me first about his teen center, about the Solid Rock Teen Center, but he also talked about his brand new baby son named Dash. And he said, because your dad obviously being a big baseball fan, he goes, "Yeah, I wanted to name like a real star baseball player." It was just such a sweet moment. And then years later, people around town, I actually had some friends from church. They were saying, as I started working with Dalskin, they're saying, "Man, you should check out Dash's band. There's this new band called Co-op." And some people didn't even know you were in it. They just said, "There's this great band called Co-op around town. You guys should check them out for EMP label group." And then next thing you know, Thom calls me, goes, "Dude, so I'm working with Dash's band called Co-op." And I'm like, oh my God. So You were referred by many music aficionados here in town, so it's really been great to work with you and put your album out and all the stuff we've got to do the last couple of years.
That's been great.
What are you guys working on now? Writing some new stuff? What's the quarantine plan? I know you had some shows booked. Obviously, some of those are probably going away. What are you guys working on now in quarantine?
Yeah, we were actually supposed to do Arizona Bike Week last week. We were going to open up for Offspring, so that was going to be awesome. But I think they moved that down the road to October. So yeah, right now we're actually just working on a new album.
I saw you at Bike Week, I think last year, right? Wasn't it last
We
year?
were
2 years
there-
ago?
That was a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
That was like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great show.
That was a cool
Super
show,
good. Yeah. So you got the hard hat on, but no mask.
No hard hat. Yeah, man. It was like similar to your story. I was going through some storage boxes, found this beanie that Pauly Shore gave me when I was a little kid.
Good hat.
I don't know if you can see it. It says Wheeze on it.
Yeah.
You know, Wheeze the juice.
That's funny. Pauly Shore, you know, it's funny. I saw Pauly, I think probably 89 or maybe early 90, the band Giant. Shani, you might know them. Dan Huff. Was basically, you know, Toto was not only their day job is they were studio musicians, right? So Dan Huff and his brother David, bass player Mike Brignordello, they were like the generation behind Toto, and they by day jobs they were the session musicians in the studios in LA, and then they wanted to put a band together like Toto and have like a band that they could go out and play, and when they just put out an incredible record. And their opening act was Pauly Shore. And I remember me and Dave and Elvis and Megadeth, we went to go see it. And it was such a clever idea to have a comedian open a concert, you know. And God, he was funny. I mean, he was just hysterical. And what a cool guy. Then obviously the movies and everything that Pauly Shore became after that, you know. But that was one of his big debut shows, and he just knocked it out of the park. It was cool. So
I didn't even know it. I was looking the other day on old clips on MTV. He did an hour-long special with my dad during the, I think it was either the Trash Tour or the.
We did? Wow.
Yeah, it was like he was kind of like pretending to be like a PA and like doing some funny bits and stuff. It was really funny.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Nice. So what's going on? So you said you're going to be working on the new album now, right? Or you have been working on it?
We have been working on it. We've got about, I think, 4 or 5 songs done. And we're going to try and get to about, I want to say 12 or 13 this time. Yeah, we did 10 on the last album.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we're excited. Good. It's a good tone. It's good sound.
That's good. And now, of course, you know, hockey season ended. The world may not know you're a huge hockey fan. You and my son Roman talk all the time, like geeking out on hockey. And
absolutely,
we've been to some games together. And in fact, your song "Howl," the Coyotes used, right?
Yeah, they once in a while they'll use it when they're coming back on the ice in like the second or third period. So that's really cool. And I'm missing it a lot. But you know, there's a lot more important things right now than hockey.
Yeah,
and,
of course.
And I really hope, you know, even if they do some games where nobody gets to be in attendance, if we can just still watch it on TV, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, is it possible to do social distancing with hockey where like they have masks, they could be on the ice, but there's no audience members? Like
exactly.
Stands. I don't know. Is that even possible?
I mean, they're talking about the NBA doing something in Nevada, like in a bubble of like 3 casinos or something. So
yeah,
that would be weird.
It would be kind of weird. It would be weird. Yeah. Shane, grab your guitar. Shred something for us.
No, we got it. Go ahead. You can for a second. Jason Beeler's supposed to be here. He was in here.
Yeah, he's coming in.
Go ahead. Shred some licks while I find Jason Beeler. See, this is what I've been doing all day.
Van Halen for us while we get Jason Beeler in here.
Yeah. Everybody's wondering why I'm looking down all day, like I'm wrangling rock stars all day to get in here. And that is part of my charge here.
Should be able to go. We can just fire up and jam. Are you hooked into like a whole Pro Tools rig and a whole thing?
Oh yeah, you don't. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, where did Beeler go? Here, we'll look at this guy. We'll just say hi to him for a second while we wait for Beeler. Look, it's Troy Sanders from Mastodon.
Another Sanders brother who's also a bass player.
What's happening?
What's happening, brother? How are you?
Hey, Dave Ellefson.
What's
good
going
to
on,
see you.
dude? How are you?
I'm great, man.
I was hoping you would join us, you know, as we were talking to the Grammy people about this whole thing. And I was thinking about my Grammy Award-winning friends who have been kind enough to have them bestowed upon us. Your name came up right away, so thank you for joining us here.
Of course, man. I've been thinking a lot about you lately.
Thank you. How's everything? You're down in Tampa still, or what?
I did through like to get this down out of Logic, but I didn't get it.
That's okay, honey. Don't worry about
That's
it.
all right. Look, we'll hang out. So Shani, meet Troy, meet Dash Cooper. We all know Thom. So we've got Phoenix, Scottsdale, Las Vegas, Green Bay, and Troy. You're in Tampa, right?
I'm near Tampa. Yeah.
Near Tampa. Yep.
Yeah.
So what's going on in your world and with Mastodon and everything? What's happening?
Well, we've been spending the bulk of the beginning of this year working on a new record, which was growing great and is going great, but this little shutdown has stopped that. But it's okay because we've never had a timeline or any pressure to hurry. You know, things were flowing great, but when it's outside of your power, it's you can't really be upset at anything else except for just the circumstances. But there's so many positives that have come from this over the past couple of weeks. We've all really enjoyed the downtime because, as almost all of us here are aware, we're not as home as often as we'd like to be.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting turn, isn't it? I mean, I thought the same thing. It's like I'm usually home for about 3 weeks and I'm back out the door for 5 or 6 weeks, and then you're home for 3 weeks. You know, so you're just settling in, and then you got to leave, and it takes a while to re-enter the atmosphere of kind of home life. And where do you guys work? You guys work in Atlanta, or where's your operation based?
Yeah, we have. So we're still based out of Atlanta, and the other 3 guys still live there. But we bought a building 2 years ago that we rehearse in, and we have a recording studio in there with 15 or 16 other rooms that we rent out to other bands in the Atlanta area. It's a place called Ember City because Atlanta was hurting for rehearsal spaces.
Yeah.
So we got into that. So yeah, we're up in Atlanta all the time.
Nice.
So the power at Jason Bieler's house just went out, just to update you guys. So that's why the Baron is not here. So maybe we'll just tie him in later. So
wait, where's the Baron? Is the
He's
Baron?
in Atlanta. He's in Atlanta. Jason lives in Atlanta. No, he's not. He's in North Carolina. No,
he's a Charlotte guy.
Carolina, Charlotte. He's in, exactly. He used to be in Florida. He used to be in Miami. Now he's in Charlotte. Thank you.
I need to see that guy again, man. He was funny at the playback.
He's great. He's amazing.
What a hoot.
Dude.
Man, that guy he's hysterical, isn't he?
I really like that guy.
Yeah, he's cool.
Super cool.
I hope to run into him.
We did a great event. It's funny, the playback music expo that we did in Tampa was great. It was great that you were able to be there. Plus who was there from the Grammys? He was from
Lee Whitmore was there, and
Lee was there.
The gentleman.
But who else was there? There was somebody else from the local chapter.
Yeah, you're going to put me on the spot and make me look like a jerk.
I can't remember either. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah,
but the head of the Florida
chapter, Kenny.
Florida chapter,
Kenny Cordova. Kenny Cordova. Thank you. Kenny, and they sponsored. Yeah, we did the PBX Playback Independent Music Expo. We actually did a really cool all-star bass story with Ted from Korn, Troy, Kyle, Bumblefoot, Beeler, Dirk. It was awesome. That was a really good time.
Dude, you rocked the most violent version of God of Thunder ever.
Awesome.
That was fun.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's like it's funny. God of Thunder is not an easy bass line to play because of the syncopation of it against the guitar, right? Because you kind of hear the guitar and the drum.
Yeah.
Johnny, you probably know it, so you can play along. and it's, but you guys, especially with the two of you together, you and Kyle together, speaking of bass players, it's got really heavy now. There's Chris Cale from Five Finger Death Punch.
Yeah, from Five Finger Death Punch.
How we doing? Good to see you guys. Happy to be here. Thanks for the invite. Looking forward to doing some sessions with the kids out there.
Nice.
How you guys doing?
Dude, we're good. What's happening in Las Vegas, man? Meet Shani. She's right over on the other screen with her guitar. She plays over in the Michael Jackson Cirque du Soleil show over at Mandalay Bay. So she's your neighbor down the street.
Nice.
I'm Thom.
How are you, Thom? Good to see you, sir. I know Dave.
Yep. You know Dash Cooper up in the corner there with the yellow hat. Yeah. So Chris, what's been going on? I've been following your. Not only do we chat pretty regularly anyway, but I've been following your expeditions up to Utah and hiking and everything else you've been doing.
Oh yeah, I've been trying to do social distancing the best way that I can. And that's getting away from everybody, hiking out on trails as much as possible. The national parks are kind of shutting down now, though. So luckily, my girlfriend Maurice has a 4x4 Toyota Tacoma, and we're able to get out in the middle of the desert and find trails that aren't the easiest to get to. So yeah, got the new puppy over here. She's sleeping. I don't want to wake her up, but
yeah, let sleeping dogs lie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She's about a 4-month-old French bulldog, and is quite the trooper out there on the trails. She's doing really good.
I always like it when all of us tough guy, heavy metal guys go, yeah, me and my dog, and they're like as big as a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
You know, it's right.
You got to tone this down somehow, you know.
Exactly.
So look, so we'll be checking back in with Chris later. I just saw him hanging out. So we have this like kind of off-stream green room backstage. That's so cool. Like literally right now in this room is Jason McMaster from Dangerous Toys. I mean, there's a ton of, so I just keep seeing everybody hang. They're kind of just sneaking in here, kind of creeping. So I'm just sticking them in. So we'll be hearing from Chris a little bit later too. So he's going to come back when Craig Gass is here and chat with us again a little bit later too. So
I'll be right here. Good to see you guys. I'll be sticking out listening.
Thanks, Chris. We'll catch you a little bit.
Let's everybody, we're going to say goodbye to Dash Cooper and now too. And my buddy PJ Farley from Trickster and Raw is going to be joining us. So cool. Dash Cooper, good seeing you, buddy.
See you guys later. Happy Easter, everyone.
Cheers. Thank you. Happy Easter, Dash.
There
he is.
I made
Hey, buddy. What you doing?
Hey guys, girls, how you doing?
Where are you at? Where are you located?
I'm in New Jersey.
New Jersey. Nice. Yeah. Nice. You got some gold records on the wall. What are they from?
One is Trickster's gold record. Actually, two of them are Trickster's gold record.
I used to have one of those. I used to have a Trickster gold record from I don't know what happened to it. I had it. I used to run a bar and it was hanging up in there. I never saw it again. I'm pretty sad. It was one of my I didn't even know where I got it. Somebody gave it to me. Somebody who worked at MCA. I saw it and I freaked out because I'm such a nerdy Trickster fan, as you know. He's like, dude, you want it? I'm like, it was like in his garage. And I'm like, yes. And I proudly carried it everywhere I went for like 5 years.
Now, one of the reasons you can tell you've been in the record business a long time is because right under it, you have an Ampex Gold Reel Award, right? That's when we pre-Pro Tools, before things were done in computers, we actually used to record on tape. Exactly. And Ampex would send those to you, and they had like a really nice saying on it, something to the effect of, a piece of tape means nothing until the artist puts their creative art on it or something. It's a really nice saying that they had. And it's funny, a company like Ampex, are they even in business? I mean, like a tape company? I mean, it's
a good question. They probably are in some format.
Oh yeah, people still use tape. I mean,
it's like Eastman Kodak,
A lot of people record their drums on tape, on analog still, and then do everything else digital. It's a lot of people still record. The analog purists still record on tape.
Yeah. Thank God for 3M.
Right?
Scotch tape.
So I think PJ is going to jam a song for us from his new solo record that's coming out. I think that's fun, right?
Let's do it.
Yeah. Actually, I just wrote this last week.
There's a lot of people representing Jersey. You're right.
Yeah.
Like everyone else, man, we're stuck in here. And I was just jamming. I'm in my room here, and my wife's in the kitchen, holding classroom over there with the kids, and I just song about just processing everything that's going on here. And man, it's like when we come out of this, we're really going to take things a little bit more slowly and just kind of drink it all in a little bit better. And so this one's called Slow, and that's I'm in the middle of doing another solo record, so now this one's going to go on it. So forgive me if I mess it up. It's new, so I really don't know.
Great, let's do it. Let's hear it, man.
We'll make it shine, we'll make it last.
will slow it down. Those kids are getting what they should. Coffee table, classroom, and a life understood. And we all learn to breathe as we count up to 3. It's okay now. It's okay now. 'Cause I don't think we had it right. I don't think we had it right. This time we'll slow it down. This time we'll slow it down if we can. I don't want to leave a thing behind, so maybe now. This time we'll slow it down. When we look back, here's an important we take away that's gonna last. Learn to live in ways we reach beyond our grasp. There's nothing in this world that's guaranteed. Ripping guitar solo here.
Got my candle.
This time we'll slow it down. This time we'll slow it down if we can. I don't want to leave a thing behind, so maybe now. This time we'll slow it down.
Dude, yeah, man.
DJ Farley,
That is
man.
awesome. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, man. That's cool. And Bumblefoot gave you a shout out as you were starting. So,
My man.
yeah, man.
Jersey
Bumble's your neighbor, I guess,
represent.
right? Right down the street from you, probably, right? In Jersey?
Yeah, we're about now. I mean, I'm down South Jersey now. I was up in North Jersey for about up until about 3 years ago. We're about 45 minutes away from each other.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice, man.
We got a lot of Jersey on this show. Bumblefoot, you. We got all the Clerks, Marilyn Ghigliotti and Brian O'Halloran and Scott Schiaffo, all the guys from Clerks tonight. I mean, there's a lot of Jersey representing on this show, man.
Yeah.
Woke up this morning.
It's so funny that you sang that song because that's exactly what Troy was just talking about this moment of just shutting down and kind of being home, being away from, us musicians, we tend to get very kind of into our world. Our whole world is about celebrity and the spotlight and, just kind of that whole thing that, it is what it is. It's just part of what our world is.
Yeah.
And like you said in the lyrics of your song, sometimes those closest to us and around us, they sometimes get the least of us the last. They don't always get the best of us first, where our audiences often get the best of us and they get that first. That's what we're required to do on stage is be at our best. And sometimes we come home and we kind of dragging our bottoms home, So that was great, man. That was a cool lyric. And it was great with exactly what you just said, Troy, So thank you.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think that's one of the many things of good that'll come out of this.
Yeah, totally. It's just enjoying what you have and like, all right, we're just so used to being home. Right, I'm home now, and I gotta go do this, I gotta do that, I gotta take it. It's like,
yeah,
man. And now we're home, doing the things that we wish we could do.
Yeah, exactly.
I've had more of my rock star friends say that to me in these conversations since this happened. It's like, all you guys, I talk to David, all you guys, you're always moving, you're always on the go. And it's like everybody's kind of enjoying the pause and the break. It's like kind of getting to spend some time at home. And look, we've been trying to do more with this youth foundation for 2 years since we started it. And it's like the universe said, you know what, everything else you do doesn't matter. This is it. And this is what we've been doing, is really focusing on this initiative and the Youth Foundation and the great stuff we do with the Grammy Music Education Coalition. Just thank you guys all for supporting, and everybody out there who's tuned in and watching us. I mean, it's really been an awesome, I mean, you know, I think everybody's doing their best to make the best of a weird situation, you know?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, Shani, I remember when you and I were first chatting about this, you had mentioned something about, you said, I'd stay up till 5 a.m. playing guitar anyway. And that was one of the things that when Thom called me, I was literally at the Fry's grocery store, probably buying toilet paper and whatever else was, you know, end of the world shut down, you know what I mean? And my wife's shopping and I'm on the phone, like always, you know, she's taking care of real stuff. And I'm over here dreaming up dreams with Thom, you know, and he's like, dude, we should start giving some lessons. And that was when I started reaching out to all of you guys and saying, hey, how do we do this with this initiative, the Schools Out initiative? And you know, it is that thing though, isn't it? And that was one of the things we wanted to do when we reached out to, you know, put this up for the students, was that, because we know what it's like. We are those kids, right? We're the teenagers, the kids that were in school with, my case, it was Kiss and Cheap Trick records, or whoever it may be that we were listening to at that time, focusing on that dream, you know, practicing, working on it. But it's like, I grew up in Minnesota, we had snow days, you know, and Thom, you probably did too in the Midwest, when your blizzard would come, like, yeah, snow day, you know, and you go down the basement and practice. But after about 2 or 3 snow days, you're like, dude, I'm losing my mind. I've got cabin fever, and, you know, and you can't wait to sort of get out from that. So, you know, that was our aim with this initiative, is to keep people focused, especially students who are into music, keep them focused and you know, keep the disciplines up and everything that it takes in order to become the musicians we have right here on this thread, you know, right now. So.
Awesome. Well, we're going to say goodbye to Shani for now. We got to make some room for other people.
Thanks for hanging with us, Shani. Appreciate it. Yep.
We'll see you again later.
Yep. See ya.
So you guys can keep talking. Now it feels so much more masculine now.
I feel like, well, it's funny how there's just a lot of people hanging, and it's nice with this.
Oh, it's so cool.
But it's nice with this platform because, like, Thom, you can kind of see who's in the green room, if you will. It's like that. What was that show? That Craig
DJ is dreamy.
What is the show? He has a talk show, and he had that where he'd go down the hallway and he'd open the door with the camera into the green rooms, and then he'd start, you know, sort of have like a little shout out from him in the green room. What was that show? It was like the late show.
Late show. I don't know. Something with late and show.
I don't know. But anyway.
Hey, look at that.
You know what I'm talking about. Another Jersey boy.
Mark Rizzo from Soulfly.
Hey.
Speaking of Jersey. Hey.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, buddy. What's happening? How are you? Oh, I got coffee coming in.
Here, we might as well get this guy in here too. Look, let's get Opus in here too. There's our drummer from the Bass Story and all the stuff we did, and Vultures, and Opus Lawrence from Dead by Wednesday. Dude, everybody loves PJ. They're talking about how great you smell, how dreamy you are.
I'd argue good.
So
Jim
go ahead, Christian. What are you gonna say?
Jim got a thunder with that guy.
We did.
That's right. Yeah, you and Troy jammed. Yeah, at the playback music event down in Tampa. You're right.
Yeah, it was a magical moment.
Yeah. Dude, one of the best drum grooves ever of all time. I mean, so simple, but yet just inventive and clever.
Underrated there for sure.
Super cool. Super cool. So, Christian, what are you doing up in Connecticut, man? How are things?
Cleaning the refrigerator, painting the outside deck. You know, all the stuff that I can't do when I'm going crazy with you guys. Yeah.
Nice. You know. Nice. How about you, Mark Rizzo? What are you doing?
I'm home doing a lot of housework also, and making a lot of videos too. You know, I've been doing my new Twitch channel and Patreon, if I'm saying that right. Instagram.
We're on Twitch right now.
How are you liking that? Yeah, we just got started with Twitch. This is actually streaming over at the Grammy Music Education over at their Twitch. We actually just started a Twitch. You know, we're with Herman Lee, both on the Mega Cruise, and me and Thom were with him over at KK Downing's place when we did that show, over at the Steel Mill. And man, Herman's just killing it on Twitch, right?
That's what I heard. Yeah, so I figured I'd give it a try too. It seems pretty cool. I love just sitting home playing guitar. Yeah, so it's perfect.
How about Patreon? Patreon's cool as well?
I just got on that. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not too good with all this stuff, but I'm working on it. So hopefully I get there.
Yeah, well, you'll figure it out,
bro. Ask our kids how to use this stuff,
right?
Yeah.
So look, so I just want to get Opus to jump in here and say hi. We're gonna say goodbye to Opus, and we're gonna bring in another of our friends.
Good to
Opus,
see you, buddy.
we'll check in with
Thanks.
you later.
Thanks, Opus.
Awesome, brother.
This is a trip, man. This is a
Elias from Nonpoint.
What's up?
Hey, buddy, down to Florida.
What's up, guys? I'm actually up in the Midwest now.
Are you really?
Yeah.
You're up in Arts. You're in the Midwest Metal Mafia now.
Indeed, sir. Indeed.
Where are you?
I'm in Kalamazoo.
Wow.
Yeah, the funnest city to say.
No, but Kalamazoo's got a great history. In fact, there's a book I was just reading. I don't have it here. It's called The Birth of Loud, and it is a great book. It's about the race between Leo Fender and Les Paul to create and invent the electric guitar.
Oh, that's awesome.
Race. Oh, dude, it is a read for everybody here and anybody watching. It is an amazing book. It's called The Birth of Loud.
The Birth of Loud.
Yeah.
So just to recap for everybody listening right now, we got David Ellefson, Troy Sanders from Mastodon, PJ Farley from Trickster, Mark Rizzo from Soulfly, and Elias Soriano from Nonpoint. I'm Thom Hazaert. So for everybody at home, just so you know what you're listening to.
Here it is, right here.
There it is.
Nice.
Very cool.
That's the one. So it just made me think of it because of Kalamazoo, because Gibson Guitars was located in Kalamazoo for a stretch at a point in time. So every time, one of my best friends growing up, Greg Hannibal, when we were jamming, he bought a Gibson, and it was sort of a knockoff, and it was called the Kalamazoo, right? And I remember, so that was when I studied. I finally learned about Kalamazoo, and I remember Megadeth. I remember playing in Kalamazoo. And that's like some little kind of minor league hockey arena or something like that up there, and
yeah,
all
the
I could think of,
Wings Stadium.
Is that what it is? Is it
Wings Arena? Yeah,
it's like their farm team or something, right?
Yeah. They got it's a great city. They got great food there. It's a college town, so a lot of young blood there. I know bands go through there every once in a while. It's a great city. I love living up here.
Great rock town.
Yeah, very cool. Troy, have you played up there before? You've been up to Kalamazoo?
Yeah, I was just trying to think of the venue's name.
Good to see you, Troy.
Nice to see you as well. But yeah, we've been to Kalamazoo, and it is fun to say.
Yeah.
It's fun to say.
Does anybody else keep getting the urge to sing Bob Seger every time somebody says Kalamazoo? I gotta go to Kalamazoo. Like that's all I can.
You actually do that pretty well.
Thank you. I actually have I have a Bob Seger tribute band when I'm not singing for you.
That's one of the requirements for being from Michigan. You have to know every lyric to every Bob Seger word.
There's like a test when you move there. You're like, all right, sir, you're gonna have to fill this out in triplicate.
Bob Seger truly is the Bruce Springsteen for the Midwest.
Indeed.
Right?
Indeed.
I mean, when you listen to like his greatest hits, you're like, man, this guy was the guy. It's funny. I remember as a kid, like Night Moves had just come out, and I remember going to see Kiss the first time in like February 1977, February 6, 1977 at the Met Center. And I remember Night Moves came on, and like, the whole place was just like erupting, with, and I was like, dude, this guy's a god, and I was only 13. I didn't even know. All I knew was Kiss, but then later in life, as I started to hear, in fact, I remember when he got signed to Capitol Records, Bob Seger had just dropped a record called Like a Rock. And they had these little foam rocks all around. Remember when record labels used to be able to make these
stuff? Yeah, they did that for us too.
They can't afford to do that anymore.
No,
but back in the glory days, they made D-Pros and all these fun little things, and then Bob had like these foam rocks. It was like, that's pretty freaking metal right there, man. You get a rock.
It's amazing how many hits that guy's had. I mean, his greatest hits is like a four disc.
Yeah, right.
48 songs.
So what are you working on these days? What are you up to?
We're putting together this Alive and Kicking. We were dark, trying to take a step away to write some new music. We got stuff coming in the future here. As soon as things kind of start to settle down and we start gauging what the hell's going to be happening around us in the world. But we were dark.
We are doing some coffee together. We're doing some.
Yes, we are indeed. But a lot of our fans were like, "Where's Nonpoint? Where's Nonpoint?" So we got together and came back and decided to bring back an old favorite, do an acoustic version of Alive and Kicking, do a hashtag Stay Alive and Kicking, trying to help people remember, wash your hands, keep them off your face, keep your distance, flatten the curve, all that good stuff. But outside of that, we're just leaning on our fans and trying to help them. We're probably going to put together a fundraiser ourselves soon just to help local community food banks and get PPEs to people. I know there was this young man who was going to hotels and asking them who have actually face masks and stuff for their cleaning crews. And since they're all closed down, they're collecting a lot of that stuff. So we're going to try to get one of our fan groups together to start picking up stuff and, dropping it off to hospitals and, just trying to get involved, man.
Let us know how we can be helpful to you in any way on that through our foundation. It's interesting how so many different foundations are able to work together, at least even just spreading awareness and all that kind of stuff. It's funny. Did any of you guys get the Diodario newsletter where they're actually, they own, is it Remo Drumheads, where they're actually now making face masks?
Yeah.
They've shut down a couple weeks ago. Diodario shut down their operation. Of course, they are a almost century-old manufacturer of guitar strings and all kinds of different musical instrument products. And they're actually making those face guards now. They're using their manufacturing resources to make face guards.
That's outstanding.
Isn't that amazing? Super
That's
cool.
great.
Yeah. So that was really cool.
Yeah, it's really. I think it's just about spreading, the awareness and letting people know. Even honestly, man, my neighbors weren't really getting it, and eventually my wife had to lay down hey, my daughter has asthma. Please, social distance. People are. You never know who you can affect, and if this isn't a time to notice what kind of ripple effect you can have on other people, it's now, man. So
even just going to the store, man, you go to the store, you don't see anybody or touch anybody. When you come in, you bring all that back in with you. It's like you got to strip naked in your driveway and in the house.
Yeah.
Wash the clothes and do the whole thing. Take a shower, wash your hair. The whole thing. Yeah.
It's the new routine. It's the new routine until it gets figured out. So, the faster we can all kind of get on the same page, I feel like the sooner we can get back to the new normal, whatever that's going to be when it does happen.
Yeah. And you're right. I think it's a new normal. I don't think it's, I saw somebody post something on social media, said, when we do find, when it's all ends, what is the part of normal that you really want? And what's kind of the part of the normal you're kind of glad went away, in these transitional times like this. And it kind of makes you think about that. It's like, there are some things that, having these moments where we're at home with family, and
that's a good new normal.
Right. That's a good new normal, and again, like we're talking, especially us rock and rollers,
always gone,
always gone, and, our wives and significant others are at home kicking ass and holding down the fort for us. And then that reintegration, we come back home and, I'm constantly reminded of, you've got everybody waiting on you everywhere. We've got people always helping you out everywhere. And I'm just me by myself, and it does make you stop and realize, it's like, there's a lot of those things that we lead a life of Brian, if you will, where we get a lot of people that are always at our disposal to help us with things. And so for us musicians, in fact, when Thom called me to start the Schools Out initiative, that was the first thing that I noticed when I was reaching out to, all of us, our community, our tribe here of professional musicians is, a lot of people are going, they were freaking out too. I think there's a perception that somehow we're not human and we're above worldly discomforts, but all of a sudden everybody's going, man, tours are going to cancel, record dates are being pushed back. Troy, we had the same thing. Me and Dirk were supposed to be in Nashville a couple of weeks ago, cutting tracks on the Megadeth record, and suddenly that all got pushed back, kind of indefinitely, obviously, until the storm pass was here, So a lot of people out of work, unemployed, and kind of just,
You're looking at him.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So with our Schools Out initiative, one of the things, that we're doing is, working to employ people, to put them to work, giving lessons and working so that the lessons always remain free to the students. But through this fundraiser, we're able to raise some funds so we can put some professional musicians to work, to be employed, giving lessons and fulfilling that, you know. So
my wife had a really good point when we were discussing, hey, what do you think the future of everything is going to be? When as far as things swing one way, they swing twice as hard the other way. I'm hopeful. I'm a very optimistic person, so I'm hoping that, her prediction of, people are going to be starved for music. They're going to be starved for shows. They're going to want to get back out. When it does happen, it's going to happen. And, all I would say, just in simple thinking and thinking about my fellow musician, and especially people in the rock genre, is if there was any time that we come together, it's now. And that goes for our touring situation, is that everyone's going to be gunning for the same clubs, the same festivals, the same arenas. And we really need to band together, make our bills larger, bring people maybe more of those all-day events where they can get a little bit of social distancing, but also too, a lot of these clubs are going to be closing. Once we come out of the other end of this, a lot of clubs will be closed. So, I would say, think about, as you think about the future of what you're going to do with your touring business, to play with the idea of bigger bills, longer nights, starting earlier, ending a little bit later, and bringing some of those bands that you always wanted to take out on tour and making, an event of it. And I feel like, if we all start coming together, there's going to be, everyone can eat, everyone can work, everyone can keep going. All of our bands can get back out there and not, be fighting against each other's business on if we work together. So if you see somebody going out, you feel like you can join up, think about it. Right now is the best time to come together.
That sounds super cool. Yeah, great thinking. And I think a great time to start the Kalamazoo Quarantine Festival.
This is it right here.
Here it is.
I'll head up to you and get it going.
Here it is. We're always down. The band has been talking about it. We're getting ready to when this all comes together, to start putting feelers out and putting together some stuff. So let's spread the word amongst the community and let's help each other out.
That's cool. Thank you for that. That's wonderful. Yeah. Good. Yeah, in fact, I actually saw something Live Nation had pushed something out about that. I know Megadeth were donating some T-shirt sales and things to that for crew members. There's a whole, we're obviously the famous faces that people see on the stage, but there's all of our staff and crew and so many other people that are just unemployed, We're actually making a shirt that says "Stay Alive and Kicking" on the back of it, and some of that proceeds is going to go to some of our fan group people that are hard up right now, some of our crew that are going to be out of work and not, that we even planned on taking out. So for every 4 or 5 faces you see on the stage, there's about another 15 people.
Yep.
that go
Absolutely.
That, so.
Absolutely.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you guys for jumping in and joining us. We got some more killer stuff. So again, Kyle Sanders, Elias from Nonpoint, Mark Rizzo, PJ Farley. Mark, you're awful quiet over there. Got anything else to chime in on? Why don't you guys plug your socials? Hey, there's a bunch of radio stations and people who are just listening. Plug your socials. Tell everybody where they can find you one at a time.
I've got none.
I was just going to say, Troy has, this does not apply to you. He has no social.
Every time I try to tag you, I go,
God bless you.
God bless Mastodon.
I think Mastodon has a Twitter. I think that's it.
That's so wonderful. God, what an easy life. I know you.
No wonder you're so relaxed.
I'm just PJ Farley on everything. Just put it into somewhere. There's no funnier name than PJ Farley. There's no clever thing to it. It's just PJ Farley on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff. Usual.
Awesome, buddy. Well,
yeah, mine's Nonpoint Band, Nonpoint Vox, or Nonpoint something. Just go to it, and we'll be hitting you guys with some new stuff soon.
Mark, same thing. Mark at Mark Rizzo.
Yeah, everything's Mark Rizzo, and I'm doing live feeds every day, just jamming and hanging out, talking to all the fans. So
perfect. Yeah,
it's easy.
Good.
Thanks, guys. All right, thanks, PJ. We're gonna do some shuffling.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Much love, guys.
Safe.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, we got Carmine.
Carmine, what's happening, brother?
Hey, dude, how you doing?
Great, man. How are you?
Good. I'm in Connecticut.
Nice. How are things in Connecticut up there?
Beautiful day today.
Is it?
Yeah, it's about 60 degrees, and we got a new dog too, but he's only 9 weeks old.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Small little dog. You know, it's so funny. It seems like the weather's beautiful everywhere across the country. All of our friends in the East Coast that we've been talking to, West Coast as well. Scottsdale, of course, is always a sunny day here.
Yeah.
So last time you and I played together, I think it was at the Ronnie Montrose Remembered event.
Yes.
Out in during NAMM.
The NAMM show. That's right.
Yeah. That was cool. What else have you been up to here recently?
Well, I got I re-released my Guitar Zeus album. You can see that.
Oh yeah, nice.
And it's got everybody on there. On this particular CD, I got Bumblefoot, who you talked about before, Richie Sambora, Steve Moss, Brian May / Neil Sean, Yngwie with Doug Pinnick, John Norum, Vivian Campbell, Mick Marge and Edgar Winter. That's a funny match. Zach Wilde and Ted Nugent. And it's I did this album in the 90s, and funny enough, we had a song called Code 19.
No way.
That we wrote it in 1997, and the opening line is, "It feels like I'm living in a movie."
Wow.
Right? Wow. And it's all similar to what's going on. Kelly Keeling wrote the lyrics, and he was my co-writer. He was in Blue Murder and Baton Rouge, and great talent. So I released this on my own label, as you have your own labels. I have my own little label, and never got it released properly in America. So we've done it now, and it's actually getting some mileage. You know.
Where can people find it if they want to go buy it? Where can you get it?
You can get merchnow.com. You can go Amazon. You go to my website, carmineapiece.com. I have CDs, vinyl, and it's all on Spotify. There's 32 tracks on Spotify.
Yeah, nice. You know, I just remembered you and I were supposed to go to South America and do that Metal All Stars tour. I remember we were literally chatting and emailing. You were really the musical director. You were putting the whole thing together.
I got as far as the flight. I took the flight with Ross the Boss from New York.
Yeah.
And I got to the Miami airport, and my doctor said, so I'm not a young guy, he said, "Man, you got high blood pressure. You're going to go 15,000 feet. I don't think you should go." So I was like right there, ready to get on the plane. And I called my brother Vinny. I said, "I'm not going. Take over."
Yeah, and you know he did a wonderful job in your absence. You were definitely missed. In fact, I remember that email about that. And it's funny, I flew through Miami, and then me and Jeff Tate from Queensrÿche, we became travel buddies on that whole thing. But yeah, you were definitely missed on that one. Of course, it was a little chaotic as
I heard. Yeah, Vinny told me it was Zach. They just did some long jamming and.
Oh my gosh! I remember it. Well, and the city you're talking about is in La Paz, Bolivia, which literally is when you land. I think you're at 14,000 feet in the air. And then you go down into the city to 11,000 feet. You actually descend down in, but it is brutal. It
is brutal. Yeah, it was brutal.
I
didn't go. I was looking forward to going because I was talking to everybody on the tour.
Yeah,
it was a lot.
Everybody were talking to the legendary Carmine Appice.
A piece.
Is it? I know it.
It's a piece. Vinny's Appice.
So he's your brother, but okay, all right. A piece. I like that better, honestly.
Well,
I always thought Appice was weird.
I used to be Appice. In 1976, when I joined Rod Stewart, he said, "Man, you're like 5 different people. A piece, Appice. What do most people call you?" And most people call me a piece, and I used to correct them. So we went with a piece, and then I was at Ludwig Drums at the time, and Ludwig did a big ad in all the magazines, everything. Everyone wants a piece of a piece, and it made sense.
I remember that. I remember that ad, actually. Yeah.
By the way, the drums, it's Evans Drumheads you were talking about.
It's Evans. Yeah, it's Evans with Diodario, right?
They made the clear G2 drumhead, which is clear. They made those masks out of it.
That's okay. Good. Thank you for the correction on that. I literally saw the email, and that's right. Yeah, Diodario. They've got so many brands under their umbrella. I thought that was so cool of them to do that.
This is crazy. This is crazy times. I mean, we were finishing up a new Cactus record, and we actually got a record deal, and we're now mixing that record. as well as we've got our guitar players in Nashville. He's trying to get the last 2 days of studio time.
Right.
Finish his parts on 2 songs.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. It's just totally crazy.
Yeah. How is it in Nashville? Our operation is based there. We had time booked for, to cut basic tracks at one of the big rooms there, but, we had to push that back. There's a lot of things when you cut a record, there's a lot of support services, cartage and engineers. There's a lot of people. It's hard to social distance in the studio.
Well, that's what the problem is. Now he's waiting for the studio guy to okay that he goes in, and then they have to figure out how far away they're going to stay from each other.
Yeah.
But
drummers, it's easy. You're out in the big room on headphones and a microphone, right? We can social distance from you guys, no problem.
Yeah, we're moving to Florida, and I'm going to have my brother come down and set up a little studio thing for me there so I can do the drums. I'm one of those guys that does drums on analog.
Yeah, I am nice. Yeah. Right, the Ampex tapes, right? I mean, it's just So when you cut analog, like you're going to have a setup at a place in Florida, like a home studio. How do you cut on analog? Do you have to have
that I have to figure out. But normally you can cut on Pro Tools and then bounce all the drums to analog.
Got it.
And you still get the same vibe. Or even crazier, when you mix it, when you're finished, you could bounce it all to analog and then bring it back, and it sounds analog.
It sounds analog. Okay, gotcha. So you can cut into Pro Tools. That helps, and if you can cut digitally and then bump it.
I mean, I just love the analog sound. It's tremendous.
Yeah,
it really is.
And you're still practicing, which is impressive.
Yeah, I have. Well, I didn't know what we were going to do here, because right after this, I have to do a drum lesson for Little Kids Rock.
Oh, nice. Great.
I mean, I've been doing education. I don't know if you noticed, but I've been doing education since 1972.
I did not know that. Yeah. In what format? As an instructor? As an
instructor, I wrote a drum book called Realistic Rock that sold over 400,000 units. People like Greg Bissonette, Dave Weckl, even Andrew Dice Clay went through the book. It's like so many people. And I was the very first rock musician, 1972, to do a drum clinic.
No kidding.
Yeah, so I had the whole turf to myself for a long time.
You paved the way for all of us. I mean, I've obviously done quite a few, bass clinics and stuff. I remember, as a student, I was in jazz band in high school, and I remember going out to see Ed Shaughnessy. Had done one. He played on the Tonight Show.
Yeah.
And it's funny, you drummers were kind of owned the clinic world. Of course, Zildjian and Ludwig and everybody seemed to really support that.
I used to do clinics with Ed. I did clinics but I was always the only rock guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I did a drum clinic. It was Buddy Rich, Joe Morello, and me. And
that's an impressive lineup.
Guys are my idols. And it was kind of crazy. And I became friends with Buddy Rich, which was awesome because he was one of my main idols. It was Buddy Rich and Gene Krupa were my guys. A lot of guys today to go, well, it was Ringo Starr on the Ed Sullivan Show. For me, it was Buddy Rich and Gene Krupa.
Man, that's great. Yeah, and then you got to hold it down. You were the rock
it was
guy.
David Ellefson.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny. I got sort of like you. I got grandfathered in. I was always the rock guy. I'd be with Steve Bailey, Victor Wooten, Billy Sheehan. I had a lot of stuff at Berkeley College. Steve Bailey brings me out there quite a bit, and I'm like kind of their token rock guy.
All these things all these camps that are going on today. We used to do the Ludwig Symposium.
I remember that.
A camp.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
They have all different styles, and I was the rock guy. One time they used to run concerts at night, and they gave me this chart to read. And I could read, but I'm not like a show drummer where you could read anything.
Sure.
I read enough to write books and instruct and all that. But they gave me a chart that was like this long,
Yeah.
And I said, well, give me it a few days before. And I was looking at it, and I just couldn't get it. Ed Shaughnessy comes in, right, who reads all the time on the Tonight Show.
Yeah.
They give him the thing. He comes in that afternoon, puts it up on the bandstand, and I just reads it cold. And I said, wow.
Isn't that amazing? That's amazing.
Yeah.
I know, it's so impressive.
Really
well, hey, what is your any social media we can plug for you here?
On Facebook, Carmine Apiece Official, and I've been having some fun with the social media. The Twitter's Carmine Apiece 1 and Instagram's Carmine Apiece. I've been putting up like drum tracks in my room here. I have a beautiful pink leopard Slingerland drum set. And I've been putting up like, well, here's a groove from one of my bands from the 80s. And I'll put up something from Blue Murder. And I'll say, guess what song it is? And it's been going really great. Today I put up my Blue Murder drum set that somebody put up. And I said, what drum set is this? Because I had the aerial toms and everything.
Yeah.
And I said, and this is not Vinny's drum set with Dio. This is my kit. Because I would put, I put up like a thing. I said, I did this in the 70s. What song is it? And they go, I think it was Van Halen. I said, no, dude, it's my song.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's been a lot of fun, and I picked up a lot of fans actually, and we're having a good time doing that.
That's cool. Well, man, Carmine, it's so cool you're involved in the music education stuff. Thanks for educating us on all that you do. Let us know in any way that our foundation can help you.
Well, if you need me to do some teaching for your foundation, let me know.
That would be we will take you up on that 100%. Thank you. Thank you, Carmine.
See you again, dude.
Yeah.
Before he goes, can I ask Carmine a question?
Yeah, okay, we got Craig Gass came in.
Hey, man. Hey, Fred.
All right, man. Comedian Craig Gass. Okay.
My name's Craig Gass. I'm a stand-up comedian. You might need to Google that. But I haven't had a chance to tell you. I met you once when you were with King Cobra when you did a show in Tucson, and I was too nervous to tell you this, but my mom has had the hots for you. And here's the crazy thing is my mom is deaf. Everyone in my family.
Oh, my God.
My mom, my dad, and my sister are all completely deaf. And I remember my mom coming home in the 70s when I was growing up in New York and telling me about how she went to a Rod Stewart concert. And I went,
oh, yeah.
You went to a Rod Stewart concert at Madison Square Garden? And all she talked about was the drummer was amazing. So amazing. And she was talking about
well, because I used to do this 10-minute drum solo that Rod gave me, and he used to go under the stage to the dressing room and redo himself, come out with a different outfit to his hair, and then he'd come back and he'd come on a piece on drums, and I had my own little show there. It was fantastic. Playing with Rod was amazing. At the time, he was the best front man, the greatest singer. Well, where are you at? Where are you guys at? What you're in?
I'm out in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay. Thom is up in Green Bay. Where are you at, Craig?
I'm in Las Vegas.
You're in Las Vegas, yeah.
Another Vegas. We're keeping score. We got a bunch of Vegas people. Speaking of Vegas people,
And
Chris
no Connecticut,
sitting
no
here.
Connecticut yet, right?
There's only one other guy. Well, there's a drummer that plays with me and Thom in our solo band, Christian. He's down kind of by Lyme, Connecticut, I guess, right? Isn't it? Or somewhere kind of right down in that area.
I don't know.
So
He's in no fast food, Connecticut. That's where he is. That's all I remember. We rehearsed for like a week. There's no restaurant. There's nothing there.
Oh, man, dude. Today we went to Dunkin' Donuts, and we did a
of course.
And we had our mask on. Right? We did a picture with a mask on our mouth and a mask on our eyes. I put the glasses over the mask. My girlfriend had, we had full face masks. You couldn't see anything. I sent it to my family. I said, we're going to the store.
I'm surprised Dunkin' Donuts is open. Starbucks, of course, is huge out here. We actually have one of the very first drive-thrus here in Scottsdale. I think it was a test market for Starbucks. It's next to a Chipotle and a McDonald's. So, the place is packed. But all the Starbucks here are closed. You can't actually go inside really? Now. You can
but the Dunkin' Donuts are drive-thru.
Drive-thru, got it. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good,
so,
good. Yeah.
But we had the mask and the gloves, and the person giving us the stuff had the mask and the gloves. My girlfriend just got a mask with musical notes on it for me today, but it doesn't fit.
Nice, doesn't fit.
It's all good.
Damn. Yeah. Well, Carmine, thanks for hanging with us, man. I really appreciate it. We will get back to you on some lessons, man. Thank you for offering that. That is great.
Okay, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome, Carmine. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, bro.
Look, we got Chris Kale.
Chris Kale's back.
The other Vegas guy. Craig, I didn't know you were here in town, man.
Yeah, I actually, this is a great, if we could reverse these shots to be a before and after. I got this going, and then Chris Kale is the after.
It kind of is a before
your beard
and
is
after.
impressive, Chris. Mine just gets this long and stops. Like I've been growing this for like 12 years. It just stops. How do you do that?
I'll be right back. Hang on.
Way back in junior high, I was the kid with the goatee in class, so I've had the beard forever. Yeah, started losing that pretty early.
See,
but
I got you there. I'm good there. See, I would
happily
this,
trade
but I
you
got
for
no.
sure.
Doesn't grow down here. It's just all still up here, which is all right. I'm fine with that.
Thom, you mind if I just put something up real quick? Chris knows more about music than anybody else I know. and he sent me a picture of a guy recently. We're always texting each other. I don't know at what point this guy's going to show up on the broadcast, but have you guys seen this guy?
I don't recognize his face.
Okay, well, Chris won't tell me who he is, but I've seen a full shot of him, and I'm guessing that he's a drummer, right?
I'm not quite sure what he is. Besides famous during the whole thing.
A three-legged drummer. This guy is, and I don't know what band he's in, but Chris was saying he's going to be part of this broadcast at some point. I don't know when it is.
I think that might have just been some lavish fantasy that Chris had. I'm not sure.
Going crazy over here in isolation.
I know, just making stuff up now. So by the way, if you guys don't know, so we're broadcasting, we're streaming on some actual broadcast TV stations and radio stations. So we got to keep it PG. Just see, I'm sure you will, and we have been, but I'm just giving everybody a heads up as they come in. So I didn't earlier, and I kind of slipped, and I'm like, oops, and I was getting angry text messages and I'm like, I'm sorry, it's just. Me and we played our new single, and we recorded it live a couple of days ago before we agreed to stream it on the TV. So it wasn't a clean edit, and I didn't even think of it till it was on playing, and I'm like, oops.
What stations are we being broadcast on? What parts of the country?
A really cool music station in Fresno. They're all kind of in California. There's a couple stations in California, and I'll go through the whole list later. I went through it earlier, but I don't have it up right now.
All right. Well, for those of you joining the broadcast via radio, we are being joined right now by Gene Simmons from KISS, who's joining this live broadcast. If you're listening on the radio, you can't actually see him, but Gene, I know you wanted to say a few words.
Yeah.
That's right. This is Gene Simmons from KISS. And nobody has been flattening more curves for the last 4 decades across the Midwest than me. Right now, we're having a COVID-19 sale at kissonline.com. Get your mask. Get your sample. We have hydroxy. What's it?
Hydroxychloroquine.
Whatever it is, it's $89.95 at kissonline.com. Click on my codpiece and go to the sale. Boom.
Wow. For those of you listening on the radio, that was an amazing moment. Thank you, Gene. Thanks for coming and being a part of that. Chris, how you been holding up over there?
I'm good, man. Speaking of Gene Simmons' codpiece, I may end up having to pick up one of those KISS coffins during this whole thing. But I've been pretty good about social distancing and staying away. So
I got Gene right there.
Hey, everybody, it's Gene.
And Eric Carr.
It's Gene Simmons from KISS again. If you get a KISS coffin for $1 million, I will crawl into the coffin and you can spend eternity spooning with KISS. Go to kissonline.com.
The ultimate death VIP now available at kissonline.com.
You guys are horrible. I leave for 1 minute, and this is what happens when I come back. Can you believe it?
You know both of us. You know this is bound to happen, putting both of us on.
I know. In fact, I specifically requested when we were organizing, I told Thom, I said, look, you got to put me and Craig and Kale together because, we're kind of like knuckleheads,
I love this.
Knuckleheads from another family or something. So, you know what's interesting? Me and Chris were just talking about a couple weeks ago about we were over in Europe when this whole thing was starting to blow up. And I mean, we started, second week of January, we started up in Finland and worked our way across Europe. And the show in Milan, which was the smallest show, it actually wasn't in an arena. One of the only ones, it was actually in like a big club, I don't know, 3,000-4,000 seat club or something. And, and it was cool because it was this small, intimate, sweaty show. Like you could feel the sweat and the spit from everybody up front. And then like a week later, like this thing's blowing up with this COVID-19. We're like, holy cow. But I guess all of us, we got home okay, right? I mean, seems like from your camp and Bad Wolf.
Nobody came down sick. And that club in Milan, if you were going to get sick, everyone was in you with all that humidity and sweat. And it was crazy. So feeling very fortunate to have stayed ahead of that curve over there the entire time and just coming back. And the whole world turned up on its head. I know we had to postpone we have a tour coming up in April and May that we were doing with Papa Roach, and we had to postpone that through September. But we were lucky that we have a team that kind of saw this thing coming and was able to get in touch with the venues that we were playing in April and May and move that entire tour, same routing and everything, as far as I know, in September 30th, I think is when it starts. So,
oh, good, cool.
Ready to get back out. Are you guys still doing the Megadeth Lamb of God tour? Is that still
as
on?
of now? I mean, probably like your team, you know, we're kind of looking at it week to week to see how things are progressing.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, as of now, we're leaving everything alone. But as you know, it isn't just the bands that make that decision. It's the promoters, it's Live Nation, it's the venues.
Right.
You know. But we, you know, I think we're you know, looking at what the options could be in case, especially because we start in June on the East Coast, which has certainly been hit the hardest.
Sure.
But you know, again, we just kind of got to let it play out here and see where it's going to be over the next few weeks, and then I guess we'll decide either full steam ahead or plan B. You know.
At what point?
But fortunately, with us, we do have two legs of that. We have a second leg it starts in October, November.
Oh.
Hopefully, things will be settled down by that point as well. You know.
Yeah, you guys are coming to Vegas on that first run, so my fingers are definitely crossed.
Yeah, I know. And it's interesting because, you know, the first part of it is the East Coast up into Toronto and then kind of into the Midwest and then again over to you, and we're here in Phoenix and everything as well. So I think it just depends on how, you know, how the whole thing plays out. So yeah, look, I'm looking forward to seeing you hopefully this summer. If we don't play, maybe I'll just come over and see you anyway.
Come on over.
Come over and hang out. Yeah.
We'll play Freya. She's in the backyard running around right now. We'll discuss bass licks and
nice.
And, you can teach me how to play Symphony of Destruction. I'm ready.
We tried to do it earlier. I don't know if you saw, but Kiko came on because Kiko actually lives up in Helsinki, Finland now. He married his wife, Maria's from up there, so they're up there with his family. And he, I don't know if you saw it, Chris. He did a thing online where he said, he goes, I can't believe, you know, 6 weeks ago we were here with Five Finger. This place was sold out with headbangers, and now it's cots and, you know, set up for COVID-19 relief. But yeah, it's interesting time, you know. So
yeah, to say the least.
What do you got there? What are you eating, Thom? What are you dashing?
Halo cupcakes. So Halo cupcakes, and so they sent the company that
sounds heavenly.
They made the cake. So we have a little surprise later. They made this amazing cake for us. So Jason Gooley came up from Rockford, there in Rockford. He brought me a giant box of cupcakes from Halo Cupcake and some cookies and all kinds of crap. So Halo Cupcake, sugar on top, bake shop in Rockford, Illinois. I love you both right now.
Nice. That's right. I changed my shirt to give Chicago a little love. We haven't really had.
I know. I was going to do a wardrobe change. I haven't gotten to it yet, but I will.
Yeah.
I will.
Probably a good time to mention our sponsor at this moment, Zicam. You're not a doctor, but you'll try anything. Zicam.
Hey, so Craig, what have you been up to, man? So you're a stand-up comic. Obviously, you work in TV. You do a bunch of stuff. What have you been doing?
I got an interesting story for you, but I wanted to ask you guys first about that tour that you guys did, because I knew you guys were on tour together. Five Finger Death Punch and Megadeth were on tour in Europe. When did that tour end?
It was the 23rd of February, I think we finished in Bulgaria. Yeah.
That's
missed it.
Yeah, that's when I that was right when it was all starting. The news was starting to come out. Yeah. And I performed in New York March 13th and 14th in New York City.
Oh.
And the energy was so strange. The crowds were really small. And it was kind of hard to, it reminded me of September 11th. When September 11th happened, you couldn't get a laugh unless you talked about September 11th. You had to hit it head on, especially because where some of the clubs are located in New York, there's still smoke coming through the streets when you're performing. So, and you can smell the soot in the air. So, and it was similar that if you didn't talk about this virus, it was just kind of in the air and people were kind of acknowledged, you know, or it was like that big giant elephant in the room. And a buddy of mine, Brian Scott McFadden, had the greatest line to end his set. There was just an awkward energy in the room, and he went, All right. Well, listen. I'm gonna get out of here. I got another show I got to do in July, so I'm gonna go.
So everybody, if you didn't notice, I snuck our friend Rich Ross from the Freddie Jones Band in there. Hi, Rich.
Hey, Rich. What's happening, buddy?
What's up, everybody? How you guys doing?
You're in Denver, right?
Clearly, Chris and I are not in the same place.
No.
I'm wearing the jacket. He's wearing. I know
like in the full North Face mountain. You look like you're about to go scale a summit right now.
Well, it's funny because my girlfriend, she's on the news. She's live in our living room right now doing the weather, and she's go downstairs and it's freezing down here. So
really? We should get her in here. Can she come do the weather for us? Because that would be correct.
We should have her do the weather for us. Yeah. What channel is she on? Because does she go live in Denver on the?
Yes. Stacy Donaldson, Channel 7, Denver. That's why I moved back to Denver.
Nice.
And it's been nice being here, but the weather, it's a crazy time. I was so excited for Red Rocks this year. We live right down the street from Red Rocks, and I was so pumped to go out and play the shows. We were gearing up to get ready and go. We had an amazing February, and man, everything was. And I was just at the Ellefsons for a week.
Yeah.
And
you were just sitting here at my kitchen table telling me how awesome your run of dates in California were going to be. And then they just all went away.
And he was probably telling you how awesome our Australia and Japan tour was going to be. So that was probably the conversation.
It seriously was so weird because this all started the last day, Stacy and I were with you and Julie down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we were so excited talking about everything. And you were like, I'm going to Mexico and, we're doing this. And we just recorded. And then everything we were flying home and we were a little worried flying home that night, because it was getting serious. And that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So,
I remember when you left here, it took you a long time to get home. Your flights were delayed. It was a storm and stuff. But yeah, you're getting back home. Yeah, it was starting to really lock down. It was starting to get real.
And I've always known this was a real thing. I mean, anytime they cancel sporting events, something's up. I was like, somebody knows something maybe we don't know, and maybe it didn't get out, maybe to keep from causing mass hysteria. But it's pretty bad, and Denver is it's a ghost town. I'm sure like everybody else's town, and I'm staying in, respecting it. I'm practicing. Playing little peace cells, just
Chris is like practicing's overrated.
Hey, Craig Gass, can I just say how outnumbered we are? Like 3-1 on bass players in this chat right now.
It's a bass player takeover.
Really?
At the end of this, we're all going to do. We're going to get together and we're going to do big bottom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Let's do it, Rich. So
let's do it right now.
And I'm outnumbered 4-1 in cool people.
The bigger the cushion, the sweeter the cushion. That's what I say.
Now, Craig, you are up in. You're here in Vegas as well. I don't know if you've had a chance to actually go out on the Strip and see how dead the city is. It's eerie. I took a motorcycle ride out there a little while ago, and not only are the casinos shut down, nothing's going on out here, but no people walking around at all. It's eerie and creepy, and I got a bunch of friends, bartenders from here in Vegas, servers, all kinds of stuff that are really getting hit hard right now. So thoughts go out to all those people and to those people that are out there and keeping yourself together and not losing your minds out there.
When was the last time Las Vegas was shut down? Probably never, right?
It got shut. I wouldn't say shut down, but we've been hit by a couple of different things. Obviously, September 11th, that hurts tourism out here. We had the October 1st shooting out here that kind of brought some of that stuff down as well. But this is the first time that not only Vegas, but the entire world is shut down. It's unprecedented. It's amazing.
Did you happen to see what was going on outside today here in Vegas?
Yeah, did you see that as well?
Yeah, there was I saw it on somebody's Facebook post. A mutual friend of ours, Cosmo, out in Orlando, posted about the Thunderbirds.
I believe that's who it was. Yeah,
the Thunderbirds were doing a free show over Vegas as a thank you to all the people on the front lines dealing with this crisis.
Yep.
And they flew. They did a pattern that covered the entire city of Las Vegas, including a run up and down the strip, which I thought was interesting because nobody's on the strip. But
it's good for social media, though. You know, they got cameras out there broadcasting that.
Yeah, true. And I did twice in the last 3 or 4 weeks. I have taken a drive over to the strip just to go up and down the strip to see it, and it really is unusual. It's strange, but I'm getting used to it. And the one thing I'm taking comfort in is the fact that in the grand scheme of things, this is all temporary. This is a temporary period of time where we have to wait for this storm to pass, and we're gonna have to pick up the wreckage afterwards and figure out how to put it all back together again, which we will. But in the grand scheme of things, it really is a temporary period of time where we have to do what we have to do. So,
well, with that in mind, it being temporary, I want to ask each of you guys, what's a positive that you're taking from your experience right now that you hope continues once things get back to normal? Start off with Thom up in the corner. Thom, what's something, one positive that you're, and I wouldn't say enjoy it, but you want continues?
This whole thing, like I said earlier, you know, we started this foundation 2 years ago, you know, and we've been, there's a few, we started this foundation 2 years ago. And for 2 years, I've been saying to David, God, this year, I want to really focus on the foundation and really do some stuff with it. But we're so busy with making records and writing books and doing everything else that really, you know, it's like the universe just smacked you and said, all right, all that other stuff you do, it doesn't matter. So I've had all the time in the world to really focus on these initiatives and the things we're doing. And, you know, me and David are in the middle of writing a record, so we've been able to kind of focus on that and some other books I'm working on with Chris Poland, some other stuff. But really, if I had to boil it down to one thing, just all the time I've had to put this together and the Schools Out initiative and all the amazing charity things we've been doing with the Grammy Music Education Coalition and the David Ellefson Youth Music Foundation. And again, even this today, getting to hang out with you guys. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to do this any other time. I mean, this has been a 24-hour-a-day job for 2 weeks, but it's amazing, you know? So it's really just having time to kind of, you know, it's kind of like that Twilight Zone episode where the world ends and you're like, there's time now. Like, there's time now. I can do this stuff, you know?
How about you, Rich?
You know, for me, it's been great to just spend time and think about people I haven't talked to in a long time and reach out to them. And I've been sending a ton of text messages around and, you know, just catching up with family members that I haven't seen forever, FaceTiming with people. And I just feel fortunate to be here at home. And I'm thankful to have my girlfriend here with me. So, you know, I'm not sitting here alone and just playing music and just appreciate, you know, I was really appreciative before I sobered up about 8 years ago. And I mean, my whole life has changed and Dave's been a part of my life for 20 something years. And, you know, it's been an incredible experience for me the past 8 years. So I'm not one of those guys that's going to come out of this situation and be like, I appreciate life now. I was appreciating it much before, but I think a lot of people are going to do that who were in the rat race and maybe people that were living their life a little crazy. And, you know, it's a time for us all to come together right now.
For sure. How about you, Dave? What's something that's you're hoping extends past this?
Well, I think a few things. You know, one of the things we've talked about in a lot of these group musician settings is we musicians, we come home for a couple of weeks and then we're right back out the door to 20 other things and tours. And, you know, our life is often out there somewhere because we're performers and where we congregate with our tribe is often not right here at home. So I've been really appreciating being here at home. It's been great. My whole family's here and my kids as well. And so that's been great. Practicing, you know, I kind of fell in love with playing bass again, which might sound funny for a guy who makes a living playing the bass. But Chris, you know, and so do you, Rich, you know, when you play for a living, oftentimes you look at your bass like, okay, I need to learn these songs for this show. I need to learn these songs for this record date or whatever. But to just sit and open up Bass Player magazine and just play some things that, you know, and sight read and do some things that are just really bringing back the joy of playing with no agenda. And then probably the other thing with Thom, you know, we've spent the last month working on the foundation. And I got to say, I don't think I've ever been busier this last month, just between putting this together. Thom and I talk pretty much every day anyway about things with either the record label and books and whatnot. But this thing has really been a, you know, what I found, as I found in other walks of my life too, is that when you're thinking about someone else, when you make it we rather than me, it really, you have a very different outlook. And sometimes I'll leave my office and I'll go out and family will have the news on and they're all bummed out. And I'm like, turn that off, you know? It's like the P. Cells video. What is this garbage you're watching? I want to watch the news, you know, and to turn the news off, you know, and that has been something, you know, again, get rid of the negativity that's coming in. And not that all news is bad. Obviously, there's a lot of informational stuff, but focusing on this initiative and Chris, thank you for being a part of that as one of our celebrity instructors. You know, you've agreed to give a little bit of your time.
So awesome.
Mentorship.
In quotation marks.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
look,
that's
to
it for
literally
me.
have some of
Yeah.
the biggest, Megadeth, Five Finger Death Punch. I mean, Anthrax. I mean, literally some of the biggest, you know, bands in the world involved in this and doing it, man. It really means a lot to the kids. And I've gotten probably 1,000, 1,500 emails from kids now, and I read every single one, and they're all so touching and so thrilled and so excited. And again, I mean, that's so important. And I feel like this initiative is so important. And so it's really, I think it's doing what it was supposed to do, you know?
Chris, how about you? Give us a couple things from you.
I think it's just it's allowed life to slow down a little bit for me. You know, with being in a band, you're always thinking, I got to get to this next tour. I got to get these bases ordered. I got to do this. And I'm learning to kind of live with less right now. I'm comfortable with what I have. I just put the dog in the shot just a second ago here with the puppy, and just really just kind of living with less and being appreciative of what I do have. You know, right. As Rich mentioned, he's 8 years sober. I'm at 2 years sober right now myself, and I've gone to more meetings right now with all the online stuff. So it's I'm really, you know, just kind of focusing on that sort of thing. It's a cleansing thing and I'm hoping to kind of bring that into, you know, post-pandemic as well. How about you, Craig? I know you're one of the guys that gets my gratitude list every day.
Well, this is requires me to admit to something that's really embarrassing. I'm learning how to cook for the first time in my life.
Very nice.
I've never cooked. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm always on the road by myself. I'm always just getting to-go food. I'm always getting takeout, and I'm learning how to cook things on my own. And I'm also learning some new impressions that I don't know if they're going to apply post-pandemic, but I've developed a new impression of a guy that I watch all the time on YouTube now. He's a younger black dude who people send videos of older white music, and like Dream On, Tom Sawyer by Rush, and I don't know what his name is, but I do a perfect impression of him. This is him during like when there's that peak where everything just really starts to burst in Dream On or Stairway to Heaven. This is him on every song. Those videos, I'm telling you, that is a perfect impression. It's a perfect impression. You gotta watch that guy. I don't know what his name is, but he's one of the funniest guys I've ever seen on YouTube. People send him metal stuff and they just go, watch this. They tell him a little bit about the artist, and you get his firsthand reaction as he plays it. And it's
I love that stuff. What's that one? Somewhere in Vegas, I think they're called, and they do the same thing too. They do like, it's two black like kind of hip hop dudes who do reactions to rock and metal videos. It's amazing. So we're gonna say goodbye to Rich and tag some other people. And bye, Rich Ross.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks for stopping in.
Yep. Hey guys.
Yep. See ya. Thank you.
Now, Craig, I know that you've told me that you've been working on an impression of me as well. Has that progressed any? Oh, look at that. Death Angel in the house.
Oh.
And Dangerous Toys. Jason McMaster.
Jason McMaster.
Mark Azagueda.
It's amazing.
Oh,
I'm going to
Jason,
Mark.
Are you getting ready to play us a tune?
Oh, right now I am actually in the Woody too. Great.
That's all.
All right, so now we're gonna wait a minute. Let's see. Okay, we're in the same key. Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Where's Chris Poland when we need him? You mean I don't believe in God?
There you
I
go.
talk to him every day.
You know what? I have the best story with Jason. I remember you were in a band. It was Watchtower, right? Wasn't it your band?
Yeah.
Right. And we were on, I think, either The Killing Is My Business or Peace Sells tour. And you were such a fan. And like, I remember your band was opening for us. And you were like, I remember when we're setting up equipment, and you come over and you'd be like all excited, and you were just into it, man. I was just so into it. And then I remember like 2 years later, I turn on MTV, and on comes Dangerous Toys. You go, wait a minute, that's that guy that was in that band Watchtower, right? It was like geeking out over heavy metal. Now you're just killing it, owning MTV.
He still does that, though. That's what, me and Jason nerd out over metal more than anybody else on this planet. Like, Jason is the biggest fanboy. You know, he might even be worse than me. Like, we literally, that's what we do. And I have a Dangerous Toys tattoo on my leg, so I fanboy out with him. Yeah, it's funny, man.
I don't have a Tom Hazaert tattoo on my leg.
Yeah, we're still working on that.
So Jason McMaster's from Dangerous Toys, Mark Asagata from Death Angel just joined us here.
And still Chris Kale,
Chris Kale from Five Finger Death
Tom
Punch.
Hazaert, David Ellefson, we're all here.
And so another quick story just to speak to Death Angel. I remember when we were playing, it was a Megadeth show, we were playing at the Stone in San Francisco, and you guys were our support act. And I remember you sent me the flyer. It was actually on, I think, like around like Thanksgiving of probably 1984, 85, 84.
24th, 1984.
Yeah, Megadeth was still just we were a three-piece for a very brief moment. It was just me, Dave, and Gar Samuelson. And I remember you guys were out there playing, and I remember coming in and telling Gar, dude, you got to check this band out. The drummer's 11, right? Wasn't your drummer like 11? You guys are like this little Filipino kid. Like, weren't you guys like 11? He was 11, right?
Yeah, he was probably 11, 12, right on that cusp. Yeah, because I was 15, and it was actually my first show ever singing with Death Angel was November 24th, 1984 at the Stone opening for Megadeth.
Yeah, that was funny. Wow. Yeah. Nice. Well, you boys have done well for yourself.
Can I ask a question for all you musicians?
Sure.
Grammy nominated Death Angel.
Grammy nominated. Yeah. Part of the Grammy family here.
As a stand-up comedian, I am obsessed with human behavior. And when people find out what you do, they don't know who you are and they find out what you do. For each of you, what is the dumbest question people ask you when they find out the name of your band? Or they find out what you do?
The dumbest question.
Like, do you
I
have...
don't know
I don't know, Chris, what do you think?
I don't know about the dumbest question, but one of my favorite things is obviously it's Five Finger Death Punch, and you know we do quite well, and things are going really well for us. But most people, when you tell them, you know, I'm a musician, they're like, oh, where do you play? Like, and they'll mention like the Cheyenne Saloon or something. That's right down here.
Totally.
You know, we played there before because we have ages ago. But yeah, just kind of cool. It's Five Finger Death Punch. Just check it out.
You know what's crazy, Chris? People still don't believe this, but so I used to run a bar here in Green Bay, and before you were in the band, on the first record, I had Five Finger Death Punch here. You guys played in this tiny little bar in Green Bay, and there was like 50 people there. I joke around that I'm like the only promoter in the world who could lose money on a Five Finger Death Punch show.
Nice.
But it was awesome. It's the stuff of legend now. It was literally right when like the Bleeding came out, and it was, you know, starting to happen at radio, and it was awesome. It was great.
Probably ours, Craig, is like, you know, people are like, oh, what's the name of y'all's band? You know, and you go, Megadeth, you know.
Megadeth?
Megadeth. I've never heard of y'all. You know, like, what the hell's a Megadeth? You know. Never mind, you wouldn't get it.
I just realized we have 3 people here with the word death in the band. Yeah.
I'll be at a restaurant, and then people will ask that, and usually they'll ask me, what do you do? And I'll say musician. What do you do? Sing. And then I'll kind of, what type of music? And I'll say metal, and they'll usually say, well, we could have kind of guessed that.
Second Tribe.
Yeah. What's the name of your band? And then I'll say Death Angel, and then it's always the first. So you go like, oh, and I'm like, well, actually I can't sing my That's always, no, I can't do the guttural thing, and you know, and then I try to explain where we fit in metal somehow, and then of course they'll say that, where do you play? You play here. Have you ever played here? So it's just kind of that. And where's your favorite place to play?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Good one too. So I mean,
Hey, so speaking of which, Mark, you guys, so, me and Chris, we got home like by end of February, but you were actually over there on the Bay Area tour. You were over there. When did you come home from Europe?
The Bay Strikes Back. Yeah, we got back. Let's see. We flew back on March 12th. We flew back. Wow. And we were, in a certain way, we were fortunate that we pretty much only 2 of our shows got canceled. We were fortunate for that reason. We had our Milano show got canceled, and then I believe it was, oh man, why can't I remember this? Because it's been a month. That's why I can't remember. But the very last show got canceled. The tour.
Yeah,
we were upset about it, but then flying back, and we didn't really. I guess we didn't really understand the magnitude of it while it was happening. And then when we got home, multiple people it was because the Bay Strikes Back tour it's a Bay Area tour that features Testament, Exodus, and Death Angel, and people from all bands and all crew got affected by this thing. We realized that a couple days in when we got home, and it was crazy. Now that a few weeks have gone by, so many people have tested positive in the 3 bands and their crew. It was pretty wild. And in our crew, we had our lighting designer. He tested positive, and then other people in our band and crew got sick, but they were denied tests because they were trying to save tests at the time for people that really showed the symptoms. And some of us were, and we had mentioned that we'd been through these places that were hotbeds in Europe, and they were still denying people tests. But our drummer, Will, he got the worst of it, and he went to the hospital having problems breathing. He went to the emergency room, and they admitted him that night. And he was texting with our guitarist Rob and saying, "Wow, they're putting me on a ventilator, and they're going to put me out for a couple days." And his condition got so bad that the couple days turned into a medically induced coma for 12 days.
Wow.
And so, yeah, it was really bad. It was touch and go, and it's very, very scary for us. And they brought him out of the coma, slowly, and he recovered from that. He could breathe on his own now, and I believe it was Tuesday he went home. So he's at home now on the long recovery. But
God.
Yeah. So thank God and for everything. He's doing great. I know it's going to be quite a long recovery. I haven't talked with him yet, but we've texted. I've just sent him some positive messages because I know he's just been getting pummeled by everyone. And I do feel close with him, but I still want to close enough with him that I want to give him his space as well. But I do know. And yeah, it's intense, but we feel very blessed that he's pulled through this, and that within the 3 bands, that Will was the worst off, and that he's already come out shining to this magnitude. And I guess with the other guys, they've all pulled through. I know Chuck Billy and his wife Tiffany, they tested positive, and Gary Holt tested positive, and Steve DiGiorgio, pardon me. And so it's just the fact that these guys are all on the better side of it now is spectacular. So we got out of Europe just in time, so to speak, with no fatalities. And but some people were hit pretty hard, and Will was hit the hardest. But we're glad that he's on the mend now, and now all we can do is just wait for everyone to mend and wait for this thing to all be behind us, and hopefully just get back on the road and do what we love to do best.
Yeah. Wow. What incredible story, man. Thank you for sharing that with us. And you've been okay? Yeah. You're all right?
Yeah. I feel great. I didn't get with anything, no symptoms. And I from the get-go, since I got home, and, I feel amazing. So I was fortunate in that regard. And who knows? Maybe I was asymptomatic. I have no idea, but I feel great. Yeah.
Yeah. Jason, what's going on in your world, man? Are you down in Texas right now, or where are you at?
I am. I'm just southeast of Austin in Lockhart, Texas, which is supposedly the barbecue capital of Texas.
We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Texas
Yeah.
barbecue is my favorite. I just have to say.
Yeah. Yeah, but I feel extremely lucky that I have a job still. I've been teaching vocal, bass, and guitars for the School of Rock for 15 years.
Wow.
And
That's awesome.
Thank you. And when this thing hit, it was kind of a, oh crap, kind of a, what do we do because of the obvious. And then it's a corporate school. We have 150 or plus schools worldwide. And the school in Austin has like 450 students within its own conglomeration. And we're one of 5 corporate schools, and the rest of those schools are franchise. And so the entire school has gone remote. So I've been teaching from home, and it's just weird as hell because there's nothing, and you guys know nothing is going to replace being in a room where the amps are hot.
Yeah, right.
And it's and that feeling of flying while in middle of a rock song is not there with this type of thing.
Yeah.
So it's been really weird, and I'm not very technology friendly. So it's been really strange for me. And the latency thing, I hate the
yeah,
latency.
we dealt with that too. So
Yeah, you can't jam together. You can't, you know what I mean? It's kind of like my lessons go like this. It's like Simon says, right? I'll sing a line and they sing a line. Or if I'm, I play the chord for a song and they have to sing the line and I wait for the delay to be over and I play the next chord. Playing a riff in time with a metronome is, anyway, we're dealing with it, but I feel extremely lucky. I'm here with my wife and we've just been hunkered and bunkered and getting to do some housework and write some songs. I'm actually in an Elton John tribute band and we had some shows. A bunch, all my stuff is canceled, obviously. I hadn't left the house in a couple of weeks. Yeah, I didn't have tours like you guys. I'm not on the road a whole lot anymore. It's kind of spotty. But I'm fine with that. I'm busy enough. But my Elton John tribute band, since we had to cancel, I decided to just start recording our set list in my studio. And we're emailing tracks back and forth. And that's been a lot of fun.
Do you sing in the Elton John tribute band? Who sings?
I do. I play acoustic, and I have 2 piano players, synth piano players. It's a 6-piece band. I sing and play on acoustic. It is so fun.
That is so cool. That is
awesome.
so rad, man. Elton John tribute.
Hey, Jason, give us all the links for all your socials, and we got to get our buddy Bumblefoot in here. Give us the links to all your socials and everything, and then you, Mark, do the same thing.
Google me.
Broken Teeth. Broken Teeth. I mean, Jason is in a million awesome bands. I'll post links to some of them too. Evil United, Broken Teeth. A lot of them on Combat with me and David. Marcus Wada, Death Angel. I'm sure everything's just Death Angel, right? Facebook.com/Death Angel.
www.deathangel.us. And and then everything else on all your other socials is Death Angel.
Man, thank you guys. Thank you guys for jumping in here and joining us, man.
Appreciate it. Yep, thank you.
Good to see you guys virtually. Good to see you guys virtually.
Yes.
It's been a long time.
You too. And we're going to say goodbye to Craig for a while. We're going to say goodbye
thanks, Craig.
Thanks, guys.
Chris hanging with us.
Yeah, we'll keep Chris in here. Chris can stay in here and say hi to Bumblefoot with us. What the heck?
Hey!
Come on, let's do this. Ready? So real, right in the ear, no one near. Sing with me, come on. And I said softly, he's gone. Slowly, he's back. At the closer time to dance. Can't dance on the highway. You had a bad day today.
Nice.
That is awesome. We're going to turn the next 3 hours over to Bumblefoot because he knows the first 4 chords of every song ever written,
Jace.
and he can just jukebox this now.
Want to play human
Ladies and
jukebox?
gentlemen, Ron Bumblefoot Thal joining us.
No, this is all now. This is it. We're all homebound. We're all sitting around with acoustic guitars or electric whatevers and just doing our thing and just keeping busy and making a lot of music.
Okay, I have to say,
I just sit around in this big, giant house that I got. It's not a big house, but it's a big studio. It's a small house. I got a second house about 17 years ago just to make noise in. And I come here to a big, empty house, and I just make a bunch of noise all day, and that's it. I play human jukebox with myself, and I can play it with you all. So what do you got?
Yeah,
Come on,
play some more.
What do you want?
More.
We got police. We got
you name it, dude. Chris, name a song. Name a song.
Bumblefoot's the human. Let's play Stump the Foot.
Which one you got? Which one did you say?
Anything by the Police is good with me.
The Police? Oh, jeez. Yeah. We got everything by the Police.
Wait, don't stand so close to me.
We can do just steps on what you take, walking on the moon. I hope my leg don't break, walking on the moon. Sing this one together. Roxanne, there you go. You don't have to put on the red light.
It looks over, Dave.
Days are over. You don't have to stay up to the night. Roxanne, you don't have to wear that dress tonight. Walk the streets for money. You don't care if it's wrong or if it's right. Roxanne, you don't have to. What else we got? I'm just gonna cut every song short.
Okay, throw some Beatles at us. You got to throw some Beatles.
Pick it up. I'll play the whole album for you right now.
Queen.
Queen?
Okay, Queen. Yeah, there you go.
Somebody to love.
Got it.
Each morning I get up, I tired. Can't barely stay on my feet. Take a look in the mirror and cry. Lord, what you doing to me? I spent all my years believing you, and I just can't get no relief. Lord, somebody anybody find me. Somebody love. I work hard every day of my life. I retire my bones. I wanna at the end of the day, take home my heart and pain. All of my own. I get down on my knees and I start to pray till the tears run down from my eyes. But somebody find me. Somebody to love. It's hard every day. Trying, I try. Everybody wants to put me down. Say I'm going crazy now. They say, you got a lot of water in my brain. I got no common sense. I got nobody left to believe in. Somebody find me. Somebody
Let's bring it back. Come on, Tom, do this with me now.
We got nothing.
I need somebody to I need somebody Nice one.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bumblefoot.
Thank you.
Chris
Chris
like
Gale.
to point out that
Thanks.
Bumblefoot with the 2 houses will be paying out the licensing fees on that song. So thank you, Bumblefoot.
That's awesome. Chris, thank you for
over.
Thank you for joining us. Ricky Rachtman's in the house.
Yeah.
Ricky, how are you, buddy?
What's up, man?
Hey, guys. How are you, man? Where are you at, Ricky?
I am at the studio where I do my podcast, which is in beautiful Mooresville, North Carolina.
Nice. Very nice. North Carolina. That's the first one today.
I
Yeah.
left Hollywood about 4 years ago and moved to North Carolina, and I've got no regrets. I really like living in North Carolina.
Nice. Hey, I just hit you because we're going to bring you in for a little bit. And I think we're going to bring you back for another segment that we've got you all set up with.
Oh, me?
Clint Lowry and Nita Strauss and some other people. Yeah. What's that?
We'll go now?
Yeah, well, you're here now. Yeah. You're here. No, I just pinged you like, hey, come on in. And we wanted you to join us for a little bit. So Bumble's coming in. I think Don Jamieson is in the queue, right?
I was so busy.
I got places to go and people to see.
You know how busy I've been? I've been so busy that I've been watching this since it started. And it's very nice because it's nice to see somebody playing guitar because you've had so many bass players on. I wondered when you were going to get a musician on, and now you finally do. So that's good.
I know it's been a bit of a bass overload. We're sorry we slanted the skew in that direction with bass players, but thank you, Ron, for breaking the stride. So
You got it, man.
yeah. Well, plus
So
when me
we'll
and
do
Tom
those
need
songs.
when me and Tom need a pee break, we can just have Ron play songs like for take it. Hey, Don Jamieson's in the house. What's going on? What's happening, buddy? How are
what's
you?
up, man? More Jersey here.
Keep the
Yeah,
Jersey coming.
we just got very Jersey in here.
Very Jersey. We just did the podcast on your show the other day, the Don that Jamieson show, right? Isn't that what it is?
Yeah, and I'm wearing the same shirt, and I'm sitting in the same exact spot, and you are too. So
I am too. Same thing. Yeah, I just turned my computer a little bit this way, and it's like a whole new studio set, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You just change the angle a little bit, and you're all set. I haven't seen Bumble in forever, but this is what he does the best. Is just you yell out a song, and if he can figure out what key it's in, he can play it.
You put a quarter in the guy and he just goes. He's the eternal jukebox. It was awesome. When we've been on tour together, like when me and Frank Bella would go out, we just we need some sound check music. It's like turn Bumble on for an hour so we can get this thing up and running, So that's how it is.
Good to see my buddy over here.
Yeah.
Mr. Riki Rachtman.
Yeah, I know. And Ricky's actually got like a real professional studio there. That's like a real like studio set.
I have a real professional backdrop.
Okay. Which hence makes you a professional studio.
That's it.
Yeah. Ricky, what have you been
Backdrop
doing,
makes
man?
noise.
Obviously, of course, you and I spent so much time on MTV Headbangers Ball. And then obviously MTV went the way that it went. We all kind of found new paths and did our thing. Fill everybody in what you've been up to for the last.
Are you talking about for the last 3 weeks or forever?
I don't know, 20 years. How about that?
Well,
in 2 minutes.
Actually, when there was nothing really for me to do in rock and roll, because I tried, I started doing talk radio for a while, and then I beat up a DJ and went to jail. Then I went broke. Then I became a car salesman. Then I started working in NASCAR. Then I was on NASCAR television and NASCAR radio. I started a radio show called Racing Rocks. I've done it for 17 years. And then while that was going really good, now I start working for American Flat Track this season. And I have 2 very successful podcasts called the Cat House Hollywood Podcast and the Triple R. And without a doubt, these past 3 weeks have been the worst days of my entire life ever. It sucks so bad. But I'm not talking about that stuff because I'm cheerful.
Well, hey, you and I just did a little chat, just like I chatted with Don a couple of days back. You caught me. I was actually out. I can actually still get out a little bit right now and mountain bike a little bit and get out because there's not a lot of people around. But you and I were having a chat. What is your show? In case you want to plug the link or anything for.
Well, the Cat House Hollywood podcast is all about the crazy stories that happened at the Cat House. And I know that most of you guys all have stories. Dave was on my 3rd episode. But like now what I'm starting to see is all these other shows taking stories from my podcast and writing about them, like Axl chasing David Bowie down the street saying he's going to kill him. Okay. How the Vince Neil Axl Rose feud. Okay, those all started in my club right in front of me. So I talked about them on the podcast and other people are not picked, but that's okay. But the Triple R is just everything from, you guys to Zach Wilde. And now I'm doing the quarantine sessions where I had both Don Jamieson and David. And the episode that was just on now has Duff McKagan. The next one's Rami Jaffe of the Foo Fighters, John Five. And I'm just talking to all these people about quarantine, but I'm going to stop that because it's really depressing. But the truth is, and then I'm going to shut up. The truth is, what this whole thing is the great equalizer. Because right now, unless you're a musician making a real lot of money, all the people that are mid-range and doing okay, we're just like everybody. And even the musicians, everybody's thinking, wow, we're all kind of struggling right now. And right now, rock stars and people that have, retail jobs or whatever, we're all in the same boat right now. And sometimes if you think about what's going on, right, it's so completely mind-blowing that it hasn't even set in what's really going on. If you told somebody this was what life would be like 3 weeks ago, you would never, ever believe it. You'd never believe it. It's just and I'm not going to talk about crappy stuff anymore. Let's just talk upbeat. And that's when we talk to somebody like Don Jamieson.
Yeah. Don, cheer us up because Riki completely bummed us out. Like the world's ending.
Let me tell you one thing about Don Jamieson. If people don't know this about Don Jamieson actually worked on Headbangers Ball, and a lot of people don't know that. I've known Don.
Oh, I did not know that. Yeah, listen. By the way, Rob Caggiano, I think, is creeping on us from the park of New York. So let's bring Rob in.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Rob?
I'm going to turn my light on. There we go. Put some light on the subject. There we go. So, Rob, what's going on? Yeah, Don, fill us in on what Riki was just talking about. We did not know that you worked on the Headbangers Ball.
I know, and I'm only in my early 30s, so I don't know how I pulled that off. But
I started the Headbangers Ball when I was 7.
And I don't know, Riki, what's going on with the hair? Is this because you can't get a haircut, or are you trying to grow it out, or what's going on there?
No, Don, obviously I'm not trying to grow it out. It is actually growing out. And I found out that when I cut all my hair off on Headbangers Ball, everybody said I lost my credibility. And now that I've grown it back, they still start off it. So it really doesn't matter that much anyway. I don't know why it grew. So a year ago, it was short. I don't know why I'm not cutting it. But I really don't like long hair. I hate it.
Let's grow it back again, me and you, man, like the Headbangers Ball days when I used to work on the show.
Yeah. You know what really sucked? Hearing Death Angel on this show, and I was watching him on this screen, and I'm listening to him talk, and I'm like, holy crap, he's got gray hair. I remember watching Death Angel when we were little kids. I'm like, nothing makes me feel older than watching Death Angel with gray hair. It's like they were like cute little kids playing metal,
But he kept his hair long, therefore his cred. So it's all good.
I never had any.
Yeah.
Well, I was.
Hey, is that Alex Skolnick? Hey, Alex, what's going on, buddy?
Oh my God, am I in the show?
Man, we have got the East Coast representing. We got Don, we got Rob Caggiano in New York, we got Alex. I guess you're in Brooklyn, Alex, right?
Brooklyn in the house. Yeah.
Hey, so dude, tell us about this thing that you did where you played with Brian May and Stu Ham online.
And this other guy, Ron Bumblefoot Thom.
Yeah, and Bumble. So how was that? You guys fill us in on that. That was super cool.
Yeah.
How did it happen? How did it come about?
Yeah, I'll tell first. I guess we probably all have our own version of the story, but this guy who put it together, he was working in a Tokyo guitar store. He's an Australian guy, married to a Japanese girl, worked at this place, Ishibashi, the guitar center of Tokyo. And he was just a guitar super fan. And he has started his own podcast, and he's gotten to know a bunch of us. He's a little bit odd, but in an endearing way. And he had this crazy idea to do a Brian May challenge, get a whole bunch of us and do it. And amazingly, he pulled it off. And Queen has shared it, and Brian loved it, and it's amazing.
That is cool, man. Hey, did you bring your guitar, by the way?
I have a guitar.
What do you want to play? You want to play something for us? Since we're on the Grammy music channels, we want to make sure that we're actually playing some music. And we got some radio stations and TV stations around the country broadcasting.
I don't know how I can top the Bumblefoot Juke.
Well, you can play jazz. Which all of us will go, oh my God, we can't even go near that.
Gosh, I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I'm in drop D.
Okay.
Can you guys hear that?
Yep.
So drop D is great for strumming.
There you go.
That's a start.
Our online collaboration. Hey, so Caggiano, what's going on, dude? What are you doing, Rob?
It's like creeping in a park.
Creeping in the dark. Earlier.
Can you guys see me?
Yeah.
What are you on Neighborhood Watch?
Yeah. Just laying low here, man. We're in the hot spot.
So what's going on, man? What's Volbeat up to these days? You guys obviously on opposite sides of the world, right?
Yeah, I mean, we should be on tour right now, but obviously everything's canceled. And
can you guys hear Rob?
Yeah, everyone's just laying low. I think Denmark is going to start opening back up. I guess this week coming up. So
wow.
I don't know. I don't really know how this is all going to play out, but you know, we should be on tour right now where everybody's home and I'm just riding it out. You know.
Yeah, hanging in New York City.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and by the way, congratulations on the New Testament album, Alex.
Oh, thank you so much.
What's that?
Hey, Dave, it's like you're the Jerry Lewis of metal.
I know. Except
and I'm right. Don should have thought of that. Don's the comedian.
I was going to say he's
Jerry's kids.
He's the Jerry Lewis.
Jerry's kids, exactly. Remember those things we'd watch it as a kid? He'd start off all fresh, and then by like the next morning, he'd be like, just like. Hopefully,
he's the Jerry Lewis of metal without the bank of phones behind him and the cocaine.
Switch over to in the phone room.
Losing his mind after a while, so be careful.
Yeah, exactly.
Jerry started looking terrible.
We're doing it for the kids. We're doing it for the kids. Remember that? You know, then he'd have the phone line and how many millions they were raising and how many millions we had to go. I know. I told Thom that. He said, "Oh my gosh," because he brought this up. He said, "He goes, I got a great idea. Why don't we do a telethon or like a webcast telethon?" And I said, "That's awesome. How are we going to fill all that time?" But man, at time's flying right by. And man, I really appreciate all you guys being here. This is cool. It's like our friends in the neighborhood. Riki, I think you brought up a good point too. And it's one of the things we're doing with the with our Schools Out initiative is to give the free lessons to the students. But a lot of us, people out of work, in our line of work, we were on a chat a little bit earlier with some guys, and of course behind every 4 or 5 band guys on stage, there's about 15 to 20 crew people who are also unemployed, as well as all the other people that work hard to set the tours up, and they're not happening now. So. Just appreciate this because we've got some raffle tickets we're selling, which will help raise some funds for that, and donations over at Ellefson Youth Foundation at Gmail is the PayPal. So all donations appreciated for that.
Especially now. I mean, every year I've always done this charity motorcycle ride called Riki's Ride, where I've raised a lot. Last year I raised $32,000 for Stop Soldier Suicide. This year I'm going to get ready to ride again, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to do a charity, because right now I kind of feel bad for asking everybody to donate money, because everybody's asking to pay their car payment 3 months later or their mortgage 3 months later. So, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's hard to get people to give. And you've got such a great cause, because during this time, the one thing that all 6 of us love is having music. And what the foundation does is help kids play music to give us more music in the future.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And also just seeing the collaborations like Alex, what you and Bumble did. Obviously the Anthrax guys, Charlie and Scott have been doing the same thing, to just kind of keep, how do we collaborate? How do we keep music going? And we've all written records across the internet where we send ideas back and forth, but at some point we're usually in a room, or we're at least somewhere around each other to record. But hopefully this is a season for all of us, for collaboration. Don, you've got your new show. I was stoked to see that, you know what I mean? Just kind of keep the process going, so.
Yeah, trying to keep for fans of that metal show who missed the show, which I hear from every day, which is killer. Doing that Jamieson show on Compound Media, and talking to great people in the studio and via Skype, and Bumblefoot's done the show. I hope Riki will come do it, and Rob and Alex, of course, are welcome. I know Testament's got I've just heard the single from the new album. It sounds killer, which
thank you.
We expected, of course, and so I look forward to getting that on vinyl. And the other cool collaboration that I saw Alex do was the YYZ with Charlie, who I think's in the queue, and Ra from Suicidal, which was just blew my whole mind out.
Cool.
Thank you. That came out of nowhere. That was just like an accident. They threw that together. They were, as a bass and drum thing. We started talking, and we just said, okay, let's do it. And people have gone crazy. They think we really played together, which we didn't do. We played separately.
Yeah, the Jimmy Fallon style.
Yeah, but we are watching videos of each other playing.
Yeah.
So that's the trick. But I mean, even today, my phone is blowing up with people I know. Hey, man, how did you do that? My office wants to do a thing, or and I hate to disappoint them. They think there's like some secret software like this where you can play without latency. But
we did the same thing earlier too. We were trying it this week as we were kind of sound checking all this technology, and we were trying to do the same thing with our guys in Italy, and we did the same thing. Finally, it's like, look, we're just going to have to watch each other's video and shoot it and film it. So
whoever invents the software that can do that is just going to make $1 billion. So.
Yeah. Hey, Bumble and Riki, we're going to pop you guys out. We got a couple of other people in the green room we're going to bring on. Thank you for joining us. Riki,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and Bumble, thank you, dude.
Great to see you guys.
Killing.
Great.
Bumble.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, you guys.
Tom's
coming back in, I think. And see, Thom, I think you're coming in, aren't you? And then he's going to facilitate.
I'm not.
Hey, Dirk's in LA. Hey. We got Charlie and Carla in Chicago. What's going on, you guys?
Whoa!
You're still upside down.
This guy.
Am I upside down?
Rob, you're drunk. Go home.
Yeah, we can almost form a band right here.
I don't know how to work this freaking
This is
thing.
band. Me and Charlie are already rehearsed.
Wait, we got 3 guitar players, a bass player, and 2 drummers. We have a singer. Like, all right, let's do it. Let's form a band. Let's go.
There we go.
We can do something here. We got a rapper.
So, Charlie and Carla, what are you guys doing? You're in Chicago, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
We've been catching up on all the good shows. Actually, to be honest, we do the same thing that we do every day, which is just create stuff. I'm an artist as well as a musician, so I've been drawing nonstop, and I really don't feel like my life is much different yet.
Yeah.
I actually feel like it's a gift for people like me and the rest of us that we've got time now to do all the creative projects that we've been wanting to do. So I'm happy.
So Carla Harvey from Butcher Babies, Charlie Benante from Anthrax, they were together. Dirk Verbeuren from Megadeth just joined us right here. Rob Caggiano from Volbeat up in the corner, Alex Skolnick from Testament down there on the bottom, and of course, comedian Don Jamieson is the host with the most on this segment right here. You know, Carla, I saw that when we were on the Mega Cruise back in October, when you were just kind of chilling on your free time, sitting up in the lounge area. You were always drafting and drawing, and
Always drawing. They always say that you are what you do every day. So I try to, just do whatever my creative passions are every single day, whether that's drawing or writing a piece of music or singing. You got to do it every day.
Yeah. And speaking of Mega Cruise, so Dirk Verbeuren here, what was your favorite part of Mega Cruise?
The painting.
Oh man, I don't know. It was just, I guess just having our own boat was kind of like a crazy feeling, right? But I really enjoyed, watching other bands paint. Like as much as all the events we did were a ton of fun. Just getting to watch all the other bands rock out was my favorite part, because
And you have a painting side you never knew about either. It was funny to see you get involved in the paint. Are you a painter, or was that just something that you just got pulled into and you were a painter back in October?
Yeah, I've never really painted. My dad's a painter, actually. So, I've been around it, and I draw a lot, but painting is not really something I do. So, yeah, Don can tell you all about my exploits there.
Hey, I've seen Carla's stuff online, and her stuff is great. And for a guy who claims to not be a painter, man, as great a drummer as he is, he's got a very light touch with the paintbrush, and I was very impressed with his prowess. Most of the paint,
I didn't even know that you guys were doing that on the boat. I would have been there painting and drinking along, but I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, I was kind of very unexpected. I thought it was actually pretty cool that you did that. So Charlie Benante, who, as much as I admire your drumming, which I do greatly, I also love your guitar playing. And one of my favorite moments is when we were doing, I guess it was with Slayer, Megadeth, Anthrax together in 2011 or so. And you came up on stage and we played Xanadu by Rush.
Dude, wasn't it? I forgot about that.
Dude, it was amazing. Your guitar chops are great. So you got a guitar. Are you going to play something? Do you and Carla want to sing and play a tune?
Yeah, we were.
We didn't prepare anything, so I can't.
Even better.
He saw Alex playing, and he's like, "Well, I gotta get my guitar too."
Well, Alex, okay, go ahead and collaborate. Go ahead and
we'll do our next video right here.
Yeah. Jeff.
Oh, nice.
I can't.
Yeah, come on. You can do it. This is Grammy nominated Charlie Benante from Anthrax here. Come on, dude, bring it.
I hear every other note.
But everybody's doing the same thing. We're just trying to stay healthy and trying to keep ourselves entertained and singing. This is like the metal Hollywood Squares or something.
Yeah, right. It is.
I said he was the metal Jerry Lewis earlier.
Hey, Alex, we're going to have you step out for a second. We got Jim Florentine's going to pop in, and thank you for joining us and bringing your guitar. And dude, we're glad you're safe back home from Europe too, because I know your tour that was affected.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I got lucky. Everybody else seems to be getting better. Knock on wood.
Yeah, so, that's good. I'm glad you're safe. I know when we texted, you said you were okay, so I'm glad you're healthy and everything's good. So
socially distancing. So just stay that way.
Thank you, dude. Thanks for jumping in.
See everybody.
Appreciate it.
See you guys. Thank you.
Hey, while I have Carla here, I wanted to show her the painting that I did on the Mega Cruise and get her professional opinion.
I think it's cool. It's good. It has like what would you think? Charlie's an awesome artist too.
I know Charlie's amazing.
It's actually pretty cool. Are you proud of it? That's all that matters.
No, it's horrible. But you are a sweetheart for saying that. Thank you.
Everyone gets a gold star.
Now we got Jim Florentine. We've got 2/3 of that metal show in the house with Don Jamieson and now Jim Florentine joining us.
Yeah, Eddie Trunk's holding out.
He's holding out. I did invite him. I was on his show a week or so ago. I did invite him to come over. So who knows? Maybe he'll pop in. I don't know.
You couldn't afford him.
Yes, he's going on to greater heights now. So So what's going on, Jim? Where are you at?
I'm in New Jersey, you know, hibernating like everybody else.
Yeah. What's the where at? What part of Jersey? What exit?
I'm in like Central Jersey. I'm like a half hour away from Dunn. We haven't seen each other since everything went down. You know, we got to keep our distance.
Yeah. Well, we figured we'd bring the act back together here on the web on this weekend. So
it's hard to do web comedy without any laughter. Not that we're not used to that sometimes. But
Craig Gass was on earlier, and he was talking about that, like having to confront the issue dead on. You know what I mean? Like to sort of avoid the issue that's going on is probably hard as a comedian. So you kind of have to go right at it, right, and sort of address.
Yeah, well, the comedians, you know, we're in the same boat as the musicians. You know, we don't know when we're going to be back up on stage, when people are going to come back to clubs and all that stuff too. So we're just kind of hanging. We don't know when dates are going to get rescheduled and all that too. So
yeah.
So this is like the worst time to test material, then, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even writing anything on that because I'm not gonna. You don't know if it's good. George Carlin would write stuff and go up there, and it would just bomb. You know, you just don't know until you try it in front of a live audience as a comic. So. Well, I'll just wait till we can get back up on stage, then I'll get back in the groove.
Well, look, you've got 5 or 6 of us here. Try some new material on us, and we'll let you know right away.
Well, look, every comedian's going to have jokes about the coronavirus and Tiger King, and I'm not, you know, a million people are going to have them, so I'm not going to touch any of that.
I saw a great meme today. It was called Tiger Kerry King, and it was a picture of Kerry King with the Tiger King face on it. It was pretty subtle. So, Charlie, what are you guys doing with Anthrax? You're home writing right now. What's going on in your world?
Actually, I was talking to Scott earlier. We just been trading like lyrics and song ideas, you know, topics and stuff like that. And there's no shortage of topics. We're pretty pissed off about a lot of things. So I think that's going to reflect in the music and the lyrics.
Yeah. And how about you, Carla, with Butcher Babies?
Same thing. We were about to release a new album, so we're just going to take some more time writing because there's no point in releasing anything right now because we don't know when we're going to be touring again. So we're just writing away and getting ready for album 4.
Our whole album is about Eddie Trunk, just so you guys know.
About 25 radio shows.
So Dirk, you're at home. It's funny. We were going to go. In fact, I was actually just talking to Charlie, to your manager and agent Mike Monterulo, right in March. He was asking if we're going to go down to do the Hell in Heaven Fest in Mexico City. I said, "Yeah, of course we're going." And then literally a couple of days before cancel, and so Dirk and I were actually supposed to be going to Nashville right after that to start cutting some bass and drum tracks on the new Megadeth album, and of course that got pushed down. Dirk, you were one of the first ones. California was one of the first lockdowns, right across the country. And
yeah. I mean, you know, we saw it coming, kind of like when the festival thing didn't happen. I was like, yeah, this is bad. You know, this is looking bad for the recording. So, but I kept practicing the songs, and you know, by the time it's good to go, I'll be ready. But you know, luckily I have my setup back here, so you know, even at home, I can you know stay warmed up and keep my chops going.
We had Kiko on earlier, right as soon as we kicked the thing off. So believe it or not, he's still alive and well and still with us. So Kiko, he's hunkered down up in Helsinki, and of course with the time zone, I mean it's almost halfway around the world. So the time zone back to where we are, like I'll hit him on WhatsApp, and like 2 days later he'll hit me back, you know. So he's around. But yeah, Dirk, thank you for jumping in and giving some lessons and being available for our Schools Out initiative. Really appreciate everybody being here for this. You know, Thom called me like a month ago when this is all locking down and schools were shutting down, and he said, "Listen, we should come up with a way to start giving some lessons and keep kids engaged in school and all that." And then I right away I reached out to all you guys, you know, just like, hey, can we you know kind of pitch in on this? And one of the things that hit me as I was reaching out to everybody is that a lot of tours are shutting down, and a lot of us, a lot of people are sideman musicians. And Dirk, I know you actually teach in your off time when we're not touring and recording anyway, and just kind of figuring out ways to bolster keeping lessons. Do you have a lesson channel, like a Skype channel or dirkverbeuren.com or someplace where people can go to get lessons from you anyway?
Yeah, they can go to dirkverbeuren.com. There's a contact page there to reach out. You know, I do in-person lessons, obviously not right now, but you know, now I do everything through Skype, and I also some videos with lessons that I've put online, and I'm constantly updating all that stuff. So, I mean, it's a great initiative by you guys. Thank you so much for doing that, because, what we have to remember, I think, is that we're privileged to be able to stay home. There's a lot of people out there, all the medical workers, doctors, nurses, but also, food delivery people, bus drivers, people who don't have a choice. They have to go out there. And so we're lucky to be able to hunker down, as we say, and do our thing at home.
Yeah. Be at home. Hey, and Rob Caggiano, dude, thank you for joining us. We're going to bring in another fellow New Yorker, DMC. We're going to jump in. Thank you. Tell the guys in Volbeat hello from us, and give our best.
Tell the people
Be safe in your truck. Where's DMC? I think he's jumping in here.
DMC was on that little show with us.
Yeah. What's happening? How y'all doing?
There you go.
What's up?
Good to see you, man.
What's up, man? Good seeing all of y'all. What's going on?
Yeah,
what's going on, brother? How are you, man?
I'm maintaining, rocking and rolling, hipping and hopping, and all that good stuff.
More Jersey in the house.
We just
right?
said
You're New Jersey, aren't you?
New Jersey, yes, New Jersey. Jersey always gets a bad rap, but Jersey's really, really
we just
cool.
we just had your boy on earlier too, right? He was, I think maybe sitting right there. Yeah,
he told me he's over there somewhere. How y'all doing, though, man? What's going on?
We're doing well. Hey, in fact, I'm going to jump out. I got to grab something to drink real quick. Don, Jim, go chat. Hey, 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Where you going? You going to take a squirt?
Yeah.
Aha!
Yo,
you've
what's
got
up?
me.
Hey.
What's up, kids?
What's
Thom
going on?
Hazaert. What's up, D? How you doing, buddy?
Doing? I'm all right. What's going on with everybody?
Can we get something going with Charlie and DMC here?
Yep, we can.
You got the guitar out, Charlie. Come on, man. You played guitar on that metal show. We've had on. Let's
y'all guys made me famous by bringing me on the show, dude. It's like after that, man, I couldn't go nowhere without being noticed.
Yeah, we didn't even get
man, when you were on.
I know that riff right there. I know that. I couldn't. Hey. Check it out.
Your music.
Wheeling, dealing, you got a funny feeling. We rock from the floor up to the ceiling.
Dude, so last year DMC came. He did a track with me and David on the Sleeping Giants record, the title track, and we played in New Jersey. And DMC actually came and we did Tricky live, and it was the coolest thing ever. It was amazing. It was
Ridiculous. Yeah, it was amazing.
It's a Long Island Revolution.
Yeah, ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to be a rock star.
And you are.
Well, hanging with you guys actually makes that dream come true. I said King of Rock was just a warm up for me. And then when getting to play with live musicians is one of the greatest experiences ever.
And that's what you do now. A lot of your show is like a live band and stuff, right?
Yeah. I put together after Jam Master Jay died. I still wanted to get up there. Jam Master Jay, rest in peace. After Jam Master Jay passed away forever, I want to still do what I do, but I don't want to do what I did with the other two guys with running Jay by myself, because I think that's kind of like disrespectful to the legacy. Yeah. So when you're in an actual band, with singers and musicians that play actual instruments, if you go into your next band, you have the option of creating a whole new name, or even if you have one or two guys from the original lineup, you bring in, some of your other bandmate comrades, and you form a new band. So when I wanted to keep going, I don't want to be running around doing Run DMC stuff by myself, because if I don't have Jay there, like me and Run, we will show up and do a performance for a radio show or a festival or whatever. But that's just, that's DMC and Run from the band Run DMC doing what they used to do together. It's not Run DMC without Jam Master Jay. So that fans don't get mad at me, I wanted to create a different interpretation. So since when I was a little kid, I cared nothing about soul music and disco and all that stuff. All I loved as a little kid from the 70s going into the 80s was like Harry Chapin, Jim Croce, Joan Jett, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Rolling Stones, Metallica, Kiss. So I always wanted to really be a rock star. So we made Rockbox, which he was just playing, and King of Rock. And when we did Walk This Way Over, that's because in the early days of hip hop, we actually rapped over a lot of rock songs. But when we started making actual hip hop records, we just noticed, yo, nobody's using the rock break beats, because there are many rock, heavy metal rock break beats that are just as prominent in hip hop as a James Brown or a disco breakbeat. So when I did the King of Rock, I said, man, if I ever get the chance to play live, I want to do my catalog live. So when Jay passed away, I said, if I'm running around doing the songs people love, I wanted to give it a different presentation. So I put together a live band. I have a live drummer, a live guitar player, live bass player, and we still have the DJ in there doing the hip hop thing. So that kind of was the warm up after Jay passed away that made it able for me to get up on stage and play with you guys for real. So I have a lot of inspiration. There's a lot of history with rock and roll. And the funny thing is this, guys, when we got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Run DMC, we get a lot of flack too. Now, it's funny. I don't have a lot of followers, and I'm not like the social media guy. But when Gene Simmons from Kiss made that big statement a couple of years ago about why hip hop gotta be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they don't play no instruments, I kind of agreed with him. And what I agreed with him for this is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame originally was for rock band musician people, right? And I agreed with him. Do you know I got cussed out by every hip-hop lover from America to Japan? MIF for DMC this, MIF for this. I said, no, you got to understand what Gene Simmons is saying. Originally, it's the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for rock bands. I play guitar, I sing, I'm a musician. So when I got inducted in 2009, I went up to the board of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the people that was there, and I was like, yo, what do you think about what Gene Simmons is saying? And they said, yo, he's partially right. But then they said this to me. If you play a flute, like if you just play the flute, you ain't in a band, you play the flute, and it's a and you play a flute, and you could sell out the Garden 3 nights in a row just for playing the flute for that little. They said that's rock and roll. So when I said, yo, I agree with what Gene Simmons is saying, I got cursed out about all my hip hop people. But then it was about 80-20. And the reason why 80-20 is significant is 80% of those rock fans said out of all the hip hop people, Run DMC does get a pass because they made me realize something I didn't know about. Most of my hits are rock songs. Tricky. Tricky is just Ma Sharona, right? Rockbox, which is a rock guitar. King of Rock, which is a rock guitar. And the Mary Mary, which is a Monkees remake. And the infamous Walk This Way. The only thing that wasn't live, this is why they said Gene Simmons is right, but y'all get a pass. The only thing that wasn't live on Run DMC recordings was the drums. We always use a drum machine. But every record that we recorded had a live keyboard player actually playing, had a live bass player. Our first producer, Larry Smith, was a bass player. And we always had somebody from the world of rock and roll really playing the guitar. Rockbox and King of Rock is a guy named Eddie Martinez who used to play with Quiet Riot on the records. So that being said, when they said Run DMC gets a pass because most of their records were rock songs, that made me able to go full throttle now in this new life and be able to get up on stage with Thom and David. So everything that happened to me musically was instilled in me because of 70s rock radio. Y'all remember New York 70s rock radio? I think it was 77 WABC. The jock name was Dan Ingram. Remember Dan Ingram? So that's my era. That's where I grew up. Well, my mother and father was cool because they were listening to Marvin Gaye, Al Green, and Aretha Franklin. But I was listening to 77 WABC Dan Ingram, which allowed me to later on become the King of Rock. You remember Dave?
Of course I do. I grew up in the Bronx.
Right on. All right. Yes. Yep. Y'all know that.
WPLJ too.
So, just a quick story. 1986, 1987. This is Charlie from the band Anthrax. So 1986, 87, Scott and I and a group of other people went to see you guys at the Garden with the Beastie Boys opening up.
Oh, wow.
And it was just like, it was the first time we ever went to a show like, you know, anything like, you know, Run DMC, you know what I mean?
Right.
We were like crazy. And that's why I brought out my Adidas.
He put
and when you guys, this was like Raising Hell came out.
Yep. 86 at the Garden.
And you did my Adidas, and then everybody took the shoe off, and
the whole Madison Square Garden held up their Adidas sneaker. It was crazy, and it's funny. There was a representative from Adidas actually at that show. He ran back to LA and he was like, "It's true. There's this thing called hip hop, and these dudes really wear the sneakers and they sing a song about." That was the night that we got our Adidas deal solidified.
Oh.
And that's why you were an action figure on my desk, PMC. That's why.
That's so cool, man. I never thought I'd be an action figure.
And it's so cool. I can't bring my. You know, when I saw you in New York, I actually brought this. I was gonna have you sign it, and I totally forgot. I literally brought this with me. I know, right?
Yeah, next time bring it with you. But yeah, and the Beastie Boys, they were a huge inspiration to us, whether you'll believe it or not. One of our first records we did that didn't make it on Raising Hell was a song called Slow and Low. Let it flow, let yourself go. Slow and low, that is the tempo.
So I was just listening to your version of it the other day.
Oh, you heard the original?
Yeah, it's on like this deluxe edition. I was like, this. Yep. I remember this, but
the Beastie Boys took it. The part where I say, we got determination, bass in highs. I see real well because I have 4 eyes. That was me talking about wearing glasses. When the Beastie Boys took this song, they did one of the most incredible lyrics in the history of lyrics. They said, we got determination, bass in highs, White Castle fries only come in one side. Oh my God, everybody lost it because, think about it. White Castle fries only come in one side. Yeah, remember that? It was crazy. They had actually, Rick Rubin had actually asked Jam Master Jay. They was like, you ain't gonna use that record? It was like, nah, we don't think we're gonna use it. So Rick was like, can we have it? And we was like, what? They was like, because remember, the Beastie Boys was a punk rock band. They were a band at first. And we said, y'all want the record? And Rick was like, yeah, we're gonna make a hip hop album. And we was like, Jay was like, okay, here you go. They took Slow and Low, made Slow and Low, came back to us all excited like little kids. Yo, listen to this rap song we did. And we was highly impressed. We should have never did that because about 2 months later, they had this full album called License to Ill. And it all started with Slow and Low. So inspiration works both ways.
Hey, did you, just a quick question. Did you guys have like a ton of fun filming Crush Groove?
Yes.
I love me and
this
my
is the coolest thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm sorry.
I love Crush Groove.
Yo, Crush Groove like just totally steps on my whole 8 years in elementary school and all my years in high school. Those I think it was like 3.5 months of filming. And here's what's crazy. Right after Crush Groove wrapped, the day Crush Groove wrapped, we jumped on the bus and we started the Raising Hell tour. We was like, come on, Beasties, we going on the road of LL Cool J, Houdini, and the Beastie Boys. It was just an incredible time, man.
Yeah, it was. I mean, for us, we were friends with a lot of people at Crush and Def Jam. And
Scott, hell yeah!
We would always go down to the down on Elizabeth Street. I think.
Rush on 298 Elizabeth Street.
That's it. That's the one.
298 Elizabeth Street. Yeah. And then we used to always see your writing on the wall up at Chung King Studio.
Chung King, there's another.
Yeah. Remember Chung King? It was House of Metal. Y'all guys were in there recording. I think we were the only rappers running through there. And then when the other hip hoppers in New York City started, that's where Run DMC and the Beastie Boys work at. Anthrax was up in there. Run DMC, Beastie Boys. Then LL started. Everybody from Def Jam started.
What's the other band? Stetsasonic.
Stetsasonic. Yes, Stetsasonic. Yeah, hell yeah. I remember all of that.
Houdini, Stetsasonic.
Sonic, all of that. Slick Rick, all of those guys were running through there. That was crazy. It was like a great time.
Because that was a time when hip hop, it wasn't everywhere. You know what I mean?
No, it was so underground. And the funny thing was, we played all those clubs. Remember all those clubs downtown, like the World, Danceteria, Mars, and all that. And there was another place called the Peppermint Lounge where all the bands used to play. Remember those places?
So the thing about Danceteria that people maybe who are not from New York, Danceteria was a place that was like a discotheque, but it was 5 floors of things. So if you could go to floor number 4 and hear like metal, and go to 2 and hear like hip hop,
and then you hear reggae. They play the 70s music. And what was really cool about that was, that'll be a great movie about Danceteria. Because what was good about Danceteria, if you walked in there, you'd be like, if you were just standing there, you'd be like, oh shoot, Madonna just walked by. Oh shoot, Africa Bear Body just walked by. Oh shoot, Keith Haring Basquiat just walked by. Yo, they go to Beastie Boy. Yo, they go Grandmaster Flash. It was like Lou Reed. I remember Lou Reed used to come to all of our shows, and then this was like 84. Into 84 going to 85. I remember Russell gets a call at Rush Management. Yo, Lou Reed wants y'all to open for him. So me running Jay, we was young, we didn't know nobody. We was like, nope, nope. What y'all trying to do with us? We ain't trying. It was like, we don't want to mess up that scene, and we don't want to go over there and have Lou Reed mess us up. You know what I'm saying? So Russ was like, no, your mother, your MFers, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. So we play Lou Reed's show. I think we only had like 30 minutes. We was the opening band. And it was at this little club. It was a little club somewhere in the Village. So we opened up. Halfway through the show, the audience starts booing. Like I'm talking about like boo, and they was booing us so bad. It was like DMC. They was calling me a run name. Run DMC. I know y'all can hear us. Boo, boo, right? So they booing. So we just said, keep going. Finish the show. So we finished the show. We go in the dressing room. We sitting there all dejected in the dressing room. And the stage guy comes, yo, y'all got to come out here. You got to hit us. You got to hit us. He's like, what? He's like, yo, just come to the stage. So we go back on the stage. Lou Reed takes the stage, but before he does his show, he says, I just want, how it's cool, the way he used to talk. He was like, I just want to address all those people that was booing Run DMC. Now, if you want to boo Run DMC, you booing me. So you can see his audience talk, well, what are you talking about, father? He said, because y'all mad at them because they don't play instruments and they're using everybody else's music. But he said, that's no different from me sitting in my basement beating on pots and pans, playing all the different music that I heard when I was a kid. So the beautiful thing about that was Lou Reed took out a fence to chastise and reprimand those people that was booing us. And everybody, his manager was like, yeah, man, Lou definitely had to do that because Lou really loves Rockbox. The only reason that you're here is because Lou Reed really loves Rockbox. But I'll never forget that Lou Reed taking up for our defense. So as dejected and out of place that we felt, rest in peace to Lou Reed because he made us feel like we could be accepted.
That's cool.
Awesome, DMC. Man, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Give it up for DMC.
Thank you, man.
Charlie Benante, Carla Harvey from the Butcher Babies, Dirk from Megadeth, Don and Jim. So we got Nita Strauss coming up here in a second. David's going to come back in. A lot more coming. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you guys. Y'all guys keep on rocking. Y'all make the world go round.
Thank you, buddy. Much love.
Cheers.
Ooh.
We out? No, we're still there.
You're still there. I'm getting you out. Bye, guys. Thank you again.
Bye.
All right. Let's get David back in here.
Dirk.
I thought I had Nita ready for a second, but she's not there. There she is.
Everybody.
There
What a great
Hi,
That was
guys.
awesome.
There she
Hey,
is.
Nita, what's up?
I haven't seen Nita in forever.
I knew. Hi, guys. How is everybody?
What's going on? What you doing? Where you at? You in Los Angeles?
Yes, I'm home in LA now. It's finally sunny here. We've had a ton of rain. It's like super beautiful out now, so totally enjoying it.
Well, thank you for joining us. And hey, thanks for pitching in on we know we hit you up like we did with Dirk about kicking in a lesson or two with our kids and everything. We just appreciate you just being around and being available. And you killed it with press. Our publicist put you to work this week and you were out doing some great stuff. So
thank you. You've been so awesome.
Thank you for that. And not only just for this, hope it gives everybody an opportunity to kind of promote some of the things that you're also working on. Aside from playing guitar with Alice Cooper, what else are you working on these days?
I'm having such a hard time hearing everybody. I'm not really sure why.
Oh, no. Uh-oh. Our first.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
I just wanted, on behalf of Jim and myself, if you need anybody to give comedy lessons for free, we know Bill Burr's number.
Yeah.
I'm going to pay you just to make me laugh in the morning. First thing is I'm drinking my first cup of coffee. I'll be like, all right, please make me laugh, please.
I performed at your coffee shop in Minnesota.
I know you did. In fact, you booked the show around it. You played at like Mystic Lake or something, right? You actually booked a gig around it. So Nita, if you go down there below, can you hear us now? Can you hear okay, or is it?
I can hear you. It's just cutting in and out, but okay. I think I've got it. I'll just pay really close attention.
Must be the rain.
Now.
So David was asking, I'll reiterate, what are you working on? I know your solo record's out. We talked earlier today, you're working on a new one. Tell us everything you're doing.
Yeah, so I feel like actually my time off has become more busy than my time on tour, which is a great problem to have. But yeah, I'm recording my second record. I'm releasing a guitar instructional course, an online instructional course in the next couple weeks, which I'm super excited about. That's something we're going to release like kind of down the line later in the year. But now that everyone's home, I've seen so many people that are like, hey, I want to take this time to learn something new. So we thought, why not kind of rush it through and give people something to do. So we've just been kind of scrambling to get that ready. That's going to be iwantaplayguitar.com, which I think is the best domain name ever.
That is good.
Isn't that rad?
Yeah, it's great.
And yeah, it's just working away on that. I do a live stream every Sunday with the members of my Patreon page. Right now we're going through the Alice Cooper set list song by song, and I'm teaching them one song at a time every week, and they have the week to play that song and practice and ask questions and stuff. So, Josh is kicking ass. He's got his clothing company, Beverly Kills, which is totally taking off and doing amazing. So we're working super hard.
We talked to some people a couple segments ago that were the same thing, that this time off has probably helped us focus more than anything. Probably because so much of us in our professional careers, we're kind of running from one event to the next, where we get home and we're trying to debrief, but then we're already thinking about 20 other things moving forward. And it's interesting how what you just said about this shutdown kind of forces everybody to just be in the moment, right? And in a lot of ways, creatively, maybe a more creative moment than we've had in quite a while, actually.
Oh, absolutely. And it's what's funny about it, Josh and I talk about this almost every day. It's like constantly, and especially as touring musicians and, traveling, artists, we're always going like, gosh, I wish I just had some time to like be at home and focus and work, because you're trying to do 1,000 things. I recorded a lot of my last record in hotel rooms, just setting my laptop up on the desk in the hotel, like we all have done at one time or another. Right. So it's kind of nice. I mean, I can't go into a regular studio, but I've got my stuff set up in my kitchen, and we're just I can wake up and make my coffee and exercise in the backyard and be super, super productive. It's a little bit of a drag not being able to really go out and do stuff, but besides that, it's a great time to just be productive and get stuff done.
Yeah, that's super cool. That's super awesome.
I noticed I've been spending a lot of time with my mom and dad, which is, obviously a great thing if you're able to be around family at this time. And and they've been retired for like almost 20 years now. And what I realized from spending this much time with them in the last month is that now I know what retirement feels like. Their life has not changed in the least. They stay in the house and yell at each other all day. That's their life.
So we have
Well,
that
that's
to
what
look
Josh was
forward
saying.
to.
Yeah.
That's what Josh was saying. He goes, look, someday, he goes, you're always saying that you want to get off the road. You know, someday we're going to have a family and I'm not going to tour full time anymore. I've been touring full time since, I dropped out of high school in 11th grade. So I don't really know what it's like to have an adult life and not be on the road. And he goes, this is what it's going to be like, right?
I know that's the thing. Some people, we've all been in bands with people that are like, they hate being home and then they get on the road and then they just want to be back home. They're never kind of happy in the moment, And
that's exactly what it is.
Right. You know that, right? And it's that same thing. It's like, it's like, oh, I'm going to retire. I'm like, there's no, it's like, Tom Hanks in the baseball movie. There's no crying in baseball. It's like, there's no retiring in rock and roll. What are you talking about?
It almost feels like you're under house arrest.
Exactly.
Like I got a monitor on and I got a few more, another month or so before I get out.
Nice.
They have that now. I heard they're going to track, Josh was just showing me, they're going to track your phone. They're going to find out if you've left and where you went and all this stuff. And I was complaining about it the other day. I was like, I just can't believe I'm supposed to be on the road right now. He goes, every time you're on tour, you're always saying you want to be home and you want to have time to record and do things, spend time with me and the dogs. And now here we are, you're recording, spending time with the dogs, taking them for walks, we're together every day. He goes, I thought this is what you wanted.
The good thing is if they try tracking phones, I still have a flip phone. So
there you go.
Can't track that, right?
I have a sidekick.
Yeah.
By closing it.
Jim, what's your son doing? I know you always talk about your son in your comedy skit.
It's funny because you're talking about kids and taking music lessons. He can't take his music lessons, obviously. He goes every Monday, so we can't go. So I set his drum set up in our garage.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was kind of, wasn't really playing the drums too much anymore, guitar, keyboards, and writing lyrics.
Yeah.
So I just cleaned out the garage and I go, you got to go in there at least 15 minutes a day and pound away on him. So
good. Well, let's hook him up on a drum lesson with Dirk Verbeuren. That ought to get him going.
I was going to say, I think we know people that are doing online lessons right now.
Yeah, I know. The guy that he takes them with, I don't think he has a computer, so we can't do it.
Oh, there you go. He's got a flip phone too?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It's funny. I see Glenn Sobel. He's always posting stuff because I know he's a maniac and he's Mr. Hyper and always going. He's always putting stuff online. I follow him online. Alice Cooper drummer Glenn Sobel, and it's cool to see people posting stuff. And that was one of the things we did when Thom came up with the Schools Out initiative was. I noticed when I called Dirk, I know you teach in your off time. Jimmy DeGrasso, who I played with Megadeth, was also in Alice Cooper for a while. Yeah. Same thing, people the days of, people coming to your house to take lessons is over, especially if you're a drummer. I mean, it gets a little more challenging because you can't just walk over and jam, with a guitar. So setting things up like you're doing with your son, Jim, keep making room in the garage to set up a drum kit. It's a bit more of an ordeal. And I'm really glad with our initiative here that we've got guys like Dirk and Jimmy and drummers that are instructors, in some of their off time as well, because that's a challenging one to try to be able to give lessons to. It's a lot harder than just picking up a guitar and being a little more mobile.
Yeah.
And Jim's done comedy too.
Awesome to be able to teach people across the planet too. To have students in Colombia and France and you name it. So it's pretty amazing to be able to do that.
It is cool. Don, you're talking about giving lessons. We have a neighbor. She's friends with my son Roman. Lives right up the street from us. I always see her out jogging now. She went to Chicago to a comedy school. She wanted to be a professional comedian. I didn't even know there was schools you could go to learn to be a professional comedian.
Yeah, move to New Jersey and play the gigs that Florentine and I play real quick.
Yeah.
But his son has been doing comedy for the last year or so. And Jim will bring him down to gigs that we do. And I'm like, I'm not going on after him. I can't follow a 9-year-old.
I know. I've heard him. Jim steals his material. And then it's and then his son gets mad at him and yells at him. And it's like, you took all my material, Dad.
Yeah, he's mad that he can't get up. He was, when are we going to get our next gig? I'm like, I don't know,
Yeah, write some of your own material, kid.
Yeah.
Stop stealing the old man's material. I love that part of the act.
Yeah.
But you know what I've been doing? I've done a couple other, obviously we're all taken part in these different live streams and chat rooms and things, which is really obviously been good for us mentally and creatively. And one of the things I've been doing is actually getting together, like there's someone put up a fan page for me. So, I got on there and I came up with a premise and I asked everybody, hey, let's write a bit together. So that's what, I've been doing that a couple
That's cool.
Hey guys, we got to say goodbye to Dirk. I got to clear some room in here for our next
Dirk,
guest.
see you later, buddy.
See you, Dirky. Thank you again, Dirk, for hearing from Megadeth.
We'll see you in the studio. All right.
And I'm going to add in our friend Jason Gooley, who's actually live in my living room. He's been helping us out with all the tech stuff and helping me put this thing together. He also works at Cisco and runs Metal DevOps. So, hi, Jason. How are you?
Hey, Jason, what's happening?
Hello.
How's it in the living room?
It's pretty cool. I've got the Zool dog over here from Ghostbusters, and I got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video game right here behind me. So you pretty much can't go wrong.
And you two have to be socially distant, so you can't even go in.
See, we are. This is social distancing. I want to show you how this is done. He's in the other room. I'm in here, but we're in the same dwelling.
Is that Josh over there? Nita?
Josh?
That's Josh. I was actually trying to show you guys our Ghostbusters Vigo.
Oh, do you have the Vigo painting? And so, no, I actually the full size Zool. Jason bought that for me. He goes, dude, I got you something. He drives from Rockford. He shows up at my house. He goes, come outside. I go out in the driveway, and there's a life size Zool. I look at how big it is, like this, and he's sitting with this thing in my driveway. Yeah, come see it, Josh. Like,
it's good doggy.
Yeah.
Here, look at the good. You can only social distance from Josh because of his 6-foot bicep.
There's Josh Bellata. There's Josh.
happening, fellas?
Literally right-hand man, literally, as we speak. They're breaking the social distancing for this little episode, but it's okay.
They live together though, so I think that's
we're a house.
Funny.
I
Josh
actually have her in the shed, but that's okay.
Josh is a fantastic drummer. When I was working at Peavey years ago, Fran Strine, our friend who is now a well-known director, did the Hired Gun documentary and doing a bunch of stuff. He introduced us, and I remember we've known each other for years, man. I remember you came to the Peavey booth when we were at NAMM, and
Had it like 12 years ago.
yeah, you're taking good care of our sister Nita there. We appreciate that. Yeah,
and you'll be happy to know Alice and Sheryl just showed up in the green room backstage. So yay, Alice and Sheryl.
Oh,
nice.
Yay.
They're in the house.
Oh, we love you guys. We miss you.
They're waving. How sweet. So they're going to be joining us in just a couple of minutes over here. So actually, you know what? Well, actually, so let's say bye to Jason in the living room. We might
cool,
as well.
bye, Jason.
Thanks for helping us.
Yeah.
Take care.
Here we
Don,
go.
I love that. That's a good idea. Hey, what's going on, Alice and Sheryl? What's happening?
Wow.
Well.
Yeah.
Are you wearing a mustache and beard now?
This is it's a clip-on.
Oh,
I think you guys know each other.
So everybody's non-social distancing now. Where are you guys, Alice and Sheryl? You guys are here in Phoenix?
Yeah, we're in Phoenix. We almost got stuck in Berlin.
I was reading about that. Tell us about that. Tell us about that.
Well, I got the story.
Yeah, tell it. Lay it out. Lay it out.
Total house of cards, ready to collapse at any second. So right from Berlin, we knew it was going down. We had to get out of the country fast. So we get off the stage in Berlin, go right to the bus.
Full costume.
And makeup, drive 8 hours overnight from Berlin to Munich, board a plane from Munich, 10.5 hours to Atlanta, pass a grilling immigration questionnaire.
Of course.
Take a connecting flight, 5 hours, Atlanta, Phoenix, come home, no food in the house, go to the grocery store, no food in the grocery store.
But other than that, it was great.
So you guys landed right in the whole thing. So Alice, were you walking through the airport and everything with full makeup, like scaring people as you went? And
I got most of the makeup off, but I was still pretty caked. I still look pretty theatrical on the airplane.
That's awesome.
Did Frankenstein get through customs or what?
No, you know, when I got through customs, really all they said was, "Have you been in China or Italy?" And I went, "No, welcome to America."
Yeah. So nobody in your camp was affected, Alice, from this. Okay, good.
Not that I know of. Nobody that I know of has had anything. But everybody's, you know, I think it's kind of a gigantic world timeout.
It sure is.
You know, it's sort of we've all been sent to our corners. You know, and go back home with your family for 3 or 4 months and rediscover everybody, and then go back to work.
And I love that Alice is still golfing every day, I hear.
Every day, every morning.
Well, you know, it's interesting, and Alice would know this, of course, being a golfer, but Governor Ducey, right, our governor here in Arizona, he left open, what was it? You can buy a gun, get to a pawn shop, golf courses, and I think haircuts, right?
And get your nails done. Yeah.
And get your nails done, yes.
Right.
That's what I need.
I mean, those are the essentials in life. To me, I get up in the morning with my son-in-law, Jed, Calico's husband, and we play golf every morning. Then I come home, take a nap, and then watch TV all day, and I feel like I'm doing my civic duty.
So it's business as usual, basically.
What do you do after Tiger King is over? I mean, you know.
Exactly.
Hey,
yeah,
so
they're close to golf courses on the East Coast here, like New Jersey, parks, golf courses, everything is closed. You're lucky, Alice.
Arizona, everything's open because they say you know, you're outdoors. They take the pins. You don't touch the pins. You don't touch the rakes. The only thing you're touching is your golf clubs, and everybody has their own cart. So everybody's you know the right distance away, and you know it's where the golf courses are packed.
Yeah. Wow, that's cool. Hey, now you're kind of a front runner, to be honest with you, Alice, with and Sheryl with the Solid Rock Teen Center. In fact, you know, it's funny. We just pushed up on the Megadeth socials just a couple of days ago the Monsters of Rock Festival tour that we did. It was in Sao Paulo, where it was Ozzy, Alice, Megadeth, Faith No More, and then that tour kind of split out from there. And I remember that was when you and I we were kind of fly buddies on that one and got to know each other. And you were talking about Dash, and you were to me then. You were talking about a Christian-based teen center that you wanted to start. And you were kind of casting the vision. So this is what 1995, and then the Pudding Show started, which is an annual Christmas show that you host here in Phoenix, and a lot of people come in from our industry, obviously, to perform in that. But you've got your own challenges right now as well, right? I mean, I think you had a golf tournament coming up and some things with your charity that you're doing, right?
Well, yeah, we do two major things: are the golf tournament and the Christmas pudding. I think the Christmas pudding will be fine.
The pudding will be good. Yeah, obviously the golf tournament was going to be in April, I think, right?
April, and I think we're going to miss that, but we'll reschedule it. You know, I tell people the good thing about rock and roll is the fact that everything can be rescheduled. What I'm trying to put across, though, is that if you have a band and if you have people working for you, take care of the people. Make sure that people are taken care of. You know, because all those people, there's 50 people there. Bus drivers, truck drivers, everything like that can't go to another tour because there's no other tour.
Yeah,
you know? So you have to find a way to provide, you know, until you get going again. And Shep and I kind of tried to put that together in a form, but I'm kind of encouraging other band guys that are on tour that had to stop their tours to make sure they do that.
We were talking about that in a previous segment too, that, you know, for every 4 or 5, maybe your case, 6, 7 faces on that stage, you know, there's another 15, 20, 30 people behind that on any given tour, you know, or more, who are now just unemployed.
Yeah.
You know?
With our show, you got special effects people, you got lighting people, you've got sound. I mean, you've got so many other things going on that stage, and all of them are depending on that paycheck. You know,
now with Sock Foundation, because your teen center is not far from either of us, about 20 minutes from my house here in Phoenix. Obviously, people can't be meeting there because of social distancing, or if they are, there's probably a distancing thing. What are some of the things that you guys are doing right now with Solid Rock at the center and everything during this time of the social distancing?
You know, they're doing little concerts from home. Some of the kids. You know, they're doing all this different stuff, which is great, very creative of them to, you know, be doing some programming from home, which I think is very cool.
Virtual still going on.
Yeah,
we still got.
Okay, good. Hey, and what is the social, or like get like some of the links that we can publicize out right now through our fund here or through our stream? Is it just?
Link will be therockteamcenter.com.
Got it. Okay.
And AliceCooperSolidRock.com.
Perfect. Cool.
There's a Facebook page, and tune into some of these classes. They're tremendous.
And that's cool. Talking about doing something with co-op, you know.
Yes.
Kinda
Yeah,
showing
we
up.
just had Dash on earlier too. That
Yeah,
was
Dash
great.
is supposed to be. We actually got to say goodbye to Don and Jim for now. So bye, Don. Bye,
All right,
Jim.
gentlemen. Thanks for joining us.
Bye, guys.
We'll catch you a little later.
guys.
We weren't even supposed to be in Alice and Sheryl yet, but they were here. So Dash was going to jump in with us for a second. So let me do this for a second. We got a little surprise for you guys. So my friends at Sugar on Top Bake Shop in Rockford and Halo Cupcake in Rockford, Illinois, made this really amazing cake for us today. They make the coolest cakes ever. I asked them to make. I told them about the event, and I said, make a cake for the event, and the radio station in Rockford actually auctioned off this cake today on the radio, and they're going to present it to us now during this live stream. So, you guys there?
Can we hear them?
Yep, I think so. You're going to have to come a little closer to your camera and mic and stuff. Move in closer. Come on. Hi, guys.
We're here. Hi.
Oh, look at that.
Here, point your camera down. Point your camera down a little bit so we can
Hey,
see
Nita,
it.
we might have to.
Or pick the cake up if
you
you
guys
can.
out of here. Jeez, hang on. Yeah, figure it out.
All right, we're just gonna do selfies. Hey! Are you ready for this cake?
Yeah, let's see
Yes,
it.
we are. Please. We're dying.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Oh, beautiful.
I'll send you
Are you
guys some
sending us
pictures
some?
of it.
Very nice.
Yes.
Yeah,
Come on, get
we'll
close
picture
up.
That is so cool.
Alice and Sheryl, I'll text you guys some pictures. It's amazing. Like the Megadeth has the little Ellefson logo on it, and the Alice Cooper School's Out. And your
School's
hat.
out, the makeup, the microphone, the Shure SM57, and a top hat.
So I'm sure you saw the initiative we're doing right now with the David Ellefson Youth Music Foundation. It's called School's Out, a little tribute to school being out, and of course to the legend himself, Alice Cooper. I thought it was a very fitting name. So thank you for coming on here, bringing this all together with us.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody.
That's very cool.
Nathan and Eric are the ones that won the auction for the
All
cake.
right, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, look, and
That's
I've
so
been
cool.
eating your stuff. I've been eating their stuff all day. They sent some down from Rockford. It's amazing. Amazing. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Again, Halo Cupcake, Sugar on Top Bake Shop, Rockford, Illinois. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
See, the phones were already
It's
ringing off.
almost the high point of the day. We've got Calico and Calico and Jed here. We've got Sonora and Diego here. So the high point of the day is what's for dinner. One day it'll be barbecue, one day it'll be Chinese, one day because that's the event of the night. And then we decide what movie we're going to watch.
That's it.
Is it going to be Kentucky Fried Movie? Is it going to be what's up, Tiger Lily? What
are the choices? What are the typical movie? Like, give us some typical choices on movie night at the Cooper house.
Well, it's like we kind of realized that a couple of the people had never seen Return of the Pink Panther.
Wow.
And
I've never seen it.
You can't miss that. You can't miss What's Up, Tiger Lily. You can't miss Kentucky Fried Movie. Some of these movies are classic movies from the 70s.
Also, Hell's a Pop.
Hell's a Poppin'. There's so many great films. So every night you pick one, and we sit there. How did I miss that movie?
We've been doing the same thing. It's like binge watching here. I finished Mad Men finally because probably like you guys, you're on tour when some of these shows hit their stride. Yeah. And then I come home and I miss Mad Men. I think it was on 10, 12 years ago. So I finally binged that one. I'm doing House of Cards now. My son's the same thing. Like we'll pick, usually a comedy thing, like watch a Dana Carvey special or Norm Macdonald, one of these comedy specials because it's better to go to bed laughing, right? I always find it better to laugh because when I watch the news, we're so bummed out. It's, so it's.
But if you have news, it's never going to end.
It's never going to end. Yeah.
Ozark is one that's
Ozark is great.
Ozark
is amazing. Oh my gosh,
Little Britain. If you haven't seen Little Britain,
the original.
I have not seen Little Britain. That one's going on the list.
It's
going on the list.
It's as funny as Monty Python.
Okay, good.
Wow.
That's awesome. Yeah, because every day my son's like, which one are we going to watch today, Dad? And our house is the same thing. I married a Jersey Italian girl. So it's like she's got the kitchen going the whole time. And we're on rationing. It's like You only eat what's the family can eat, you know. So no like going in and snacking and just doing whatever I want to do. I'm on like food rationing, you know. So
Well,
but yeah, we're eating pretty good around here. It's good.
Look who I found. It's your son, Dash Cooper.
Hey, Dash.
Hey, Dash.
What's going on?
Hey, we're gonna hop out and let you guys chat.
All right, guys. See you
Thanks
later.
for joining
Bye,
us.
Nita. Bye, Josh.
Later, guys.
Yeah.
Bye, Josh.
See you soon, Native.
Hello.
So we've got Dash social distance from mom and dad.
Yeah.
Except the rest of the family's all there, so Dash is like the odd man out.
We came over and saw the boys last night. We started playing baseball. Like we realized they love baseball.
Oh, God, they got to be getting big.
Yeah.
5 years old. The twins are.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow. So doing baseball. So it's so around you know, it's funny around Phoenix. It's a very different feeling, isn't it? I mean, like, you know, you talk to our friends back in New York and New Jersey today, and you know, everything's locked down. My wife's family, they're all from New Jersey. They've got more cases in Ocean County, which is southern New Jersey, than in all of the entire state of Arizona. And it's, you know, when you go, I don't know how it is for you guys, but, you know, we can go out and ride bikes and, you know, be outside around here and not have any problem with social distancing. So even when we get the lockdown from the governor, it's sort of a soft lockdown compared to what California has. And are you guys finding the same thing?
We're doing pretty well here. You know, I mean, as far as like a lot of people on bicycles, a lot of people walking. We live in an area where you can, you know, go walking up here in the mountains and everything like that in the desert, and still maintain, you know, a healthy lifestyle. And then, you know, I mean, you try to spend as much time as you can at home, and much more time than you normally would. But it's great having the whole family here and everything. So it's sort of like Camp Cooper, you know, sort of like a summer camp.
Maybe Camp Run Amok. I don't know.
Have you guys been able to be well stocked with everything? Because I know, like what you were saying, Sheryl, when you get home, it's just like there was like nothing, right? I mean, that was right around the time Thom called me about doing this whole initiative the Schools Out initiative. I was literally at the Fry's grocery store here in Scottsdale, and I mean, everything was picked through. It was like it was like the zombie apocalypse. There was nothing on the shelves.
Yeah,
and it's, you know, that seems to have kind of settled down. You know, there's kind of two sides to it. I saw one day we went to Costco, and on one day when everybody's just kind of like trying to be very nice to each other. You know, I grew up in Minnesota when everybody waves to each other when they're driving by, you know, and, you know, you get in the city and everybody's like, I'm busy, I'm in a hurry. And, you know, and now all of a sudden everybody's really nice. Everybody's waving, you know, it's like Independence Day when you realize the world might end, we all pull together.
I'll say this. Every time I see another person now, I'm so happy. And I'm kind of a misanthrope by nature. Like, I'm not really a fan of going out in public. And I go out to a gas station, I see another person. I'm like, oh, hi, how are you? I'm so excited for any level of human contact. I can't even tell you.
Well, you know, I mean, you know, you don't worry about toilet paper because if you run out in Arizona, you just use cactus.
But in Minnesota was corn cobs, but you're right. It's here. It's cactus.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you. So again, so you touched on this, and Jane mentioned this. So now you guys had to cancel the golf outing. Is there any alternate ways people can donate? I know that's a big fundraiser for Solid Rock and for your foundation. Is there alternate places people can donate? Or are you guys doing anything else in the meantime to make up those funds?
You can always donate to the the website and everything like that. And we totally understand, though, there's a lot of people out there who aren't getting paychecks. So, I know, I mean, we're not suffering. Solid Rock isn't suffering at this point. We're doing pretty well over there. Great. So we're not in a position that some of the other nonprofits are doing that just started, who don't have, you know, sort of a backup. But like anything else, when you lose like a golf tournament, you're probably losing $300,000 to $500,000. You know, that and the pudding is what keeps Solid Rock running.
Yeah.
Right.
So we can continue to give free programs.
Yeah, everything's free there. I mean, you know, we get 100.
It's amazing. I've been there. It's amazing. It's one of the coolest things. I honestly want to move to Phoenix just so my kids can go there. I tell them that all the time. Like, it's amazing.
It's really talented. We get guitar players that walk in there not knowing which end of the guitar to pick up, and now they're in bands, and now they're studio players. They're playing, you know, they're that good. it's pretty amazing to watch them progress. And actually, we have one girl on American Idol right now. You know, we had Jordan Clark started at Solid Rock, and she won American Idol. There's another girl right now, Amelia.
Amelia's in the top 40.
Yeah, she's American Idol. So, a lot of people getting started here and moving up.
That is true. You know what I think did I just see something on her? I think maybe on local news like a week or so ago, right? There was somebody, right? Is that who that was? Yeah. Wow, that's incredible. And your facility's great. It's huge. I mean, you found a great location in a cool part of town.
About 30,000 square feet, and it's got everything. It's got a recording studio. I mean, I actually did recording for the new album, some of the recording in there.
Nice. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a full-out studio, and all the rooms, an art studio, a dance studio. We try to cover everybody.
Yeah. Now, what are you doing now as far as being off the road? I mean, you're probably subjected to the same timeline all of us are, which is who knows, right? As far as getting back out working, do you have recording that you're up against, or?
I just finished an album. I just finished the Detroit Stories album, and it's an album all about Detroit, and it's all Detroit players, and it's all Bob Ezrin produced it and everything like that. We recorded a lot of it in Detroit.
Yeah.
And so it's sort of my tip of the hat to my hometown.
Nice.
And you can't help, even if as hard a rock as it is, it still has a little bit of R&B in it because it's Detroit. It's in the DNA, but it's a hard rock album. But at the same time, I'm taking tap dance lessons.
From Sheryl?
I'm taking tap dance lessons.
Are you?
And Cheryl's taking them, and so and Calico, and and
virtual lessons.
And I've probably written about 5 songs since I've been home, just sitting around.
So Sheryl, how do you do virtual tap dance?
Get a pad of paper and a pencil, and you get an idea, and you start writing.
Yeah,
that's it. Me and David have written a whole record with our band who are in Italy in this time.
You can do it. You can, Sheryl. You can literally do it online. You can do virtual tap dance lessons.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We got the shoes, the plywood board.
I got taps. We got and when we're tapping, it sounds so cool.
That's awesome.
I can't figure a way to put it in the show, but it's something every time I watch an old movie, I go, "How come I can't do that?"
I'm sure Bob Ezrin will find a way.
He will. You know what? He will.
If there's a guy to do it, it's him. Well, that's terrific. Well, you guys, thank you so much for coming on here and just taking some time to come and hang with us. And we really, really appreciate it. And glad you're safe and sound and you got home safe. Our camp is safe.
Very cool.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We changed one phrase. That we're quarantined. We're artists in residence.
I like it.
There you go. Brilliant.
Okay, we might borrow that. We might borrow that from you. That's good. That's
Alice awesome. Cooper, Sheryl Cooper, Dash Cooper. Thank you guys, man. We love you. Thank you guys so for everything. Always.
See ya. Bye bye.
Happy Easter.
Yeah. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. Yeah.
Look at this. Look at Scott. What are you doing, Scott?
Hey, buddy. What's going on?
This is Scott Schiaffo from Clerks, ladies and gentlemen, the Chuli's gum guy. I saw him hiding in the queue over here, and I was like, I'll sneak him in. What are you doing, Scott? How are you? You ready for our Clerks panel later on with Brian O'Halloran and Marilyn Ghigliotti and Ernie O'Donnell, a.k.a. Rick Darris?
Oh, I'm super psyched, man. I figured I'd pop in and hang out and check out what's happening because I've been watching all day on and off throughout my travels, and I know that if you hang in the back, it's easy for you to pop us in once it's time. So
it is. You're right. And I got a couple minutes here. We got on early with Alice, and now I'm just sitting here looking in the queue going, who's here? Who can we say hi to? Here, let's see. John Driskell and Daniel De Los Reyes are in there, too. They're hiding out in the green room from the Zach Brown Band. Hi, guys. How are you?
Nice.
Well, we can't hear them, but we can wave. We waved. Hi, guys. I guess they got no audio yet. See who else is here. Anybody else in here? No. Drake Bell. Look at that. Our next guest is here. Drake Bell is in the house.
Hey, Drake, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Yeah. We'll be ready for you. You guys can talk for a minute. We'll be ready for your performance in a minute. But anyway, Drake, David, hello.
Yeah, Drake, where are you phoning in from, my friend? Where are you at?
From LA, from Silver Lake.
Nice, Silver Lake, nice. You know, it's funny when me and Dave Mustaine, when we first got signed to Capitol Records, we actually got a band apartment in Silver Lake up on Edgecliff Terrace.
Oh
And
yeah, I know that.
Yeah, and it was not the cool place that it is now. It was.
No, I've been living here for a long time, and it's completely changed.
Yeah, it's totally hip and cool now, and it's kind of the cool place to be. Well, I was very excited when Thom said you were going to be able to drop in and join us, man. It was very cool.
Yeah, totally.
So
Scott, thank you, man. We'll see you guys a little later.
Yeah.
So it's something cool. So Drake, you remember my daughter Riley, right?
Yeah, of course.
Well, look who this is.
my
I wanted to drop in and co-host. I figured it's a youth foundation. So Riley, when my kids were 3, 4, 5, we had Thanksgiving at Drake's house. We'd go hang out at Drake's house. He was like Uncle Drake.
Yeah.
And then later they got old enough to know who Drake was, and they were so mad that they didn't realize it then, you know. But so Riley wanted to jump in and say hi.
I was just the cool guy with the piano.
I know.
I know. It's
and
really
the cute
funniest-
doggies.
Yeah.
That's really the funniest thing, because like I literally used to like be in like first grade, and I would sit there and I would watch Drake and Josh like I didn't know Drake, and I would just, it was just great, you know.
Dude, I still have those damn dogs. Can you believe it? They're still here.
They're still alive.
Yeah, dude, they're like 14 years old.
I have pictures of Jenna when she was like 3 dancing. What was the little one? 0?
Yeah.
I have pictures of Jenna dancing when she was like 4 years old. Where's Jenna? Is she in there somewhere?
Hi, I'm right here.
There she is.
Hey.
Jenna was like 3 years old dancing with Drake's little tiny. What kind of dog is she? She was like, or he's like this big, right? Is it he?
The little one?
The little one, yeah.
Yeah, he was like I don't know, some kind of terrier. I found him on the street. I don't know what he is.
So
you got everybody coming in. My son Roman's joining us. Roman,
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Now it's a party.
How are you?
I'm good, brother. Good to see you.
How are you guys all hanging in this crazy quarantine?
Man, me and David have been writing a record, doing a bunch of this charity stuff. I don't know, David, you tell him.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean it's it's funny, Roman's college student. We're in Phoenix, we're in Scottsdale, and his sister Athena is actually a nursing student at ASU here, so we kind of get the first line reports of stuff coming in from the health department. But we're actually able to go out. We go bike riding. We're able to kind of go out. It's pretty remote right here where we are. It's not like in LA, so it's nice to be able to go.
We're on full on lockdown.
Get exercise,
Yeah, we're on like full on lockdown. They told us we can't even like we can go out, but like you have to stay a certain distance away. We can't go out without masks anymore.
Wow. Yeah.
And they only go out to grocery shop, but now they're starting to like kind of hunker down on that too.
Crazy.
Yeah.
We're gonna be. We just got extended another month.
I heard till March 15th, right?
Yeah.
Or May 15th, rather. May 15th.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, we're checking in online with a few guys last night, just kind of sound checking this thing. And Artie, he was Jason, right, from Friday the 13th. So he was
Artie Lehman. Yep.
Oh, rad.
Giving us the LA lowdown. So man, you got a song to sing?
I mean, I have a couple.
Oh, good, yeah. Rock out. Come on, Drake.
It's a music channel. Let's do it.
Am I playing now?
Of course.
If you want to, go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Do one of the older ones. Here we go. All alone, guess again, you've been known. Take the hand of any man who will fill your fantasy. You're there, a big mistake. You're the pride of every fake that comes around this messed up town. And you know, and I know, and I know, it's always better when you know. And I know, and I know, it's always better when you find out we've been lying, cheating, baby. Give me a sign, give me a reason, make up your because you're a fan doesn't mean you join the band and find a way to make them think that you're a star. Silly girl, only I can fool the world, it's plain to see. 'Cause you're just like me, and you know, and I know, and I know, it's always better when you know, and I know, and I know, it's always better when you find out we've been lying, cheating, baby. Give me a sign, give me a reason, make up your mind. And darling, only a fool couldn't see through us, know what we do. You know that it's true. Things that you do, I'm out of in love with you.
Drake Bell, you are amazing.
Thanks, man.
I know that was really good. Definitely.
I brought my daughter Athena in to say hello as well.
I got the. It's like the family game. Dude, you got to play. You got to play the Drake and Josh theme song for me now, man. Come on, you know that's my favorite.
Well, I never thought that it'd be so simple, but I found a way, I found a way. And I always thought that it'd be too crazy, but I found a way, I found a way. If you open up your mind, it's gonna take some time to realign. But if you look inside, I'm sure you'll find. Over your shoulder, you know that I told you I'd always be picking you up when you're down. So just turn around. Now that I know that anything's possible, I found a way, I found a way. No one can break what's so unbreakable. I found a way, yeah, I found a way. If you open up your mind, it's gonna take some time to realize, yeah. But if you look inside, I'm sure you'll find. Over your shoulder, you know that I told you I'd always be picking you up when you're down. So just turn around. No one cares what you give. You know you gotta live like you wanna live. When it's time to be free, you know you gotta be what you wanna be, yeah. If you open up your mind, it's gonna take some time to realize. But if you look inside, I'm sure you'll find. Over your shoulder, you know that I told you I'd always be picking you up when you're down. So just turn around.
Definitely an
My
iconic
childhood
song.
just came back to life.
Oh, is that a script? Hey,
I randomly had that sitting where I'm sitting.
that's so awesome. You know who I'm going to pull in? Hey, Drake. Hey, Drake, say hi to Daniel and John from the Zach Brown Band.
Oh,
Hey, guys.
what's up, guys?
Hey, how's it going?
You guys are great.
Say bye to Riley. Riley, bye, baby.
Thank you guys.
All right, you guys go. Awesome. Okay.
So,
Danny, we'll talk to them.
anyway, have you guys ever met before? This is Daniel De Los Reyes and John Hopkins from the Zach Brown Band, Drake Bell.
Big fan. You guys are amazing.
Thanks, brother. It sounded great on there just now.
Thanks.
So they're next if you want to hang out and watch them too.
Yeah,
You're
heck
welcome.
yeah.
Hang out with us, Drake Bell.
Yeah, good.
So how you guys doing over there, Daniel and John?
Man, we're good. Danny came in and sprayed me down with isopropyl alcohol as soon as he saw me.
Thank God.
We're practicing the 6-foot distance right now, even though the last person I saw was Danny on the bus, 4 weeks ago. So regardless, we're trying to keep it real, even though we're staying in the same room together. We had this elaborate plan to do all this fancy microphone stuff, and then the interface wouldn't connect to the program. So,
It's all right. So we'll do it old school. This is how you can. So
Exactly.
See,
Hey,
now
Daniel,
the Zach Brown Band and Drake can tour together. We just made a love connection.
Yeah, dude.
Daniel, my son Roman and I, we actually just went up to go see your brother play with Chicago.
Oh, yeah?
A month ago.
Where?
In Prescott.
At Findlay Toyota Center.
Up in Prescott. Yeah. It was fantastic. So I wanted to make the correlation and the connection. So glad to see you guys.
And I got a crazy family. They're all drummers. Everybody.
Wow.
I know the Reyes family kicks ass on the drums and percussions. It's so fun. So
And you've done a lot of stuff too. You've played with like Don Henley. Like, run down your resume a little bit, Daniel. It's pretty dang impressive, if I may say
man,
myself.
we hate to do that shit. It's crazy. It's just, I was lucky enough to have a father that was, playing for Tony Bennett, Sammy Davis, Paul Anka, and all that kind of stuff. So I grew up in the backstage showrooms of Las Vegas and Puerto Rico, and so it was crazy. That was the playground when I was little, being backstage with Dad, and then both my brother and I took off from there. And we started working professionally at like 16, 17, and we started touring. And that's it. We haven't stopped then since.
Wow. Impressive. Very cool.
What's your story, John Driskell Hopkins? Tell us about your musical voyage.
Man, I started playing when I started talking or started singing when I was 3 years old. And over the years, I got a theater degree from Florida State and then got in a band in like 30 minutes when I got there. And after that, I just kept playing and met Zach through studio stuff. This is my studio at my house right now. And I've been doing studio stuff since the 90s and just kind of plowing forward. Joined Zach's band in 2005 and we had been friends for years before that. And write all the time and put out my own records, including some holiday records and a new Americana record coming out this summer. So staying as busy as I can with a lot more time at home, obviously, right now. It's going to be a great time to finish the project.
How have you guys been utilizing the time? I know, Daniel, I saw a cool thing. You've been making masks out of your drum heads. Protective masks. Tell me about that.
You know what? So first of all, I'm a hoarder. So I've been hoarding percussion and drum stuff for years upon years upon years. Always like wondering what the heck I was going to do with all this stuff. So recently, last 5-6 years, I started a music education charity, and I do music camps in the summer. But from hoarding all this stuff, now I'm using it in the music school. But on top of it, man, when I saw this crazy stuff that's going on, I saw the face shields, and the face shields are crucial because, how it's transferred is droplets. And, when you come 6 feet or under, droplets is what's going to get it to you. So I saw that it looked like drum heads, and sure enough, I ordered a couple of them and I made duplicates of them, and I had 200-300 of that particular plastic that works. So we ended up making that many heads, and I ended up giving them to emergency services. And right now I'm investing in some plastic, and I'm going to start making them on my own and handing them out in my local community to cashiers and anybody who comes in within 6 feet of other people need to wear it like this. Check it out. Very simple, but it's very effective.
Wow.
And so, you know, I've been doing that. That's one of the things, practicing a lot of cooking, like what you guys were talking about earlier, a lot of reflecting. And I just want to make sure that we come out of this, which we will, better than we have ever before, man. This is our moment to shine. This is our moment to come together and shine as human beings. By how I've freaking, you know, working with each other, helping each other, knowing, check it out, knowing at the end of the day that you did something to help your fellow neighbor. How about that?
Absolutely. And that's what this
Very
whole
cool.
that's what this whole initiative is about, that we've been doing, and the Schools Out initiative with and our David Ellefson Youth Music Foundation. And thank you guys so much, Drake, all you guys, for being a part of this, man. Daniel, John, it's been so great talking to you guys all week and getting ready for this. And thank you so much for all your amazing support. So I think you guys are going to play something, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, we'd happy to. Just hope it sounds good through the computer audio this far away. Sometimes that gets a little weird, but
hey, you know, we're flying by the seat of the pants today. So far, so good.
Ready to rock it.
Hey, Thom, and moving forward,
so
you
far,
need
so good, so well.
anything for your school, I'm there for you.
Thank you. That would be amazing. That'd be amazing, brother. That'd be awesome.
So in light of the fact that everybody that recovers from this experience is either going to be an amazing chef or have developed a serious problem with corn liquor, we decided that we'd do a song called "The Devil Lives in a Mason Jar." So it's a little slower tempo, and it might sound better over the internet audio. We were going to do a rocker, but I think we're a little more concerned with that. So it's kind of goes.
Right.
The devil lives in a mason jar. His face is clear, but his soul is dark. Picking through the pieces of the peaches. The devil makes you 10 feet tall. Swimming around in the ethanol, drowning sorrows more sorrowful than he is. I could never turn away before he comes to make his claim on me. If I could see him creeping up, I'd turn my tail and leave. And the devil lives in a mason jar. Out in the shed in my backyard, calling me from the hand of Jesus. The devil hollers out my name, draws me out into the flame, drowning sorrows more sorrowful than he is. Daniel de los Reyes on the percussion. that ass in a mason jar. Face is clear, but his soul is dark. Picking through the pieces of the beaches. Picking through the pieces of the beaches. Picking through the pieces of the beaches.
Man.
John Driskell, Hopkins, and Daniel De Los Reyes of the Zach Brown Band. Man, Drake Bell, how awesome was that?
Amazing.
That was rad. Good job.
Like two of the coolest performances ever in a row. Drake and then that. Like,
come on, I know. Yeah, that was incredible.
It's like as you're performing, you're going, "What the hell does it sound like through that speaker?"
Right. It sounded great over here. Yeah, it was awesome.
Good.
What a great lyric too. I love it. That's awesome.
Hey, one of these days, though, I mean, I'm sure in a short time, because everybody's trying to do the same thing, we'll be able to jam like everybody together, and it's perfectly in sync, right?
I know.
Right? We've been talking about that all day. We did our new single earlier, and we had to each record, and two of our guys are in Italy, so we had the latency issues, and so we ended up finally going, okay, we're just gonna have to record it. So we each recorded our parts and watched videos of each other playing our parts and just tracked it live, but in different, and it turned out great. But yeah, somebody, Charlie Benante from Anthrax or somebody earlier said, whoever figures out how to make that app that everybody can play together at once without the latency is going to be a billionaire. So get on it, somebody. Man, so everybody, let us know where everybody can find you on social media. I think, Drake, you're easy. You're just at Drake Bell Official. Like,
on
Drake Bell.
It's Drake Bell, yeah.
Nice.
You're easy. Daniel, John?
Yeah, JohnDriskellHopkins.com and at John Driskell Hopkins on Instagram, and also Zach Brown Band. And this is Brighter Shade Studios, my personal studio. So
that's great. That looks awesome. Where are you guys? You're in Georgia, right?
Yeah, Atlanta.
That's great, man. Well,
yeah, it's crazy. Daniel De Los Reyes, anywhere, all the socials, but dayglomusic.org is my music camp that we do. And like I said, David and Thom, you need me for anything, I'm there. I mean, I'm all about music.
Thank you.
Truly believe that's what develops a good human being is through music and food. There you go.
I agree.
We'll take you up on it. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
guys, thank you so much for joining. What an entertainment to come out of Alice and Sheryl Cooper into Drake Bell and then over to hear Devils in a Mason Jar. It's fucking great.
This has been a good hour, man. This has been a good hour.
That was awesome.
Thanks for having me, guys. This was awesome.
When I first moved to LA, the first time, my first audition was with Alice Cooper. I swear to God, man, I failed horribly. It was horrible. But I went there I wanted to be like, Quiet Riot. This, that was man, I get there and I had the audition with Alice Cooper, and I went in there so excited, and I came out like, it was just like tears, like I knew I, screwed up completely. But those type of things are good because they make you go home and practice.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having us, guys. Appreciate it. You guys are doing it, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, guys, man.
In California, Drake.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Thank you. And look who's here. It's our buddy Drew Ford here.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Drew Fortier. It was like
John and Daniel, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
It's like the Brady Bunch.
The Brady Bunch. Dun, dun. I'm like the conductor of the Brady Bunch intro. Here's a story of a lovely lady. Dun, dun.
You know what, Drew? When I first met you, you were kind of a pretty boy. Now you're looking more and more like a scary horror ghoul every day.
Right? Yeah, I get
very
the
manly.
On the, yeah,
I mean that
exactly.
in a good, groovy, ghouly way. It's awesome. So Drew is. Yeah, I mean, Thom, you give the resume.
Yeah.
He's been working.
Drew's been he played in Bang Tango. I mean, that's the real resume. Drew is my minion for many years, my buddy. We just started Ellefson Films last year to put out a movie that he's doing. And so Drew's jumping in. He's going to kind of co-host. What is that crazy noise?
There's a noise?
Over here.
Oh, there we go. Well, I don't know. It was crazy. So we're actually going to say goodbye to David in a second. Drew's going to jump in with me now and host this next Clerks segment. And here, I'll bring everybody in so you can say hi. Here's Marilyn.
Hi.
Scott. It doesn't look like Brian O'Halloran's here yet. Everybody, the esteemed David Ellefson of Megadeth.
Hey, Dave. Thanks so much, man.
Yes,
Scott
thanks for joining
Schiaffo and
us.
Marilyn Ghigliotti from Clerks. Brian O'Halloran is here.
Yeah.
Hey.
What's up?
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
We're doing good over here. How about you?
I'm good. David Ellefson of Megadeth. We're going to swap him out for Ernie O'Donnell in a minute when he shows up. Oh, there he is. All right, David. Bye-bye.
All right, guys.
Time.
Let's see, Dave. Thank you, David, for having us.
Okay, let's get rid of him. Okay, bye. And now we have Rick Darris. Wow.
Oh,
all
nice.
right.
Annie.
Yeah,
All
big
right.
Drew for the big boy.
So first, I got to show you guys what hangs over my desk all day long, what I look at. Where is it? There's a Dante bumper sticker up, or a Randall bumper sticker up there. So,
right on.
That I got from the secret stash on one of my many pilgrimages to Red Bank. You know.
Nice.
Yeah, we went to the Quick Stop together, Tom, remember?
We did. It was
I bought
great.
a pack of cigarettes. No.
Oh, that's great.
That's a great show, Brian. Where'd you get that?
Some bootleg kind of organization I found.
So it's funny.
Currently, right now, the store is pretty much shuttered up.
Is it real? Oh man, what a bummer. You know, I had pictures when the RST sign was still up. Now it's like down and inside. And but yeah, Mark Weiss is a good friend of mine who was on the show earlier, and he's a Jersey guy. So I'd go to visit him all the time, and he lives right by Red Bank and right by Leonardo. So I'd go there, and when I stayed at his house, the Quick Stop was actually the closest place. I was a smoker then. That was the closest place to go buy cigarettes.
That's pretty much how they made their money, was because they were the only game in town off that highway.
They were. When I'd stay at Mark's, it was like, oh, the closest place. It was literally like the local place to get cigarettes. So how cool was it? I got to feel like, you know, I was kind of waiting for people to come in and
Their best seller is cigarettes and lottery tickets.
Because people are trying to win money to get the hell out of there.
Right? So how did you guys, so first of all, let's go around and introduce yourselves and tell us who you are. This is also on some radio stations and stuff. So go around and introduce yourselves. Yeah, it's streaming on a bunch of TV stations and radio stations and all over.
So
Ladies
Marilyn Ghigliotti, and I played Veronica in Clerks.
Next.
Okay, I'm Brian O'Halloran, and I'm not even supposed to be here today. I played Dante in Clerks.
Nice.
Oh, well played. Well played.
Oh, I'm a professional, sir.
All right, Scott or Ernie, who's next?
Ernie. Get Ernie, go.
Come on,
Ernie
Ernie.
O'Donnell, the pimp, Rick Darris.
Woo! Nice. Look at this.
You are the Medicam pro, man. I got to get some tips from you, O'Halloran. Like, by the way, Brian O'Halloran saved the day on this whole thing. Like, with some cool, he gave me some really cool tech tips on some things, and it was awesome. So thank you so much.
I'm glad it's working out for you.
It's
Brian's
great.
been practicing that for like 4 years.
Yeah.
He's a knowledgeable man.
I did my research before I pulled the trigger. That's all. You know, measure twice, cut once, right, Ernie?
You got it, baby.
How did you guys all get involved with Clerks and Kevin Smith? I'm sure you've told this story 7 million times, but never to me. So how did that happen?
Oh, yeah, Scott Schiaffo, Chewy's Gum Guy. Hey.
The merchant.
Well, for me, I actually found out about the auditions and went to a theater that I actually had done some shows at, and did a monologue. Kevin called me up, asked me to come down to the convenience store so that I can pick up the script, read it, see if I was okay with what I had to say. And
And
when I was. I mean, I picked it up and I was reading it while I was at work and on my slow time, and I was laughing. So I said yes. Obviously.
All right, Scott, how did you become the Chuli's gum guy?
I actually was pretty remote from that area. I'm way up in northern New Jersey. So I saw an ad in a local paper that was actually the classified. Back then, before cell phones and the internet and whatnot, actors would get the trade papers for auditions or look in the classified of your
kids. If in a time before you were born, there was these things called newspapers and magazines, and it was like the internet but printed on paper.
Right, trade papers.
Imagine if they took like Craigslist and printed it on paper, and that's what he's talking about. Just to give you a visual.
And also, filming in New Jersey was not very common then, especially feature film. So I said I got to get down there and audition, which thankfully I did, and they liked me enough to call me back. And then you read from the script, and the rest, as they say, is Clerks history.
Hey, Schiaffo, I got to ask you a question. How did you get there? Because I know you don't have a car. Come on. Your scooter, your little wagon. How'd you get there, baby?
Then I had a car. That's only now that I'm transportation challenged. Thank you for pointing that out. But,
man, you really are Rick Darris.
Drove an hour and a half one way. Almost got arrested on the beach. That's on the IMDb. That'll take too much time to explain. How about you, sir?
Well,
what's yours? Hurry.
You bastard. You son of a bitch. Mine's easy. Me and Kev were childhood friends, so I'm pretty much,
You were grandfathered in, basically.
Grandfathered in, yeah. You could say that. I've been grandfathered in a lot of stuff in his life. So. Yep.
And I auditioned at the First Avenue Playhouse, which was the local theater, which still operates today out of Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey. So I auditioned on the second night. Kevin called me back for 2 more readings of the script opposite him. Asked what I thought about it. The scene that I did was the independent contractors from the Death Star. I enjoyed that so much. I was like, hey man, if this movie has conversation about Star Wars, I'm in. Next thing you know, I was going there to rehearse in the middle of the night.
And you know what? As a nerdy, I really think that was the first time I really remember hearing Star Wars referenced in pop culture outside of like Star Wars circles, which to me was really cool because I was always a nerdy. I was like, wow, are people in New Jersey really this cool? Because I need to move to New Jersey. So I later found out they weren't, but that's another story.
Hey, some are.
Oh, yeah, most are.
It's all a big scam, as long as we get a VIG.
That's right. So when you guys were making this little independent movie, could you ever have even fathomed, what it would become, the View Askew universe and the sequels? And by the way, Brian, I love Clerks 2. Is Clerks 3 happening or not? It's yes, no.
That's a
yes.
Kevin Smith question, and he's with all his time on his hands lately. I believe he's been finishing up that script now. Hopefully, me and Jeff can get it in our hands shortly, and then we'll go from there. I know I've been wanting to do it. I know Kevin and Jay want to do it, and then once Jeff reads it, hopefully he's going to get on board. Marilyn has been asked to be a part of it as well, so hopefully that gets done. So. Once we get past the elephant in the room, and then we'll see what happens.
That's awesome. But I do. I'm a big fan of. I'm a big Clerks 2 enthusiast. So
right on, brother.
So yay for Clerks 2. So
should
all right,
we
Drew.
what your favorite scene is? I'm kind of worried that you got what your answer is.
Do I really need to go through? I can
could
probably
say it on here, actually.
I can't. I probably could not. But
pantomime it.
You look like a donkey guy, so that's all.
I'm taking it back.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, cake.
Do I really look like a donkey guy? I don't know. That's out of order. You're out of order there, Rick Darris.
Hey, brother. That's why I'm here, baby.
Oh, you guys are great. Here, Drew, ask some questions. I'm laughing too hard. So this is my buddy Drew. He actually
How's it going, guys? What's everybody up to currently? What do you guys got happening? I know,
Well-
Scott, you just. Oh yeah, please.
we're stuck in our own homes. That's where we are.
Absolutely nothing like everyone else.
Wishful thinking. What's you guys been working on anything since you're in quarantine? Or?
Well, I mean, the last thing that you could have seen us in was obviously the new Jay and Silent Bob reboot.
Oh, of course. Yes, absolutely.
So that if you have Amazon Prime, it's free with your subscription to Amazon
Is it
Prime
really
right
free
now.
on Prime now? I'm so glad
yeah.
I paid $20 for it a month
There you
ago.
Oh yeah.
Well,
nice.
you know,
You got you guys in color. Yeah. Because you get to the cameo in black and white, right? All you guys.
Yeah,
And
correct. That was fun.
Correct.
Yeah,
That was a great scene. They just, they show up. They're in black and white. They look up to see you guys. That was terrific.
it's definitely quite an amazing scene to just the way that they shot it and all that kind of stuff. But it was amazing to be there as well, and grateful to have been.
Yeah, I was going to ask what it was like. All you guys getting back together for that after all these years. It must have been
Amazing, amazing. And we pretty much stayed up all night. Even once we were done shooting our scene, we were let go, but we pretty much stayed on set and watched everything that was happening.
Oh, that's awesome. I know you got a lot of great cameos for that one for sure. It's just a who's who of you a universe for sure.
Yeah.
It's everybody that shows up just constantly, and it's just like, man, it's amazing.
I mean, I guess I have a question. How does it feel, Brian, to have made a career out of playing your own relatives?
You know, it's kind of common in Kentucky, I hear. So, wait, that's marrying relatives. I'm sorry. No, you know what? It's a lot of fun that I get to play all these different hicks, so to speak. So, and Kevin,
Hicks, literally HICKS.
yeah, it's great that Kevin allowed me to play around with this last one and be, Dante Hicks, obviously, and then the newscaster Grant Hicks in that one scene, and then play myself, Brian, at the Clerks panel. So it was a nice little time to play around.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Is somebody slicing meat over there? I hear like a.
Not here.
So Scott, tell me about your music. You're a musician, right? You started out tell us about your musical aspirations and endeavors.
Yes, correct. Oh, look at that. The Jewel Carey Little Did I Think record. She's going to love you for that, brother.
Awesome.
Look at that. Oh my gosh, this is wonderful. That's a film music CD. It's a collection of film music.
Halloran, you're so good.
Well, musician, I'm a musician long before I kind of got into the acting thing. I got into the acting in college, but I've been playing music since, 5, 6, 7 years old. I picked up the guitar, but I want to share the time with my castmates. But as Drew was pointing out, Drew and I know one another. I'm working on the Audible Locked In for COVID. I've been working on the audio version of my book, and all the files have been sent off. So that should be coming out sometime over the next 2 to 3 to 4 weeks. Quickly want to shout out to a film called Darkness Waits by Libby McDermott and her husband, Matt Stolley. That just was released. Another quick shout out, Tom Zanka's web series, The Deep State. Please just check it all out from my social media, and I'd really appreciate it. But I want to thank you, Tom and Drew, and of course, David, who's not on camera now, but for getting us all involved. This was dynamite. My castmates were available, and this is super exciting.
Thank you. You're the one that really made it all happen there, Scott. So,
well, you reached out to me, and then I got these guys, and this guy, Rick Darris bastard, he's got a lot going on, and he's humble, but he won't talk about it. Talk about it. 100 Acres of Hell, brother. Come on, talk about it.
Yeah, well, I got my horror feature I co-star and produce in called 100 Acres of Hell that I made with my buddy Jason Kerner and Ed McKeever. It's a throwback slasher flick that's on all streaming platforms right now. I also got my movie Gone for the Weekend that I did with Troy Burbank. has your buddy Mark Wise in it.
He showed me that movie. I was staying at his house last year, and he showed me that. So I didn't know you were involved in that. I sat and watched the whole movie.
Yeah, I played the asshole in the bar.
A real stretch.
No.
Yep. And then I got a short out now called The Seventh Day that I'm going to be putting out on some streaming platforms. And at the moment, I'm working with Clarence Stady, a blues guitarist who has a really great story that we want to bring to light. He's played with all the greats, from Eric Clapton to B.B. King and Ace Frehley, and you name it, he's played with them. So this guy's, I'm a huge blues fan. So
that's awesome.
So I'm gonna dig in deep with him in the next couple of months, and then obviously as we got the Smod Castle opening up, hopefully this summer with me and Kevin, Dan and Leonardo. You probably saw that end unit by the Quick Stop. We're gonna take that over and blow that up.
Really?
Oh, that's awesome. Nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep.
That's
Ernie,
great.
are you doing a documentary with the blues player?
Yeah, we're gonna do a really good documentary. We've already got commitments from a lot of the blues legends to talk to about him.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, he's played with everybody, so we got a lot of push behind him. He's a great guy. He had some trouble times in his music career, but he's clean and sober, making a strong comeback, and we're going to try to help him out.
That's awesome. How
That's
about
awesome.
you, Brian?
Thank
What are you working on now?
Well, there's a few things out. I mean, I was part of a Jason Mewes movie that's out as well on Amazon and called Madness and the Method. Obviously, the Jay and Silent Bob movie is out now as well. But also, there's a couple of other movies. The film called Right Before Your Eyes, about a guy struggling with alcoholism and his best friends that help him to get sober again. So that's going to be being released soon. Another film that's being released soon called Shooting Heroin, about a town that's tired of the opioid epidemic and take the law into their own hands. So that'll be released in the next month or so.
That's all. Something else I wanted to ask you about specifically, man. I was such a huge fan of the Clerks animated series. Hang on. So let's talk about that a little bit. Making that. I mean, why were you walking like that? I mean,
You know what's really, really great about when we were doing that series was so much fun. I mean, we had Dave Mandel involved in that. Who was the showrunner for Veep, and he's also a producer and writer of Curb Your Enthusiasm and a few others. And with him and Kevin and the writing team, we had so many things that we could do in that show that we thoroughly enjoyed and loved. So every time we had a chance to do something, the animated series was just like, oh my God, the world just opened up to us. I mean, we actually had like an Outbreak episode in the cartoon.
Yeah,
series.
you did. I was going to bring that up next.
It's really funny that we can now go back to that and go like, yeah, we were kind of predicting the future almost. But it was kind of fun because we were also able to get a lot of really great vocal guest stars involved, like Michael McKean and Mario Joyner and Dana Gould and a bunch of other great people as well. So I'm hoping, I mean, Kevin
Judge Reinhold?
Judge Reinhold, that's right. So I know Kevin's talked about this from time to time on his podcast because people ask him all the time. They'd love to have the cartoon back. Would it be possible to get it back? And he knows that there's a showrunner of a show on ABC right now that's currently really, really doing well. And that showrunner enjoyed the series, and maybe they'll be able to bring it back. And that's more like a 2022 project, I would believe, once we get through a Clerks 3 live action series where people actually enjoy us,
Yeah, well, and the thing is, too, it's weird to me how, I mean, I remember did it air on Comedy Central? There was somewhere where it kind of aired for a minute, but I can't believe it hasn't ended up on Amazon or Netflix or some streaming service. I mean, the episodes that are there, it's so hard. I have it on every time I go to Red Bank, I go to the Secret Stash and I buy another DVD copy because I always lose them. So I literally just went there last year and I bought another one. But it hasn't turned up on Amazon or Netflix or Hulu or anywhere yet, which is kind of a bummer. It really probably should be.
I don't know who has the rights to it exactly. I think it's Miramax Television.
It was Miramax. Yeah.
Correct. But then it was like ABC television, which is owned by Disney. So it's weird how we can try to get those.
But don't they also own Hulu and Disney Plus now? Isn't there like 700 places they could put it?
Correct.
That they own?
Exactly. I mean, it used to be on Cartoon Network or Comedy Central at like Friday nights at 1 a.m.
Like 1 in the morning or something.
Right.
Yeah.
During the summer, they would add every Friday night at 1 a.m. one episode for 6 weeks.
Bring this quick stop to me, sir. It's a store.
Well played, Clerks.
Well played, Clerks.
I mean, that's another thing. I mean, here it was. We had Alec Baldwin as our Leonardo. So it was a lot of fun. I hope we can get to do it again. And I've always joked that when we physically become too hideous to look at in real life,
then you got the cartoon to fall back on.
At least we have our voices that we could fall back on.
Oh man, thank you guys so much. This is so much fun. I'm so fanboyed out. I don't even know what to say. I'm just like I'm just start like quoting the cartoon. Oh no, Bear is driving. How could this be?
How can that be?
But actually, you know what? I got to tell you the story, how I originally saw the Clerks animated series. This is actually a really funny story. So Corey Taylor from Slipknot was staying over at my house. For some reason, we'd have sleepovers. And he came and stayed at my house. And he's like, dude, have you seen the Clerks animated series yet? And he's like, and I'm like, no, I haven't. He's like, dude, we're going to go buy it. And we went to Tower Video in Hollywood, in West Hollywood, when it was still open, bought the DVD, went back to my house and laid in my bedroom and watched the entire thing. And I was obsessed ever since.
So were you baking while you were watching it?
I this was a long I don't know if I did that then. Maybe we were probably really drunk. I know we did that then a lot. Me and Corey both. That was before our sober days. So now we're both obviously very sober and old, but then not so much. Oh no, Bear is driving. How can this be? Car full of midgets. Korean animation studio.
It was a lot of fun. It was the most fun I've had in a studio with a bunch of guys. It was really just, I can't wait to get back to it at some point.
Oh God, I have to go watch it now. Bye. I'm done. But yeah, seriously, guys, if you haven't seen it and you can find it somewhere, I'm sure the DVDs have to be on Amazon. You can always go to Jan Silent Bob's Secret Stash in Red Bank, New Jersey, and buy an autographed DVD copy. So that's what I always do.
That's right. Support the stash, baby.
Yeah, I always support the stash. You know, the first time I went there, I was so happy. I walked in and Walt Flanagan was working at the counter, and it was a total fanboy moment. I'm like, oh my God, it's Walt Flanagan. This was like 15 years ago, probably. I ended up being friends with Muse later on in his drug phase, and but yeah, that was way, way, way back, like in the right when the stash opened. I think a couple years later.
It was Comic Book Men.
You are like a walking PowerPoint over there.
Yeah.
PowerPoint O'Halloran. That's your new nickname.
They may call things like this like producing or something weird.
You got the gig. You got the gig.
Right?
So tell us about your O'Halloran. I know Marilyn. I listened to one. Was that the only one you did?
So far, that's the only one. I mean, this is something I've been talking about working on for about 3-4 years now. And I would record audio episodes, as I would travel on the road. And then so when we finally have to be quarantined as we are, I was like, you know what? I've been buying equipment over the years to do a streamcast at some point that I said, you know what? If this doesn't push me into doing it, why not? So I asked Marilyn, even though I was her 37th, I asked her to be my first when it came to guests. So last Friday, not this past Friday, but the Friday before, we did about a 45-minute to hour session on my YouTube channel and also Facebook as well. If you go to the O'Halloran on YouTube or the O'Halloran on Facebook, it'll bring you up.
That's awesome. Thank you. So I wanted to mention to someone asked before the station. So the station it's broadcasting on is KKDJ TV and radio in Fresno. There's actually a 24-hour streaming music channel, like an MTV type channel, and they've actually been streaming this whole thing all day. So let's give it up to our friends in Fresno. Fresno, the New Jersey of California. Yeah. I love it. Right. I love Fresno. I
know people in Fresno.
I do too. So where is everybody? You guys also, Marilyn, you're in LA now, right? Everybody else is still in New Jersey?
I am in LA. Most of my family is in Jersey, scattered throughout the New York, New Jersey area. And I've got my parents and a lot of family members over in Puerto Rico.
I'm in the I'm about 2 hours northwest of New York City, so I'm in the northeast corner of Pennsylvania. So yeah, I'm out in my big mountain, kind of out in the woods, kind of away from people.
No, good.
Yeah, really away.
That's good. You don't want to be in Central Jersey and North Jersey like me and Scotty.
Yeah, I'm way up by I'm 15 minutes from the Bridgewater Tunnel. I'm northern New Jersey.
Yeah, man. You're close to the epicenter, baby.
That's right.
So stay in your cave. Look at you.
Nothing much has changed for me with the COVID. I like working on my studio tan, COVID or not.
You still haven't gotten a light yet.
Yeah, I know. I gotta get some better light.
Hey, let the guy get a car first, then he can work on a light one step at a time. Yeah, give me your address. I'm going to ship you a lamp.
Oh, wow.
God, Jesus.
You don't want me on the road.
No.
Sober. I mean, I'm sober now, thank God, but you don't want me on the road.
Yeah, buy his
look
TV
at
so we can get him some gear.
Look at that. Is that you? Is that you with that fancy? What is that fancy? What is that fancy pink guitar you got going on there?
That's a custom Strat. I call it my bubblegum Strat.
That's beautiful. That's awesome.
It is. It's a really sweet axe. It's got Kahler vibrato, 2 custom DiMarzio humbuckers, and it's a sweet guitar.
Nice.
That's awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for jumping in here and doing this. Anybody, why don't you all go around, plug all your stuff, your social media, tell everybody where they can find you.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to have been on here.
Thank you guys all so much. This was so much fun.
So you can find me on Instagram, Marilyn Ghigliotti, as well as Facebook, Marilyn Ghigliotti fan page, and Twitter, it's That Clerks Girl.
And producer O'Halloran here's got his whole bio up. He's got his title.
For me, it's on Twitter and Instagram. It's Brian C. O'Halloran on Twitter and Instagram, and then on Facebook, it is the Brian C. O'Halloran. Also, the O'Halloran also has its own Twitter and Instagram as well. So the O'Halloran on both Twitter and Instagram.
So look at this guy who's just hiding out in the green room over here. Look, there's Mark Weiss speaking in New Jersey.
Hey,
what's up?
Hello.
You guys know this degenerate legend here, Mark Weiss?
Sexy
soul. When are you coming over again, Thom?
Soon, man. Soon. Whenever I get to New York or LA, when I can't even leave my house. Where am I going to?
We got that Twisted Sister manhole you can squeeze through again.
Yeah, that was so much. Mark's house is like Disneyland if you're into rock and roll stuff. Somewhere I have a giant poster tube this big of posters he gave me the last time I was there. So I love you, Mark Weiss. So I just saw you hanging out in there, loitering in the green room. So I figured I'd bring you in for this little Jersey moment. We were actually talking about you earlier with Rick Derrick.
I was watching. I saw Ernie on there. I'm like, oh man, Ernie's on there. Let's see if he plugs Gone for the Weekend.
He did, and I told him how you showed it to me when I was at your house. We had the whole conversation.
Yeah. Funny movie.
It's funny. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. We're going to get ready for our next guest. Mark, Marilyn, Brian, Ernie, Scott.
Thank you, Thom,
so much.
Bye.
Take care, guys.
Stay safe.
Guys.
Thank you. One by one, watch them fall.
That's right, baby. Knock them down.
Now it's just me and Rick Derrick. We're the only last men standing.
Knock them down, baby.
Awesome, man. Thank you again. And
great.
Awesome, brother. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, where is everybody? It's just me. Rhett and Link, good question. We're waiting for them. They are supposed to be on in a little bit, so they should be joining us. Let's see if I got anybody else here. Here, Mark Weiss. There, show off your book.
Decade that rock. I was looking at it before and I didn't show that many pictures, so I'm gonna
show some. I got a minute. My next guests aren't even here yet.
All right, so here we go. Let's sit. We got
Honey.
Ozzy.
I guess he's not seeing me because he said his next guest ain't even ready.
Chips, and is that Chips enough?
It is. Chip's not supposed to be on until 9:45. 9:45, Chip's enough. I see you right there, but you're not on for another 45 minutes.
Chip was in.
It's going to be 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, 9:45 is right on the schedule there, buddy. I can hear you. Hi. We can all hear you. Say hi, Chip.
Yeah, good to hear everybody's voice. Good to see your mugs.
Yeah, good, right? Hey, you can jump in now if you want. I got 10 minutes. You can jump in if you want. Jump
Chip
in.
did, Chip was in gone for the weekend too. Chip did a special appearance, and all the soundtrack was all his stuff.
He did, dude. Let's get Ernie back in here. Let's talk about. We got Chip's enough now. Now we can have a little 5-minute discussion about Gone for the Weekend. Where's Chip? Why can't I see you, Chip?
I don't know.
I turn on your camera. You're right. I can't see you. I can hear you though.
Well,
we don't even need to see you. We can hear you. We know it's Chip's enough just by your voice. Hey, it's Chip.
Yeah, he sets me up on this thing. It says
Chip,
at the bottom of my thing.
Unclick the stop camera. See on the bottom next to mute.
Oh yeah, there you go. Tell him, Mark.
They don't call you wise guy for nothing.
Anyway, the decade that rocked on Amazon pre-order. And,
let's see it. Let's see some pictures. Let's do this.
Sebastian Bach. Look at that one.
Wow.
Hey, Mark, how big is the book? I mean, it looks pretty
huge. It's like 9,000 pages.
It's 400 pages and it's 700 photographs.
Wow.
And it's got some really cool stuff. Oh, look at this one.
So why is
you can hear me.
Oh, look at that.
Thom, check out.
That's awesome.
Dave.
So what's the best way to get that, Mark?
You can get it on Amazon.
Amazon pre-order, and then it's going to be in like Simon & Schuster and, Barnes & Nobles, whenever the stores are open. But for now, that's where it's going to be at.
Everything in there is what you shot?
No, it's Niels Lozauer's too.
Okay.
No, of course. These are all my photos. It's my first book. Check it out. Check it out. Every
cool.
chapter has a collage like this with the photos that couldn't make it in there. So there's always like little slides, and then there's a photo of me from back in the day, and then there's fans photos in there every year.
That's awesome.
There's one of Axl Guns N' Roses. Then we have these gatefolds. There's 3 of these.
Oh, dude, that's beautiful.
There's an Ozzy one, and there's a Van Halen one, and the Guns N' Roses one. But here's a Anthrax outtake from the I'm the Man album cover.
Wow.
So, Mark, did you have to approve everything about that book? Did you have total control?
He sure tried.
No, I did. I mean, I can't believe they put up with me. I mean, they were so, it was like back and forth. I never did a book before and didn't know what it took. And they have a whole team, Insight Editions. Like, they have a whole team. I still consider myself a kid, like not knowing the business. But I know what I want. And we went through 2 designers, a couple writers, until I got it right. I mean, I thought they were going to tell me to go screw like so many times, but I stuck to my gun, but they stuck to their gun too. And we got a really nice, nice thing, the book, 400 pages. It was only supposed to be under 300 pages.
So they gave you final approval, Mark?
Final approval. Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome.
Which is rare, but we fought back and forth. They fought hard on certain things, which, they were passionate about it. So I really was appreciative of them being as so, behind it as I was.
Right.
Cool. This just came in today by FedEx.
That book is that the?
It's the pre. They gave me 6 copies. So I'm gonna send one to some of the people that really, had a lot to do with it. I'm going to send one to Ozzy, send one to Nikki Sixx. He did a nice interview, and Eddie Trunk did an afterword, and Rob Halford did a forward on this whole thing.
That's great. How long did it take from start to finish?
7 years.
Are you serious?
7 years. It was first going to be a different kind of book, and then it turned into a different book, and then eventually I wanted to do it narrative from me. So we have over 100 interviews of a couple guys talking to the rock stars about me and about the time.
Right.
So there's all little interview. There's a little quotes in here, but yeah, it's.
I still don't know why he didn't have me write it, but that's okay.
Here's Chips and Ups in there. He's coming on soon. That was in my garage in Rumson.
That's
He came over to my house. It's got everybody in here.
Here, I'll show off my book too. This is mine and David's new book, More Life with Death, that just came out last year. So it's fun. There's also pictures in here, but I don't think they're Mark Weiss pictures. But anyway, awesome guys. Well, see, this is what you do. You're smart, Mark. You just hang out in the green room, and then when I have time to kill, it's like, hey, let's get Mark Weiss back in, and you can show off your book some more. So
here's my Alice Cooper photo from 1977.
Oh, wow.
Shot. I was 17 when I took that one.
Mark is the pimp master. That's where I learned it all from.
Yes. Hey, look at that. That's my daughter Jenna, live from the living room. Social distancing. Social distancing, people. So, all right. Thank you so much, Mark and Ernie. We're going to walk our next guest in here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk to you guys soon. How you doing, Jenna?
I'm good.
Good. So you know who's coming next, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get him in here. Oh, good. I see Chip got his stuff working. Well, welcome, Rhett.
Hey,
Link.
Tom, what's up?
Hey,
Good mythical morning. How are you?
Good mythical morning. Evening.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. It's always a good mythical morning somewhere.
I did it. Depends where in the world you are. I mean, look, in Europe, it's almost good mythical morning. It's like good mythical middle of the night, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. That's
so
right.
this is my daughter Jenna. I figured she could come in and she can ask some questions. She's gonna co-host the interview with us. So,
Hey, Jenna, are you a mythical beast?
Yeah.
All right. Prove it. Okay. You're a little embarrassed. I guess that's proof enough.
So awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming and being on here, man. Tell us about your projects and what you guys do. And I love the show. I actually been watching it forever, and I think it's great. So tell everybody out there who doesn't know. If people somehow don't know, tell them all about it.
Rhett, if you want to tell them all about me, then I'll tell them all about you. How's that? I'd love for you to go
Brilliant
first.
strategy.
Yeah, his name is Link Neal. He's my best friend since first grade. We have a show together called Good Mythical Morning. It's an internet show on YouTube where we do things like eat various animal testicles for fun. That's not all, right? No, I mean
you eat all kinds of weird stuff for fun. Old stuff. Cereal from 27 years ago.
Exactly. This bearded guy here is my friend Rhett. When I met him in first grade, he didn't have that beard.
You got that in third grade, fourth?
Yeah, it took a couple of years. See, Rhett, yeah, I took the position of power and going second, but I'm going to go easy on you. I'm not going to say something like you're a loser or something like that. You know, I'm going to be kind.
So at what point did you guys mold like into a Voltron style comedy juggernaut? I mean, was this like a grade school thing, or is this something that developed over?
Well, let me just say, first of all, that is the best description of what we're trying to do that I've ever heard.
Thank you.
Right.
I
definitely get the reference. I love me some Voltron back in the day.
Oh, I do too.
But if Voltron was only two people, then it would just be like the leg. I would be the top. It would be like one. It'd be one leg of a Voltron. I think you got to have. As long as I get to be the top half of Voltron, I'm all for it.
I think what you guys are saying is you need more friends. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of help now. There's 6 or 8 pieces that go to Voltron, so we're severely lacking. We got started probably in the age of Voltron, actually, because we met in 1984, first grade, and we were seeking to be the center of attention wherever we went. And it didn't become a professional endeavor
a full assembly of the Voltron machine until we got on YouTube in 2006. So we were very early.
Really? It's been that long? Crazy.
Yeah. And then started doing it full time in 2007, and we've never looked back.
Jenna, that's the year you were born, just to put that out there. 2007.
As long as you've been living, we've been working.
Oh. Jenna, you're the worst interviewer ever. You just sit there and
Come
laugh.
on, Jenna,
You
give us a question. Come on, girl.
Questions? We'll answer
I
anything.
don't know. I've been watching you guys forever, so this is crazy. Okay, because you guys are like all I used to watch, so I'm just like.
You should have heard her when I told her you guys were going to be on yesterday. I called her. I'm like, guess who's going to be on my thing tomorrow? She's like, no. Yeah. I'm like, you want to come host it with me? She's like,
I saw that. Funny, it's Allison commented and told me to remove my hat. I just came in from biking with my son because we ate an early dinner. Sometimes you just, with the situation we're in, it's like, is it time to eat again? So we'll end up eating dinner at like 5 p.m. And I was like, wow, it's still daylight. I think I can get another dinner in like a few hours.
Get a second dinner, definitely.
So we had our dinner, and then I was like, if I'm gonna have a second dinner, we need to ride bikes or do something while it's still daylight. So went outside, did some bike riding. So now this is my helmet hair. But your hat is rather scary.
It is. Thank you. You want to see what's under mine? It's probably even scarier than the hat. Look at this. I've been seeing all day. You think your helmet head's bad? Look at this monstrosity.
All right, Jenna, let us have it.
See, there we go. Now we're
see what you got.
Now we're the hatless bros. Look at this. No hat.
See what you got.
Oh no.
Hats off. The hats are off, pal.
Come on. Red.
Okay. All right. Jenna took her hat off.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
That's pretty good.
No more hats.
I shaved my head a while ago and it's growing. So.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
But she did it first, so credit to her.
So how did you guys start on YouTube? For all the kids out there who want to be YouTube billionaires like you guys are, how'd you start? You're just like, dude, let's go on this thing YouTube and eat weird stuff and be funny. Was that the plan? Oh, look at that. Look at that.
I look like a freaking singer from The Cure.
You do. You got like a flock of seagulls, Robert Smith thing going on for sure.
Yeah. Is it a little Warhol-esque? We had a lot of videos
bad hair off here, ladies and
before
gentlemen.
YouTube, and then we just started putting it on YouTube. Look at that. This is something.
Everybody was like, "What's YouTube?" Do you realize there was a time when people didn't know what YouTube was? Isn't that weird to think about?
Well, there was a time when we thought that it was completely unnecessary. In fact, we had a website, right? We had a website, redlink.com, that we probably started in like 2003. And
probably on like CompuServe or something.
Oh, yeah. We definitely were hosting our own videos. We were hosting our own videos. And then what ended up happening is, people started saying, hey, you guys, why don't you guys have a YouTube? We were like, we don't need a YouTube. We got a website. YouTube is for people who don't have the ability to build their own website. And then what ended up happening is people would literally take these videos that we were hosting on our site. And if you had QuickTime Pro, you could just right click on the videos and download them to your computer.
And you own that video.
Yeah. So people started doing that, and then they started uploading them to YouTube. And the first one that we ever saw get uploaded to YouTube, we did a parody of Pimp My Ride called Pimp My Stroller. Like, it was my son was just a few months old. Link's daughter was almost a year. And we put him in a stroller, completely pimped it out. And we did, this is before anybody was worried about copyright. We used the same music from MTV's Pimp My Ride. They put it on YouTube and it got like 1,000 views in a day. And that was more than we had gotten in a year on our website.
So the traffic on the website was not knocking doors in, is what you're saying.
No, definitely not.
Man, every time I tell that story, I wonder if the pimped out stroller is still in that guy's garage. When we moved from North Carolina out here to Los Angeles, we had basically had an auction where fans who were willing to drive in or were local just came to our studio, and all the big props and things that we didn't want to pack up and move to Los Angeles, we did a silent auction. Somebody's got our couch. Somebody's got the pimped out stroller.
I knew the guy who
a
got
couple
the
of years
stroller.
ago.
He kept it in his house. He kept it in like a room in his house, and I think his wife was pretty upset with him.
Your hair, your hair. I'm sorry, your hair. It's like defying gravity. Like, I'm so distracted. Everybody, the whole chat is your hair. Like,
yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. It's incredible. Is there like pomade in there? Is that natural? Tell me.
Grease.
Yeah, there's
Maybe he does not wash it in a couple of weeks. Is that just the quarantine? Is that the natural quarantine juices?
Oh, you're trying to get the dirt on me, huh? Yeah, I haven't showered in a couple of days, man.
It's all right.
I just came from a bike ride. No, yeah. I might do a shower after this, like to really ease into the evening, take a nice hot shower. I might engage some shampoo.
Wow.
But Red was the one who was telling me, he was like, you know what, I figured out my hair care routine, and it involves not showering, not shampooing my hair. And I was like, you know what? You don't.
Yeah, me too. And look how I ended up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it works.
You're on your way to looking like this, Rhett.
You can't wash your hair too often, man. It's bad. Your hair.
No, I use dry. I use dry shampoo. Actually, I don't wash my hair ever. I use dry shampoo.
Yeah, your hair doesn't want to be washed. Your hair wants to be natural. You ever seen a chimpanzee wash his hair?
Does he have shampoo?
I mean, I don't know, because it doesn't happen.
If you give a chimpanzee shampoo, I bet you he's gonna wash with it. But
if a chimpanzee used shampoo, do you think they'd use like a 2-in-1, or what do you think they'd use if they did?
Oh, definitely. The hair is very coarse. Have you ever been in close proximity with a chimp? Because
I've never touched a chimp, unfortunately. It's on the bucket list, though. If you can make that happen, have you touched a chimp?
I have not. I've thought about it, but
if I did, I wouldn't.
I think about it a lot.
Well, especially
in the age of Tiger King, I don't want to. Yeah, I want to be saying I'm touching animals in any way. The only animal I touch is this one. This one right here.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Puppy.
Yeah, I had to take had to have my other daughter come take mine out because she started barking. She didn't like somebody on the live stream. She started barking under my desk. I had to get her out. Like,
where's your nose? There it is. Yeah, she likes to be. Yeah, I might do some shampooing tonight. I might do. I mean, when this is over, nice hot shower, nice gentle shampoo, maybe a little conditioning, and then I'm gonna put on some cozy clothes, and I'm gonna
like a Pantene or like a Herbal Essences. What do you? You're not a suave guy, are you? Okay.
I don't know.
You strike me as a suave guy. I don't know why.
Like Rico Suave. Remember that song?
Yeah, I tried to forget it.
I can't do that. I was trying. I failed. Swing and a miss. So, Jenna, come on, jump in the conversation here.
Okay, Jenna, what grade are you in?
I'm in 7th grade.
Let's interview Jenna. Good idea.
Okay, so 7th grade.
That could be treacherous.
So, what is this quarantine going like for you? Like, I mean, are you doing the online class thing?
I mean, I haven't really been going to it. I've just been doing my work because I'm kind of I'm just antisocial, so this is fine for me.
Yeah,
I've just been enjoying my time by myself. I don't know, watching YouTube. What do I always do?
You can learn a lot.
Have you beat that Ninja Turtles arcade game? Because I think that isn't one extremely difficult?
It is actually. It is. And you know what's cool about that? That cabinet has got Turtles in Time too. It's got the first one and the second one both on it. So yeah, I'm pretty enamored with that thing. I'm a fan.
It's a long time to play. Played one round.
Have you gone all the way, or can you do something to it where you can have unlimited lives? Because if I'm going to invest to have an official piece of furniture in my house for a video game, I don't want to be frustrated a weekend and then never play it. I want it to be unlocked. I want it to be jailbroken.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's no like coin mechanism or anything. I mean, it's just you can kind of push the button and start it, so it's good. I don't know if you can see.
But you have like unlimited lives.
Yeah, well, you know that game, the lives last forever, man. I must say that's one thing about that Ninja Turtles game, the original. Like the lives last forever. You get like 19 of them, and like you can die like 40 times, like per life. So I mean, it really does. Like the game lasts forever. So if you have a modicum of skill like that, you can play for like 45 minutes. You're like, okay, this is kind of boring now. I've killed enough anonymous foot soldiers. I'm kind of done with this.
Right.
And you can only walk to the right so long.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jason's playing this in the background.
It's just an arm and a leg playing.
You guys keep talking about this. I'm going to start playing.
Hey, that's what we do. So how is your quarantine? What has been your quarantine routine? Are you guys still producing content? Are you doing it from home while social distancing? What is your quarantine regimen?
Yeah, we're still making the show. So good news is we actually shot a lot of Good Mythical Morning right before everything got shut down. So we still got episodes coming out, but to kind of stretch those out a little bit, we started shooting from home. We've got like a split screen situation going where we've got each other on a video chat. We're filming ourselves at the same time. We try to make it look like we're generally in the same place. So when I look to my left, I see Link. When he looks to his right, he sees me. So it has a little bit of an illusion that we're still together. There's just a little delay, just because we're in a video chat, which makes things a little awkward from time to time.
Yeah. Oh, we did the same thing.
Yeah,
we had. Go ahead.
It's interesting because the edit to the show has to be a little bit different. We try to take out some of those pauses, like the exchange we just had, where we both started talking at the same time, and then one of us had to make a decision to plow forward or to let the other guy go.
I've been dealing with that all day with the face off. It's the face off. It's all right.
Yeah. It is like there's this whole timing thing where you're going to jump in, and our show is so conversational that we know how to read each other. So we can kind of tell when a statement's wrapping up, but it takes a lot of additional mental energy. And sometimes, a credit to our team who's still working from home, like they're editing and putting graphics and still doing all of their jobs, but they're doing it remotely. And so things like tightening up the edit to where it doesn't seem as herky-jerky at times. Like these are the things that we've had to adapt to. But I don't know, Rhett and I were talking this morning even about how doing the show differently from our own homes, like, does it open up possibilities, or at least what can we learn? I think as long as we've been on YouTube, as long as we've been doing things, I think we're always in the habit of asking the question, what are we learning from this? What does what we're doing right now mean for what we're going to do next? And I don't know. So it can be frustrating, but we're just trying to see it as like a learning opportunity, and it's nice to still be able to come into our fans' homes and still make the show. A lot of people,
but our families
don't have any opportunity.
Our families are getting a little bit tired of us shooting, because both of us are sort of in the middle of the house. Actually where Link is right now, in his dining room, is where he sits for the show, and then I actually sit in my living room, and it's open to the rest of the house. So there, every couple hours, it's like, all right, guys, getting ready to film. Shut up.
I've been doing that all day. Like, be quiet. I'm on the stream. Mostly to my dog. But.
Right. And but it's all part of it. It's all part of it. I guess we should just embrace it.
We're still good.
Hey, well, at least you're getting. Well, we're all blessed. We were talking about this earlier. Me and David. So I sing for David. My partner is the bass player of Megadeth, obviously, who I put this together with. So I sing in his solo band, and we've been, we have this foundation and all the things we're doing, and we're working on a record. So, and we're all blessed in this thing that we can keep working and doing stuff and being productive during this downtime and finding other ways to do what we do and pivot. Again, I've been putting off this foundation and the amazing work we do for like 2 years because I've been so busy. And then it's like the universe says, all right, none of this other stuff you do matters now. I don't care about we had Australia, Japan tour booked, like all of it gone. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, sit home and do this. And that's what we're doing, you know?
Yeah. And I'd love to hear more about it. I know a lot of Mythical Beasts have, you know, they've hopped in the chat. I'm seeing
a ton of the chat flying.
Yeah, since you guys came on, it's just
they're all saying we're still good because that's one of our catchphrases. But yeah, I'd love to hear more about the cause. I mean, I know about it, but just for the benefit of the Mythical Beast hearing about it, it's
look,
it's exciting and it's important.
Thank you. Well, look, the David Ellefson Youth Music Foundation is a 501(c)(3) that me and David started a couple years ago to basically, we're partnered with the Grammy Music Education Coalition, and we founded it to kind of, we're from the Midwest. I'm from Green Bay. David's from a small town in Minnesota called Jackson. And, you know, we both think music education is really important. So we started to support public and private school, you know, music education and give grants and instruments to kids, and, you know, things kind of with a focus in kind of rural, smaller areas, kind of like the places we're from. And we work with the Grammy Music Education Coalition, who they kind of focus on Philadelphia and Boston and the more inner city. So it's kind of a cool marriage. But yeah, so we started the Schools Out initiative, which is our current thing, which is basically we recruited, you know, David and a couple of the other guys from Megadeth, and Frank Bello from Anthrax, and Nita Strauss from Alice Cooper, and Chris Cale from Five Finger Death Punch, and a bunch of our friends who are big rock stars, to basically give free lessons to kids who are stuck at home because they can't go to school, they can't take their lessons. And we're also, you know, giving out some guitars and some instruments. I've had parents email me saying my kid wants to play guitar so bad and they're stuck home and we don't have any money. So we've been kind of getting guitars and amps and kind of gear. And it's really just about helping kids in this time feel like a sense of normalcy. And, you know, you can't go to school, and music is so healing and so cool to have in those times. And again, so that was really where the impetus from it came from, you know? So if anybody
the timing works out so well because, I mean, you know, we've kind of heard through the grapevine that the thing that's doing the best on YouTube right now is music lessons, right? It's like, everybody's like, in fact, my son came to me and he was like, "Hey Dad, can we restring my guitar tonight?" And I was like, "Oh, so, you know, you waited like 7 months to ask me this question." Yeah, it's like, it's an incredible opportunity to, you know, learn right now. I mean, with so many of us are kind of stuck, you're doing something you can kind of, because I think about just how much time you actually have to put in to get good at it. And there's so many distractions and it's so much easier to turn to a screen. It's like, I think even our kids are getting bored of being bored on screens because that's all they got. So, you know, turning to instruments is a great way to fill that time.
I mean, it's not even just about getting good on an instrument. I mean, it's at this point, there's so much, like you said, there's so much power in just connecting to an instrument, even if you're not great at it, just as an outlet. I mean, it can be an emotional outlet as well as an outlet for your time. And
well, that's it. Just a boredom killer. And the cool thing is, thanks to YouTube, like literally anybody can learn anything. I see kids who are we've gotten like 1,500 applications for this thing. Most come from the kids themselves, and they're amazing, man. Like, I'm 9 years old. I've been playing for 6 years. Like, these kids are 12, 13, and they just shred beyond anything you've ever seen. It's unbelievable, some of these kids, man. It really touches my heart every time I read these emails and kind of talk to these kids. And man, it's such a blessing to be able to do things like that and give back. And, you know,
if you don't have the means to get an instrument or get, you know, to have a private lesson. I mean, you know, we've got a piano here. There's a guitar right here in the shop. There's music around in our house and there's instruments around because it was so powerful for Rhett and I. We were in a band in high school. I think it's one of the ways that we really started to develop creatively was working together within a band and investing and creating music and learning to express ourselves creatively through music. And with a group of friends. I think, for people who don't have the opportunities that we had, or that like my kids have in my own house, it can really, if you're able to put an instrument in their hand, it can really unlock something that could change their lives. I know that the way that all the intersections that our lives have had with music, we can trace those moments directly to where we are today. If we weren't in that band in high school, I just don't. I mean, I don't. It's such a key component, So the fact that your organization can change kids' lives in that way, I know firsthand that's true. So that's why it's such a worthy cause, and we want to encourage our mythical beast to donate, and just picture
thank you so
the instrument
much.
in the hand of somebody who didn't have one, and that becoming a huge part of their life.
Absolutely. Well, look, I saw David hiding over there. I wanted to bring him. Say hi to David Ellefson, everybody. My partner, the bass player of Megadeth.
Hey, what's up, David?
This is Rhett and Link from Good
really
Morning on YouTube.
Just listening to, I was off camera a little bit, but I was just sitting kind of listening in, and thank you for that. Thank you for everything you were talking about, and much.
I was thinking you were just taking a hell of a pee break or something.
No. Well, we kind of have it set up so that we can sort of do different hosting. So me and Thom, Tom's kind of got to be here all the time, a little bit, at least behind the scenes, because he's doing all the tech work. But we got a couple little spots set up where we can duck in and out. But I wanted to get in and catch the end of your segment.
That's why Jenna was
clearly losing his mind.
No, I'm good.
That's awesome. Where are you guys calling in from, by the way?
We're both in Los
You're
Angeles.
in LA, that's what I thought. Okay, good.
Well, man, thank you guys so much for everything. Let's definitely stay in touch. I'll get you guys my email and my contact. Definitely, I thank you guys so much for coming on, and to all of your fans and supporters who've been blowing up our chat today. Thank you guys. So awesome. Maybe you can have us on sometime and we can eat some weird stuff together.
Yeah, man.
Oh, you know not what you asked for, but you've already done it.
I have an iron constitution, gentlemen, so it's okay.
Oh, he's building it up, Brett.
Pretty good.
He is asking for it.
We can find your limit.
It's probably some kind of a testicle, just to put it out there.
We can find testicles as well.
All right, guys, give everybody your social media if they don't already have it.
Yeah, you just
at Mythical everywhere.
There you
and
go.
then check out Good Mythical Morning on YouTube, and there's
It's
more
funny.
than you could ever watch during
You
quarantine.
can binge watch it for the rest of the quarantine. You'd not run
Right.
out. They've been on YouTube
Right.
since 1914. Hey, Jenna,
Yeah, that's
plug your social media too, so everybody knows where to find you too.
I'm going to.
Jenna Hazaert. You just find her.
No.
You go ahead. Look like she's about to make something up. Jenna, it's really cool to meet you. Thanks for
Thank you.
being a mythical
Where's
beast.
Riley? Let Riley jump in there for a second too. Where's
Wait.
Riley?
Go get Riley.
And I got to get my other daughter for a second too. She can come say hi.
But also, I have a question. Do you guys?
Okay, good. You finally have a question?
Yeah, I was gonna ask it before, but I didn't know when to. Like, do you guys play any instruments, or like actually play any instruments?
Yeah. I
What do
play
you
the
guys
recorder.
Oh.
I used to play the recorder. I actually have my
Dave,
upstairs
I mean,
in the
it's kind of irrelevant now, but I was gonna ask it in the section when you guys were talking about instruments.
Well,
but then I was just like, when do I talk?
Link is selling himself short. So I play the guitar, a little bit of piano, and then Link plays a lot of instruments where you can have a solo. So harmonica, recorder, trumpet, mouth harp. What else? What else you got, Link?
Mouth trumpet.
Wow, I could watch that all day. That was impressive. Thank you.
Yeah. You can have your own living room marching band. Just go solo, march around the living room in the lockdown.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure about 12:30. I might just watch my Instagram.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go get my sister. Just
Okay, yeah. All right. We got 2 seconds. We got to get the other sister. She's got to come say hi too. So what did you do on your break, David?
You know what? My wife, who's New Jersey Irish Italian, makes an amazing St. Patty's Day dinner.
She makes an amazing everything.
She does. She is a
amazing.
great cook. In fact, you know, it's funny when Alice and Sheryl Cooper were on talking about kind of like what's for dinner. Like that's the highlight of the day, right? Is aiming toward like
That's what I was
meal.
saying earlier. Yeah.
Yeah,
All you
and
think
it's
about.
here. You know, my wife, she's we call it the communist kitchen because it's like everything. She's like we're on like war rationing, right? Except because she's Italian, the abundance is amazing. You know, the Italians, they cook for an army of 50, even though there's 4 of us in the house. You know what I mean? So there's like these war rationings that we have. But the war rationing tonight was a full Irish spread of corned beef hash. I mean, corned beef, potatoes, soda bread, and there's enough for all of you if you want to come on over. I can virtually hand you some dessert over the chat.
Oh man!
So, yeah.
Well, you know it's Easter now, not St. Patty's Day.
I know
but
I know.
I'm not gonna,
She's Catholic, so I don't know. Maybe it's a Catholic thing. I don't know.
So there are it's like an episode of Headbangers Ball in the little green room. Mark Slaughter's in here. Frank Cannon from Tesla. Chibs Enough. Speaking of rock stars, like literally, it's like Headbangers Ball in the little waiting area outside the chat.
and they're like, who are these weird guys in the internet that are keeping me from being on this show? Sorry, guys. We're waiting on Jenna's sister to show up so we can say hello.
I know. We're waiting for the kids.
Jenna's
my daughter
stepped out of the building, unfortunately.
She
did. All right. Well, then forget them. They have their chance. So thank you guys so much for jumping on.
Appreciate it.
you guys.
And if you need anything, we're here. Thank you so much for everything and for joining us tonight. Rhett and Link, good mythical
thanks
morning.
for having us.
Thank you.
The mythical night.
Thanks to all the mythical beasts in the
Oh,
chat.
wait, here she
Thanks
is.
for donating, guys.
Here she is. Hang on.
Riley.
Hang on.
back.
Hurry up. Okay, there we go. Say hi. Hi,
Riley, where
Riley.
you been? We've been sitting here
I've
waiting
been
on you.
Like 15 minutes we've been waiting for you.
Yeah, right. You've not been waiting for me for 50 minutes. I was sitting on the side the whole time.
Okay.
Well, hi.
Oh wow!
You even
just
know
moved
who
really
we are?
slowly.
Well,
she
yeah,
does.
no. I've been watching you for as long as Jenna has.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow!
We used to listen to like your songs, and we used to argue over who could get the lyrics right and things like that. Yeah.
And who was that?
Huh?
And who was that? Who's better?
I don't remember. I remember we used to listen to Techspert and try to rap it.
All your old songs and stuff.
Yeah.
We just used to sit and listen to them all the time.
Yeah. See what Riley
Well,
got to interview Drake
those
Bell
are the
and Jenna
days.
got to interview you guys.
I didn't.
Awesome. Well, thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Great.
Thank you guys. Take care.
Yeah.
See ya.
All right.
Right.
Who else? Here we got Frank Hannon.
Frankie.
Let's get Frank Hannon in here.
Hey, what's going on,
Let's
buddy?
get Mark Slaughter in here too. We'll get Mark.
Where are you guys checking in from?
Testing.
Frank,
Can
where
you
you
hear
at?
me all right?
Yeah, Frank,
Can you
where
hear
you at,
me?
man?
Hey, I'm at home here in Cameron Park, California.
Sacramento.
This is my friend JT Lux right here.
Hey, JT, what's up?
JT.
Nice. What's up?
Good.
And Mark, you're what, in Nashville probably, right?
Yes, sir.
Nice. How's everything after there? Man, you guys have been getting hit with all kinds of stuff down there.
I got hit with weather, and now we're all in lockdown. So
I can't hear Mark. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah.
I can hear him. Yeah.
I can hear Mark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, that's strange. Can you hear me all right?
Here, let me pull him out and put him back in. Hang on one second. Let me pull him out and put him back in. There we go. Let's try it again. Mark?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me now?
There he is.
There
There
he is.
you go.
I'm
Nice.
getting this thing down.
Technology reboot. I'll fix anything.
This is great.
Hey,
Thank
you guys have been on a marathon telethon here, man.
Yeah, that's what it is. We've been doing this since 3 p.m. Central Time, 1 o'clock Pacific, just nonstop. It's been, and we got Chips Enough sitting back here. We got everybody waiting to jump in. I mean, it's going to be a cool. We got a few more hours left. What is it? 9:45. We got like 2.5 more hours, and then we're done. We did it.
Well, bring it on. Let's make it a party. Let's bring it on.
I got to give my kudos here to Thom. You know, Thom conjures up a lot of wacky ideas, most of them that make my head scratch, and then we get to work, and somehow they all work. And this was one of them. About a month ago, he hit me and he said, he goes, "Hey, man, schools are locking down, And we need to figure out a way to give lessons to kids. And that's what started the Schools Out initiative. And then probably 2 weeks ago, he goes, dude, I got it. Let's have a telethon. Like all day and into the night, we're going to do a telethon. And you know, we're about the same age, right? So we think of Jerry Lewis. And of course, Mark, you do the best.
Right.
It's
Fantastic. That's right.
Mark.
We're going to, David Ellison's got it all figured out.
Mark Slaughter does the best Jerry Lewis impression ever, right?
So save Dave's kids and donate today.
And it's funny. Alex Skolnick was on here earlier. That's it. He was saying the same thing. He goes, "Oh my gosh, it's like the Jerry Lewis telethon." And I said, "Yeah." Right. The problem is, remember after Jerry, after like a weekend, he'd just be knackered.
Yeah, he's just exactly. He turned into Buddy Love.
Yeah, and now we know. Now me and Thom know when you're down here for like 8 hours, you're like, "Oh my gosh," you're like seeing double. But it's great. You guys have all made it so entertaining and so much fun. We've had great music and just such cool random conversations about stuff. It's really been cool. So
I tuned in earlier and saw Carmine on the show. That was cool.
Yeah,
that's
Carmine,
cool.
What a background, again, is we all kind of, Frank, Mark, myself, we're pretty much the same age. I'm, class of 83 graduates, so we're probably around the same age. And we all grew up. What's that? What are you, Frank?
50-something.
50-something, exactly.
Yeah.
So we all grew up seeing Carmine in the drum magazines and circus magazine, those big Ludwig ads and Zildjian ads and stuff.
Right.
He was the real first kind of big, cool rock star drummer guy.
Absolutely. I got a chance to do he went around and did all these drum clinics, and one of the drum clinics he did. When it came through Vegas, I was a guitar player that, from the music store, they got a chance to play with him. So it was one of those things. And I guess Stevie Ray Vaughan was one of the other guys that did, played with him down in Texas. So it's pretty cool stuff, man. The guy's got a long list of great players. I mean, Jeff Beck's the best. Yeah.
By the way, guys, say hi to our friend Rachel.
Hi, Rachel.
Who jumped in to join us again. So,
hey, Rachel, what's going on?
Our
I
lovely
gotta commend you
co-host.
guys. I checked in with these guys earlier today, probably about like 7 hours ago, and you guys are still going strong. So kudos to you all.
Yeah, monster energy.
I think Frank Hannon's going to play us a little song or two.
Awesome.
Then we're going to drink chips enough in. We're all going to have a little chat. So I think Frank's going to rock for us, right?
Let's do it.
Frank,
yeah, well, when I found out this was about a youth education program, I thought that'd be a perfect time for me to bring my young friend JT Lux.
Your young ward.
Nice.
Yeah, he's been we're practicing safe isolation. He's been living here, so we're safe there. But I've been mentoring him and producing his music and stuff. And
Frank's been sending it to me. It's awesome, actually. That's the tracks you sent me, right? It's great.
Yeah, thanks, Thom. Yeah, we've been having fun.
Tom. Thank you.
Of course. Man.
So,
Awesome
all right,
stuff.
well, we'll quit talking. We'll just play some music for you.
Yeah.
All right. Do
Frank Gannon.
And since this is kind of a telethon kind of vibe, we'll play a Tesla song called "What You Give." How about that?
Oh, yay!
Perfect. Wonderful.
Yeah. You got some volume there? Maybe who's the one always on your mind? And who is the reason you're living for? Who's the reason for your smile? I feel so lonely,
Man, I know I'm not the only one.
ever feel this way.
I love you so much. I think I'm going insane. crazy.
Out of my head. Can't think about
nothing but your sweet good love.
what you give. What you give. All right, JT's gonna play some guitar for you now.
Woo!
Yeehaw! How about that?
Nice. That was
Frank from Tesla, ladies and gentlemen. I'm literally like, I'm tearing up over here. I'm like, oh, come on.
Dude, that was awesome, man. Good job if you're mentoring, man. Nice job, Frank. Nice job, JT. That was killer, man.
One of my favorite songs ever, man. Like Tesla is one of my favorite bands. I think you guys are some of the greatest songwriters of our generation. I mean, honestly, like I love your band and you so much, Frank.
Thanks, Thom, man. And you know, I really appreciate what you guys are doing, man. This is really cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
and just a couple little shout outs here too. The Ellefson Youth Music Foundation.org is where all the information's at. If you or your child is 18 years or under, that's where the sign up form is for.
Exactly, you have to be in high school or lower.
You have to be in high school, exactly.
Some people are 19, but again, you have to be in high school or lower. So
18-ish.
Exactly.
And then also,
everybody real quick, say hi to Chips Enough.
Chips Enough, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, Chip.
How are you?
What's up, my brother?
I'm glad to see you guys all safe right now, and you look fabulous, especially the trim right there. Whoa, I love her too. I would lick her teeth.
That's why we social distanced her from you.
Oh, and I smothered her like a bum on a bologna sandwich. Hey, Frank,
we're on broadcast.
Frank, on the screen right now, I swear to God, you look like a young Joe Walsh. You really do. Age has treated you very well, my friend. You must have sipped out of the fountain of youth.
Oh.
Mr. Slaughter, good to see you again as well. Last time I seen you was in front of 20,000.
There you go. Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, and Dave, thanks for having me on, man. You're doing a wonderful thing here for the kids.
Of course,
Fred?
thank you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Dave, and for the people that are watching on Facebook and YouTube and everything over on Twitch, Thom, maybe throw up the there's some raffle tickets that are available.
I haven't posted them all day. You can find them on our website, EllefsonYouthMusicFoundation.com.
Perfect.
Here, I'll post the link.
Yeah, perfect.
We're going to be giving away one of David's basses, a bunch of signed books, CDs, Ellefson coffee, literally like 100 some product. We were going to do them in here. We've been so swamped. Maybe later on in the broadcast, we'll pick some raffle numbers and start giving some stuff away. Everybody else will be notified via email. After we'll definitely give away the bass probably during the broadcast, but yeah,
we'll dip into the proverbial ticket bowl somehow online here, you know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna close my eyes and point at something, basically.
Hey, speaking of that coffee, I gotta get some of that coffee.
Oh yeah,
remember those coffee beans we were eating at the
There you go.
Yeah, we can't get those anymore. The company stopped making them, or they got really. For some reason, those things were so great, though. I know we made remember the chocolate covered coffee beans?
Yeah,
David.
And they were great for stuff like this. Remember, Eddie Trunk was talking about it. He said the good thing about, when you're on the air for long periods of time, you can't drink a lot of liquid because then you got to have a pee break, right? So he loved them because you could just eat like beans, chocolate covered coffee beans, and then you can just sit and like get all like gacked out and
I think I did like 10 laps around the NAMM show after eating those coffee beans.
That was great, man. That was fun. In fact, I remember that was the story. Remember on was it on Rush on the Beyond the Lighted Stage? I think it was that one.
Beyond the Lighted
Stage. They talked about how the song "Working Man" became a hit in Cleveland because the jocks needed a long song for a pee break. So you pick like a Zeppelin song, and "Working Man" I think became that song. And was that the song you had me come up and play with you, Frank, when you came through town? You came through Scottsdale.
Yeah, that's right. We jammed it at that club that had the swimming pool right in front of the stage there. I don't remember.
Yeah.
It was like SK Live, something. K Live.
Yep. Did you ever play there, Mark? Did you ever play BOK Live with Slaughter?
I don't think so.
It's like outdoor, and then there's like a swimming pool, literally like.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, BLT. Yeah, actually, yeah. We did Working Man by Rush, David. That was awesome.
It was awesome, dude. You hit me in the afternoon. Hey, you want to come out and play Working Man? I'm like, I know it, man. I better listen to that. So I was literally listening to it on the way over there, going, okay, I think I got it. And then we jammed it. It was awesome.
That's it. There you go.
That's it, dude. That's
Thank you to Monster Energy.
Did I just see a video of you recently jamming with KK Downing?
Yeah, we did a whole show with him in England.
Yes, we did a big show with him. In fact, so our new book is published. This More Life with Death book is published by Jawbone Press, which is a UK publisher. And we're going to go do an Ellefson solo tour across Italy. And I thought, man, we got to pop up into the UK. So I hit the publisher and we just started, me and Thom were kicking ideas. And I hit KK because we're buddies and we chat every once in a while on email and stuff. So I hit him up. I said, hey, what's your venue like? Because he's got KK Steel Mill. And I just said, is there any way we could do a book signing? And then he said, sure, of course. And then it was like, hey, do you want to jam a tune with us? Maybe we can play a show. And I mean, KK was so accommodating. And at first he was a little kind of very, well, I don't know, you guys do your thing and maybe I'll pop up and play a song. And by the time we got down to it, I mean, about a month out, it was good. Basically, it was KK's resurgence, as KK coming back and he was on stage. He called Les Binks. We got Tim Ripper Owens. I mean, it was like, dude, for guys like our age, it was like being on the Unleashed in the East album for me. I was like,
it was amazing.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Dude, it was so good.
Did you guys play Exciter?
Oh, yeah, we didn't play Exciter. I told him, I said, look, if we could play Unleashed in these top to bottom, I can just die and go to heavy metal heaven. I'm good.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He didn't want to because of the, Yeah.
So, but we played some songs. There was one song. Was it Beyond the Realms of Death? Priest never played that song before. And it's got a great KK solo. Yeah, I think that was the one that they had never played it. So we performed that one. And, it was phenomenal. I mean, it's,
It was awesome. Me and David opened with our band. Oh, actually, Blaze Bailey opened, then me and David played, and then David, KK, Ripper Owens, Les, and AJ Mills, and basically the guys that are all in KK's Priest thing now. That came out of that show we did, and then I got up for the encore, and me and Ripper sang "Take on the World" and Breaking the Law together. So.
Man, what a dream come true, huh? Man, that's like
living up.
Yeah, it was like being Ian Hill for a night. It was just awesome, I mean, it was.
I got to look over on stage and see KK Downing on one side of me and David Ellefson on the other. I was like, "What do you do with that? How do you even process that?"
Yeah,
you smile and enjoy every moment of it. Is what
I did. What I did.
Yeah, it was a good time, man. It was super great, super great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, this downtime has really been a trip, man. It's like, but it's been kind of cool for me. It's kind of forced me to put everything off and just settle down for a minute, I was going crazy. Last year, we had a lot going on. Tesla did a live album at Abbey Road Studio, 5-man London Jam. It just came out.
Mm-hmm.
I got into making a beer.
Wow.
It's called the Heavy Metal Hippie Double IPA. There it is.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. That is cool.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Well,
That's great.
I'll bring you some coffee for some of that.
Yeah. Let's see how it is. It's a barter.
Yeah. Let's do some trading. And then I've been producing JT here, and not even 6 months ago, he didn't sing. And I told him, I said, man, when you play guitar, the one best advice that Dickie Betts ever gave me is you got to sing. If you play guitar, you got to sing. Otherwise, you're always going to be the side man out of work. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
So I'm going to put JT on the spot and let him sing a little bit for you. Is that all right?
Go for it. Please.
Go for it.
Play some tunes.
This is a song that he wrote. It's called Shaking Hands with the Devil.
All right.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Do it.
All right.
taking the long road to find what isn't already found. Shouldn't he tell you that taking pills won't fix you up? Maybe it's better to not have to think of your last breath. You find an endeavor within the demons and death, shaking hands with the devil, keeping your mind at ease. Surely after reaching out, shaking hands with me. Whoa. Death and destruction can be appealing to the youth, searching for answers within the needle of your truth. Fall into your knees, begging God for His mercy. The guilt will eat you up inside. Hands with the surely after reaching
There you have it.
Welcome to the five-man latency jam right here.
I'm glad you grabbed your acoustic, because then it inspired me to grab theirs. We were all jamming with you. So
There you go.
That's awesome.
How we do it.
See, that's what happens, man. One man gets a guitar and we all jump in.
That's it.
Chip, tell us about your radio show.
Oh, hey, by the way, sound great, you guys. Wonderful job you're doing there.
Thanks, man.
Radio show. I'm on Dash 6 days a week, Dash Radio. And I got Kylie Jenner's on. She's got her own show along with Snoop Dogg, Be Real. And I'm on 6 days a week on the Monster Rock. And I play Mark Slaughter all the time.
There you go.
You should.
Yeah, great record.
Thanks, brother.
Always playing Tesla stuff, talking about me smoking out your singer. And of course, I'm playing Megadeth. You can't go wrong there.
Hey, Mark.
And hopefully you're playing Ellefson now.
Yeah,
Mark is not only a kick-ass singer, but he's a kick-ass guitar player. Mark.
Thank you. Appreciate that, brother.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's a six-trick pony. He can do everything.
He's the Sammy Hagar of the modern day, man, of our generation. He really
I
is.
appreciate that. He's
Singer,
the best.
songwriter, guitar player. In
I
fact,
love
Mark,
it.
last time we saw each other was in Memphis. We were backstage at we went to see Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Trans-Siberian, yeah.
Of course, your boy Bloss is playing drums on that TSO. That band and everything. It was a good hang. It's funny that remember the singer guy that was from Croatia.
Yes.
Sang that tune. We've been in touch with him, chatting with him. He's
there's so many opportunities. I think that the good thing for all of us right now, that if there is a silver lining, is you get to come back and fall in love with why you did this in the first place. And that's to really come back and settle down with your instrument and have a quiet moment, that you're not rushing to an airport. So I think that there is a silver lining here, not that it's, the people passing obviously is terrible, but, make families a little closer and make us all think about how lucky we are to be able to do this, for sure.
Mark, I'm glad you said that, because it's a couple of people have asked me as I was doing interviews leading up to this webathon. And I said that, I said, it's funny. I've actually kind of fallen in love with playing bass again.
Yes.
And people look at you like, oh my gosh, you just toured, you played these big arenas and you do all this great stuff. And of course, for us, it is, for all of us on this chat, we've we're finally touching and living the dream we wanted as kids. But there is something that happens in the midst of that, like you said, the rat race of it. And you get on stage, you play the songs, it's a performance. But to be able to just be at home and like what you're doing, JT and Frank, like just being able to really dig in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just love playing and kind of take off performance, kind of be in a groove hat and just sort of explore and go out. I've experienced the exact same thing you were just talking about, Mark.
Yeah, well, you know what? Here's the truth. We all have a little time on our hands, so anybody needs anything, give me a shout. It's all about making music, It's the love of it.
We love you, Mark Slaughter.
Yeah, you guys too, man.
Don Jamieson is here, ladies and gentlemen, in guys that chips enough.
Hide your wallets, gentlemen.
Don is back.
An imposter in the room.
I have to tell you something, man. When this first came out, the coronavirus, we were on the Monsters of Rock cruise, and we didn't think it was real, and then we didn't, we're kind of skeptical, but this is very real, man. And I have to tell you some good news. My mother-in-law contracted the COVID-19 virus, and she was sick for 2 weeks, and she made it. She survived it.
That's great.
Nice.
We were like, for the past 2 weeks, we were worried to death, and it's just definitely something that this, I've never experienced anything like this in my life. It's really there's just no words to describe how crazy this is right now.
Yeah.
Well, it's called stay home for all of us. I mean, it's hard to, because we all want to run out and, do what we love to do. But, at the same time, this is a responsible thing,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a real thing, man. There's no doubt.
Mm-hmm. We should start doing this more often, though, man. We don't even need to live stream. Let's just get on each other's things and say hi and check in. And hey, how fun is this? Like, how fun is this?
Rather than 8, we'll shorten it a little bit. So
right, exactly.
I mean, look at Don Jamieson's been here 3 times, and now he's impostering chips enough, and we can't even tell.
Can't go apart. I'm seeing double.
Losing her mind.
Where is he?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, brother. I am the original Chips Enough from New Jersey, okay? Mark Slaughter, Frank, Dave, Thom, you want to come out to Jersey? I'll take you out in my Porsche 55 convertible.
You might have to reboot him, Thom.
I like him better than Chips Enough.
Better than Chips Enough. All right,
I'll do better. I'll just take him out.
He'll come back in as like Mark Slaughter now.
Let's get Adam Green in here. Hey guys, say hi to legendary horror filmmaker Adam Green.
Legendary.
Adam, what's happening?
How are you guys? This has been awesome watching this, man. Thank you for playing What You Give, Frank. That was fun.
I know how I teared up. Like, how cool is that? Can you play some more Tesla songs before we go, please?
Please.
Sure, man. You got it. So the other thing that I did, and David, we should hook you up with Gibson Guitars. They've got a Gibson youth program as well, and
they do.
Gibson Gives, and they're really on fire right now with what they're doing. But one of the things we made is there it is. It says "Love" right there.
That's awesome.
This is my love song guitar here, and we'll play a little bit of that before we sign off.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's do it. Man.
Thanks, guys.
That was phenomenal. Thank you, guys.
That's great. Awesome.
That's good stuff, man.
Hey, thanks for letting us be a part of your event, man. This is really awesome what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you. We will be in touch. We will circle back. We've got nothing but time on our hands.
and me and Dave got to come and do your podcast too.
All right,
we'll do that.
We'll set up a time for that. I'll get a hold of you tomorrow, Tom.
Let's do that, Frank. All right, buddy.
Mark,
Thank you so
Chip,
much.
great seeing you guys.
Great to see you, my friend.
See you guys.
Stay safe.
Nice to meet you, JT. See you, buddy. See you,
Bye,
Frank.
David.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
All right. So, Adam, how you doing, buddy? Does everybody know Adam?
Probably not. Hey, guys.
Yes, absolutely. How are you, man?
I know you.
Adam is the director of the Hatchet franchise and a bunch of other great movies, and a huge metal nerd like me. Like, he's the guy who I nerd out with on like Slaughter and Enough's Enough, and he's the one guy who probably knows more about 80s metal than I do. Adam Green might be the guy. He might be the one guy.
Why don't you take some of our songs and use it for his movies, some soundtrack stuff? Why don't you throw a bone to your brothers?
Sure.
He did actually. You know what? We actually put up the soundtrack, a soundtrack thing to the last Hatchet movie, and he put one of Jason McMaster's songs that was on our record in the movie. So yeah, dude, there you go.
Yeah, and the Slaughter solo record's terrific, by the way.
Oh, it's great.
Thank you, Chips. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
Some good music out there, folks. Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
this has been a nice time for everybody to sit back and relax and spend a little time with your families. And of course, if you have recording studios like a lot of us do, put down some new songs. So when the sun opens up and the skies are ready to go and we can get back on our Oscar Mayer and Wiener Wagon, go out on tour, we'll have a lot of material to play for the fans. So
that sounds great.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to work out well for everybody.
Well, you know what? Again, it's the hardest part is just, staying within your own mind. But the key point is if you just tap into it, there's a lot of great songs in there. I mean, we all need to just keep working together, keep the music going. And, it's our escape as well as everybody who comes to the shows. So let's make it happen.
Yeah, these are challenging times right now, but I really believe that here in the United States, we're very resilient. We've been through a lot of stuff in our lifetimes, and we've been able to survive. We're strong people, and as a nation, we're the best. I really believe it. And at the end of the day, you're absolutely right. We'll get back on the horse again. It'll be, I don't want to use the heroin analogy, but fact of the matter is we're going to get back out there and playing. That's what we do, all of us.
Wait, that's what get back on the horse means? I thought it meant get back on a horse. Like
I did too.
I thought it was a cowboy thing. So all these years we've been fooled.
Will I tell you, I get back on that horse there, partner. That's it.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you.
I've been excited.
Something new every day. Who knew?
Mm-hmm.
I've been excited to see what happens in like 6 months, 9 months, a year from now, and to hear all the incredible music that's going to come out of this time when everyone's been forced to stop and like be creative to work through it. So it's going to be fun.
I think there's going to be a whole slew by about, I don't know, November, December, just like after the Super Bowl, there's all those Super Bowl babies that are born. So I think there's going to be like quarantine albums coming out left and right.
In Hollywood.
Quarantine albums and children.
It's going to be
birthing a lot of new music. By January, it'll be a slew of new releases.
I got enough album coming out. I'm on Frontiers. We have a new record coming out in July. So the labels still want to put the music out there. And bands that are putting music out right now, there's people are going to get it on the internet, and it's just going to build up the fan base. So in the long run, you're going to see a lot of people. My radio station still goes. We got a huge station. People are listening to music every single day to get away from all the rigmarole that's going on in the world right now. And there's certainly a lot of subject matter and fodder to write about. So I think at the end of it, when it's all said and done, gentlemen, you're going to hear a lot of good music. You're going to see a lot of new babies that have been developed during this little hiatus, and you're going to see a lot
literally and figuratively, probably.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is Tori still playing with you? Is he playing with you?
Yeah, he's just finished up his new record. He's got a project called New Black 7, country project, country rock. Absolutely terrific.
He's an amazing player. Yeah, absolutely.
Great singer too, wonderful songwriter, and he's also got another project too that he's working on right now, along with the new Enough Snuff album. So it's going to look like he's pretty busy by the end of this year. You're going to look and see 3 or 4 albums out by Tori Staff-Reagan, which I think is real nice. And then the other guy's being busy too. Alex Kane, our other guitar player, he's produced the record with Clem Burke and the guitar player from the Cars, Elliot Easton.
Oh, Elliot's a great guy.
Oh, yeah. Remember we did the fantasy camp tour with Elliot
Yeah,
Easton.
he's such a great guy. Yeah, we really enjoyed it.
I wish I never did it with you guys. I've done fantasy camps with Kiss and with Cheap Trick. I'd love to do it with you cats. It's a wonderful opportunity to really help out a lot of guys who are living their life vicariously through us musicians.
It's interesting. The first, David Fishoff, of course, has that brand, the Rock and Roll Fantasy Camp brand. And I got pulled in on the first one, or the 10-year one was the first year that I did. Nice. And thank God you were there, Mark, because you took me under your wing. You came to my hotel room and said, okay, hey, come here, kid. This is how this works. And you took me under your wing and you really showed me the ropes, because I was like the token heavy metal guy. And I don't think most people around there really understood it. And you can kind of bridge both gaps, because you're
what's great about it is, again, we got a chance to know Elliot and a chance to know Mark Hudson and know that generation of those people we all looked up to, who are so incredibly talented, and to just be able to see how they do it and see what they do. And when you and I did the jam with Nico, that was phenomenal. It was
so, and we were the young guys to kind of bring it, because a lot of at that point it was kind of people in their 50s and 60s, and it was a lot of Roger Daltrey, Joe Walsh. It was sort of that generation, and I think it was interesting. You and I were kind of at the front end. Slash came over and did an appearance, and we were kind of the front edge of kind of lowering the age demographic a little bit and pulling in, kind of more hard rock. And I, of course, representing some metal stuff, but
right.
It was great. And, now then to see them doing things with Judas Priest, and I saw, Dave Mustaine and Zakk Wylde did a camp and stuff. So, it really has changed. And you're right. And Chip, you're right. I remember Kip Winger got on the bus, because we did the tour, and Kip got on the bus. And it was a tour. We were the opening band for
it was Extreme and King's X.
King's X, yeah. And so every day we'd come into town, and obviously us counselors would get off the bus, and we'd literally put a band together every day and be on stage that night at the House of Blues playing 2 or 3 songs. And I remember Kip got on the bus one day. He just goes, I have never worked this hard in my entire life.
Right.
It was a lot of work, man. Yeah. But it was very rewarding. And it's just like this, the connections that we get, lots of times that's one of the things I always, I'm not really a music teacher, so to speak, but, in my clinics and seminars and things, is part of it is about learning the notes. And obviously that's important, and learning music and the skills on our instruments. But the other part of it, once you start playing, whether you're full-time professional or you just do it for fun, is networking, which is really what this is right here. This is us, all of us boys and girls of the neighborhood, getting together and networking. And when Thom called me and he said, man, let's do this Schools Out initiative, one of the things I found when I was reaching out to all my friends to be part of this is, we're all in the same position. We're all kind of watching life as we knew it go away. Tours were canceling, record dates were being postponed, and we were all kind of freaking out. And I think now we're a month into it, and we're a little more kind of assimilated to it. And like you said, Chip, people are buying stuff online. They're listening to music digitally. So it's good that labels are still releasing things.
I think that everybody's, the good part of it is people are coming back to listen to the records. They're listening for the good times. They're, looking for Fly High Michelle. They're looking for that moment. They, oh my God, I freaking love this song. That's those things that the love of taking you back nostalgically. Again, for us as musicians, we're that timestamp. We're that hourglass that takes people right back to the sands of time of where they were, 30 years ago. And, I'm glad that we all have that, and that we've all bumped elbows and been on these, steel horses for a long time. And now we're in the flying steel horses doing fly dates. Totally.
Sounds like a good time to plug mine and David's new single, Simple Truth.
Yes.
There you go.
There's the link to pick it up on Bandcamp.
Yeah, it's great.
If you want to. I don't know if anybody's heard it.
That song is fucking great. It's so good.
No F. Well,
sorry.
No, that should be in your next movie, my friend. Great track right there. I just got it. I'm going to add it to the Dash Radio Monster Rock show as well, along with Megadeth and Slaughter and all the great bands that we play on there. And listen, I got 7,000 songs in that station, and people are just hailing it because we just expose all the warts and scars and tattoos of what rock and roll carries. And no handcuffs on that show, my friend. Dash Radio is really the
Thank you,
the way
Chip.
of the future, my friend.
Thank you, Chip. Appreciate
awesome.
that. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Man, so Adam, tell us about what you're doing. How's your quarantine been?
It's been
listening to Enough is Enough records? Love Hate?
Yes. I just saw Love Hate like, I don't know, 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, before the world ended. I've been doing daily live streams. Today was day 21, where I've been showing like every movie I've ever made, every TV episode, all of it. And in the beginning, when I announced it, I'm like, yeah, this will be fun. I'll do this.
Baby.
Yeah, well, it's when you don't have any of that stuff in a streamable format, and so all night long I'm working to get the next show ready. So I haven't really stopped since it started. I'm actually working harder now than I was before the world ended. So,
yeah, me too.
But it's been fun.
Me too, actually, which is funny. Like I keep saying this every day. It's like for the world not functioning, I sure am working a lot.
Man, we have worked so hard. It's been unbelievable. And you know, it's interesting when you're working toward. Obviously, Thom and I have been working on this, and it's a charity act and stuff. So it's you're always focused on bringing people together. You're always working on putting something out for other people, which is very different for most of us because we live in a world where it's very self-absorbed. It's what about my next single? What about my next show? How come the spotlight's not on me? It's all that stuff.
Right.
And so it's really been a real pleasure in this moment right now to every day just go, man, we can do this and we can do that.
Let me go around and introduce everybody. It's been a while. So, David Ellefson from Megadeth, Mark Slaughter, Chibs Enough, Rachel Ryan from Paradise Kitty, and Adam Green, famed horror aficionado director. I'm Thom Hazaert.
What a great band we would make.
The David Ellefson Youth Music Foundation. Oh, say, can you stream fundraiser?
Oh, say, can you stream? Yeah, and speaking of which, we actually have raffle tickets, so we're selling the raffle tickets. Thom's got the link. He's also got there's anybody looking to donate to the fund. The Ellefson Youth Foundation at PayPal is also another source.
We're giving away one of David's basses later on tonight.
Nice.
Here's the PayPal.
This exact bass right here. Ning.
So, what kind of bass is that?
This is my Jackson bass. This is my signature model.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yep. It's great. It's really just, man, I love these things because, lots of times, it's like
5.
Custom shop stuff is awesome, but custom shop stuff can be hit and miss. These are the production ones, and I pull them out of the box, and they're great. Like just bang. Jackson really nailed that.
There's the custom shop back
did a great job. Yeah.
That's great.
You got your custom shop one there, Thom?
I do. I got it. You want me to grab it? Here let's see. Yeah, let me grab it.
It's silver. Nah, you can grab it if you want. Here it is. It's on the cover. So here's the funny thing. We actually shot this picture at the end of my cul-de-sac down here last year. This bass, Thom and Melody put all these stickers on there, right? They made the stickers so it looked like the bass that I had, that Grover Jackson made me back in 1986.
Like
right?
that one right there.
Yeah.
So we made it. So we made the PMRC sticker.
And when it was all done, I could see Thom kind of like a little puppy dog, and I said, "All right, here's your bass, Thom."
So, now this is mine.
There you go.
He's got one of his own, so he's got his own bragging rights now.
That's right. And now with the record and being on the cover, it's one of the most famous David basses ever. So it just made me work that much harder to blow up the record.
There you go.
They're upside down, Sleeping Giants.
Sadly, Thom will not be raffling that bass. I don't think you'll ever claw that out of his hands.
Nor should you try.
Exactly.
Many have tried.
That's great.
Yeah, this has really been good, man. I really appreciate everybody coming by and hanging, and it's man, the list of people, the students, that have come in. It was like a couple hundred in the first day. And now, it's just really, really cool. And a lot of artists.
Now, did you work with Alice at all on any of this stuff?
He was in here earlier.
We just had Alice and Sheryl on. They've got their own foundation here in town, the Alice Cooper, the Solid Rock Teen Center that they have. And they, Alice had come home from Europe as well. He was just telling the story how he came home from Berlin. To get away from everything over in Europe, so he came home and their teen center's been doing great. As he does you were just there, didn't you? You just performed at the pudding, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. That was fantastic. I had a blast, and that's the good theater. And again, as I've always said, the crazy thing is every time I was playing with Alice, you were with you were with Iron Maiden, then we swapped, and we went to Iron Maiden, and then you went to Alice Cooper. So I mean, all these years we played in different.
Yeah.
Same act, but in different contexts.
Well, that was funny. So you were singing, I guess you were with Vinnie Vincent at the time.
Vinnie
right?
Vincent, yeah,
and
yeah.
so this was probably 1987. You were out with Alice Cooper. And then I think Alice brought Megadeth out, and then Vinnie Vincent was out. And then you're right, a year later, you were out with Iron Maiden on Seventh Son of a Seventh Son.
Yeah.
And then I think we came out with them, and we were flipping back and forth. I know you and I, we pretty much grew up the ranks at the exact same time.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you know what? It's called living a dream. I mean, I still sit in my studio and I look around and I'm surrounded by all the things I love, all the memories I have. And, it's just to keep playing music. I mean, I'm still living the dream.
I remember going over to I think Cherokee Studios on Fairfax, and Dana brought me in the room, and I was listening to, I think that first Slaughter record. I think you guys were just putting down the first tracks for that. Yeah, and it was incredible. And then when we were making Countdown to Extinction over at the Enterprise
that's right
in Burbank, you guys were in making, I guess, was that Stick It To You, or which album was that?
That was Wildlife.
Yeah, that was Wildlife. That's right. That's right. That was Wildlife. And Eddie Kramer was there. Remember him walking around the hall? And also Trevor Rabin from Yes was working. I didn't know, but he was working on. He did a lot of film and TV work, and he had the B room there, and he was in there working on stuff. And it was.
And it's crazy because you think about all these things and the people that were around, and George Takei from Star Trek is the one who owns the Enterprise. That's why it was called the Enterprise.
I did not know that. Wow.
I did not know that either.
I didn't know that.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
we did a lot of work there. Yeah.
Yeah,
when Max
you were
Norman was
Dan
making
Huff.
records with us. We did a lot of. That's pretty much where we worked exclusively for a few years there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, look, we lived the dream, and all I could say is, we just got to keep bonding, together, and keep making the music, and keep passing that torch to the kids. And the bottom line is, this is such a wonderful thing. Obviously, the schools are not teaching because they're out and they're not even happening right now. So, let's do what we can to keep the guitars and instruments in the kids' hands.
Yep. Hence our Schools Out initiative. So thank you for that. It's good way to phrase that. It's keep that's the thing too. Like a lot of us, as we know, it's like we couldn't wait to skip school. And we've never grew up in a moment like telling anyone I did where suddenly school is out, I always reference my snow days in Minnesota. It was great to get a few snow days, but after about a week, you're like losing your mind, So,
right.
And not to have the social interaction, because I think probably for you, Chip and Mark and myself, we were guys that we wanted to be in bands and jamming and on stage playing, and it's
and again, it's seeing your friends. I mean, I'm seeing my friends, seeing you guys virtually, which is great, but it's not like, you're out on the stage or some, like one of the last times I saw Chip was on the Monsters of Rock cruise. And then we saw him at this festival. Like you said, there's like 20,000 people. It's just, it's such a weird thing because you have these high school moments that you see all your buddies through the years.
Yeah.
And to have that stop is just really crazy. It really is.
Yeah. So Rachel, when's Paradise Kitty going to be rocking again? What's the deal?
I mean, we have things on the books, but they're all getting canceled right now. So, but I was just on the cruise with all of these guys. We played Paradise Kitty was on Monsters of Rock.
Yeah,
what a good cruise too, from just a wide variety of bands.
Yeah, you guys were terrific.
Thank you.
They're
fantastic.
Awesome. Yeah, you got a good agent. You got that guy Sullivan Big. He hates when anybody talks about him, but if you push him up as well, he'd break his neck 20 times. All right.
He does us well. He does us well.
Believe me, you'll be back on the road real soon. Okay. He's booking a tour for us, as a matter of fact, too. Enough's Enough and Faster Pussycat. Nice. I think with Don Jamieson, as a matter of fact, they're going out in September. So I see the smaller tours are going to be able to open up, and we should be fine. It's the big tours, the stadium tour, Stones, bands like that are going to have a little trouble. It probably won't start up until next year. I heard in Chicago they just canceled Lollapalooza, and that's 90,000 people a day. So the big shows are going to be a little iffy until we come up with a solution on this virus.
Yeah,
I think the smaller stuff should be okay.
They're moving a lot of, and I don't know what's going to happen to our dates because it was going to be, it was Rat, Cinderella, or Tom Kiefer, Cinderella, and Skid Row and us.
That's a good tour. A lot of trim at that show.
But the thing is I don't know what's, again, people are like, is that tour going to happen? Well, we can't even leave our houses right now. I can't say what's going to happen. Nobody knows. Yeah. But all I know is that I know Live Nation wants to see this play, and we're entertainers, and entertainers want to entertain. This is what we love to do. So
yeah, I wonder who's getting all the interest on those tickets that have been sold.
Right?
Somebody's making a Brinks truck full of chips. Okay.
All right, we got to say goodbye to a couple of people, and the next week, hey Chip, we'll talk to you soon, brother. Thank you.
Hey, God bless.
Good to see you.
God bless you all.
Yeah. You too, my friend.
Let's see. Look, there's Danny Cooksey. What's up, Danny? How you doing, brother?
How you doing?
Danny Cooksey from Terminator 2 and Bad for Good, and
there you go.
Your Shorts and everything.
What's going on? Look at you guys.
David Ellefson, Adam Green,
How are you, Danny?
Mark Slaughter.
How you doing, man?
Hey.
That was so funny. That was Chips Enough, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Andy Warhol.
One of my most surreal entertainment experiences. I did it was like a rock and jock softball thing. So it was like the Bad for Good. It's like Chip was there, and then there was like Bushwick Bill, the midget from Ghetto Boy.
Wow.
It was the weirdest mix. Like Corey Feldman was there.
That's great.
It was one of those moments where you go, "What the hell is going on here?"
That's right.
That's pretty much any moment I'm with Chips Enough, though. I'm going, what the hell is going on here? Really? It's kind of par for the Chips Enough course.
That's great. That's great. Do you happen to know Bill Corso? You know Bill Corso?
Bill Corso, not off by name.
Yeah, he's a makeup artist. He's a dear friend of mine. Yeah, he's a good guy. Real good guy. I didn't know if he worked with you at all.
Well, you guys both did a lot of voiceover stuff too. Danny and Mark, you guys should talk about that a little bit, because both of you guys have done a lot of voiceover cartoon stuff, right? Mark, didn't you do like Animaniacs, and Danny did Tiny Toon Adventures? So
yeah, I did just a couple characters on it, but it's, you got to be in Los Angeles to be a part of it all, and it's one of that, but there's some incredible, what a blast doing it. It's one of those things.
Job.
Yeah. It's like the funniest thing I did. I went in and I did this voice. Do you remember the movie Throw Mama from a Train?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So one of the lines in this movie is they heard me do this voice on a tape, which is the Ann Ramsey thing, Oh, he doesn't have any friends. He's fat. He's stupid. That one. So they ended up putting me in some of those different things. And, it's a blast. It's just being a goofball, and you get paid for it. The concept.
Yeah, it's insane that it's a job. I remember my wife and son went with me to a session. Really, I was like, I just got to pop in, and it was like I think one line, which was like I think just a laugh. So I just laughed menacingly, and then I remember getting back in the car, and she was like, I can't believe you actually got paid for doing that. That was the most ridiculous thing.
Yeah, right?
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's like doing a raspberry. I mean, it was so weird. You don't think what's a raspberry? It's just you have to do that. It's written in a script. And I'm like, it says raspberry here. And it's like, you don't think that. It changes your whole mind to how you read anything. So like all of a sudden, the way you start reading things.
Blowing into the microphone. Don't want, There's an art form for voiceover raspberries.
Yeah, there is absolutely.
Joe Picaro, the drummer, once they asked him what his most impressive session he ever did was, and he was a huge session guy way back when, and he got called on a lunch break from one session to come do another session because he was a union guy and they needed someone who was union to snap. So he did the no, and still gets paychecks from that.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's great.
That's an awesome check to get.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Snapping residuals.
Good snapping.
Yeah. That's great. Well, I mean, it's crazy how everything's gone into, our industry has completely changed to where, obviously, Dave, we did our that record 3 years ago. I can't believe it's been 3 years, but it's been 3 years now.
I know.
And it's one of those things of, look, you have a love of music. You want to get your music out there. And, the only way to do it is just do it, and get out there and have a love and get it out there.
One of my favorite parts of putting that record out for you through EMP was when we were in the dialogue and the conversations with Universal over in Japan. The guy who works the Megadeth records over there, you know, we have a great rapport with him. And as soon as I brought it up, he was just lit up. He was so excited. It was just so cool. And, you know, and you realize there's so many things that you go through, so many hoops. It gives you an appreciation for people on the other side of your business. You know, when you're just a musician playing, I shouldn't say just, but when that's your role, when that's your role that you're doing, and then you've got other people around you. I've learned that through management. You know, it's like, my gosh, the thing, and I enjoy it. I mean, I like my life here in the home office is pretty much what I do when I come home off tour anyway, be in this office and work and do things. But it's like, I remember because the label was really heating up and doing well. And I remember Thom called. Of course, he grew up with you, you know, on your turntable, and he was just so thrilled about it and being involved in that, because there's some records that I don't get involved in, and that one, of course, was one I really wanted to, because you're my friend and, you know, we're growing up together. But
well, you know what, at the end of the day, I think we really, you know, it's a good record, and I think that, you know, again, all we're trying to do as a musician is to write a song that resonates in somebody's heart, that makes them, you know, like what we're all going through right now. You're just trying to have a song that takes you to another place, that makes you feel a certain way. Or if you're really sad, sometimes it's you know, good to just let all that sad out and then just move on to something that makes you feel good. You know, that's what music is, what got us into music, and it became an addictive part of our lives.
Yeah,
you know?
And Halfway There was hailed as one of your finest works ever, which is great. When it's like Judas Priest with Firepower. Here they are, what, 40, 50 years into their career, they make one of the best albums of their entire career.
Absolutely.
Halfway There was the same thing for you. It stood up against your very earliest work when you first
thank you.
It's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. I had a blast doing it here at the farm, you know.
Yeah.
It's just to think that it was all done right here in this room. And you know, that's a crazy part of it, you know, except for Josh doing the drums out in Los Angeles. You know, Josh Egan played the drums out there, but other than that, man, it was right. This is a room it all happened in.
Yeah, very cool.
So Danny, what are you doing now? You're doing what are you doing? How's your quarantine? We've been talking a little bit. You're doing some teaching at home and kind of, what are you doing?
I had some classes today, and, you know, just been, I don't know. What do you do? It's like, you know, you just sit around, you're doing this right here, staring at your phone. I've actually, oddly enough, through this is when
drinking Monster,
seltzer water. Doing this, it's like I actually became conscious of how much I was on my phone.
Yeah.
Like just a few days into it, I'm looking, I got this like little counter, and I'm going like, wow, I spent a lot of time on my phone. I gotta dial this back so I'm not, you know, full blown by the time this blows over. But it's an interesting, you know, I guess it's, what do? You do whatever can occupy your time.
And family time, like you can see right there.
My kids were on earlier. They're in the other room.
Hi there.
I like how Alice Cooper said earlier. It's like the big dad up above said, "Time out, kids. Go home.
That's right.
Go home and be with your family."
That's right. That's right.
Not to mention what it's done for the environment. I mean, the skies are so clear, and like.
Now, did you guys see what happened in Italy with some of the canals? Where they had actually dolphins going down?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, guys, when we started, we did a Megadeth 5 Finger Death Punch tour and started in January up in Finland. And when we landed up there, it was cold but rainy, no snow anywhere across Europe. And I know there's a divided faction here in the United States who laughs off global warming. It is not a laughing matter in Europe. I mean, they've been seeing it coming for many, many years. And this last year, I mean, in January and February, to be in the heart of Europe with no snow, it was unprecedented. Had never happened ever. And they were just like, yeah, of course, it's what it is. I mean, to them, it was, you know, it was not even a laughing matter. So it's interesting, you know, we get this experience of traveling, and, you know, sometimes when you leave your own home shores and you get to experience all these other cultures, and sometimes you look back at your own shores, it gives you a new perspective at things we do right, some things maybe we don't do so well. And, you know, when you get to see the world through the world's eyes, not just through the own eyes standing on your own shore, it's a very eye-opening experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty wild. Where's everybody at? here.
I'm in Green Bay, Wisconsin. David's in Phoenix. Mark's in Nashville. Rachel's in, and Adam are both in LA, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, out here, it's and we're so spoiled out here in California because it's been raining for like the last like 2 weeks, like off and on, and it's so much more. We're so spoiled. It's so much more depressing. Like every day, it's like I go to the window and I'm like, no.
Right.
But I tell people I don't pay LA rent for rain. You know, if I wanted rain, I could go somewhere else and pay 1/3 the rent.
Right here. Come to try some snow on. Come try.
No, Green Bay's cold. It's just cold up there.
You guys have been here. You know it's terrible.
Yeah. Tore through.
But it's only like thanks to global warming though. It's less and less of the year, so it's okay.
Yeah,
it's getting better.
No, but you're right. It's interesting. We're just talking about how taxed the our environment has gotten everywhere. I mean, the first maps we saw, of course, were of China. When they shut down, the smog
disappeared.
I gotten to go to China a couple times, to perform, and man, Beijing is just it's like suffocating up there. Yeah. Oh, it's unbelievable. And all of a sudden they show these maps. And I just saw a map of the United States a day or two ago, and it was the same thing where it's funny in the Dakotas, there's like no smog. In Montana, there's like zero smog.
Right.
And but it is interesting how the earth kind of Mother Earth gets to reset itself. Thom and we had just put on sale a couple of months ago a tour of Australia, and we've now had to push it back into February 2021, but because it was coming up here in May. And, the conversation of, Australia was on fire. I was down in Brazil back in November and December. And of course, the Amazon was on fire. All these things that were happening. And it's just interesting how it's kind of ironic when the humans have to be quarantined and go home and stay home, how the planet sort of heals itself. It's really remarkable.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I heard a theory that the earth, like every disease that ever comes out, it's basically the earth trying to protect itself from us, and eventually it's going to get it right. And
that's a native culture in that side that Mother Earth, if you don't love Mother Earth and cherish it, that's what happens. It's like it will come back. And that's, unfortunately, we're seeing again, it's just terrible what we're seeing right now. It really is. But again, maybe it's something that will wake some people up to go.
Exactly.
Maybe there's a change that needs to happen here.
Yeah.
I've been holding space for good things to come from this because, it's a global tragedy that nobody can stop, nobody can fix right now. Everyone's trying. So I've been trying to just really hold thoughts of like, how can we all come out on the other end of this better? Like what can we create through this? How can we be better humans through this? And that's one of the big ones on my list of daily gratitude, is hoping that the environment that really makes such a difference, that people take notice and continue with that.
Well,
maybe
people can love deeper and be kinder and just be aware of everything else around them instead of themselves. And I think the narcissistic world of what cell phones and all this stuff has done. Now everybody's going, it's not so glamorous when you're just sitting there in your pajamas all day,
Yeah.
So now
I love it.
You turn off your phone. And a lot of times, I just get to the point where like, I don't need anything, and I need to focus on feeling and turn my phone off. And it's okay. It's your phone. Turn it off if you want to.
To any of the artists that are watching this, whether you're a musician or writer, whatever, don't focus on the fact that right now you're thinking about how you feel, like what Mark was just talking about, and don't be working on songs or scripts about the virus, because that's what everyone's going to have when they come out of this, and no one's going to want to see it. But everyone is going to be much more in touch with how they feel. So write about real stuff right now. Write about how you really feel.
Excellent, Adam. That's great, man. Thank you.
Yeah, and you need to, and I think it also is, again, you write songs that are also of hope. It's not about depressing. Look, we all have that side of us. It's like, man, this really sucks. But at the same time, there's a lot of good things that are happening. Again, families are coming closer together. They're getting more in contact with each other. That's a good thing.
This is definitely providing a lot of space for things to happen. you know, that probably wouldn't have happened had this not been in this way, you know,
Absolutely.
Which is nice.
Yeah,
absolutely.
90% of the world's being forced to stop, take stock, actually feel what they're feeling instead of running from it in busy lives, and like process through stuff. So it's going to be really interesting to see like where everyone comes at the other end of this, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Again, holding space and positive thoughts that like everyone on the planet comes out of this a better human somehow. Like let's all, at this point in our society, we have no excuse to not be better than we already are. So let's all just like figure out how we could love more and care more and be more compassionate. And you know, the only way that the world survives this is if we all work together. Like we're all in this together, everyone. There's no one exempt from this right now.
Yeah, probably the first time ever in the world where, you know, when things like 9/11 happened, it impacted us and our culture. You know, when things happen in other parts of the world, they suffer. This is the one moment in time where we all suffer together.
Globally. Yeah, globally, this is everybody.
Everybody. It's, and we've all got friends. We're in our business. Obviously, we're connected. We've got friends in Asia and, you know, around the world. We have friends across Europe and, you know, everywhere. And so it's like we know everybody's feeling the same thing. And that's what's really been beautiful with doing this today. Even though most of us are all based here, we've got some people that are actually from Israel and from other parts. Our guitar player Kiko's up in Finland right now. And of course, he's got friends and family down in Brazil. So it's like to have a real global connection today and really, you know, be connected globally through the efforts of music and, you know, our kingdom of, you know, the arts, and whatever that may be, you know, we really have such an incredible opportunity to touch so many people and have touched a lot of people. We bring people together and you know, so this has really been great, you guys, to join us on this today, and we appreciate.
Yeah, thank you guys all so much.
Yeah.
You know what? Glad to be a
Namaste.
part of it, and yeah, right back at you. And you know, look, man, it's great to have good friends, and I'd like to send before I jump off here, I want to say thank you to everybody who's the nurses, the doctors, the truckers, the people who are in the grocery stores. I mean, man, it's a lot that people are facing right now, and we're all trying to do our best. So, you know, cheers to everybody, and you know, there's happier times ahead.
Yes. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you guys.
So,
yeah, just for those who may be tuning in now, Ellefson Youth Music Foundation.org is the headquarters for everything here with the Schools Out initiative. The song Simple Truth that Thom and I just pushed out here this last week over on Bandcamp is those proceeds are being donated to the Italian Red Cross for the COVID-19 Relief Fund. And
pick that up on Bandcamp.
Yep. Donations here today through the raffle tickets or just donating through Ellefson Youth Foundation at gmail.com. Those are going to continue to support the Schools Out initiative so that the lessons can be free to the students who are signing up. And a bunch of the people who you saw here today are actually the instructors and people who,
Danny, some of these other guys, a lot of the people in here today, Chris Kale, Danny, Dirk, a lot of the guys that came on today are part of that initiative and giving lessons to kids and donating their time. So thank everybody involved, Nita Strauss, everybody involved in that. It's such a labor of love for us and for everybody.
And one other quick thing, thanks to all the postal workers that are getting the Amazon, whether it be UPS, FedEx, or whatever, because we wouldn't be getting all kinds of stuff if it wasn't for them.
Yeah. That's right. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. They've saved my life.
God bless you guys.
Thank you, Mark.
Bye, Mark.
My friend.
We'll talk to you soon.
Bye, Mark.
See ya.
Take care, you guys.
Okay. Thanks so much, Danny. See you, buddy.
See you later.
Take
Bye.
care, guys. So, all right. So, getting down to the nitty gritty. So, we got to, Larry, hey, look at this. Look who we got here.
Am I in?
He's not there yet. We'll have a, he's
not in yet.
He's in. We'll have him in a minute.
Here, I'll be right back. Hang on 1 second. Hang on.
Go ahead.
I can't tell.
You're in, Greg. You're just in the waiting area. You're in the, as Fugazi would say, you're in the waiting room. So,
you know, Thom, for all the long conversations we have, like little girls, when we get on the phone, and like you look exactly, not like this. It's not like this is the first time I've ever seen you, but you look exactly like you sound. Like, that's exactly like, yeah, just fucking metal dude. Like that's from the moment you open your mouth.
Well, thank you. That's what I strive for. So once again, Adam Green, horror aficionado, director of the Hatchet, creator of the Hatchet franchise. And look what we have here. Larry Thomas, No Soup for You.
Am I here?
You're here. You're here. Rachel Ryan.
Kind of hard to figure out.
Yeah, well, you did it. You did it, Larry. Larry Thomas, the best known as the Soup Nazi from Seinfeld. Also been in Austin Powers, lots of stuff. Tell us about you, Larry.
Oh, gosh, I'd rather talk about you guys. This has been a lot of fun watching you, and what you're doing is really great. And my friend Ari Lehman got me in here, and I'm sure he's going to be along any minute now. Yeah, I'm very pleased that you've included me in this great group of musicians.
Oh, thank you.
Being an actor and an extremely like Music 101 part-time music guy, so this is really exciting and fun. And
you made a metal song, didn't you? We talked about this. Tell us about your metal song.
We talked about it. I when my son was about 18 months old, I wrote him a little nursery rhyme, and as he got older, especially when he got into his 20s, he became kind of a heavy metal aficionado. So I thought one year for a Christmas present I would turn his nursery rhyme into a heavy metal nursery rhyme. So my friend Steven Costantino has a sound studio, Gomorian Sound.
Steve's joining us. Steve's joining us later. Steve's one of my dear friends.
Oh, good.
I stay on the couch in the studio every time I go to LA now.
Oh, cool. Yeah, isn't his studio? I mean, he's great.
I love Steven. David, the Gomorian guard from Return of the Jedi, my buddy. David's met him a bunch too. He's hung out with us come to our shows in LA and our book signings, and we love Steven.
Yeah, he was great, and he really produced it for me. Showed me a lot about producing music, which I knew nothing about. And so, yeah, I have my heavy metal nursery rhyme that I wrote for my son.
Oh, that's great.
Hey, Larry, good to see you, man. I had to step out for a minute because I had to get. We first met at the Houston Comic-Con, and I had to get you signed ladles from the Soup Nazi, and you signed this one for my wife.
I need one of those.
Yeah, this is like a prized, coveted possession in the kitchen.
Oh, it's
funny. I was yelling to my wife because she went upstairs. We finished up dinner, because I can't go and mess with any of her plates. She tells me, she says, I don't go in and mess with your guitars. Don't mess with any of my stuff in the kitchen, right? So we have hands-off rules, but I found it. It was sitting right there. So anyway.
That's
a soup ladle from the Soup Nazi.
Where do I get one of those? Because I cannot go to a Comic-Con. Where can somebody order one of those? Do you have a website where you can order it? Where can I get a signed ladle?
I do have a website. It's just realsoupnazi.com, and I do have.
Do you get any like misguided people who actually think that like you're a Nazi or something like that? Like they don't realize it's from a show. Like,
man,
hardly ever.
I love soup.
Every once in a while, someone has no sense of humor,
Yeah.
But hardly ever. Almost everyone gets it.
So, Larry, I mean, speaking to that, I mean, you are one of, there's every once in a while a line comes through television or the arts that, I mean, sticks with it's like, Ernie, like, I'll be back, and then, go ahead, make my day, Clint Eastwood. And you're one of those characters, that it's like, no soup for you. And we, we'll do it in anything, no chocolate for you. It's like an iconic line.
Become part of the pop culture pantheon of
totally,
everyday, things. I mean, I can't tell you, like once or twice a week, I say no soup for you, like literally. It's part of my vocabulary on an ongoing basis.
You got to give a guy named Spike Ferriston credit for throwing those 4 words together in the script. But it is kind of weird. You see memes that say no toilet paper for you and stuff like that. So it's a little bizarre.
Well, and another one that was like that probably for me was John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd on Saturday Night Live when they were doing the Greek, cheese boogie, chips, no French fries, chips, cheese boogie, cheese boogie. Right? Remember that? It was the same thing.
We used to do that all the time. So I used to imitate all these other people, and it's weird to have gotten into that. So, and have you ever been to that place in Chicago? My wife Angela is from Chicago, and I was there one time, and that place is actually there where they made it famous by imitating those guys.
Yes, I know of the place. Yes, yeah. It was many years ago that I went there, but I remember being on tour going by there, and he said, "There's the place."
Yeah, it's a real place.
Yeah. How about your place? Was that a real place, like in New York, for the Soup Nazi?
Yeah. It all came from a real place that was on 55th and 8th. The guy that my character was based on doesn't run it anymore, but he was pretty much like that. I didn't know there was a real guy, but the guy that wrote the script for Seinfeld was a Letterman writer, and because the Ed Sullivan Theater was right around the corner, they used to get soup from the guy all the time, and it was their own little private nickname for him, the Soup Nazi. So when this guy Spike, who was very young at the time, he got hired on Seinfeld, he was having trouble getting them to like any of his ideas to write a script, and one day he just mentioned that in passing, and of course Larry David said, "That's your script, write it," and that's where it came from. And then I ended up getting hired, but I had no idea there was a real guy. And many years later, I actually met him, and oddly enough, he was nice to me.
There was soup for you.
Well, that's interesting, because sometimes if you would maybe go, as I'm sure as an actor, you would say, "Hey, here's your character," kind of go. Like I watched a Dana Carvey special the other night on Netflix, and he talked about how he based Garth on his brother, Garth from Wayne's World. He based it on his brother because his brother had a lisp. So he spoke, he was imitating his brother. He's like, "My gosh, there it is. There's the Garth character." So it's amazing you didn't actually have to go in and get some soup from the guy to be rated and learn. Okay, there's my style of a character. You did a wonderful job not knowing the guy.
I came up with the concept immediately upon hearing the guy's nickname, and I went in with it, and I got all the way to the callback, and Jerry, for some reason, thought I was being too mean. He actually had me do it again and try to be nicer, but to Jerry's great credit, they did hire me, and as soon as he saw me on the set, he said, "Forget about the direction I gave you. Just do what you did when you walked in."
That's cool.
So that's season 7. So he was pretty mighty by that time. Yeah. So you got to give the guy credit for letting his ego, drop.
Those seasons too. I mean, again, when you get to the 6, 7, like those later seasons, they really hit their stride with the writing and the pacing and that show and the humor. I mean, it's all great, but really, to me, like when I just sit down and I'm going to start Seinfeld, that's kind of always where I start, like season 5, season 6, like later. Those are just so great.
Yeah, everything about the show evolved. It
really did.
They continued to call it the show about nothing, but if you really watch it from the beginning of the series, not only the show evolved like crazy, the characters evolved like crazy. I mean, Michael Richards once said, I think this is true, he goes, at the beginning of the series, Kramer was the dumbest guy in the room, and by the end of the series, Kramer was the smartest guy in the room.
Wow. Yeah,
and
it's funny. We actually went to the set. It was at Sony. Thom and I,
we did.
Combat Records, and we were at the Sony lot in Culver City.
They recreated this little museum, and they recreated the whole set. They put everything in there. David did the Kramer walk out of the door and everything. It was amazing.
Yeah, speaking of Kramer, that was made me think about it. You get to like walk in and do the shuffle walking in, like Kramer did, and
it's funny enough. Mike Gitter is texting me right now, the one who we were meeting with, who brought us there. So ironic enough.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I never expected it to be the show to go on for generations, but it has, and it amazes me every day. I keep every morning I wake up and I go, well, this thing's over. It's just amazing.
But you know what I noticed, Larry, when I saw you at the Comic-Con, and you and I have since met even here in Phoenix. We were both doing a little appearance at a record shop down in Mesa a few years ago. But you have all your 8x10s out, and they're kind of from other films and TV shows and stuff. I mean, your resume is incredible. There's so many things that you had been a part of, and yet, I mean, you're a seasoned actor, you know?
Well, yeah, thanks. I mean, I have been at it for about 40 years, so it's kind of weird to just have one thing that sticks out. But I think I'm lucky to have that, because God knows what would have happened if not, you know?
Yeah.
And I remember, you know, my wife Angela was with us both times in Houston and at the record store there.
Yeah.
And, it's a lot of fun, you know, doing those things.
Yeah. The Comic-Cons especially, they are a good time. And I do a lot of the horror cons, because the horror music horror with metal always is, you know, is cool. It's a good fit, you know. But they're fun. The fans seem to really like them, and of course
it's funny, you know, when you see Ari, I met him at a Comic-Con. And it was just late one night after the con. A bunch of the actors from the show were hanging out in the lobby of this hotel, and we found a big empty conference room with a piano. And he sat down at the piano, and everybody wanted to sing a song. And it ranged from like rap to the Beatles to you name it. There were guys from New Zealand, from Lord of the Rings, and he managed to accompany every single person. I don't know how he does it, but he managed to accompany, and we all spent the rest of the night singing. So that's kind of the fun of those cons, is you meet all these great people from different walks of the industry, and you know, you just have a good time with them.
Yeah. Hey, Adam, I think you might have to be jumping. You said, right?
I do. I gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta start here.
All right,
nice
Adam.
Thank
you so much.
Yes, thank you guys so much. Thank you for doing this, guys.
We're gonna welcome. So we just lost our Facebook feed. So I think there must be an 8-hour limit on Facebook streams. I think because it just. So we're still rocking on Twitch and YouTube and on the web feed, but apparently we lost Facebook. So
can you re-Facebook, or
I don't think I can. I'm not even gonna mess with it and risk turning off the stream. So
no Facebook for you.
No Facebook for you. So we got Greg Henson from the Circle Jerks here.
Hey, Greg.
And Chris Aiken from Strung Out. Look at
Nice.
that.
Hey, buddy.
Hi. It just got real punk rock in here.
I just watched you playing bass on Instagram, I think a night or so ago. Weren't you riffing on something? You were sitting down with your jazz bass playing or something?
Yeah. I'm trying to just entertain myself and our fans. I'm like, I guess I'll play along to our own songs or something.
It was great. It was awesome.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, good playing, man. That's awesome.
Thank you. Cheers.
Where are you guys at? You're out in LA, both of you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I didn't realize there was a theme today, so I figured I'd put on my cheap.
Nice. Hey, all your friends are doing it, man. Come on.
Trick hoodie.
That's awesome. I did a good show with Cheap Trick. I played bass with Ronnie Montrose for a couple years, and it was a show up in Walnut Creek. It was a corporate gig for Shell Oil, and it was at a theater, and it was War, Ronnie Montrose, and Cheap Trick, and I seem to remember Rick Nielsen was throwing pics at the woman and the man in the front row, and someone came up to him and said, "Dude, knock it off. That's the president and his wife of Shell Oil. They hired you. Stop throwing pics at them."
Nice. That's awesome.
That's our Rick, you know.
I saw Ronnie Montrose play at a place called the Smokestack in Redondo Beach, which turned into the Fleetwood, which is a big punk rock club in the early 80s.
Yeah, it was great playing with Ronnie, man. I grew up, of course, my favorite Ronnie Montrose record was the first one with Sammy Hagar, you know, as his singer. And I mean, just a game-changing record. And yeah, it was fun to play with him. That was one of those gigs where every night I went to bed feeling good with a smile on my face. All the songs are in like happy keys, like A, G, D, C, you know, they're all like happy chords, you know. There was no like demonic heavy metal about it. It was actually a nice change.
Nothing minor.
Nothing minor. No, exactly. So Greg, what's going on in your world these days?
Well, living the dream in the world of a zombie apocalypse. Doing telethons, I guess.
Hey Greg, can you do me a favor? Can you jump out and jump right back in? You got something weird going on with your audio. So can you just jump out and jump back in, see if it fixes it? Yeah, and don't mind me. I'm over here trying to get the Facebook feed rocking again. So you guys keep talking amongst yourselves.
Nice.
All
right. Well, Chris, you're in LA. You're rocking.
Even though I was, quote unquote, supposed to be on tour right now, I'm
aren't we all?
Yeah, as we all are. I'm actually kind of living up to that tourness because I've actually been wearing the same clothes for 5 days. So it's like I'm on tour, So it's like, hey, nothing's really changed, Eating the same shit, sleeping until noon sometimes, So it's
so you're missing getting free shirts and stuff, right? Like we get on tour. Tom always says he goes, we'll like log on to we'll Skype or something, and he'll go. He'll see me wearing some shirt I got in Peoria, Illinois, from an opening band, and he goes, "Dude, you really do wear every shirt a band gives you."
David is the kid. One of our bands, Psycho Tribe, gave him a shirt. He wears them all the time. Like all of our bands give David shirts, and he is the king of free swag from local bands and from bands. Like, you want promotion? Give David Ellefson a shirt.
I'll wear it.
I'll tell you that.
I'll wear it.
He will.
It's true. I get shirts from all over the place, and people say to me like, "Well, what does that mean?" I go, "I don't know. Since they gave it to me."
Right.
They gave me a free T-shirt. That didn't used to happen, so I'm wearing it.
That's the whole.
I had one that I got over in Europe,
over
and
the years, like,
go ahead.
When you first go out on tour, you bring like 4 suitcases, you bring all these clothes, and then you actually never use any of them. And then now, when I go on tour, I just bring socks and underwear, and I'm always getting a band shirt every night. So I'm like, I always get clean laundry, or if I have to, I can use my own band shirt. And it's there's a clean shirt right there. So it's easy.
To be a boy on tour, traveling with girls is not that easy.
Well, see, we take a page out of the David Lee Roth playbook. With remember years ago, he said, I never do my laundry. I just wear everything once and then throw it out and get something new. And it's like, now I get it. Now I know why he does it. No laundry days.
I see.
Man, when I go on tour, with like when we go on tour, I have like 9 giants. I bring so much clothes. I mean, look, I'm a fat guy going on tour. It's the same as being a girl. Like, I can't just go, oh, somebody gave me a T-shirt. Like, no, I bring everything I own. And I'm a singer. I have a pool, so I have to have a different shirt. Oh yeah,
whole other level.
Oh yeah.
Thankfully, I've done band tours. I mean, when I go out with Paradise Kitty, when we do flyouts, we'll go out and do like a 4-day weekend. We will fly out. The girls each bring 1 guitar. I travel with a stick bag, and we all fit into a minivan, all 5 of us, with guitars and our suitcases. So everything has to fit in a minivan. We've done like 2-week runs in a minivan. It's really retarded. I don't know why we do this, but we love it. So
got to do it.
Man, it's awesome. So how's your quarantine over there, Mr. Hudson? Oh, hang on. I think I got him muted. Let me see if let's try this again. No, he's not. He's just being funny, or he has no audio.
But he is wearing a great sweater, though.
Yeah.
Credit.
Well, we don't even need to hear him. We'll just look at Greg Hudson. That's all we need. Look at that guy.
So cool.
Look at that guy.
A perfect specimen. Look at that. Yeah. Side profile.
I mean, how cool is it that the Circle Jerks are back together? Let's give a big round of applause for that.
That is cool.
I mean, it has to happen in the year of the apocalypse, but maybe they'll play one show somewhere sometime. So you and Keith Morris finally mend fences, and then the world ends. Like, how does that work? And you're gonna have to go back out and come back in and answer that question because you have no audio now, and I need to hear the answer.
Yeah.
That's what we should probably get the answer to.
Can you re-enter like Kramer when you come back in?
Exactly. Come sliding in across.
Man,
the
I'm so excited. I'm looking in the waiting room. We got Whit Crane from Ugly Kid Joe, Burton C. Bell. It's fun out here, man.
Nice.
I love this. It's like a real green room, man. It's like people hanging out backstage. Like, I kind of got to kick people out now and then. Like, all right, guys, I got to clear the room. You gotta.
Larry, where are you phoning in from? Are you in?
I'm in LA.
In LA, okay, gotcha.
I'm in LA, and I'm really happy now because my wife is with me, and she ran off to Chicago about 3 weeks ago when someone said, "Oh, if you're gonna go back home and be with your kids, you got to go today."
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, everyone said, "Don't fly." So she was stuck there. I was stuck here. And we were like, what did we just do? Now we're truly like alone. So thank God she had the guts to jump on a plane and come back here. And thank God I'm
family reunion. Good.
That's so awesome, Larry. Thank you so much for joining us, man. Thank you. Where can everybody find you again on the social media? Is it realsoupnazi.com? Tell everybody your socials and your stuff so they can find you by ladles.
The ladles are there. There you go.
Good to see you guys, and have a great time. And you're doing a great thing.
Thank you so much, Larry. Good to see you again, man.
Be safe out there.
Bye. Okay. Yeah, dude, the ladle. Come on, dude. That's so
Tom,
metal.
and Dave, all of you, I want to let you know I've been watching Johnny Carson like crazy lately. Tons of Johnny Carson reruns.
Johnny Carson reruns. Nice.
Right now.
So not only did Greg Hetson come back, and hopefully we can hear him, we got Whitfield Crane from Ugly Kid Joe.
Hey, Will, what's going on, buddy?
Too.
Hey, guys.
How are you?
Buddy?
Hey.
Can you hear
All
me?
my favorite people in rock and roll are in here now.
Funny, I was just talking to Phil Andre from the Motley Brew over in the UK, and he had mentioned something about you needing some coffee wit.
Yeah, that'd be super cool.
Yeah.
We actually we played a show at Ugly Kid played a show at and hi everybody.
Yeah.
Ugly Kid played a show at KK Steel Mill.
Yeah,
we played there. We played there too last year.
And
We know a guy who has some coffee. We can hook you up.
And
There you go.
That dude was there, and he gave me a coffee mug, and the coffee mug, which I thought was pretty cool, and it is pretty cool.
Which one did you get?
Steep and Destroy.
Yeah. The Motley Brew. They're awesome, aren't they? Yeah. They're basically a tea company, and they now take our Ellefson coffee into the festivals over there, like Bloodstock and Stone Deaf festivals and stuff. Yeah. Phil's killer, man. Cool guy.
Let me ask everybody a question. All right.
Yep.
So when I got, it was amazing that I got the mug that said, once again, Steep and Destroy. But if anybody in this,
I have
this
the
lineup,
same one.
right? If you're gonna take a tea bag, right? You're making tea, and you put the tea bag in the hot water, and you let it what? What do you let it do?
You let it steep.
Sit. Right? All the English, everybody in England, all the English crew and everybody, the argument was you let it brew versus you let it steep.
Yeah.
I won 25 pounds. When I got that cup finally, because that was the day of the argument, when I finally got the cup and stuffed it in my drum tech's face, and it said "Steep and Destroy," there you go. So don't forget, there's a battle out there: brew versus steep.
I have the same one. So funny enough, me and David last year played a show with KK Downing and Les Binks at the steel mill, and I got the same mug at that gig. So
because Phil, but it's funny. Phil's company's called the Motley Brew. So and it's a tea company. So one would think brewing the tea versus steeping the tea. So it is a fair argument. That's
I think it's a fair argument, we and not even on what's it called? On proper, like if you look at it properly on a dictionary, steep wins.
Does
but the brew
okay,
thing,
good.
man.
Well, but are you looking at a
Dave
UK dictionary or US dictionary? Because some things are different.
Awesome. Rachel Ryan, we love you. We're going to say goodbye to Rachel. Now we got to
Good night, you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Tell everybody where they can find you and Paradise Kitty on social media.
If you find Paradise Kitty Band on the website, it'll send you to all of our socials. And if you forget the name, it's like Paradise City, but with Kitty instead. Kind of easy to remember.
Nice.
Yeah, I think we got that.
We're an all-girl Guns N' Roses tribute, just to explain why.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Nice.
All right.
You guys, cheers. Good night. Bless you both for doing
Thanks
this.
so much, Rachel. See ya.
All right, let's see. Who am I taking in here? First off,
Can you hear me now?
I don't know. Not really.
No?
A little bit. You got
it's a little weird. It's funny. There's a little bit of a
distortion crackle.
It's like a crackle on the line.
I hear a crackle on your end. Am I crackling?
No, you sound good to me. Tom sounds good. Greg, I can't hear, and I can't hear Dave.
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
What's
Hey,
up,
Dave.
brother?
How's it going?
How are you?
I'm great. How about you?
We are doing well. Where are you at in Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Burton Bell, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, guys. Hey, Greg. How's it going? It's been a while.
Living the dream. Nobody can hear me.
That's actually a piece, actually. I'm in North Hollywood with my wife, and been very thankful, actually, that I've been quarantined with my wife for this whole time, because I probably would have gone rather insane if I had not been with somebody else.
Nice. Yeah, good.
I've never been more glad I had kids in my life than right now.
Yeah, my kids are with their mother in Pennsylvania, so I wish I could be with them. I'm actually supposed to be with them right now. It's their spring break, so I wish I could have been with them. But
mine are on spring break too. It just didn't ever end.
yeah, they just found out that their spring break is never ending either. So, how you doing, Dave?
Hey, you know what? Doing great. In fact, I've been talking to Drew. It sounds like it, depending on how things go here, we might be appearing at a Comic-Con together at the end of August. I think there might be.
Yeah.
The Crypticon?
Yeah, Crypticon. Yeah.
I hope that happens. Cause,
yeah.
We're supposed to be playing. There's supposed to be a lot of action going on there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, actually. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
It's funny. Whit Crane shows up at the most random places around the world. In 2010, remember we played Megadeth. We played in Costa Rica. Out of the jungle pops Whit Crane. I'm like, what in the world are you doing here? And then a couple years later, maybe it was on that trip. I think it might have been on that trip. We were hanging out down in, I forgot that part of town by Jaco down there, Manuel Antonio. And we were going through the jungle, kind of through the rainforest, looking at sloths and monkeys and all this stuff. And then everybody went out. We went swimming in the ocean, and somebody filmed it, and it ended up as a national news piece. Remember that? It was like, here's me and Whit in the ocean, like swimming. That's like a tourist plug for Whit and David from Megadeth. They endorsed Costa Rica. And it was like we got to become the poster boys for Costa Rica one night.
How you doing? Speaking of Whit, how you doing, Whitfield?
I'm good. Nice to see you, Burton. It's hard to hear everybody. You guys all sound like you're like popcorn.
Yeah, you're looking good, brother.
Your face.
I have stories about Whitfield are awesome because Whitfield does pop up in the strangest of places.
Right.
I'm going to tell the story while he's not here, but I've always seemed to run into Whitfield all over the world.
Me too.
It's always in airports. And no matter what airport it was, Uncle Kid Joe was on tour, and Fear Factory was on tour, and I'd be like, hey, I know those guys. And so I became friends with Whitfield over time through airports. And now we just sometimes we played a couple festivals together, depending on the festival, but we've always stayed in contact. Man,
it's like, where in the world is Whit Crane? It's like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where is he now? I don't know.
Where is he now? Exactly.
He needs to be back, but
I think we're gonna say goodbye to Chris and tag somebody else in. So bye, Chris.
Chris, thank you, dude. Good to see you, man.
Strung out. Awesome seeing you.
Thanks, Chris.
Is my mic working yet?
Yes. We can hear you. Hi, Greg Hedson.
Hi, am I back?
You're back. You're as back as you're gonna be.
And there's Whit, yay!
And there's Whit, yay!
Where in the world is
Greg
Whit
Hedson
now?
from
Hey,
the
there he
Silver
is.
Jerks, Whit Crane, Ugly Kid Joe, Burton C. Bell,
So-
David Ellefson, Thom Hazaert. Now it's a party.
Speaking of
really hard to hear it.
Here, let's get some Drew in here too. We'll get some Drew.
Hey,
for-
Drew.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Funny, Whitfield was telling the story about what steeping is in England.
Yes.
And I just, the last time I was in Wales,
Good night, everybody.
I discovered that same issue.
Thank you. Did you have fun?
They don't call it steeping, they call it brewing. I was like,
Drewing?
Drewing, no, brewing.
So wait a minute. So we settled that score. That Whit said that it's not brewing; it actually is steeping. Now you're saying that it's not steeping; it's actually brewing.
No, in Wales they were saying it's brewing, not steeping.
Oh, in Wales.
I think it depends where in the world you are. I mean, honestly, I think that's the caveat.
If you're American, it's steeping.
It's steeping.
If you're American and you know nothing about
most of the
tea,
UK
it's
except
steeping.
Wales, it's steeping.
There's a song on a Masters of Reality album that talks about why
I
Americans
can't hear anybody.
Why?
I hear you.
Greg,
We hear you just fine. You just keep talking, and then we'll hear you.
Boo.
Greg, what was your thing? You talked about a song on a Masters
actually
of
hear me
Reality
when I
record.
talk?
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a song on
we
one
can
of their
hear you.
albums talking about why Americans can't make a cup of tea.
Oh, wow. Hey, Burton, I can't hear anybody.
I believe it's Ginger
Popcorn,
Baker.
But I love you. It's nice to see you. I'm betting you're in North Hollywood.
Yes.
This is pretty.
I am in
cool.
North Hollywood.
Is this is neat?
Let's speak in sign language
Six
for
of
what?
us.
Thumbs up.
Well, I don't know what really bad reading. It's like I can barely make out anybody. But yeah, I'm just gonna sit there and look at your guys' images, kind of move around because I can't hear.
All right, and
anything.
we'll look at you
But,
because we love
Dave,
you, Whit. We
I'm
love
stoked
you.
that do all these good deeds.
I
love you
we'll
back,
miss
man.
I love you, Whit.
Thanks.
See you soon.
Thank you, Whit. See you, dude.
To continue Greg's story, of course,
All right, man.
the English don't think we know how to make tea because we dumped it all into a bay and back in the late 1700s.
A little history lesson for you kids.
Tea does not go in the ocean. It goes into a cup of water.
And you brew or seep the tea in the ocean. I don't know.
That now another level. Yet another level.
So what's happening, Dave? The last
Yeah.
time I saw you was at the Headbangers Con.
Headbanger Con in Portland.
And man, you gave me a bag of your roasted peas.
Yes.
Amazing. I loved that coffee. It made me
I know
start
a guy
drinking.
who can hook you up. I've got more.
It made me start drinking coffee again, actually.
Oh, thank you. Now, are you brewing or steeping it?
I brew coffee.
Thank God. Yay. That's the right answer.
I steep tea. I brew coffee.
Nice. Thank you. Yeah, that was fun, man. He did a really good job with that. You know, there's all these horror cons, comic cons, but for a guy to do a real Headbanger Con based
Big
around
props to
metal
Chris
and-
Rowe Haley and the crew who did Headbanger Con, man. Chris
Yeah,
Rowe
they
Haley.
were really, really fantastic. They
That
did a
was
great
cool.
job.
That was really cool. I had a blast.
Yeah.
I had a real blast. It was a cool time.
Yeah. So Drew, we rallied the band here for the Crypticon in August.
People are weighing in on the steep versus brew. By the way.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Cheer Yourself Death just weighed in. She said, I'm from England. Whitfield Grain talking. I can't even say that on the air because we're actually on some television and radio stations, so we got to be careful there.
Oh, okay.
See you later, Lioness. Thanks for amazing stream. Thanks.
This has been fun. Like, how fun has this been? Honestly, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sick of talking after 8 hours straight.
It's like, people. It's like a Jerry Lewis telethon for you.
It is. It is. Dave's kids.
I know.
Dave's kids. That's your next one, Dave.
I know. It's a good thing we're all like sober guys, or or at least most of the guests have all been on point while they're on the air, because like we always joke about the Jerry Lewis telethons back in the day. He'd start all fresh and crisp, but 36 hours later, he's like,
somebody kill me.
Now we know why he had circus animals performing and Charo and everybody else coming out, because there's no way you could talk for 24 hours straight.
That's what we needed. Charo, man. I mean,
Charo. Yeah, exactly.
She's still alive.
Is she?
I guess Rachel was our Charo. So thank you, Rachel.
Rachel was our Charo. Exactly. Yeah.
Charo's still alive, so it would be possible.
It would be possible.
Yeah.
Anybody got an email?
No, I'm sure Drew could find it.
Probably, yeah.
Walter Charney just said he's been on for like 6.5 hours. Thank you, Walter. Yeah, there's some hardcores who've been hanging with us from the beginning, so it's really cool. It's we tried to start at a reasonable hour so we could catch at least a little bit of Europe. Obviously, most of South America was able to stay with us, and thank you, Gary Lee Hutchins said it's been entertaining the whole way through. Outstanding. So thank you for that. And while we're here, just to kind of a quick recap, EllefsonYouthMusicFoundation.org is the website where everybody can go. If you have students who want to sign up for the Schools Out lessons, age 18 and under, that sign-up form is there. The donate button is up on the corner. And
I also just posted the fundraiser link you can donate at right there. And you can buy some raffle tickets later on tonight. We're going to raffle one of David's basses. So and a bunch of other stuff so some things we're going to raffle tonight, some stuff we're going to do later. So go grab yourself some raffle.
Hold on. Is that 5 strings?
This is a 5-string. Yep. This is the 5-string Jackson.
Basses have 4 strings. That's not a bass.
Yeah, this is an extended bass. They said a contrabass. This is an extended bass. So
I'm a purist. I'm sorry.
Well, we'll call it a mega bass. How about that?
All right.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny? I played 5 years ago. We did a record called Rust in Peace, and I had one song that was in the key of D, and I didn't want to play it up high I wanted to play it low, and I was a real novice at it. So I just tuned the low B string. I tuned it up to D so I could just kind of ride on it. And I didn't really master the whole 5-string tuning until a couple years later, but that was how I had played the thing for a lot of years. And then as we started, touring, there were more and more songs in the set that would kind of go between 4-string and over to 5. And, when you change guitars on a big stage, you always run the risk of, the wireless not being on or a battery being dead. There's always something. And so I was like, look, the bass is kind of important to sort of keep the band solid. So I just kind of started playing 5-string the whole night. And it's funny because now I noticed on the recent Megadeth tour, most of the songs are 4-string. So it's probably time to go back and be a purist again and start playing 4-string for real, like a real bass player would,
Exactly.
I never like taking a chance of changing guitars either. I usually stick with one for the whole time unless something really bad happens.
Yeah.
Wow. So I just got told by Richard, who's running the live stream on the web feed. He said over 40K viewers with a steady stream of 12K watching off just the website, off just the web player.
Wow.
40,000 viewers.
Very nice. Greg, is Andy Summers still working with you guys, booking Circle Jerks, or what's?
Yes, he does.
Wow, really?
Nice.
Yeah.
So a little story about Andy Summers. So Andy, booking agents, worked with Circle Jerks, with Megadeth years ago. When we were on our very first Megadeth tour, we were on a tour we were on Combat Records with another combat artist named Exciter. And the agent who was booking the tour dates were canceling. It was a mess, And Andy somehow got looped in, and he took a liking to Megadeth. He understood punk rock, Bad Religion, Circle Jerks, Megadeth. He understood sort of the thrash and punk thing. And yeah, he was our agent for many years, helped us get our deal with Capitol Records, our first management and first real manager. And I know he always just thought the world of you, Greg, and everything that you had done. So that's cool. I'm glad he's still in the loop with you.
He's a good guy. And then the Megadeth connections, we had Chris Poland fill in as a bass player.
Yes, after Chris had been playing, Chris, the guitar player that he is, of course.
Yeah.
Then out of Megadeth, got his life completely cleaned up, and then he played bass with you guys, right? For a summer.
I'm actually writing a book with Chris right now, and I just interviewed Greg Hetson for it, actually, and we talked about Chris's tenure in the Circle Jerks as a bass player.
Yeah.
All lies, fake news.
Fake news. So everybody say hi to Phil Suzanne, who just joined us. See, I just like sneaking people in under the radar.
Speaking of bass players, Phil, how are you, my friend?
I'm very well, thanks. It's good to see you, Dave. It's great nice to see you, Tom. It's been a little while, hasn't it?
Look, Phil, I think every day I have my Ultimate Sin poster sitting behind my desk every day. I go, hey, Phil.
That's where it is.
Right there.
So funny, Phil, you had just called, I think, what was it, yesterday, right? You had just called. I know I don't know if the word is out yet, but I'll let people know you've been working on a manuscript yourself. I'll let you talk about that or not, but we're toying with some stuff anyway. And so you and I have been chatting, and we had talked about you coming on. So thank you for coming out and just popping in. And
absolutely, it's great. And just for anybody who doesn't know, I mean, Dave's just a really great sounding board when it comes to anything of a literate nature, because obviously very prolific when you with your writing and your involvement and experience in books as well. So I've been very grateful to be able to talk to you about some of these things and give me a little bit of a guiding light. So
I appreciate that. And it's funny because you obviously, look, you played with Ozzy Osbourne. You're one of the few outside co-writers that had a hit song with Ozzy, right? I mean, with Shot in the Dark, that was your composition, and at a real heyday of MTV and everything else. And then you largely kind of, left the music business. You went into the financial world, right? And
you made a smart move.
Yeah, I know. Like a guy really grew up and figured it out, man. I mean,
wait, that's not the same thing, is it? I don't know. Because people get into music for lots of reasons, but I want to be completely honest about it. I got into music for the money. So, I figured. No, actually, I
fake news.
Yeah. Girls and beer were optional.
I always stayed very active in music. I think I just, I took a few different different paths. I mean, after Ozzy, I went to work with Billy Idol that not very many people could figure out, but there was a very legitimate reason for it, and it was something on my bucket list, something I really wanted to do. So I did that, and then I went to work with many other artists. I played with, of course, I worked with Vince Neil. We put his whole solo band together, and I wrote half that record. And then after that, I went to France. I went to work with Johnny Halliday for 5 years, and then came back and worked with Steve Lukather. Worked with John Waite for 3 years. Wrote half an album with Lukather for his solo stuff. So I've been doing stuff musically constantly the whole time. It's just some of it has not been very publicized in the kind of classic rock genre of which I became best known. So that's been a little challenging sometimes, but it's also been very cathartic to play lots of different styles of music, and I've really enjoyed that.
Yeah, and now back with the Last in Line is fantastic. I mean, we just
great. Me and David came and saw you guys,
and then you came through. Obviously, here you've been touring pretty much nonstop, which has really been great with you and Vivian Campbell and Vinny Appice and.
It's just a very, very special thing when you can do so many things right in this business, and there is no guarantee of success. And then you just do something, and it just resonates with people. Mm-hmm. It resonates with us. It resonates with the people who come to see us. And not a day goes past that we're not extremely grateful and respectful of that. It's those things where I'm sure if you've got lots of Grammy listeners, where you're constantly throwing pizza against the wall and waiting for that piece to stick. And every time a piece falls, it's easy to lose heart. And you can't lose heart. You have to stick with it. And you have to keep doing what it is that you love doing. And just get that out of it. I mean, that's what you get out of it. That's the reason we got into it. So that stuff I said about the money was BS. But you get into it because you love what you do. And it's the only thing that sometimes in this world, it's the only thing that makes any sense to me.
Now, it's interesting. We're partnered with the Grammy Music Education Coalition. They're actually streaming this right now over on their social media channels on Twitch. And they've been a big proponent for us. You sat on the Grammy committees. You were a trustee, I believe, or you sat on?
No, I was vice president of the Los Angeles chapter for
that's right.
But I was a governor.
Wow.
Governor for 7 years. Governor.
Governor. Yeah, we're governor.
And
David and I are both voting members of the Grammys, so yay for us.
Yeah. Well, it was very, very difficult to try to get any kind of rock presence back to the Grammys at all. And I tried to reach out to Gene Simmons and to Steve Vai and to all of these people who have had lots of involvement. And they just kind of were a little frustrated. They said, it's kind of an uphill battle because there's such a light presence of rock music in the Grammys. And one of the things I found very inspiring was prior to being vice president, I became chairman of the advocacy committee, which involved going to DC and lobbying for things on behalf of the music community, musicians, writers, et cetera, lots and lots of different things. It's really, really interesting work. I mean, you really get to see how these things come together. So,
right. Yeah, well, that's cool. I know we've had some conversations about it, and thank you for sharing that, because it's interesting, when we obviously Megadeth, we've been nominated for 12 Grammys over the years, and you kind of wonder, like, how does this work, and you learn more about it as you're in and around it. And I didn't sit on the committees that you were on, but it's really, I think I said in an interview this week, had I won a Grammy many years ago, my life would not have been in a place to be able to do the things that we're able to do today. Like we won our Grammy back in 2017. And it was a moment in time with the Grammys where they did bring us into they were very happy. In fact, even the people at Grammys were like, it's about time Megadeth won one. Like even they were saying it,
Yeah.
Because we were kind of, there's always the joke, the Susan Lucci of the Grammys, always a bridesmaid, never a bride,
Yeah.
And when it happened, it's been really great. And, with the Grammys, we had Lee Whitmore on at the beginning of the webcast today. And, there's these pillars of, obviously the TV show is the most famous part of the Grammys, but they also have the Grammy Museum downtown LA. They have Music Cares. Which was starting when I got sober. I got sober in 1990. And when I first started going to treatment centers and stuff in 1988 and 89, Music Cares was just forming back then, and they were coming up with ways to help kind of sponsor musicians and artists through drug and alcohol rehab, health insurance, and these kind of initiatives. And obviously now they're up and running in a pretty big way. But now this new pillar, kind of the fourth pillar, is this Grammy Music Education Coalition that they've been very gracious to bring us in as part of their initiative. And
awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It's really been wonderful. And again, so, you kind of look, obviously everything makes sense in hindsight, and it really hit me as like, had we, maybe won an award, a Grammy award years ago, it wouldn't have had the sort of maybe lasting legacy impact to be able to form things like the David Ellefson Youth Music Foundation. Have this moment like we're having tonight with this webathon, with everybody joining. And to really partner, together with the Grammys, like we are right now. I mean, I really feel like we're in a band together with them, and so I'm happy to report, Phil, that, a lot of those things, I know, there was always kind of this frustration with rock, and especially with heavy metal years ago. But I remember me and my son went to the Recording Academy there in Santa Monica a couple years ago, and they were very open. They said, man, we really would like you guys to be a bigger part of this, because we know we didn't get heavy metal right at the Grammys. We know that, and we're looking for more people like you and all, kind of everybody on this webathon right now, to be part of this, to help us steer this, to make sure that we don't. And I know they took a real initiative to make sure that songs were put into the right categories. You know what I mean? So that Jethro Tull and Metallica don't get put into the same category.
My God.
They were very aware of it,
So, there's a couple of things that go, as Dave, as you said, you're absolutely right. Most people know the Grammys for the show one night of the year, but the reason I was drawn into the Grammys had more to do with Music Cares, which is one of those pillars as well. The other pillars being sort of advocacy, music, archiving and preservation. And now, as you correctly said, the foundations. And so, but the thing is, it's always prided. Can you say that? Prided? It's always,
why not?
Whatever. Prided itself on being something which is voted very correctly by other musicians. In other words, there's very little lobbying that goes on about, hey, you know what, you need to give this guy an award. And the problem is that in the 80s and 90s, there were plenty of rock bands. What happened? It just seems that the voting population, it's very light when it comes to rock bands. And I was trying to do a lot to sort of bring rock people back into the Grammys, but a lot of the time they would say, well, it just seems to be like, hip hop and rap and jazz and blues and that's pretty much it, and pop. And so you were fighting that uphill battle, and it's really what happened with that Jethro Tull thing, because obviously what happened was that they had been put on the ballot, and you got these guys who picked up the ballot and read through it, and they said, well, I don't know any of these people. Oh, Jethro Tull, I've heard of them.
Right, exactly.
Jethro Tull, he's good. He's really good.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing of it is that I found very endearing is that, like I said, they admitted that, and there was a very much a younger team of people involved in that, and rock people, and they were like, look, it's important to us as the Recording Academy, as the Grammys, that we get this right and we don't let that happen again, that to learn from their mistakes and be part of that, so it's really been good. Thom and I have really had a fantastic journey these last couple of years, working with the Recording Academy and the Grammy Coalition on this stuff. And it's great. I'm happy to report. It seems like it's a new day there, and it's really been great. Mike Klink, of course, producer. He's a fellow member around the academy.
He's been on the board for ages and ages. Some of those people on that board work really hard, and they have been fantastic. It's been really an honor to work alongside some of those people. Just tremendous. Al Schmidt. I mean, Al's been on there for ages as well, and he's just amazing as well.
Can I interject with the Music Cares thing? They're giving some aid to musicians that lost gigs due to COVID-19. So I would go to the Music Cares website and look that up.
giving grants.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, they have really had a big push on that, getting a lot of emails. Yeah, artists and musicians. A lot of the people probably that have been with us today could probably benefit from that. Yeah, their music.
Yeah, there's a list actually. There's been a list been going around of all the different foundations, not just in the United States, but even in Australia and in Europe. Just on this one huge master list of foundations that are offering help and assistance and grants to people who are in music, entertainment, and just having a hard time trying to make ends meet. And I should try to get, if I can find that, I'll give it to you, Dave, and maybe you could disperse it.
Thank you. Yeah, we can push that out across our socials. That would be fantastic. You know, a big part of what we're doing with Schools Out is, of course, the lessons are free for the students, but there are some.
I got to pay for it, right?
What's that? No, yeah. You know, it's funny. The first day we pushed it out, it said for students, and we didn't put an age on it. And
guys,
there's a guy that said, he goes, well, how about if I'm 51 years old? And I said, well, I guess if you're 51 and you're getting your doctorate or your MBA, I guess technically you would apply, you know. But no, it's mostly, you know, for high school. We're kind of going for high school and middle school kids. But with these lessons being free for the students, as you know, there's always some costs involved in doing that. Hence our fundraiser webathon today. And it's Easter, so as Greg Hetson is letting us know,
there's still time to donate and buy. Hey, look, we got to say goodbye to the Easter Bunny over here. I got a bunch of people. We're getting the room's getting full. We're actually gonna have to swap out with Burton too. So
hop on out of here.
Everybody, thank you guys so much.
Phil,
Thanks, Greg.
Burton, Bell, Greg Hetson.
Thank you.
Ciao. Happy Easter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great. Thank you for having me on. Been a pleasure. I'm glad I could help out with this great cause, and
thanks,
doing
Burton.
great. You know, Dave, you're an amazing human being, and
Thank you, buddy.
I can't wait to see you again.
Thanks, man. Hopefully we'll see you in August at the Cryptothon.
Yes, we will.
Cryptocon,
And I'll be talking to you later, Drew, and also meeting you as well. And I wanted to ask you about Billy Idol, but I never did. But
For another time, we'll do this again. I promise.
Awesome, guys. Thank you very much.
See ya. Thanks,
Take care,
buddy. See you, buddy.
Oh, look. So, sorry, there was something you were saying that I wanted to. Oh, I know what it was. It was actually, this is a bit of a tangent. The thing that drew me to Music Cares was really the passing of my dear friend Randy Castillo, and he had gotten really ill, and he was in a very bad financial state, and so he needed some assistance, and he had to have a surgery, and he just didn't have the money to have the surgery, and we were trying to find creative ways to help him do this, and it was actually a girlfriend of his who had contacted Music Cares, and they just very, very, without too much fiery hoops to jump through, managed to facilitate for him to get some money to go ahead and have his surgery. And so, that was one of the reasons I think I was drawn to it, and it was also a reason why I felt that it would be a good thing for me to put some of my energy into Music Cares, or into the Grammys at least, because as a tribute to my friends. So
yeah, nice, very cool.
Randy was such a great guy, and I actually worked with Todd Singerman when they put that together for Randy. Yeah, and again, so much love to Randy, and you. Thanks so much for joining us, Phil. We got to jump into our next guest and start wrapping this thing up.
Thank you for stopping by, Phil.
You are welcome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. We will be in touch. Yeah.
Thank
you. See ya. Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, so next we're going to show some more videos. Say hi to my buddy Jay.
How are you doing, guys?
Mark, They Might Be Zombies. Mark from The Crown. Nice. How you guys doing, man?
Hey, guys. What's happening?
We're going to wrap this thing up here. Well, we still got a couple other people. Lou Temple is supposed to come in. I don't know where he is, but hey.
Jimmy DeGrasso popping in?
I don't know. Again, we'll see. We'll see who shows up.
We'll see who's here. We got a few more people on the list. Yeah.
We're gonna show some metal video. Who wants to see some metal videos? Show of hands. Let's see some rock and roll. I'm sick of talking. We're gonna watch some metal for a minute. So give me a second to get this dialed in. First, we're gonna watch A Dying Voice by They Might Be Zombies. Hang on 1 second. Pause. All right, we're ready to do this now.
Awesome video.
It is awesome. I hate this setup, but it's okay. It works. Okay, let's see. Give me 1 second. Wait for it. Audio.
Star swipe.
There we go. I did it.
Hang on one second.
This is for the cool and the whisper, on the whisper in the wind of the house. You hear a ghostly cry fading away. The story of a loner that just moved to the edge of the door. You can't hear his breath, Lord. Could I be your right and if I am, could you free me from the burden of sin, Lord? Is there so much for me to give from that to take for all the reasons why I live this life? If you're just coming back to the road, the sea of the shell. Can I clear myself tomorrow, purify this empty shell? Fate is your breath and I'm still waiting for the eyes. Left to spare. You'll not left away. You'll not left away. Lord, have I lost my mind? Get turned away through the space. This is what you play for me, Lord. Is there so much for me to give from that to take for all the reasons why I live this life? If you're just coming back to the road, the sea of the shell. Can I clear myself tomorrow, purify this empty shell? Fate is your breath and I'm still waiting for the signs. And has left us spare. Set up a man who came with a purpose. I'll see that with an even surface. When I stand to be a step friend, just coming back to the road, the sea of the shell. Can I clear myself to my own self to shell? Fate is your breath and I'm still waiting for the signs. And has left us bare. If you're just coming back to the road, the sea of the shell. Can I clear myself tomorrow, purify this empty shell? My mind twists and crumbles inside the sky, cast the stain was still true.
That's such a killer video, guys. That's
Right?
awesome. I love the song, man. That's awesome.
Is that
Thank
stop
you.
motion?
That is awesome.
You are Mark, Jay from They Might Be Zombies, Mark from The Crown.
What's up, guys?
So tell us about the band and the record and the video and everything, man. Tell us about They Might Be Zombies.
Man, tell you a little bit about that video. Actually, we recorded that, and then we're from Miami, and there's this area down in South where they had actually they were building a rocket when they were trying to go to the moon, and they abandoned that facility. It's called what is it called? Aero
or something.
Yeah, so it's an abandoned rocket facility, government banned. So we had to like walk with like equipment. We got like bitten by bees. Like there were some humongous bugs in there. We were just playing with. We had the lights that you see in the videos. Actually, a bunch of cars. We had like 10 cars, and we're just like playing in the middle of nowhere in this abandoned facility, and we're just full of like bee things everywhere, man. It was crazy. It was a crazy adventure doing that video.
Art is
That's
not
awesome.
safe. That's awesome.
Right?
Very cool.
Oh,
I want to thank you, Dad, for everything that you're doing and for having us here, David. I'm sure I can talk on behalf of everything watching, and it's amazing. You guys are amazing. What you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dad, tell us
Thank
about
you.
the band and your new EP that's coming out.
Well, we're actually releasing an album. It's dropping on Comeback on the 24th of this month. We recorded with the Mad Plan. I know you guys know Matt from Non-Point and Skin Dread. We recorded an album, and it's coming up now. Next week or something? The 24th.
Yeah. We it's a long journey. We know Matt for a while, and actually he was down with Bueller Brothers, and we know from there. And we started the band like 10 years ago, and we decided to record a few songs. And I don't even remember how we got to Matt, but I know he was working at Bueller Brothers. Matt is, man, he's a hardworking guy, man. We'll stay up late recording that album, freaking 2, 3 in the morning.
Bueller from Bueller Brothers was here earlier, and then he lost power at his house, and then we didn't get him back in. But hi, Jason Bueller from Bueller Brothers.
Yeah. And so this album is dropping. We just the whole idea of the album. It's all the reason they might be zombies is about how everybody is connected through phones nowadays and social media, and they really don't see what's in front of them. You know, that's the whole album's about, really.
That's awesome, man. Well, it's great stuff. So now we're gonna watch another video from The Crowned. This is Creed. Okay, hang on 1 second. Wait for it. Okay, technical. It's such a process. All right. Nope. Oh. Hang on.
Like I might just start performing it for you right now.
Right?
There you go for it. Take it.
Let me drop the quality down a little bit. Sorry, we'll try this again.
Great, man. Fans are digging this.
Awesome.
People online are
It's
commenting.
awesome.
They love
I'm
it.
so bummed. Like, I want to watch it played.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too. I like it.
Thank you.
This is awesome.
Either way, we'll post this on all of our socials and stuff later too. After both of these, we'll share them both. But let's see. Come on.
It's like heavy metal mystery science theater. We all get to
I know, right?
hang out and dig the video.
So Mark, tell us about the band while I try and get the video to work.
Yeah, so we're based out of San Antonio, Texas. We actually got really lucky. We knocked out some festivals in Europe and South America, and we were actually just finished a month-long tour right before the coronavirus started shutting everything down.
Nice.
Yeah, we were on a month-long tour with the 69 Eyes, Wednesday 13, Sumo Psycho.
wow.
So yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was around the U.S., but yeah, we got lucky that we got to finish it before everything just started closing down. My heart goes out to all my buddies and all of our musician friends that had to cancel tours and lose out on money, and the roadies especially, and everybody in the production. It hurts, man. So
yeah.
Well,
good for you, man. That's a huge accomplishment. That's massive.
Yeah, you guys, and they toured with Co-op last year. These guys tour like mad, man. The Crowned are definitely. And Mark, you play drums and sing, which is also really, weird and cool and notable, you know? Not a lot of people can do that, especially the kind of stuff you play and sing. I mean, it's not Phil Collins as much as
yeah, I actually grew up listening to Phil Collins, and I was a big fan, or still am. So yeah, that's one thing that people say. They call me the Phil Collins on steroids because you know.
Did you ever consider a headset mic like Def Leppard?
I actually had one, and it fell off within the first 10 seconds of the first show I used it on. But I prepared. I set up my microphone on the side like I normally do, and then I had the headset on. And I told the sound guy, I was like, "Look, man, I really need you to pay attention. If you see that mic fly off, turn on the other mic immediately."
Yeah.
And sure enough, they got it taken care of.
Well, look, we're gonna try this video one more time. Let's see if we can get some love.
Alrighty.
Watch me go into the dark. I lead the path to light. Follow in my steps blindly, for you cannot see what's outside. I choose to obey no one. This life is mine to lead. Dare to stand before me. You'll know what it's like to bleed.
Man, that's awesome.
Great. So good.
Awesome.
Yeah. Terrific.
So cool.
Well done.
The Crown, man. Tell everybody where you can. We'll post the full video up on our socials and everywhere so everybody can see it.
Awesome. Yeah, we're from San Antonio. We've got all of our social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, our website, thecrowned1.com. But yeah, we're all over the place. I remember we're on the PG site right now, so I got to make sure to keep everything clean. So I won't tell you about our other websites, but yeah, you can find us on the main social media sites for sure.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you guys. They Might Be Zombies, The Crowned. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We got a couple more guests to wrap out the evening. We're going to give away David's bass in just a minute. So grab your last raffle tickets right now. You can still buy them. The rest of the stuff we're going to give away off the air. We're going to pick it and email you, but the bass we're going to give away on the air at the end of the show here. So here's your last.
Which is actually coming up quick because we were scheduled to wrap in like 1 minute. So I guess we'll wrap here in a couple minutes, right?
There's no schedule. It's whenever we have.
I know.
I got a couple more
midnight-ish,
more people sitting in the queue, but we're in the stretch now, guys.
Let's do it.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys. See ya.
We'll see you.
So we got Brandon Cook from the Loyal Order.
Yeah.
And we got Mitch Perry. And Terry Elus is somewhere, supposedly. It says he's logged in, but he's not showing up in here at all. So I'm so confused. So, you know what Steve.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Mitch. What's happening, brother?
Hey, man. How y'all doing? Can you hear me?
What's going on, man? What's happening?
We're sitting here enjoying this wonderful show you're all putting on.
Nice, thank you, man. Where are you at? You in LA or where are you at?
Yeah, we're up the coast in Hermosa Beach here.
Nice, very nice.
Yeah,
very nice. How are you hanging with everything?
Well, I mean, as good as can be. I mean, there are a lot worse places to be holed up for this thing than the beach, but. It's getting challenging to find new ways to spend the day in the living room and then make it exciting by heading downstairs so you feel like you're actually going somewhere. Yeah, creative ways to
what's for dinner? What's for breakfast? What's on TV?
Exactly.
Well, that was part of the reason why we wanted to do this, aside from obviously fundraising, but in drawing attention to the charity. Was we thought it'd be a fun way on a Saturday and a Saturday night to bring our tribe together. Everybody's kind of starting to toy with it a little bit off on the sides. We thought, let's make one big hub, one big centrifuge where we can all come together. And so thank you, man, for joining us for this. It's really cool.
Pleasure to be here, and it's good to see you. It's been way too long.
It's been a while. I think the last time we saw each other, you and I were probably running in and out. It was during NAMM at one of the Ronnie Montrose Remembered shows. I think and it was one of those tight backstages where they rally one band off, they kick the other ones out, and we were like saying goodbye in the alley,
I remember the Montrose thing where there are more people backstage than there are out front.
I know. And it's funny. It's so funny, dude. I actually just bought recently a copy of Knocking on Heaven's Door from Heaven, right? Which was, how long ago was that?
That was 1985.
85. I mean, I think that was right when you and I had first met, somewhere around then, probably at the Rainbow or something around that.
Do you know what? I actually remember, and I don't really have any idea why, but I remember exactly where we met, and it was at the counter of the old layout of Guitar Center. It had moved across the street, but it had just opened up right across the street. And I remember meeting you and Dave there.
No kidding. Gosh, good memory, man. You know what? I completely forgot. There was like a smaller version. It was like kind of more of a Main Street storefront looking thing. And then they obviously built a big monolith that we know now, the Rock Walk. That's good. Is that what it was? So it wasn't the Rainbow. So we have some redeeming quality.
We'll just say it was the Rainbow anyway, because that's more rock and roll.
Well, the Rainbow or the guitars. Look, the Guitar Center makes us actually sound like we're both reasonable, respectable musicians.
But we all know better. We all know better.
We gave that one away.
Yeah, it doesn't sound as good in the memoir to meet at Guitar Center, but it actually does make us seem like we were legitimate musicians, So,
Matt, I got to tell you that. I mean, there's a funny story. I've been doing all these interviews for the new record I'm doing, and all these things I haven't thought of. But one of the questions, I ended up kind of replacing Randy Rhoads in Quiet Riot when I moved out here. Okay. And the way that actually happened is I had been flown out here to play with Alphonso Johnson, and he was a bass player from Weather Report and Santana. At that time I hadn't even recorded myself on a cassette recorder, let alone been in a studio. So it was like I wasn't going out socializing, finding out what's going on. I was here and I was working. And when that project fell apart, I had to figure out what I wanted to do. I didn't want to go home to Florida. And the only thing I knew to ask was the guitar, the salesman at Guitar Center seemed to know everything that was going on. So I waltzed into that little store across the street, you know, from where it is now.
Yeah.
Waltzed in, found Wayne, that was his name, and said, "Hey man, I'm looking for a band." He goes, "Well, you should join Quiet Riot." And I go, "Who's that?" And they go, "Well, they're bigger than Van Halen around here." I go, "Okay, sounds good to me." And he literally calls up Rudy Sarzo from the Guitar Center. And I mean, from there, I ended up calling Kevin DuBrow and took him over an acetate, if you remember those. Not even
of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah.
An acetate of the record I had done with Alfonso, and that's how I ended up joining DuBrow. And,
no kidding! Wow,
Yeah,
wow.
but-
You know, Tom, it's funny. I know Alfonso. I did the Warwick base camps over at the Warwick facility over in Germany, and Alfonso. He actually, I think, is or was a teacher at USC, actually, in the music program. I mean, incredibly talented guy, and just a sweetheart, just a gentleman. Of course, as a fan, I knew him from Weather Report as a teenager. And wow, what a great story you played with Alfonso Johnson, man.
You being a great bass player, I'll share this with you because it's another funny story about bass. You know, I grew up musically playing in South Florida. And I don't know if do you remember a bass player played with Yngwie for a while in Rising Force named Wally Voss?
Yeah, I know of him. I don't know him, but I know of him, of course.
Well, Wally and I have known each other or knew each other. He passed, unfortunately, but we knew each other from the time we were 13, 14 years old and came up, you know, just who could outlick who and whatnot. And I remember the night that I got, you know, the official offer to come out to LA, I went out to see Wally's band, Pearl. And I go, "Man, I'm moving out to California." He goes, "What? What are you doing?" I said, "I'm playing with some guy named Alfonso Johnson." And he goes, "Some guy named Alfonso Johnson?" I go, "Yeah." And I didn't know who he was.
Some guy named John Jaco Pastorius.
Wally was about to kill me.
Well, you know, it's funny that South Florida, you know, Steve Bailey is a good friend of mine. And of course, he's a great, you know, fretless 6-string player. And again, he kind of grew up around the Jaco, you know, thing. And South Florida, went to, you know, college in Florida and stuff. And it's amazing the different diverse players that come out of there. You know, of course, there's the death metal scene that a lot of us know about at Tampa, but again, the Sabotage guys, and of course, Sabotage is became an orchestra with Paul O'Neill, and you know, what a time, you know, So what year was it that you moved to LA? When was that?
That was 1980. But to just backtrack a second, do you know the connection between Knocking on Heaven's Door? That was Paul O'Neill's first production.
I did not know that. How awesome is that? Thank you for telling. I was such a fan. I love Paul's work. In fact, Hall of the Mountain King was the first thing that I'd heard of his that I knew of. And I know he had worked with Aerosmith when he worked at Lieber Krebs. And, you know, now I've since learned some other things that he's done, but I did not know that was his record. No wonder I loved it. I love Paul's work.
Well, and here's a funny thing. I just got contacted by somebody who I guess has done a lot of interviews with Paul, and we were checking stories and things. And one of the things he thought there was a connection between Sarajevo 24/7, you know, or 24/12. But
yeah, the big TSO song. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. He thought there was a connection between that and heaven. And there never was, but what there was, and this was kind of what I remember as being the first thing I ever heard of that was going to be like TSO, is we were supposed to record a heavy metal version of Carol of the Bells in 1985.
Oh.
And that, wow. I mean, I went as far as to work out a whole arrangement and everything, and we had the date, you know, we had the date scheduled at Record Plant, but we got canceled by the record company at the last minute and never did it.
Wow, that would have been the precursor to TSO on some level. Wow, what a story, man! That's great. And Paul, of course, then moved his operation down there to Morris Sound and Tampa and the whole thing. So the whole Florida connection. Wow, that's great. I did not know that. I did not. So 1980, you know, it's funny. Thom has a manuscript sitting there, and now that he's a published author by way of the co-write here, I've been encouraging him to revisit this manuscript that he has. It has a lot of that stuff, kind of those early story of Dubrow and all the different players and
Quiet Riot. It's a lot of the
Quiet Kelly
Riot
Rhodes
and Snow and that whole Pasadena parties. It's basically, you know, the beginnings of Wasp and Motley Crue and London and Quiet Riot and basically LA from 1974 to 1984. You know that. So speaking of which, so Brandon Cook over here plays in the Loyal Order, who we showed a killer live performance of them earlier, and he also plays in Black and Blue. So one thing, I wanted to show that performance again because it was so cool. I want to show that track one more time. Then we'll come back. We'll talk to Brandon for a second. We got Terry. We found Terry Elus. He finally showed up. So we're going to show Brandon's video again, and then we'll come back and we'll chat a little bit. We'll give away your bass. So let's do this. Hang on 1 second. Pause. And maybe we'll talk some more about my book. Man. Awesome.
Hey, Terry. Brandon.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
Hey, Mitch.
Sorry, guys.
Welcome to the first day of the last year of this messed up life. I wish I could say nice to know you, what to show you, and anything. You were the knife on my throat, rock in my shoe, dawn and my pride. The battles on the road never change. I know now, 'cause I have been here before. You're watching the lights move with us out today. Feeling the night hurt me. I was feeling in a circle, stuck to the middle. And didn't I show you the damage you do? Woke up in a cemetery, blood was still fresh on the ground. I looked up and I saw you laughing. Go ahead and kick me while I'm down. You were the knife on my throat, rock in my shoe, dawn in my pride. Yeah, the patterns on the road never change. I know now, 'cause I have been here before. You're watching the lights move with us out today. Feeling the night hurt me. I was feeling in a circle, stuck to the middle. You did not show you the damage you do. Was feeling in a circle, stuck to the middle. It did not show you the damage you do. Ready for dead, I'm moving on, I'm going home to stay. Standing around, it won't be long till I get thrown away. Watching the lights move with us out today. Feeling the night hurt me. I was feeling in a circle, stuck to the middle. And did not show you the damage you do. Was feeling in a circle, stuck to the middle. It did not show you the damage you do. Dad, I'm moving on, I'm going home to stay. Standing around, it won't be long till I get thrown away.
Ready for Dead, the Loyal Order from Portland, man.
That's cool. That's a great track. You know, it's funny when he starts singing, it sounds like Social Distortion. It's got this like really cool.
So Brandon wanted to come on and talk about some educational stuff that he's doing real quick. So let's chat with that, and then we'll have another minute with Terry here and Mitch, and we'll give away David's bass. So again, the Loyal Order, Ready for Dead, their new single, awesome track, man. That version is so cool. I had to play it again.
Probably like the rainbow or something around that.
Do you know what? I actually remember, and I don't really have it now.
What?
I remember exactly
why
where
is that happening?
the counter of the old layout of Guitar Center.
My audio is really jacked up, guys.
Whose
I'm
is
really
that?
sorry.
It had just opened up right across.
Okay, well, I guess we won't talk to Brandon because his audio is screwed up. So, but Brandon, we love you. So I'm going to actually take Jason Goulian from Metal DevOps, our tech help guy from Cisco. So Cisco has been so generous and helping us with this whole initiative and everything we're doing with their WebEx software and this killer terminal they gave me that's actually been amazing today as a second monitor, running all the videos, running all the stuff, the Cisco DX80 terminal. Amazing. So Jason, thank you so much for your help. He drove 3 hours from Rockford to come bring me cupcakes and cookies and help with everything. So Jason, what's up, man? How you doing?
Man, I'm doing great, and I'm so blessed and happy and fortunate to be a part of this. And with Cisco, we have a culture for giving back, and then to do something of this caliber with so many other awesome artists who are very much have the same type of culture of giving back and helping people, especially in this time of need. I do greatly appreciate the partnership there. And again, to Thom and David, thank you so much for supporting Metal DevOps. It's been a show that I kicked off about a year ago and brought the idea to Thom, and I was fortunate enough to have both Thom and David on the show to support us. And anything we can do to try to give back and help people is essentially what we're trying to do. And again, with something of this nature, when you see that many people who are out of school and out of work because of this stupid COVID virus, music is the universal language that kind of ties people together. And when you have all these different artists showing their hearts and everything that they can do to give back, it's love everywhere. So thank you again so much from Cisco as well as Metal DevOps and myself personally, Jason. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
So by the way, Jason is in my living room on the other side of that wall. So that's proper social distancing. That's it.
It's like 11 feet or something between us and the wall, so it's good.
See that door right there? I'm on the other side of it.
This door right here.
Don't go through the door.
So Terry Elu's joined us from XYZ, formerly a Great White. How you doing, Terry? Finally figured it out. So Terry was trying to log into the test one we did last night, and he sat there for like an hour, and then I'm like, no. So now he's here. We found him. We got to figure it out.
How are you?
I want to give one last shout out to Halo Cupcake and Sugar on Top Big Shop in Rockford, Illinois, who made us this amazing cake earlier. And they sent me a huge box of stuff I've been eating all day, and I think I've gained 5 pounds.
I'm very well fed. It's been awesome, and they made an awesome cake for Alice Cooper and for the whole webcast here. It was awesome. I don't know how the heck we're going to get it over to Alice and Sheryl from Chicago.
We're not. We auctioned it off on the radio station. All the
okay, good.
Nice. Yeah, so thanks to Liz and Jen for making those. They're in my neck of the woods, right by where I live, outside of Rockford, and they did a really great job with that.
That was great to have them on. Yeah, thanks, ladies, for doing that. That was super, super cool.
Awesome, man. And their stuff is so good, David. Oh my goodness. So anyway, so Terry, let's talk about you. What do you got going on? Obviously, XYZ had a tour in Australia that got canceled, had some stuff. I mean, like everybody else, you guys got kind of screwed by this thing. What have you been doing in the process? What have you been doing in your quarantine?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me.
Of course.
I really appreciate that. Very grateful. And what I've been doing basically is writing a lot of songs, going back to writing, playing my guitar, singing a lot, and working out. I mean, there's not much to do, and then watch a lot of Netflix and I watched some great shows, and it was interesting. And that's about it. Just it's a good, for some reasons, I think a good thing would come out of that. Some of us got to get closer to our families, friends, ourselves as well, because we can reflect on a lot of things. I think we take things for granted. We spend a lot of time on the internet, and sometimes we don't spend enough time with our friends or with our families, kids, for myself. And I had the chance to reflect on all that and gonna make some changes, So it's about it. As far as my personal life, as far as business, it's just writing a lot of songs for myself and other people. Gonna go to Nashville as soon as this is over, so I can go and finish writing 3 or 4 songs with different writers, and then go back on the road with XYZ. And what else? That's about it. Oh yeah, my flamenco band. I have a Latin flamenco band, so we do a lot of corporate events for the rich and famous. That's about it. I'm glad. I can still sing and play, so I'm very fortunate.
That's awesome. Jason, we're going to say goodbye to you and get Brandon back in here. He had to go fix his audio. Jason Gooley, once again, Cisco, Metal DevOps. All right, let's see give Brandon one last chance. Did you fix your audio?
I got the mic unmuted and something else was like causing feedback, but it's fixed now.
Good. So tell me about your stuff you've been doing.
Well, I've been teaching guitar for about 30 years, and since I was 15, I started with education and went through music school. I went to Portland State University, and I've been teaching guitar, bass, and ukulele for about 30 years now, and wow. It's going pretty good. I stopped teaching for a little while because I decided to try to get a regular job, but music just kept calling my name, and I really love teaching music. So kids of all ages, anything from the beginners all the way to people who are trying to get into music school and preparation for that kind of thing. So happy to, if you guys have any need for people to teach,
definitely.
I'm happy to.
We do out. Actually, so we will sign you up. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Wait, you consider yourself drafted, son.
Yes, this is your job. Yeah, nice. That's awesome.
So Melody. So I had Melody choose the winner of your bass. So
okay.
Should we? Can anybody do have a drummer? Anybody that can do a drum roll?
All right. Any kind of who can play drum? Okay. So this is the bass. It's one of my signature basses here. Brand new out of the box. I will sign the back. How about I sign the back of the headstock? How about that?
Yeah, well, you can. Yeah, well, I'll ask.
Let's get a name.
To sign.
First, pull out a name. Let's see.
I got it already. I got it right here. It's already picked.
Okay, who is it?
You'll have to sign it to Kendra Alstein. Kendra Alstein. So we will send you an email if you're still watching. You won. If not, we'll send you an email to let you know. But Kendra Alstein won David's bass. Congratulations.
Nice. Congratulations. Da, da, da.
We'll pick winners for some other stuff and send you some emails.
That is excellent. Nice.
Awesome. Congratulations, Kendra.
Congratulations.
And thank you to everybody who joined us for this today. Man, it's been a pretty cool, long day. We are at officially 9 hours, 23 minutes, and 17 seconds. I would call that a marathon.
Yeah, it is definitely a marathon. It is a marathon. And we've held up well.
Yeah, you guys you look remarkably great for being on that long.
Being 9 hours in. I mean, like huge thanks to everybody. Alice, Sheryl Cooper, Dash Cooper, Rob Caggiano, Chris Kale. I can't even go through the list. You know who you are. You know who is here. We love you. I think we're probably going to wrap this thing up here. Anybody got anything else to add? And if not, we're going to go to bed.
I just want to say thanks for letting me come on.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Drew, good to see you. Gary, good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Actually, we got one more thing we're gonna do. Hey, Drew, where is that? Did you send me the link for that other? We're gonna show a quick trailer for Dwellers that Drew cut, or a quick clip from Dwellers. Did you send that to me? Hang on, I got you muted, I think, because your mic was being weird before. Hang on. You are unmuted now. You can talk.
Dwellers is the film that Drew directed, stars in. We put it where it's coming out through Ellefson Films.
Which clip you want? You want the one with you guys?
Yeah, the one with me and Dave. Nobody's seen this yet.
Okay.
So me and Dave cameo in the movie as ourselves. I haven't even seen it yet.
We were actually on tour at the time when we did it, so.
I just Facebooked it to you, Thom, and now that's
Marvelous. I gotta open.
It's like
Facebook.
Wayne's World, but a lot more serious.
Break the fourth wall.
Right? I haven't even seen this yet, so I'm excited.
You were in it.
I know, but I haven't. It's not the same as seeing it.
Hey, by the way, is the language clean in it?
Oh no,
Oh
it's
yeah.
not.
Oh well, then
Yeah.
we're not going to be able to show it.
No, I'm not gonna be able to show it. Well,
good call. Good catch.
Coming
We
to
can
a
access
theater
it right
near
now,
you.
though, probably.
Yeah, you can see it later on somewhere. It'll be on Amazon or Voodoo.
Hey,
or
Mitch,
somewhere.
we're so great to chat, man, and get caught up. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the stories, man. That was really good to just connect. You know.
No, it's great to talk to you, and let's not make it so long between times for the next one.
I agree. I hope that
thank you.
happens for all of us. I hope we all stay connected. It's really been just a great way to just everybody in our community, brothers and sisters, unite here, you know, so it's been great. So
Huge thanks to our friends at the Grammy Music Education Coalition, Monster Energy Drink for keeping me alive all day, Cisco, Jackson, Guitars, Heart Key, Groove Gear, Danny Wimmer Presents, all of our friends who helped promote this thing, all of the people who are on. Thank you to everybody. Jody, Melody Myers for all of her hard work. Jody, everybody, all of our friends, all the people who worked on this. Thank you. Lee Whitmore, Lenore, and everybody at the Grammy Music Education Coalition. We couldn't have done this without you. Surefire Media, Loudwire, Rolling Stone, all the there's too many people to thank, but thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's been wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you, guys. Good to see you, everybody.
Bye. See you later.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.